Hello, horror lover. Are you ready for a long night of nightmares? Before we begin, I want to ask you to subscribe to the channel, and especially leave a comment telling me which city you're watching from. I'd love to know. Click the like button, all of this because the cool mountain air nipped at Mia's cheeks as she stood at the base of the trail, her eyes tracing the rugged path that disappeared into the misty heights of the Great Smoky Mountains. The familiar weight of her backpack pressed against her shoulders, loaded with gear meticulously packed for the challenging climb ahead. Mia took a deep breath, savoring the crisp scent of pine and damp earth. This was her element, where she felt most alive. Yet today, something felt different. An inexplicable tension hung in the air, as if the mountain itself was holding its breath. "You got this, Mia," she muttered to herself, her voice barely audible above the gentle rustle of leaves. With practiced ease, she began her final gear check, a ritual that had become second nature over years of climbing. Harness, secure, ropes, coiled and ready, carabiners, all accounted for. First aid kit, packed, water and energy bars, sufficient for the journey. As she worked through her mental checklist, a park ranger approached, clipboard in hand. "Morning, miss," he called out, his tone friendly but official. "Heading up today?" Mia nodded, offering a smile. "That's the plan. Solo climb to chimney tops." The ranger's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Solo, huh? You've got experience, I hope." "Been climbing these mountains since I was knee-high to a grasshopper," Mia replied with a chuckle. "But I appreciate the concern." The ranger nodded, jotting something down on his clipboard. "Well, just be careful up there. Weather report's a bit odd today. Might be some unexpected fog rolling in." Mia frowned. "Fog? In this season? I know, strange, right? But you know how unpredictable these mountains can be. Make sure you've got your navigation tools handy." "Always do," Mia assured him, patting her pocket where her compass resided. "Thanks for the heads up." With a final nod, the ranger moved on, leaving Mia to contemplate this new information. Fog wasn't ideal, but she'd climbed in worse conditions. Besides, the challenge was part of the thrill. Taking a deep breath, Mia stepped onto the trail. The familiar crunch of gravel under her boots brought a smile to her face. This was where she belonged. The first hour of the climb was uneventful, the trail winding its way through dense forest. Mia fell into a steady rhythm, her muscles warming to the exertion. The woods around her were alive with the sounds of nature, birdsong, the scurrying of small animals, the whisper of wind through leaves. Yet as she climbed higher, Mia began to notice something odd. The forest was growing quieter. The birdsong faded, then disappeared entirely. Even the wind seemed to die down, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Mia paused, her senses on high alert. The silence was unnatural, oppressive. She'd never experienced anything like it in all her years of climbing. "Hello?" she called out, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet. "Anyone there?" Only silence answered her. Shaking off the growing unease, Mia pressed on. The trail grew steeper, requiring more focus. She welcomed the distraction, losing herself in the physical demands of the climb. Crack. The sudden sound of a twig snapping behind her made Mia whirl around, heart pounding. Her eyes scanned the trail behind her, searching for the source of the noise. Nothing. Just empty trail and silent trees. "Get a grip, Mia," she muttered to herself. Probably just a squirrel or something. But the hair on the back of her neck stood on end, and she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Swallowing hard, she turned back to the trail and picked up her pace. The sun climbed higher in the sky as Mia ascended, but instead of growing warmer, the air seemed to be getting colder. A chill that had nothing to do with physical exertion crept into her bones. Finally, after what felt like hours of climbing in unsettling silence, Mia reached her first checkpoint, a small clearing that offered a panoramic view of the surrounding peaks. Under normal circumstances, she would have paused here to rest and enjoy the vista, but today, something urged her to keep moving. As she caught her breath, Fumbling in her pack for a water bottle, Mia noticed something strange on the horizon. A bank of mist was rolling in, far too quickly to be natural. She watched, transfixed, as the fog engulfed distant peaks, then closer ones, racing towards her position with alarming speed. "What the hell?" Mia breathed, her water forgotten as she stared at the approaching wall of white. In a matter of seconds, the mist was upon her. It swirled around her legs, then rose higher, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. The temperature plummeted, and Mia's breath came out in visible puffs. Instinctively, Mia reached for her radio. Static filled the air as she tried various channels. "This is Mia Caldwell on the Chimney Tops Trail. Can anyone hear me? Over." Nothing but crackling static answered her. "Repeat, this is Mia Caldwell. I've encountered severe fog conditions. Requesting weather update and advisement. Over." Still nothing. Mia's heart raced as she realized she was cut off. The fog was so thick now she could barely see her own hands in front of her face. And then she saw it. A shape in the mist, just at the edge of visibility. A figure, vaguely human in form but translucent and shifting. Mia blinked hard, convinced her eyes were playing tricks on her. But when she looked again, the figure was still there. And it wasn't alone. More shapes were forming in the mist, surrounding her. "Hello?" Mia called out, her voice shaking. "Is someone there? Do you need help?" The figures drew closer, their features becoming more distinct. Mia's breath caught in her throat as she realized she could see through them to the swirling mist behind. One of the figures, a man dressed in what looked like clothing from another era, reached out towards her. His hand, pale and insubstantial, drew near to Mia's face. Mia stumbled backward, her foot catching on a root. She fell hard, the impact knocking the wind out of her. As she gasped for breath, staring up at the ghostly figures now looming over her, one thought echoed in her mind. This was no ordinary climb, and these were no ordinary mountains. Something beyond her understanding was happening, and she was caught right in the middle of it. As the spectral hand reached for her again, Mia closed her eyes, bracing herself for whatever was to come. The adventure she had sought had turned into something far more terrifying and mysterious than she could have ever imagined. And this was only the beginning. The fog rolled in like a living thing, hungry and all-consuming. Mia felt it curl around her ankles, slither up her legs, and caress her face with damp, clammy fingers. She'd seen fog before, sure, but this was different. This fog had intent. "Jesus," she whispered, her words immediately swallowed by the mist. The world had shrunk to a tiny bubble of visibility, no more than a few feet in any direction. Beyond that lay a wall of white, impenetrable and somehow alive. Mia's heart hammered in her chest, each beat a thunderclap in the eerie silence that had descended upon the mountain. She fumbled for her radio, her fingers clumsy with cold and fear. The device crackled to life, but instead of the reassuring voice of a park ranger or fellow climber, it emitted a sound that made her blood run cold. It was static, but not ordinary static. Hidden within the white noise were whispers, barely audible but unmistakably there. Fragments of words, snatches of conversation, and sometimes what sounded like screams. "Hello?" Mia called into the radio, her voice cracking. "This is Mia Caldwell on Chimney Tops Trail. Can anyone hear me?" The static surged, drowning out her words. For a moment, Mia could have sworn she heard a child's laughter, high and cruel, before the radio fell silent. "Shit," she muttered, shoving the useless device back into her pack. "Shit, shit, shit." Mia took a deep breath, trying to center herself. She was an experienced climber. She'd been in tough situations before. All she had to do was keep her head and make her way back down the mountain. Simple. She took a step forward and another. The fog swirled around her, parting reluctantly before closing ranks behind her. It was like walking through cobwebs, each step an effort against an unseen resistance. And then she saw it. A shadow in the mist, darker than the surrounding whiteness. A figure vaguely human in shape, standing motionless just beyond the range of clear visibility. Mia froze, her heart leaping into her throat. "Hello?" she called out, hating the tremor in her voice. "Is someone there? Do you need help?" The figure didn't move, didn't respond, but as Mia watched, more shadows appeared around it. 2, then 5, then a dozen. A silent audience emerging from the fog. "Who are you?" Mia demanded, fear giving way to a surge of anger. "What do you want?" As if in response, the figures began to move. Not toward her, but around her, circling slowly. And as they moved, Mia began to make out details. A woman in a dress that might have been fashionable in the 1950s. A man in a pilot's uniform, his cap askew. A child clutching a teddy bear that was more tatters than toy. They were people, or had been once. But now they were something else. Something that sent chills racing down Mia's spine. "You're not real," she said, but the words sounded hollow even to her own ears. "You can't be real." One of the figures, the pilot, turned to face her fully. His eyes were dark pits in a face that was too pale, too perfect to be alive. When he spoke, his lips didn't move, but Mia heard his voice clear as day inside her head. "We are as real as the ground beneath your feet," the voice said, and Mia felt the truth of it in her bones. "We are the lost, the forgotten, and you, Mia Caldwell, are our salvation." Mia shook her head, backing away. Her heel caught on a root, and she stumbled, falling hard onto the damp earth. The impact knocked the wind from her lungs, and for a moment the world spun crazily around her. When she looked up, the figures were closer, forming a tight circle around her. Their edges blurred and shifted, as if they weren't quite solid, as if at any moment they might dissipate back into the mist that had birthed them. "What do you want from me?" Mia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The child with the teddy bear stepped forward. When she spoke, her voice was high and clear, with an echo that seemed to come from very far away. "We want to go home," she said simply. "Will you help us go home?" Mia felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Not her own, but the collective longing and sorrow of the spirits surrounding her. It was overwhelming, threatening to drown her in its intensity. I don't know how," Mia admitted, tears springing to her eyes. "I don't understand what's happening." The pilot's voice again, patient but insistent. "Understanding will come. For now you must listen. Our story is long and painful, but it must be told. Will you listen, Mia Caldwell?" Mia looked around at the expectant faces of the spirits. What choice did she have? She was trapped on this mountain, surrounded by the impossible. Her world had shifted on its axis, and there was no going back to the reality she had known this morning. "Yes," she said finally, her voice steadier than she felt. "I'll listen." The fog thickened, if that was possible, forming a cocoon around Mia and the spirits. And then, without warning, the world shifted. Mia felt a lurch in her stomach, like missing a step on a staircase. When the sensation passed, she was no longer on the mountain trail. Instead, she found herself in the aisle of an airplane. The cabin lights flickered ominously, and through the windows she could see angry storm clouds illuminated by flashes of lightning. "No," Mia breathed, realizing what she was seeing. "Oh no." The plane lurched violently, and passengers screamed. Mia saw the pilot, the same one who had spoken to her on the mountain, fighting with the controls, his face a mask of determination and fear. "Mayday, mayday," he was shouting into his radio. "This is Flight 623, we're losing altitude. Repeat, we are going down." Mia wanted to close her eyes to shut out the terror unfolding around her, but she couldn't. This was their story, the one they needed her to know. She owed it to them to bear witness. The plane dropped suddenly, and Mia's stomach lurched. She could hear the screech of tearing metal, could smell the acrid stench of electrical fires. And below it all, a child's frightened whimper. The little girl with the teddy bear. "I'm sorry," Mia whispered, though she knew they couldn't hear her. I'm so sorry. The world tilted crazily, and then there was nothing but noise and pain and darkness. Mia screamed, the sound lost in the cacophony of destruction. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. Mia found herself back on the mountain trail, gasping for breath, her cheeks wet with tears she didn't remember shedding. The spirits were still there, watching her with somber eyes. The pilot stepped forward, his form flickering like a candle flame in a breeze. "Now you know," he said softly. "Now you understand." Mia nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. She understood, yes, but understanding brought with it a terrible responsibility. These lost souls were looking to her for help, for salvation. But how could she, a simple mountain climber, guide the dead to their rest? As if reading her thoughts, the little girl spoke up. "You can do it," she said, her voice filled with a child's unshakable faith. "You're special. That's why we chose you." Mia looked at the spirits surrounding her, each face etched with hope and expectation. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever lay ahead. "Okay," she said finally. "I don't know how, but I'll try. I'll help you find your way home." As the words left her mouth, Mia felt a shift in the air. The fog seemed to pulse, growing brighter for a moment before settling back into its eerie, luminescent state. She had made a promise, and somehow she knew the mountain itself had heard. There was no turning back now. Whatever fate had in store for Mia Caldwell, it lay ahead, shrouded in mist and mystery. With a silent prayer to whatever higher power might be listening, Mia took her first step into the unknown, the spirits of Flight 623 falling into step behind her. The fog swallowed them all, and the mountain kept its secrets. For now. Mia's boots scrabbled against loose shale as she stumbled backward, her heart thundering in her chest like a runaway freight train. The ghostly hand reaching for her face was both there and not there, a paradox made manifest in the swirling mist. She could see right through it, like looking through a window made of smoke, but she felt with bone-deep certainty that if those ephemeral fingers touched her skin, she'd feel it. "Jesus Christ," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Jesus H. Christ on a bicycle." The spirit. Because what else could you call a translucent man in clothes that went out of style when Eisenhower was president? Cocked its head to one side, regarding her with eyes that were too dark, too deep. When it spoke, its lips didn't move, but Mia heard the words clear as a bell inside her skull. "We mean you no harm, Mia Caldwell." Mia's back hit a tree trunk, rough bark scraping against her jacket. She hadn't even realized she was still retreating. "How do you know my name?" she demanded, fear making her voice sharp. The spirit's form flickered, like a candle flame in a breeze. "We know many things," it said, its inner voice carrying a note of infinite sadness. Too many things, perhaps. More figures were coalescing out of the mist now, forming a loose circle around Mia and the first spirit. Men, women, even a few children, all dressed in styles spanning decades. All with that same translucent quality, like mirages given form. Mia's gaze darted from one to another, her climbing-honed instincts screaming at her to find an escape route. But there was nowhere to go. The fog pressed in on all sides, a white wall that seemed to pulse with malevolent life. "What do you want?" she asked, hating the tremor in her voice. A woman stepped forward, or glided, really. Her feet didn't seem to quite touch the ground. She wore a stewardess uniform that might have been stylish in the 1960s, complete with a jaunty cap perched atop her perfectly coiffed hair. "We want what all lost souls want, dear," the stewardess said, her smile sad and sweet. "We want to go home." Home. The word echoed in Mia's mind, carrying with it a wave of longing so intense it brought tears to her eyes. She blinked them away furiously. "I don't understand," Mia said, fighting to keep her voice steady. "How can I help you go home? I'm just a climber, not a—" A ghost whisperer or whatever. The first spirit, the man in the outdated clothes, drifted closer. Mia pressed herself harder against the tree, as if she could somehow meld with the bark and disappear. "You have a gift, Mia Caldwell," the spirit said. "A sensitivity to the world beyond the veil. You can see us, hear us. Do you know how rare that is?" Mia shook her head mutely. This was insane. She was hallucinating, had to be. Maybe she'd fallen and hit her head. Maybe this was some kind of altitude sickness. As if reading her thoughts, a young boy materialized near her left elbow. He couldn't have been more than 10 when whatever happened to him happened. He clutched a tattered teddy bear to his chest. "You're not crazy, Miss Mia," the boy said, his voice high and clear. "We're real, I promise." To prove his point, the boy reached out and touched Mia's hand. She gasped at the contact. It wasn't physical, not really, but she felt it all the same. A coldness that went beyond temperature, a tingle that raced up her arm and straight to her heart. "Oh God," Mia breathed. "Oh God, you're real. You're all real." The reality of the situation crashed over her like a tidal wave. These weren't hallucinations. These were honest-to-God ghosts, spirits, whatever you wanted to call them. And they wanted her help. Mia's knees gave out and she slid down the trunk of the tree, landing hard on the damp earth. The spirits crowded around, their faces a mix of concern and hope. "I think," Mia said weakly, "I'm going to need a minute." The stewardess nodded sympathetically. "Of course, dear. Take all the time you need. We've waited this long after all." Mia closed her eyes, drawing in deep breaths of the cold, mist-laden air. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Just like her climbing instructor had taught her for dealing with panic on a difficult ascent. Slowly, her racing heart began to calm. When she opened her eyes again, the spirits were still there, watching her with infinite patience. Mia struggled to her feet, brushing dirt and leaves from her pants. "Okay," she said, surprising herself with how steady her voice sounded. "Okay. You're real, you're ghosts, and you need my help. I think I've got that part. But why me? Why here? Why now?" The man in the outdated clothes, Mia was starting to think of him as the leader, gestured around at the misty forest. "This mountain is special," he said. "A thin place where the veil between worlds is more permeable. We've been trapped here for so long, unable to move on. And then you came, with your gift, at just the right moment." "What moment?" Mia asked. The spirits exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, the stewardess spoke up. "The anniversary," she said softly. "It's been exactly 50 years since the crash." "Crash?" Mia repeated, a cold dread settling in her stomach. "What crash?" In response, the spirits' forms began to change. Mia watched in horrified fascination as cuts and bruises blossomed on spectral skin, as clothes became torn and bloodied. The leader's head was suddenly at an unnatural angle, his neck clearly broken. The stewardess's perfect hair was matted with blood. "Oh, Jesus," Mia whispered, bile rising in her throat. The little boy with the teddy bear stepped forward. Half of his face was now a ruined mess, but his voice was still clear and sweet. "It was a bad storm," he said. "The plane couldn't stay up. We fell out of the sky." Images flashed through Mia's mind, not her own memories, but vivid nonetheless. A plane bucking in violent turbulence, oxygen masks dropping, the sickening lurch as the aircraft began to dive. Screams of terror cut short by a deafening impact. Mia doubled over, retching. Nothing came up but bile. She hadn't eaten since breakfast, hours ago in another lifetime. When the dry heaves subsided, she straightened up, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm so sorry that happened to you." The spirits' appearances gradually returned to their less gruesome states. The leader nodded gravely. "We've been stuck here since that day," he said. "Unable to move on, unable to find peace. But you can help us, Mia. You can guide us to the other side. Mia laughed, a sound with no humor in it. Guide you? I don't know the first thing about whatever this is. I'm a mountain climber, not a medium. But you have the gift, the stewardess insisted. We can sense it. You just need to learn how to use it. Mia shook her head, overwhelmed. This is insane. I don't. She trailed off as the little boy approached her again. He held out his teddy bear, offering it to her with a solemn expression. Please, Miss Mia, he said. We just want to go home. Don't you want to go home too? Mia stared at the battered stuffed animal, then at the hopeful faces of the spirits surrounding her. She thought about the life she'd left behind at the foot of the mountain, about the people waiting for her to return. And she realized that, crazy as it seemed, she couldn't just walk away from this. With a shaky hand, she reached out and touched the teddy bear. A jolt of energy passed through her, accompanied by a flood of images. A happy family, an excited boy boarding his first plane, a mother's last desperate hug as the oxygen masks dropped. Mia gasped, snatching her hand back. But in that moment, she knew. She knew that somehow she was meant to help these lost souls. Okay, she said softly, then louder. Okay. I don't know how, but I'll try. I'll help you find your way home. A collective sigh seemed to pass through the gathered spirits, stirring the mist around them. The leader smiled, a gesture both grateful and sad. Thank you, Mia Caldwell, he said. Our journey begins now. Are you ready? Mia looked around at the misty forest, at the impossible beings surrounding her, at the mountain that suddenly seemed so much more than just a pile of rock and trees. She took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. Ready as I'll ever be, she said. And with that, Mia took her first step into a world beyond her understanding, the lost souls of Flight 623 falling into step behind her. The fog swirled around them, concealing them from mortal eyes as they began their journey into the unknown. The mountain kept its secrets, and the adventure, terrifying, wondrous, and utterly unpredictable, had only just begun. The world around Mia Caldwell had become a swirling vortex of mist and memory. As she stumbled forward, guided by the ethereal presence of the spirits, flashes of their past lives bombarded her senses. It was as if someone had taken a film reel of the crash and was projecting it directly into her mind, frame by agonizing frame. Jesus, Mia muttered, her voice hoarse. It's like being inside a goddamn blender. The spirit of the pilot, she'd started thinking of him as Captain John, though she wasn't sure if that was his real name, materialized beside her. His form flickered like a bad television signal. I apologize for the discomfort, Miss Caldwell, he said, his voice echoing in her head. The process of sharing our memories can be intense. Mia snorted. Intense? That's one way to put it. I feel like my brain's being scrambled. As if to punctuate her point, another vision slammed into her consciousness. She saw a stewardess, the same one she'd spoken to earlier, smiling as she handed out drinks. Then, in a heartbeat, that same face was contorted in terror as the plane plummeted from the sky. Mia stumbled, nearly losing her footing on the treacherous mountain path. A cold, spectral hand steadied her, the little boy with the teddy bear. Careful, Miss Mia, he said, his voice small but clear. You don't want to fall. It's a long way down. She looked at the boy, struck again by the incongruity of his innocent face and the horrors he must have experienced. Thanks, kiddo, she managed. What's your name? Tommy, he replied, hugging his bear tighter. And this is Mr. Snuggles. Mia felt a lump form in her throat. Nice to meet you both, Tommy. Mr. Snuggles. Captain John's voice cut through the moment. We're nearing the site, he said. Brace yourself, Miss Caldwell. This next part, it won't be easy. Before Mia could ask what he meant, the mist before them parted like a curtain. revealing a small clearing. And there, scattered among the underbrush and half buried by decades of forest growth, lay the remnants of their final moments. "Oh, Christ," Mia breathed. Pieces of twisted metal glinted dully in the diffuse light. A tattered seat cushion hung from a tree branch like a macabre ornament. And there, half hidden by ferns, was what could only be a human bone. The spirits crowded around her, their forms becoming more solid, more real as they neared the crash site. Mia could feel their emotions washing over her: grief, fear, anger, and a desperate, aching longing. "This is where it happened," Captain John said softly, "where our journey was cut short." Mia swallowed hard, fighting back the urge to vomit. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "God, I'm so sorry." Tommy tugged at her sleeve. "Miss Mia, can you help us now? Can you help us go home?" She looked down at the boy, at his hopeful face, and felt her heart break. I don't know how, Tommy. I wish I did, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do." The stewardess, Sarah, Mia suddenly knew her name was Sarah, stepped forward. "You need to see," she said. "You need to understand." Before Mia could ask what she meant, Sarah reached out and touched her forehead. The world exploded into chaos. Mia was on the plane, strapped into a seat. The cabin shuddered violently, oxygen masks dangling uselessly. A woman next to her was praying in rapid Spanish. A man across the aisle was screaming. Then she was in the cockpit, watching as Captain John fought with unresponsive controls, his co-pilot slumped unconscious beside him. She was in the galley, bracing against the wall as Sarah tried desperately to secure loose items. She was Tommy, clutching Mr. Snuggles and crying for his mother. And then, with a sickening lurch, she was falling, the ground rushing up to meet them in a symphony of screeching metal and terrified screams. Mia came back to herself with a gasp, falling to her knees in the damp earth of the clearing. Tears streamed down her face, and she realized she was sobbing. "I'm sorry," she choked out between gasps. "I'm so sorry." The spirits gathered around her, their presence oddly comforting despite the horror of what she'd just experienced. "Now you understand," Captain John said gently. "Now you know why we can't move on. Why we're trapped here." Mia looked up at him, wiping her eyes. "But why? Why can't you, I don't know, go into the light or whatever?" Sarah knelt beside her, her spectral form shimmering. "Because we're not at peace," she explained. "We left behind so much unfinished business, so many regrets." "And that's why you need me?" Mia asked. "To help you find peace?" Captain John nodded. "You have a gift, Miss Caldwell, a connection to our world. You can help us resolve what's holding us here." Mia stood on shaky legs, looking around at the assembled spirits. "But how? What am I supposed to do?" Tommy held out Mr. Snuggles to her. "You could start by helping me find my mommy," he said. "I never got to say goodbye." Mia felt her heart constrict. She reached out to touch the stuffed bear, and as her fingers brushed its worn fur, another vision hit her. A woman, older now but with Tommy's eyes, sitting alone in a room full of photographs. She was holding a picture of a smiling boy, Tommy, and weeping silently. The vision faded, leaving Mia gasping. "Your mom," she said to Tommy. "She's still alive. She misses you so much." Tommy's eyes widened. "Really? Can we go see her?" Mia looked at Captain John, uncertain. "Can we? Is that even possible?" The pilot's form flickered. "It's complicated. We're bound to this place, this mountain. But with your help, perhaps we could reach out, make contact." Sarah nodded eagerly. "Yes, if we could just let our loved ones know we're okay, that we're still here in some way. Maybe then we could find peace." Mia ran a hand through her hair, her mind reeling. "So what, I'm supposed to be some kind of supernatural messenger service? Delivering ghostly goodbye notes?" "It's more than that," Captain John said. "You'd be helping us complete our journey, helping us find the closure we need to move on." Mia looked around the clearing, at the scattered remnants of the crash. at the hopeful faces of the spirits. She thought about Tommy's mother, still grieving after all these years. About all the families left behind, never knowing what really happened to their loved ones. She took a deep breath. "Okay," she said. "Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you, but I have no idea how to even start." Captain John smiled, the first real smile she'd seen from him. "That's where this comes in," he said, gesturing to a spot near the base of a gnarled old tree. Mia approached cautiously. Half buried in the leaf litter was a battered metal box, a flight recorder. "The black box," Mia breathed. "Not so black, is it?" Sarah said with a hint of gallows humor. Mia knelt down, brushing away years of accumulated forest debris. The box was dented and corroded, but intact. "This could explain what happened," she said. "It could give your families answers." Captain John nodded solemnly. "More than that, Ms. Caldwell. It could give us the peace we need to move on, but we can't interact with the physical world. We need you to be our hands, our voice." Mia grasped the flight recorder, surprised by its weight. As her fingers closed around it, she felt a jolt of energy, like static electricity but stronger. The voices of the spirits seemed to crescendo in her mind, a chorus of hope and longing. She stood, clutching the box to her chest. "All right," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "Let's do this. Let's bring you all home." As if in response to her words, the mist around them began to shift and swirl. Mia felt a change in the air, a sense of momentum building. Whatever journey she had stumbled into, it was clear that it was only just beginning. Tommy smiled up at her, his spectral hand slipping into hers. "Thank you, Miss Mia," he said. "I knew you could help us." Mia squeezed his hand, marveling at how real it felt despite its ethereal nature. "I hope so, Tommy," she said. "I really hope so." With the flight recorder in one hand and a ghost child's hand in the other, Mia took her first step on a path she never could have imagined. The mist closed in around them, and the mountain kept its secrets, waiting to see what revelations the coming days would bring. The weight of the flight recorder in Mia's hands felt like an anchor, tethering her to a reality she was still struggling to comprehend. The mist swirled around her, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of the spectral passengers of Flight 623. Their eyes, filled with a mix of hope and desperation, bore into her very soul. "So," Mia said, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the eerie silence, "what exactly am I supposed to do with this?" She hefted the battered black box. Captain John materialized beside her, his form flickering like a faulty light bulb. "That, Miss Caldwell, is our key to understanding, and perhaps our ticket to moving on." Mia snorted, a humorless sound. "Right, because I'm sure I can just pop this open and play it on my iPhone. Got any other brilliant ideas, Captain?" The ghost of Sarah, the stewardess, drifted closer. "We understand your frustration, Mia, but please, you must try. For all of us." Mia felt a tug on her jacket and looked down to see Tommy, the spectral child, gazing up at her with those impossibly sad eyes. "Please, Miss Mia," he said, his voice small and echoing. "I want to see my mommy again." The lump in Mia's throat threatened to choke her. She swallowed hard, trying to think rationally despite the surreal circumstances. "Okay, let's think this through. I'm stuck on a mountain, surrounded by ghosts, holding a flight recorder from a decades-old plane crash. My options are... what, exactly?" Captain John's form solidified slightly as he considered her words. "You have two paths before you, Miss Caldwell. You can continue your climb, try to reach civilization, and bring our story to light. Or, Mia prompted, arching an eyebrow. "Or you can help us find peace here and now," the captain finished. "Use your unique abilities to bridge the gap between our world and yours. Help us complete our unfinished business." Mia laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. "My unique abilities? In case you haven't noticed, Captain, I'm a mountain climber, not a medium. I don't have any abilities beyond being able to see you, which, frankly, I'm still not entirely convinced isn't some kind of altitude-induced hallucination. As if in response to her words, the mist around them thickened, pressing in close. Mia felt a chill that went beyond the physical cold, a bone-deep sensation of otherworldliness that made her skin crawl. Sarah stepped forward, her ghostly hand reaching out, but stopping just short of touching Mia. You have more power than you know, Mia. We can sense it. You're a beacon in the darkness to us, a light that can guide us home. Mia shook her head, feeling overwhelmed. This is insane. All of it. I should be focusing on getting down this mountain alive, not playing Ghost Whisperer to a bunch of lost souls, Tommy supplied helpfully, hugging his spectral teddy bear close. Right. Lost souls. Mia ran a hand through her hair, her mind racing. Look, I sympathize with your situation, I really do. But I'm not equipped for this. I don't know the first thing about helping ghosts move on or whatever it is you need. Captain John's form flickered, his expression grave. Time is not on our side, Ms. Caldwell. We've been trapped here for decades, unable to find peace. And now, with the anniversary of the crash approaching, we fear our window of opportunity may be closing. What do you mean? Mia asked, a sense of dread creeping over her. The captain's voice took on an ominous tone. There are forces at work here that we don't fully understand. The longer we remain, the more we risk becoming something else, something less than human. As if to illustrate his point, the mist around them darkened, taking on a malevolent quality. Mia could have sworn she heard whispers at the edge of her perception, angry and insistent. Jesus, she muttered, clutching the flight recorder tighter. So what you're saying is, if I don't help you, you might turn into... what, evil spirits? Sarah nodded solemnly. We've seen it happen to others. Lost souls who've been trapped too long, consumed by their own anger and regret. They become twisted, dangerous. Mia felt a chill run down her spine that had nothing to do with the mountain air. She looked at Tommy, imagining his innocent face contorted with malice, and shuddered. I can't let that happen, she said softly. Then you'll help us? Tommy asked, hope shining in his ethereal eyes. Mia hesitated, weighing her options. On one hand, her every instinct screamed at her to get off this god-forsaken mountain as quickly as possible, to write this whole experience off as a bad dream or a momentary lapse in sanity. But on the other hand, she looked at the faces of the spirits surrounding her, Captain John, bearing the weight of responsibility for his fallen passengers. Sarah, her kind eyes filled with a longing to complete her final journey, and Tommy, so young, so innocent, trapped between worlds. Ah, hell, Mia sighed. I must be out of my mind, but... okay, I'll try to help you. But I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing, so don't get your hopes up. A collective sigh of relief seemed to pass through the gathered spirits. The oppressive darkness in the mist receded slightly, replaced by a soft, almost hopeful glow. Thank you, Ms. Caldwell, Captain John said, his voice thick with emotion. Your courage gives us hope. Mia snorted. Courage, insanity, tomato, tomato. So what's our first move, Captain? The ghost of the pilot gestured towards a rocky outcropping nearby. We need to establish a base of operations, somewhere safe where you can work with the flight recorder and we can gather our strength. Mia nodded, hefting her backpack. Lead the way then. But fair warning, if this turns out to be the setup for some kind of cabin-in-the-woods situation, I'm out. As they made their way through the misty forest, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, not just by the spirits of Flight 623, but by something else. Something older, something that called this mountain home long before any plane fell from the sky. They reached the outcropping, which turned out to conceal the entrance to a small cave. As Mia ducked inside, she was surprised to find it dry and relatively warm, protected from the elements. Cozy, she remarked, setting down her pack and the flight recorder. So, what now? Captain John's form solidified as he entered the cave. Now, Ms. Caldwell, we begin the real work. Are you ready to delve into the mysteries of life, death, and what lies beyond? Mia laughed, a slightly hysterical edge to the sound. Ready? Captain, I'm about as far from ready as a person can get. But I guess we don't really have a choice, do we? The ghostly pilot shook his head solemnly. I'm afraid not. The wheel is in motion now, and we must see where it takes us. As if in response to his words, the flight recorder emitted a soft, static-like hiss. Mia jumped, staring at the device with wide eyes. Did you hear that? She asked. The spirits nodded, gathering closer around the black box. Tommy reached out a spectral hand, his fingers passing through the metal surface. It's waking up, the boy said, his voice filled with wonder. It remembers. Mia felt a shiver run down her spine. As she looked at the battered flight recorder, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was standing on the precipice of something vast and unknowable. Whatever journey she had stumbled into, there was no turning back now. All right, she said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Let's see what secrets this thing holds. For better or for worse, we're in this together now. As the spirits gathered around her, their forms flickering with anticipation, Mia reached out and placed her hand on the flight recorder. The static hiss grew louder, and for a moment, she could have sworn she heard voices, distant screams and desperate prayers echoing across the decades. The adventure that had begun with an ordinary climb had now become something far more extraordinary. And as the mist swirled outside the cave entrance, Mia Caldwell prepared to take her first real step into a world beyond her understanding. A world where the line between life and death was as thin and shifting as the mountain fog. The cave seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy as Mia Caldwell sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, the battered flight recorder resting in her lap. The spirits of Flight 623 hovered around her, their spectral forms flickering like candles in a draft. Okay, Mia muttered, more to herself than to her ghostly audience. Here goes nothing. She placed her hands on the black box, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a radio tuning into a distant station, she began to hear voices. At first, it was just static and fragments, a laugh here, a scream there. But as Mia focused, the sounds coalesced into something more coherent. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're experiencing some turbulence. Mia's eyes snapped open. Did you hear that? She asked, looking around at the spirits. Captain John nodded gravely. I remember those words. It was the last announcement I made before. He trailed off, but Mia didn't need him to finish. She could feel it. The rising panic, the sickening lurch as the plane began to plummet. It was as if the memories stored in the flight recorder were bleeding into her mind. Christ, she whispered, her hands shaking. This is intense. Sarah, the stewardess, drifted closer. You're doing wonderfully, Mia. Keep going. We need to know what happened. Swallowing hard, Mia closed her eyes again and focused on the recorder. The voices grew louder, more insistent. Mayday, Mayday. This is Flight 623. We've lost engine 1 and 2. Repeat. We've lost. A burst of static cut through the transmission, making Mia wince. When it cleared, she could hear alarms blaring in the background and the terrified voices of passengers. Mommy, I'm scared. Our Father, who art in heaven. I love you, I love you, I lo... Mia jerked her hands away from the recorder, gasping. Tears streamed down her face and she realized she was shaking uncontrollably. Jesus, she choked out. I can't. It's too much. Tommy's small, spectral hand reached out to touch her arm. Though she couldn't feel it physically, a wave of comfort washed over her. It's okay, Miss Mia, the boy said softly. You don't have to do it all at once. Captain John nodded in agreement. The lad's right. Take a break, Miss Caldwell. We've waited this long, we can wait a bit longer. Mia wiped her eyes, trying to steady her breathing. No, she said after a moment. No, I need to keep going. You all deserve answers, and peace. With trembling hands, she reached for the recorder again. This time, As her fingers made contact, she was plunged into a full-blown vision. She was in the cockpit, alarms blaring as Captain John and his co-pilot fought with the controls. Through the windshield, she could see the mountain looming ever closer. Pull up, the co-pilot was screaming. I'm trying, Captain John shouted back. The hydraulics are shot. Mia felt a sickening lurch as the plane began its final descent. She wanted to close her eyes, to look away, but she couldn't. She was trapped in this moment, forced to witness the final seconds of Flight 623. The impact, when it came, was deafening. Metal screamed as it tore apart, and Mia felt a jolt of pain so intense it knocked her back into her own body. She fell backward, gasping, the flight recorder clattering to the cave floor beside her. The spirits crowded around, their faces a mix of concern and desperate hope. What did you see? Sarah asked urgently. What happened to us? Mia struggled to sit up, her head pounding. It was horrible. The plane, it just fell apart. There was nothing you could have done, she added, looking at Captain John. The ghostly pilot nodded solemnly. I suspected as much, but knowing for certain, it's both a relief and a burden. But why? Tommy asked, clutching his teddy bear tighter. Why did we crash? Mia shook her head. I'm not sure. There was something about the engines failing, but I don't know why. Maybe if I listen more. No, Sarah interrupted firmly. You've done enough for now, you need to rest. As much as Mia wanted to argue, she knew the ghostly stewardess was right. She felt drained, both physically and emotionally. Yeah, she agreed weakly. Yeah, okay, a little break wouldn't hurt. She leaned back against the cave wall, closing her eyes. The cave fell into an uneasy silence, broken only by the soft static emanating from the flight recorder. Mia must have dozed off because the next thing she knew, she was being jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream. Her eyes flew open to find the cave in chaos. The spirits were darting about in panic, their forms stretching and distorting like images in a funhouse mirror. The mist that had been lingering outside the cave entrance was now pouring in, bringing with it a bone-deep chill. What's happening? Mia shouted, scrambling to her feet. Captain John materialized beside her, his form flickering rapidly. It's starting, he said, his voice filled with dread. The change we warned you about. We're running out of time. As if to emphasize his point, one of the spirits, Mia couldn't tell who, let out another piercing wail. Its form twisted grotesquely, elongating and darkening until it barely resembled a human shape at all. Oh, God, Mia breathed, backing away. What do we do? Sarah appeared on her other side, her usually calm demeanor replaced by barely contained panic. You have to finish it, Mia. You have to help us move on before we all become that. She gestured at the writhing, misshapen spirit. Mia's gaze darted between the flight recorder and the tortured souls around her. Fear clawed at her throat, urging her to run, to get as far away from this nightmarish scene as possible. But then her eyes fell on Tommy. The spectral boy was huddled in a corner, clutching Mr. Snuggles and watching the chaos with wide, terrified eyes. When he saw Mia looking at him, he managed a small, brave smile. You can do it, Miss Mia, he said, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. I believe in you. Something inside Mia hardened at those words. She squared her shoulders and marched over to the flight recorder, scooping it up. All right, you son of a bitch, she growled at the device. No more games. Show me what I need to know. As her hands closed around the black box, the world around her faded away. She was back on the plane, but this time, she wasn't just an observer. She could feel everything, the biting cold as the cabin depressurized, the stomach lurching free fall, the final terrifying moments before impact. But more than that, she could feel the passengers' emotions. Their fear, yes, but also their love for those they were leaving behind. Their regrets for things left unsaid and undone. Their desperate hope for a miracle that never came. And suddenly, Mia understood. It wasn't just about solving the mystery of the crash. It was about acknowledging these souls, bearing witness to their final moments and helping them let go. With a gasp, she came back to herself. The cave was silent now, the spirits watching her with a mix of fear and hope. "I know what we need to do," Mia said, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. "It's time to say goodbye." As she spoke, a warm light began to fill the cave, pushing back the menacing mist. The spirits' forms stabilized, no longer flickering or distorting. Captain John stepped forward, a look of wonder on his face. "Ms. Caldwell," he said softly, "I believe you've just opened the door for us." Mia nodded, a bittersweet smile on her face. "Then let's get you all home," she said. "It's been a long flight, and I think it's finally time for you to land." As the light grew brighter, Mia prepared herself for the task ahead. She knew it wouldn't be easy, but as she looked at the grateful faces of the spirits around her, she also knew it would be worth it. The real journey was just beginning, and Mia Caldwell was ready to see it through to the end. The warm light that had filled the cave pulsed gently, like a living, breathing thing. Mia Caldwell stood at its center, the flight recorder clutched tightly to her chest. The spirits of Flight 623 hovered around her, their forms more solid now, more real than they had been since that fateful day decades ago. "Okay," Mia said, her voice barely above a whisper. "What now?" Captain John stepped forward, his ghostly uniform crisp and neat. "Now, Miss Caldwell, we begin the crossing, but I'm afraid it won't be as simple as just walking into the light." Mia groaned. "Of course not. Why would anything about this be simple?" Sarah, the stewardess, drifted closer. "Each of us has something holding us back. Unfinished business, if you will. We need your help to resolve these issues before we can move on." "Great," Mia muttered. "Ghost therapy. Just what I always wanted to do with my life." Tommy tugged at her sleeve, his small face serious. "Please, Miss Mia, we need you." Mia looked down at the spectral boy and felt her resolve strengthen. "All right, kid. Let's do this. Who's first?" As if in answer, an elderly man stepped forward. Mia hadn't noticed him before, but now she could see him clearly, stooped with age, wearing a cardigan and wire-rimmed glasses. "I am Dr. Samuel Whitaker," he said, his voice quavering slightly. "I was on my way to deliver a lecture on my life's work, a potential cure for a rare form of cancer. But now..." He gestured helplessly at his ghostly form. Mia nodded, understanding dawning. "Your research? You never got to share it." Dr. Whitaker's eyes filled with ghostly tears. All those lives that could have been saved, all that knowledge lost. Mia closed her eyes, concentrating on the flight recorder. Images flashed through her mind. Complex chemical formulas, years of meticulous research, the hope of countless patients. When she opened her eyes, she knew what she had to do. "Your work isn't lost, Dr. Whitaker," she said firmly. "It's all here, in your memories, and now it's in mine too. I promise you, when I get off this mountain, I'll make sure your research reaches the right people." The old man's form seemed to brighten. You can do that?" Mia nodded, surprised at her own certainty. "I can, and I will." Dr. Whitaker smiled, relief washing over his face. "Thank you, my dear. Thank you." His form began to fade, becoming translucent. With a final nod of gratitude, he stepped into the light and disappeared. "One down," Mia murmured. "Who's next?" A young woman in a bright yellow dress stepped forward. "I'm Jennifer," she said, twisting her hands nervously. I was eloping, running away to marry the man I loved, against my parents' wishes. But now..." She trailed off, looking lost. Mia felt a pang of sympathy. "You never got to tell him you were coming." Jennifer nodded, a sob catching in her throat. "He must have thought I changed my mind, that I didn't love him enough to go through with it." Mia closed her eyes again, focusing on the flight recorder. She saw flashes of a handsome young man waiting at an airport, his face falling as Jennifer's flight was announced as missing. She saw him years later, older now, placing flowers at a memorial. He knew, Mia said softly, opening her eyes. He figured it out, Jennifer. He never stopped loving you. Jennifer's eyes widened. Really? You're sure? Mia nodded. I'm sure. He's lived a good life, but he's never forgotten you, and he'll be waiting for you when it's his time. Jennifer's form began to glow. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for telling me. With a peaceful smile, she stepped into the light and vanished. One by one, the spirits came forward. A businessman who needed to know his company had survived without him. A mother who wanted assurance that her children had grown up happy. A teacher worried about the students she'd left behind. Mia helped them all, drawing on the strange power of the flight recorder to see the ripples their lives had left in the world. It was exhausting, emotionally and physically, but she pushed on, determined to see it through. Finally, only 3 spirits remained: Captain John, Sarah, and little Tommy. Sarah stepped forward first. I don't know what's holding me back, she admitted. I loved my job, but I didn't leave anyone behind. No family, no lover. I thought I was content, but now... Mia reached out, her hand passing through Sarah's spectral form, but somehow making contact all the same. Instantly, she was flooded with memories. Not just Sarah's, but those of the passengers she had served over the years. Oh, Sarah, Mia said, her voice thick with emotion. You touched so many lives. All those little kindnesses, the smiles, the reassuring words to nervous flyers. You made a difference every single day. Sarah's eyes widened. I did? Mia nodded. You did. And you're still doing it now. Helping all these lost souls find peace. You've earned your rest, Sarah. It's time to take care of yourself for a change. Sarah's form began to glow. Thank you, Mia, for everything. With a final, radiant smile, she stepped into the light. Captain John approached next, his face solemn. I know what's holding me back, Ms. Caldwell. It's guilt. I was the captain. These people were my responsibility, and I failed them. Mia shook her head firmly. No, Captain, you didn't fail anyone. I've seen what happened. You did everything you could. But it wasn't enough, he insisted. It was, Mia countered. You stayed at your post until the very end, trying to save the plane. And now you've stayed here watching over your passengers, helping them find peace. You've more than fulfilled your duty, Captain John. It's time to rest. The captain stood straighter, a weight seeming to lift from his shoulders. You really believe that? I know it, Mia said. And so do they. She gestured to the light, where the faint outlines of the other passengers could be seen, waiting. Captain John saluted, a tear rolling down his cheek. Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. It's been an honor. He turned and marched into the light, fading from view. And then there was only Tommy. The spectral boy looked up at Mia, clutching Mr. Snuggles tightly. Is it my turn now, Miss Mia? Mia knelt down, her heart breaking. Only if you're ready, Tommy. What's holding you back? Tommy's lower lip trembled. I'm scared. What if my mommy isn't there? What if she doesn't recognize me? Mia felt tears spring to her eyes. Oh, Tommy, your mom has never forgotten you, not for a single day, and she'll know you the instant she sees you, no matter what. Promise? Tommy asked, his voice small. I promise, Mia said firmly. And you know what? I bet she'll be so happy to see Mr. Snuggles, too. Tommy managed a small smile. Yeah? He looked at the light, then back at Mia. Will you come with me? Just to the edge? Mia nodded, swallowing past the lump in her throat. Of course, buddy. Let's go together. Hand in hand, they walked towards the light. As they reached its edge, Mia could swear she heard a woman's voice calling Tommy's name. Tommy's face lit up. Mommy, he called out. He looked up at Mia, beaming. She's here. She's waiting for me. Mia knelt down and hugged him. not caring that her arms passed through his spectral form. "Go on, Tommy. Go home." With a final wave, Tommy stepped into the light. For a moment, Mia saw him as he might have been, a grown man still with that innocent smile, before he faded from view. The light began to dim, the cave growing darker. Mia found herself alone, the flight recorder silent in her hands. She sank to her knees, overcome by emotion. "Goodbye," she whispered to the empty air. "Safe travels, all of you." As the last of the light faded, Mia became aware of a new sound, the whop-whop-whop of helicopter blades. Search and rescue, she realized. They'd found her. She looked down at the flight recorder, knowing it held the key to explaining what had happened to Flight 623 all those years ago. But it also held so much more. The stories, the loves, the lives of all those lost souls. As she heard voices calling her name from outside the cave, Mia made a silent vow. She would tell their stories. She would make sure they were remembered not just as victims of a tragedy, but as the vibrant, complex individuals they had been. It was the least she could do for her fellow travelers. Clutching the flight recorder to her chest, Mia Caldwell stood up and walked towards the cave entrance, ready to rejoin the world of the living. But she knew that a part of her would always remain on this mountain, in this cave, with the spirits of Flight 623, and somewhere beyond the veil between worlds she hoped they were finally at peace. The fluorescent lights of the hospital room buzzed incessantly, grating on Mia Caldwell's already frayed nerves. She sat on the edge of the bed, her legs dangling, staring at the battered flight recorder resting on the nearby table. It had been 3 days since her rescue from Mount Erebus, and the world she'd returned to felt alien and overwhelming. A soft knock on the door jolted her from her reverie. "Come in," she called, her voice hoarse from disuse. Dr. Elena Rodriguez entered, a kind smile on her face. "How are we feeling today, Ms. Caldwell?" Mia shrugged. "Physically? Fine. Mentally? I'm not so sure." Dr. Rodriguez pulled up a chair, her expression sympathetic. "That's understandable. You've been through quite an ordeal. Would you like to talk about it?" Mia's gaze drifted back to the flight recorder. "Would you believe me if I told you I spent 3 days helping the ghosts of a decades-old plane crash move on to the afterlife?" The doctor's eyebrows rose slightly, but her voice remained neutral. "I'd say that's quite a vivid experience. Can you tell me more about it?" For a moment, Mia considered lying, brushing it off as a hallucination brought on by altitude sickness and isolation. But the weight of the promises she'd made to those lost souls pressed down on her. "It started with the mist," Mia began, her voice low. "At first I thought it was just fog, but then..." She told Dr. Rodriguez everything, the spectral passengers, Captain John's guilt, little Tommy and his teddy bear. As she spoke, Mia felt a curious mix of relief and grief wash over her. When she finished, the doctor was silent for a long moment. Finally, she said, "That's quite a story, Ms. Caldwell. I can see why it's been affecting you so deeply." Mia laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. "You think I'm crazy, don't you?" Dr. Rodriguez shook her head. "I think you experienced something profound and traumatic, and your mind is working to process it. Whether it was a supernatural encounter or a coping mechanism doesn't change the fact that it was real to you." Mia blinked, surprised by the doctor's response. "So, what now?" "Now," Dr. Rodriguez said, standing up, "we work on integrating this experience into your life moving forward, and I believe there are some people here who might be able to help with that." She opened the door, revealing 2 men in suits waiting in the hallway. "Ms. Caldwell, these gentlemen are from the National Transportation Safety Board. They'd like to speak with you about what you found on the mountain." Mia straightened, a surge of purpose flowing through her. "Yes," she said firmly. "Yes. I think that's a good idea." As the men entered, Mia reached for the flight recorder. It was time to fulfill her promises. The next few weeks passed in a blur of debriefings, interviews, and examinations. The flight recorder, miraculously still functional after all these years, provided valuable data about the final moments of Flight 623. Mia's account of her visions, carefully edited to omit the more supernatural elements, helped fill in the gaps. But it wasn't enough. The dry facts and figures couldn't capture the essence of the people she'd met, the lives cut short on that mountain. So, in the quiet hours of the night, Mia began to write. She wrote about Dr. Whitaker's cancer research, tracking down his old colleagues and making sure his work was continued. She wrote about Jennifer and her lost love, reuniting the man with the family of the woman he'd never stopped loving. She wrote about Sarah's small kindnesses, inspiring a new generation of flight attendants to see their job as more than just serving drinks. And she wrote about Tommy. 1 month after her rescue, Mia found herself standing in front of a small house in suburbia, a thick manila envelope clutched in her hands. Her finger hovered over the doorbell as doubt gnawed at her. What if she was wrong? What if this only brought more pain? Before she could decide, the door opened. An elderly woman stood there, her eyes widening in recognition. "You're that climber," she said. "The one who found the plane. I saw you on the news." Mia nodded. "Mrs. Parker, I'm Mia Caldwell. I have something for you. About Tommy." The woman's hand flew to her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. "Tommy? My Tommy? Maybe we should sit down," Mia suggested gently. Inside, surrounded by photos of a smiling boy forever frozen in time, Mia told Tommy's mother everything, about his bravery, his kindness, his love for Mr. Snuggles. With each word, she watched as decades of grief and uncertainty melted away from Mrs. Parker's face. "He wasn't alone," the older woman whispered, clutching a photo of Tommy to her chest. "All these years I've imagined him scared and alone, but he wasn't." Mia reached out, squeezing Mrs. Parker's hand. "No, he wasn't. And he never forgot you. Not for a second." As she left the house hours later, Mia felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She'd kept her promise. She'd brought Tommy home. But her journey wasn't over. There were more stories to tell, more lives to honor. The spirits of Flight 623 might have moved on, but their impact lingered in the world of the living. Mia walked down the quiet suburban street, her mind already turning to the next chapter she needed to write. She had been given a gift, a terrible, beautiful, life-changing gift, and she intended to use it. As she reached her car, a cool breeze rustled the leaves of a nearby tree. For just a moment, Mia could have sworn she heard the echo of a child's laughter, the faint sound of a teddy bear's squeaker. She smiled, looking up at the clear blue sky. "Safe travels," she whispered. Then she got in her car and drove towards her next destination, carrying the stories of the lost with her. Months turned into years, and Mia Caldwell's life took on a rhythm she never could have imagined before her fateful climb. She became a sort of spiritual detective, seeking out the families of Flight 623's passengers, helping to heal old wounds and bring closure. Her book, Echoes from Erebus, became an unexpected bestseller. It was part investigative journalism, part memorial, and part ghost story. Critics didn't quite know what to make of it, but readers resonated with the tales of love, loss, and unexpected connections across time. On the 5th anniversary of her encounter on the mountain, Mia found herself back in that small cave, now marked with a memorial plaque. She sat on a rock, looking out over the vast expanse of wilderness that had nearly claimed her life. "I kept my promises," she said to the empty air. I hope you're all at peace now." A familiar mist began to curl around her feet, and for a heart-stopping moment Mia thought she might see ghostly figures emerging from the gloom. But the mist remained just mist, and the cave stayed silent save for the whisper of the wind. As she stood to leave, Mia noticed something half buried in the loose shale near the cave entrance. She bent down, brushing away dirt and pebbles, and felt her breath catch in her throat. It was a small, battered teddy bear. With trembling hands, Mia picked it up. It was solid and real, showing signs of age and exposure to the elements. But there was no doubt in her mind. This was Mr. Snuggles. "How?" she whispered, turning the stuffed animal over in her hands. There was no logical explanation for the bear's presence. It should have disintegrated decades ago, if it had even survived the initial crash. And yet, here it was, a tangible reminder of a little boy's love and a journey beyond death itself. Mia clutched Mr. Snuggles to her chest, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, she knew with absolute certainty that her experience had been real. The ghosts, the visions, the crossing, all of it had happened. And with that knowledge came a renewed sense of purpose. There were more stories out there, more lost souls in need of a voice. Mia Caldwell had found her calling, bridging the gap between the world of the living and the echoes of the dead. As she made her way back down the mountain, Mr. Snuggles secure in her backpack, Mia felt a sense of peace settle over her. The journey that had begun in terror and confusion had led her to a place of understanding and purpose. She couldn't see or hear the spirits anymore, but she knew they were out there. And as long as she kept telling their stories, kept honoring their memories, they would never truly be gone. Mia Caldwell, the reluctant medium, the keeper of lost tales, stepped out of the mist and into her future, ready for whatever spectral adventures awaited her. Next 10 years had passed since Mia Caldwell's fateful encounter on Mount Erebus. Her life had settled into a rhythm, alternating between book tours, investigations of paranormal claims, and quiet periods of writing. But lately, something had been nagging at the edges of her consciousness, a persistent whisper she couldn't quite make out. It was on a crisp autumn evening that everything changed. Mia was in her study, surrounded by stacks of letters from readers sharing their own ghostly encounters when her phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number with an Alaska area code. "Hello?" she answered, curiosity piqued. A gruff, elderly voice responded. "Is this Mia Caldwell, the author of Echoes from Erebus?" "Yes, this is she. Who am I speaking with?" There was a pause, filled with the sound of labored breathing. "My name is Frank Kowalski. I was the air traffic controller on duty the night Flight 623 went down." Mia's breath caught in her throat. In all her research, all her interviews, she'd never managed to track down the controller. "Mr. Kowalski, I've been hoping to speak with you for years." "Yeah, well, I ain't been too keen on talking about it," Frank growled. "But things have been happening, Ms. Caldwell. Strange things. And after reading your book, I think you might be the only one who'd understand." Mia leaned forward, her heart racing. "What kind of strange things, Mr. Kowalski?" "Voices," he whispered. "I've been hearing voices and seeing things, flickering lights, shadows moving when they shouldn't, and always that damned radio static." A chill ran down Mia's spine. "How long has this been happening?" "Started about a month ago," Frank said. "At first, I thought I was just losing my marbles. But then I heard the captain's voice. Clear as day, like he was standing right next to me. 'We're going down,' he said. Just like that night." Mia's mind raced. Could it be possible? After all this time, were the spirits of Flight 623 reaching out again? "Mr. Kowalski," she said carefully, "I know this might sound strange, but I need you to listen to me. What you're experiencing, it might be real, and I think I might be able to help." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Finally, Frank spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "I'm an old man, Ms. Caldwell. I ain't got much time left. If there's a chance to make things right." "I understand," Mia said softly. "I'll be on the next flight to Alaska." 48 hours later, Mia found herself standing on the porch of a weathered cabin on the outskirts of Anchorage. The wind whipped around her, carrying with it the first hints of winter. She raised her hand to knock, but the door swung open before she could make contact. Frank Kowalski was a bear of a man, despite his advanced age. His white hair stuck out in all directions, and his rheumy eyes peered at Mia with a mixture of hope and suspicion. "You the ghost lady?" he grunted. Mia nodded. Mia Caldwell. Thank you for having me, Mr. Kowalski. He stepped aside, allowing her to enter. The cabin was cluttered, but clean, every surface covered with books, papers, and what looked like old radio equipment. You want coffee? Frank asked, shuffling towards the kitchen. Please, Mia replied, taking in her surroundings. Her eyes were drawn to a wall covered in newspaper clippings, all related to the crash of Flight 623. In the center was a black and white photo of a much younger Frank, looking shell-shocked in his air traffic controller uniform. That was taken the day after, Frank said, noticing her gaze. Worst day of my life. Mia turned to him, accepting the mug of coffee he offered. Mr. Kowalski, can you tell me exactly what's been happening? Frank sank into an armchair with a heavy sigh. It started with the dreams, vivid ones, like I was back in that control tower. I could hear the pilot's voice, the panic. But when I woke up, the voices didn't stop. He leaned forward, his eyes intense. I'd hear snippets of conversation like I was picking up radio transmissions. But it wasn't just the crew. It was passengers too. A little boy asking for his mother. A woman praying. And always that damned static in the background. Mia felt a familiar chill run down her spine. And the visual phenomena? Frank nodded. Shadows moving when they shouldn't. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'd see people, just for a second, mind you. But they'd be there, dressed like they stepped out of the 70s. And then they'd be gone. Mia set down her coffee mug, her mind racing. Mr. Kowalski, I know this might be difficult, but I need you to tell me everything you remember about that night. Every detail, no matter how small. For the next hour, Frank talked. He described the routine start to his shift, the first signs of trouble, the growing realization that something had gone terribly wrong. His voice grew hoarse as he recounted the final, desperate communications with the flight crew. I should have done more, he said, his voice breaking. Should have found a way to guide them down safely. Mia leaned forward, placing a comforting hand on his arm. Mr. Kowalski, Frank, listen to me. There was nothing more you could have done. The crash wasn't your fault. Frank's eyes filled with tears. Try telling that to the ghosts, he whispered. As if on cue, the lights in the cabin flickered. A burst of static filled the air, making both Mia and Frank jump. It's happening again, Frank said, his voice tight with fear. Mia closed her eyes, focusing on the static the way she had with the flight recorder all those years ago. At first, there was nothing but noise, but then, slowly, she began to make out voices. Not your fault. Did everything you could. Thank you for trying. Mia's eyes snapped open. Frank, she said urgently, they're not here to blame you. They're trying to thank you. Frank stared at her, disbelief warring with hope on his weathered face. What? The static grew louder, and this time, even Frank could make out the words. Not your fault, son. You did your best. It was Captain John's voice, as clear as if he were standing in the room with them. Frank broke down, decades of pent-up guilt and grief pouring out of him. Mia held his hand as he wept, feeling the presence of the spirits all around them. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the cabin, Mia felt a shift in the air. The static faded, replaced by a sense of peace. They're moving on, she said softly. Really moving on this time. Frank looked up, his face tear-stained but calmer than she'd seen it. You think so? Mia nodded. I think they were waiting. For you. To forgive yourself. Frank was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he stood up and walked to the wall of newspaper clippings. With trembling hands, he began to take them down. Reckon it's time I let this go, he said. Time we all did. As Mia helped him clear the wall, she felt a weight lift from her own shoulders. The journey that had begun on that mountain a decade ago was finally, truly coming to an end. Later that night, as Mia prepared to leave, Frank stopped her at the door. "Ms. Caldwell," he said, "thank you for listening, for believing." Mia smiled. "Thank you for trusting me with your story, Frank. And please call me Mia." As she walked to her rental car, Mia looked up at the star-filled Alaskan sky. For a moment, she could have sworn she saw a plane flying overhead, its lights twinkling like a farewell. "Safe travels," she whispered, an echo of words spoken long ago in a misty cave. The wind carried her words away, and Mia Caldwell drove off into the night, leaving behind a cabin where long-held ghosts had finally found their peace. As she headed towards the airport and whatever new adventure awaited her, Mia felt a sense of completion. The story of Flight 623 had come full circle. The lost had been found, the restless put to ease. And though she knew there would always be more tales to tell, more spirits in need of voice, Mia also knew that this chapter of her life was closing. As she boarded her flight home, Mia smiled at the flight attendant, thinking of Sarah and her small kindnesses. She looked out the window as the plane took off, imagining Captain John at the controls, guiding them safely through the sky. And as sleep finally claimed her, Mia dreamed of a little boy and his teddy bear, walking hand in hand into a warm, welcoming light. At last, truly at last, everyone was home. Mia Caldwell stood at the podium, her hands trembling slightly as she surveyed the packed auditorium. It had been 15 years since her encounter on Mount Erebus, and her life had taken turns she never could have imagined. She was here to deliver the keynote address at the International Symposium on Paranormal Research, a gathering that would have seemed laughable to her former self. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, her voice steady despite her nerves, "we stand at the threshold of a new frontier, not of space or of technology, but of consciousness itself." As she spoke, weaving together tales of her experiences and the scientific studies they had inspired, Mia felt a familiar prickle at the back of her neck. She glanced towards the back of the auditorium, half expecting to see a shimmer of mist or a flickering apparition. But there was nothing out of the ordinary, just rows of attentive faces. After her speech, as Mia was shaking hands and signing books, a young woman approached her. There was something about her that made Mia pause, a certain intensity in her eyes perhaps, or the way the air seemed to buzz faintly around her. "Ms. Caldwell," the woman said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I need your help, please." Mia studied her closely. "What's your name?" "Lily. Lily Chen. And I think I'm like you. I see things, hear things, things that can't be real, but are." A chill ran down Mia's spine. In all her years of research and investigation, she'd never encountered anyone else with abilities quite like hers. "Let's find somewhere quiet to talk," she said, guiding Lily away from the crowd. They found an empty conference room, its stark fluorescent lighting a sharp contrast to the charged atmosphere between them. Lily sat down, her hands twisting nervously in her lap. "When did it start?" Mia asked gently. Lily took a shaky breath. "About 6 months ago. I was hiking in the Rockies and I got caught in a freak snowstorm. I thought I was going to die. And then I saw them." "Them?" "Ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them. People who had died on that mountain. They guided me to safety." Lily's eyes filled with tears. "I thought I was losing my mind. But then I read your book, and I knew I wasn't alone." Mia reached out, squeezing Lily's hand. "You're not alone. But Lily, this gift, because it is a gift, even if it doesn't feel like it sometimes, it comes with a responsibility. These souls reach out to us for a reason." Lily nodded vigorously. "I know. That's why I'm here. There's something happening, Ms. Caldwell. Something big. The spirits, they're agitated. Scared, even. They keep talking about a coming darkness. A void that's swallowing everything." Mia felt her blood run cold. "What do you mean, a void?" "I don't know exactly, but it's like like something is disrupting the natural order. Souls that should be moving on are getting stuck, or worse, disappearing entirely. Lily leaned forward, her eyes intense. And it's not just me. I've been in touch with others like us online. It's happening all over the world. Mia sat back, her mind reeling. She thought of the spirits of Flight 623, of little Tommy and his teddy bear. Had they truly found peace, or were they in danger of being swallowed by this mysterious void? We need to investigate this, Mia said firmly. Gather evidence, compare notes with others who have experienced similar phenomena. This could be bigger than anything we've encountered before. Lily nodded, relief washing over her face. You believe me? You'll help? Of course I'll help. But Lily, you need to understand. This won't be easy. Or safe. Dealing with the paranormal, it takes a toll. I know, Lily said softly. But I can't ignore it. These souls, they need us. Mia smiled, recognizing the same determination that had driven her all these years. All right then, let's get to work. Over the next few months, Mia and Lily traveled across the country, investigating hotspots of paranormal activity. They spoke with other sensitives, piecing together a pattern that grew more alarming with each new piece of information. It was in a small town in Maine, fittingly enough, that they encountered their first direct evidence of the void. They stood in the town's old cemetery, the air thick with fog and an oppressive sense of wrongness. Do you feel that? Lily whispered, her breath visible in the cold air. Mia nodded, her skin crawling. It's like the air is being sucked away. Suddenly the fog parted, revealing a sight that made both women gasp. A swirling vortex of darkness hung in the air, tendrils of inky blackness reaching out towards the gravestones. And there, at the edge of the void, was a familiar figure. Tommy, Mia breathed, her heart racing. The spectral boy turned, his face a mask of terror. Miss Mia, help me. Without thinking, Mia lunged forward, her hand outstretched. But Lily held her back. Wait, Lily cried. It's not real. It's using your memories against you. As if to prove her point, Tommy flickered, his form shifting into something altogether more sinister. A writhing mass of darkness with glowing red eyes. Very clever, it hissed, its voice like nails on a chalkboard. But you can't stop what's coming. The barrier between worlds is weakening, and soon, all will be consumed. With a sound like tearing fabric, the void collapsed in on itself, leaving behind nothing but an empty, fog-shrouded cemetery. Mia sank to her knees, shaking. What? What was that thing? Lily knelt beside her, her face pale. I don't know, but I think it's what's been taking the souls, and it's getting stronger. As they made their way back to their hotel, Mia's mind raced. The entity in the cemetery had used her memories of Tommy against her, which meant it can read our minds, she said suddenly. Or at least, it can access our memories of the spirits we've encountered. Lily nodded slowly, which means we're connected to it somehow. Maybe that's why we have these abilities in the first place. We're like beacons, drawing in lost souls. And now something is taking advantage of that connection, Mia finished grimly. They spent the night poring over their notes, reaching out to their network of sensitives and researchers. A pattern began to emerge. The void phenomena were increasing in frequency and intensity, always centered around places with a history of death and loss. As dawn broke, Mia came to a decision. We need to go back, she said. Lily looked up from her laptop, confusion written across her face. Back where? To where it all started for me. Mount Erebus. Mia stood, pacing the small hotel room. Whatever this thing is, it's using our connections to the spirit world. And my connection, it all leads back to Flight 623. But that was years ago, Lily protested. You said those spirits moved on. Mia shook her head. I thought they did, but now, I'm not so sure. And even if they have, that place is still a nexus of spiritual energy. If we're going to find answers, that's where we need to look. Lily was quiet for a long moment, then nodded. Okay. When do we leave? 2 weeks later, Mia found herself once again at the base of Mount Erebus, the wind whipping around her as she adjusted her climbing gear. Lily stood beside her, looking both excited and terrified. Are you sure about this? Lily asked, eyeing the looming peak. Mia took a deep breath, memories of her first climb flooding back. No, she admitted, but it's our best shot at understanding what we're up against. As they began their ascent, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The mountain seemed to loom over them, its presence more oppressive than she remembered. They had just reached the halfway point when the mist began to roll in. Thick and unnatural, it surrounded them in moments, cutting visibility to mere feet. Mia, Lily called, her voice muffled by the fog. I don't like this. Stay close, Mia replied, reaching back to grab Lily's hand. Whatever happens, don't let go. They pressed on, the mist growing thicker with each step, and then just as they neared the cave where Mia had first encountered the spirits of Flight 623, they heard it, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. What is that? Lily whispered, clutching Mia's hand tighter. Before Mia could respond, the mist before them parted, revealing a sight that made her blood run cold. The void hung in the air, larger and more menacing than before, and arrayed before it, like a last line of defense, were the spirits of Flight 623. Captain John turned to face them, his spectral form flickering weakly. Ms. Caldwell, he said, his voice strained, you shouldn't have come back. What's happening? Mia asked, her voice shaking. I thought you had moved on. Sarah, the stewardess, shook her head sadly. We tried, but this darkness, it's pulling us back, trapping us. Little Tommy appeared, clutching Mr. Snuggles tightly. Miss Mia, we're scared. The bad thing wants to eat us. Mia felt tears prick at her eyes. I don't understand. What is that thing? It is the end, a new voice rumbled. From the void emerged a figure of swirling darkness, vaguely humanoid but constantly shifting. The final destination for all souls. And you, Mia Caldwell, you and others like you, have been most helpful in leading them to me. Mia stepped forward, placing herself between the entity and the spirits. No, I won't let you take them. The being laughed, a sound like breaking glass. You don't have a choice. You are a beacon, drawing lost souls to you. And now, you will be the instrument of their final journey. It reached out, dark tendrils snaking towards Mia. She braced herself, expecting pain, but instead felt a rush of energy unlike anything she'd ever experienced. In that moment, Mia Caldwell understood. She wasn't just a beacon for lost souls. She was a guardian, a protector, and she had work to do. Lily, she called out, her voice ringing with newfound power. Take my hand. We end this now. As Lily's hand clasped hers, Mia felt the energy surge between them. Light began to emanate from their joined hands, pushing back the darkness. The void entity howled in rage and pain. You cannot stop the inevitable. Watch us, Mia growled. With a final burst of energy, Mia and Lily pushed forward. The light expanded, enveloping the spirits of Flight 623 and driving back the void. For a moment, the mountain was bathed in brilliant, cleansing light. And then, silence. As the light faded, Mia found herself on her knees in the snow, Lily beside her. The mist was gone, revealing a clear, star-filled sky. Did we do it? Lily asked, her voice weak. Mia looked up to see the spirits of Flight 623 gathered around them, their forms more solid and peaceful than she'd ever seen them. Captain John stepped forward, a smile on his face. You did more than that, Miss Caldwell. You've given us a choice. One by one, the spirits began to fade, not into darkness, but into a warm, welcoming light. Tommy was the last to go, giving Mia a final wave before he disappeared. As the last of the spirits vanished, Mia felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. The journey that had begun on this mountain so many years ago had come full circle. But it wasn't an ending. It was a beginning. She turned to Lily, seeing the same mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration on the younger woman's face. "You ready to head back down?" Mia asked. Lily nodded, then paused. "What do we do now? I mean, that thing, it's still out there, isn't it?" Mia stood, brushing snow from her clothes. "Yes, it is. But now we know what we're up against, and we're not alone." As they began their descent, Mia's mind was already racing with plans. There were other sensitives to contact, research to be done, preparations to make. The void entity had called her a beacon, and it was right, but not in the way it had thought. Mia Caldwell was a beacon of hope for lost souls, a guardian against the darkness. And as long as there were spirits in need of guidance, she would be there to light the way. The mountain loomed behind them as they made their way down, a silent witness to the battle that had been fought and won. But Mia knew it was only the first of many. The war for the souls of the departed had only just begun, and she was ready for it. The old Victorian house creaked and groaned in the autumn wind, its weathered clapboards a stark contrast to the modern cars parked haphazardly in the overgrown driveway. Inside, the living room buzzed with nervous energy as a group of people, varied in age and appearance, but all bearing the same haunted look in their eyes, settled into chairs and couches. Mia Caldwell stood by the fireplace, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug of coffee. She surveyed the room, making eye contact with each person in turn. Lily Chen, her protege and partner in this strange new world, sat cross-legged on the floor, her laptop open in front of her. "All right," Mia said, her voice cutting through the murmur of conversation. "I know you all have questions. God knows I do too. But before we get into that, I want to thank you all for coming. What we're facing, it's bigger than any one of us." A man in his 50s, his salt and pepper hair sticking up as if he'd been running his hands through it constantly, spoke up. "What exactly are we facing, Ms. Caldwell? Your message was vague." Mia took a deep breath. "Dr. Ramirez, what I'm about to tell you will sound insane, but I need you all to keep an open mind. Our very reality depends on it." For the next hour, Mia and Lily recounted their experiences, from the spirits of Flight 623 to the terrifying encounter with the void entity on Mount Erebus. As they spoke, the room grew quieter, the air heavy with tension and disbelief. When they finished, silence reigned for several long moments. Then a young woman with vibrant blue hair and multiple piercings leaned forward. "So, let me get this straight. There's some kind of cosmic vacuum cleaner trying to suck up all the ghosts? And we're, what, the Ghostbusters?" Despite the gravity of the situation, Mia couldn't help but chuckle. "Not quite, Zoe. We're more like lighthouses, beacons for lost souls. And now, apparently, their last line of defense against whatever this void entity is." Dr. Ramirez shook his head, his scientific mind clearly struggling with the concept. This is beyond anything we've ever encountered in parapsychology. If what you're saying is true, we're talking about a fundamental shift in our understanding of life, death, and the very nature of consciousness." "It's true," a quiet voice said from the corner. All eyes turned to the speaker, an elderly woman wrapped in a colorful shawl. "I felt it too. The pull of the darkness, the cries of the lost souls." Mia nodded to her. "Thank you, Mrs. Rossi. I know it's not easy to talk about, but that's why we're here. To share our experiences, to pool our knowledge, and hopefully, to figure out how to stop this thing." Lily stood up, her laptop cradled in her arms. "I've been compiling data from sensitives all over the world," she said, her voice gaining confidence as she spoke. "The incidents are increasing. Sightings of the void, Reports of spirits being swallowed by darkness. It's not just isolated events anymore. It's a pattern. She turned her laptop around, showing a world map dotted with red pins. These are all confirmed sightings in the last month alone. And look at this. With a few clicks, she overlaid another map. This one showed ley lines, supposed channels of mystical energy crisscrossing the globe. The void sightings are clustering around intersections of ley lines, Lily explained. It's like it's feeding off the energy. The room erupted into excited chatter, theories and questions flying back and forth. Mia let it go on for a few minutes before raising her hand for silence. "This is good," she said. "This is the kind of collaboration we need. But we also need to talk about protection, about how to fight back when we encounter this thing." Zoe, the blue-haired young woman, leaned forward again. "Yeah, about that. How exactly did you two drive it back on the mountain, because that sounds like some serious X-Men shit?" Mia and Lily exchanged glances. "Honestly," Mia said, "we're not entirely sure. It was instinctive, like tapping into a power we didn't know we had." Mrs. Rossi nodded sagely. "The power has always been there, child, in all of us. We just needed the right catalyst to awaken it." Dr. Ramirez looked skeptical. "Are you suggesting some kind of psychic evolution?" "Why not?" Lily countered. "If this void entity represents a threat to the natural order, doesn't it make sense that we develop defenses against it?" The discussion continued late into the night, theories and plans bouncing back and forth. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, Mia called for a break. "Get some rest, everyone," she said. "We'll reconvene in a few hours. And remember, what we're doing here, it's important. It might be the most important thing any of us ever do." As the others filed out to find beds or couches to crash on, Lily approached Mia. "Do you really think we can do this?" she asked, her voice low. "Fight this cosmic horror?" Mia put a hand on Lily's shoulder. "I think we have to try. And I think this is just the beginning." A few hours later, as the midday sun streamed through the dusty windows, the group reassembled. The atmosphere was different now, less skeptical, more determined. They had moved past disbelief and into action. Dr. Ramirez cleared his throat. "I've been thinking about what Lily said, about the ley lines. If the void entity is indeed drawing power from these intersections, perhaps we can use that against it." Zoe nodded eagerly. "Like, set up some kind of trap? Lure it in, and then bam, hit it with our combined psychic mojo?" "It's possible," Mia said slowly. "But we'd need to be careful. We don't fully understand our own abilities yet, let alone the full extent of what this thing can do." Mrs. Rossi spoke up, her gnarled hands gesturing as she talked. "In my culture, we have stories of ancient guardians, spirits who protected the living from forces beyond our world. Perhaps that is what we are becoming." The room fell silent as everyone contemplated this. Mia felt a shiver run down her spine. The idea was both terrifying and exhilarating. Suddenly, Lily's laptop began to beep insistently. She rushed over to it, her fingers flying across the keyboard. "Guys," she said, her voice tight with tension, "we've got a problem. A big one." She turned the screen to face the group. On it was a news report showing a massive sinkhole that had opened up in the middle of New Orleans. But what caught everyone's attention was the swirling, inky darkness that seemed to be pouring out of it. "It's happening," Mia breathed. "It's breaking through." For a moment, panic threatened to overtake the room. Then Dr. Ramirez stood up, his face set with determination. "Then we go to New Orleans. We face this thing head on." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. Mia looked around, seeing fear in their eyes, yes, but also resolve. These people, these sensitives and scientists and misfits, were ready to stand against the darkness. "All right," she said, her voice steady. "Pack your bags. We leave in an hour." As the others scrambled to prepare, Mia stepped outside onto the porch. The autumn air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her senses the way she had learned to do over the past months. At first, there was nothing but the usual background noise of the spirit world, whispers and echoes, the faint cries of lost souls. But then, like a discordant note in a symphony, she felt it. The void. It was distant but growing stronger, hungry. "We're coming for you," Mia whispered to the empty air. "Whatever you are, wherever you came from, we'll stop you." A hand on her shoulder made her jump. It was Lily, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. "The others are ready," she said. "Are you?" Mia took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. "As ready as I'll ever be. Let's go save the world." As they walked back into the house, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that they were stepping into something far bigger than they could imagine. The battle on Mount Erebus had been just the beginning. Now, the real war was about to start. They piled into cars, a caravan of unlikely heroes heading south. Mia found herself behind the wheel of her old SUV, Lily beside her and Dr. Ramirez in the back, already deep in discussion about theories and strategies. As they hit the highway, Mia glanced in the rearview mirror. For just a moment, she could have sworn she saw familiar figures standing by the roadside. Captain John, Sarah, little Tommy with his teddy bear, the spirits of Flight 623, watching over her still. "We won't let you down," she murmured. "Did you say something?" Lily asked, looking up from her laptop. Mia shook her head. "Just thinking out loud. How are we looking on the New Orleans situation?" Lily's face grew serious. "Not good. The sinkhole is expanding, and there are reports of, well, weird stuff. People seeing things that can't be there. Mass hallucinations, the authorities are saying. Or mass hauntings," Dr. Ramirez interjected from the back seat. "If this void is indeed breaking through, it could be bringing all sorts of entities with it." Mia gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Then we'd better step on it. Lily, can you get in touch with any local sensitives? We're going to need all the help we can get." As Lily made calls and Dr. Ramirez pored over ancient texts he'd brought along, Mia focused on the road ahead. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. It was beautiful, peaceful even. Hard to believe that somewhere ahead, a cosmic horror was trying to break into our world. But that was the nature of their new reality, Mia reflected. The mundane and the miraculous, the terrifying and the sublime, all existing side by side. And they were the ones walking the line between worlds, the guardians of a boundary most people didn't even know existed. As night fell and the miles rolled by, Mia allowed herself a small smile. It wasn't the life she had ever imagined for herself, but it was the life she had been given. And come hell or high water, or in this case a void of cosmic darkness, she was going to make the most of it. The lights of New Orleans glimmered on the horizon, a beacon in the night. And somewhere beyond those lights, something ancient and terrible waited. But Mia Caldwell and her band of psychic misfits were coming, and they were ready for a fight. The air crackled with tension as I stood between the elderly saboteur and the spirits of those he had wronged decades ago. The fog swirled around us, a physical manifestation of the tumultuous emotions that filled this ethereal courtroom on the mountainside. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the difficult task ahead. "We're here to find a way forward," I began, my voice steady despite my racing heart. "To seek understanding and perhaps forgiveness." The old man, hunched and trembling, looked up at me with tear-filled eyes. "How can there be forgiveness for what I've done?" he whispered, his voice cracking with the weight of his guilt. I turned to the assembled spirits, their forms shimmering in the mist. "Each of you has suffered immensely because of this man's actions, but holding on to that pain has kept you tethered here, unable to move on. Perhaps by confronting him, by sharing your stories, we can all find a path to healing." One by one, the spirits came forward. The first, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, spoke with a voice that echoed with sorrow. "I was going to see my first grandchild be born," she said, her gaze fixed on the saboteur. I never got to hold her, to watch her grow. You stole that from me." The old man flinched as if struck. I'm so sorry," he stammered. "I never thought about the lives I was destroying. I was selfish, blinded by greed." Another spirit, a young man barely out of his teens, stepped forward. "I had just been accepted to medical school," he said, anger simmering in his words. "I was going to save lives. Instead, mine was cut short. Do you know how many people I could have helped?" The saboteur's shoulders shook with silent sobs. "I can't undo what I've done," he said, his voice barely audible. "But I've lived with this guilt every day since. It's eaten me alive." As each spirit shared their story, I felt their emotions wash over me in waves. Anger, sorrow, regret. Each one threatened to overwhelm me, but I stood firm, acting as a conduit between the living and the dead. The ghostly child, the saboteur's daughter, remained silent throughout, her small form flickering uncertainly between her father and the other spirits. Her presence seemed to be the key to this whole encounter, a bridge between two worlds. After what felt like hours, the last spirit spoke. An elderly man, he looked at the saboteur not with anger, but with a profound sadness. "We were not so different, you and I," he said softly. "Both of us leaving behind families, children who grew up without their fathers. But while my absence was not my choice, yours was." The words seemed to break something in the old saboteur. He fell to his knees, body racked with sobs. "I don't deserve forgiveness," he cried out. "What I did, it's unforgivable. But I'm ready to face the consequences. I'll turn myself in, confess to everything. It won't bring you back, but maybe it can bring some small measure of justice." A heavy silence fell over the gathering. I could feel the spirits' turmoil, their struggle between holding on to their anger and finding the strength to let go. I knelt beside the old man, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Forgiveness isn't about deserving," I said gently. "It's a gift, freely given, and sometimes it's as much for the one forgiving as for the one being forgiven." I turned to the spirits. "Each of you has a choice to make. Holding on to your anger and pain has kept you bound to this place, unable to move on. Forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting or excusing what happened. It means choosing to release the hold this event has had on you." The spirits murmured among themselves, their forms shifting in the mist. Slowly, tentatively, the middle-aged woman who had spoken first stepped forward. "I've carried this pain for so long," she said, her voice trembling. "I don't want to anymore. It hasn't brought me peace. It hasn't changed what happened. So, I forgive you. Not for you, but for me. So I can finally rest." As she spoke, a warm glow began to emanate from within her. The old man looked up in awe, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. One by one, the other spirits came forward. Some spoke words of forgiveness, others simply nodded, but each time, that same inner light began to shine. The young man who had dreamed of becoming a doctor was one of the last to step forward. He knelt in front of the saboteur, his anger seemingly dissolved. "I forgive you," he said simply. "And I hope that you can find a way to honor our lost lives by doing some good in the world you still inhabit." The old man nodded fervently. "I will," he vowed. "For as long as I have left, I'll dedicate myself to helping others. It can never make up for what I've done, but I swear I'll try." Throughout all of this, the ghostly child had remained silent, watching with wide, conflicted eyes. Now she finally moved, approaching her father with small, hesitant steps. The saboteur looked up at her, his face a mask of anguish and love. "My sweet girl," he whispered, "can you ever forgive your foolish old dad?" The child's spirit stood before him, and I could feel the swirling emotions emanating from her. Love, anger, confusion, longing. Finally, she reached out a translucent hand and touched her father's cheek. No words were spoken, but a look of peace came over both of their faces. The child began to glow with the same inner light as the other spirits, and a smile graced her features for the first time since I'd encountered her. As this scene unfolded, I felt a shift in the atmosphere. The heavy fog that had surrounded us began to thin, allowing beams of sunlight to pierce through. The spirits, now radiant with their inner light, began to look upward, as if hearing a call that I couldn't perceive. I understood then that our task was complete. Through this difficult process of confrontation, confession, and forgiveness, the spirits had found the peace they needed to move on. The old saboteur struggled to his feet, looking around at the spirits with a mixture of gratitude and sorrow. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I promise I'll spend every day trying to be worthy of it." As the spirits began to fade, their forms becoming one with the dissipating mist and strengthening sunlight, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and awe. I had witnessed something truly miraculous: the healing of wounds that had festered for decades, the liberation of souls long trapped by pain and regret. The saboteur turned to me, his eyes clear and determined despite the tears that still lingered. "I'm ready," he said quietly, "to face whatever justice awaits me in the world below." I nodded, feeling both drained and invigorated by the experience. As we prepared to make our descent, I cast one last look at the clearing. The last wisps of fog were fading away, and in their place I could have sworn I saw the faint outlines of the spirits, smiling and at peace, before they vanished completely into the warm sunlight. With a deep breath, I turned back to the path ahead, ready to guide this man down the mountain and towards his own path of redemption. The journey wouldn't be easy, but after what I had witnessed, I believed that healing and forgiveness were possible, even in the darkest of circumstances. As we began our descent, I carried with me the weight of this profound experience, knowing that it would shape my understanding of life, death, and the complex nature of human relationships for years to come. The mist writhed and pulsed like a living thing, tendrils of fog reaching out with ghostly fingers. Mia stood at its edge, her heart pounding in her chest, knowing that what came next would forever alter the fabric of her reality. The spirits of the crash victims hovered around her, their forms flickering like candles in the wind, waiting for something. That something arrived with a low, thrumming hum that Mia felt in her bones before she heard it. The fog began to part, revealing a warm golden light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It started as a pinprick, no bigger than a star in the night sky, but it grew rapidly, pushing back the darkness and mist. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," the old saboteur whispered, his rheumy eyes wide with awe and terror. "What is that?" Mia shook her head, words failing her. She'd seen a lot in the past few days: ghosts, visions of the past, the very veil between worlds growing thin, but this was something else entirely. This was divine, cosmic. She didn't have the vocabulary for it. The spirits began to stir, moving towards the light like moths to a flame. Their ethereal forms seemed more solid now, more real, as if the light was giving them substance. "It's time," a voice said, and Mia realized it was coming from the kindly older woman, the one who'd been the first to forgive. "We can feel it calling us home." Home. The word echoed in Mia's mind, filling her with a longing she couldn't quite understand. Was this what death was supposed to be? Not an ending, but a return? The spirits began to move forward, some eagerly, others with hesitation. Mia watched as they approached the light, their forms elongating and stretching, as if they were being pulled gently into its warm embrace. "Wait!" The cry came from behind her, and Mia turned to see the old saboteur stumbling forward, his face a mask of anguish and desperation. "Please wait. I need to say something." The spirits paused, turning back to face the man who had caused their deaths so many years ago. The light pulsed gently, waiting. "I know I don't deserve your forgiveness," the old man said, his voice cracking. "What I did, it's unforgivable. But I want you to know that I'll carry the weight of it for the rest of my days. And when my time comes, if there's any justice in the universe, I won't be joining you in that light. I'll pay for my crimes, in this life and whatever comes after. Mia felt a lump form in her throat. The man's words were raw, honest in a way that cut to the bone. She looked to the spirits, wondering how they would respond. To her surprise, it was the young man, the one who dreamed of becoming a doctor, who spoke first. "You're right," he said, his voice echoing strangely in the misty air. "What you did was unforgivable, but we've chosen to forgive you anyway. Not for your sake, but for ours. Holding on to that anger, that pain, it kept us bound to this place. We're ready to let it go." The other spirits murmured in agreement, their forms shimmering with an inner light that seemed to resonate with the larger glow before them. "You've got a second chance," an older man's spirit added. "Don't waste it. Live the rest of your life trying to balance the scales. It won't undo what's been done, but it's all you can do now." The saboteur nodded, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. "I will," he promised. "Every day, until my last breath." Mia felt a tug at her heart, a bittersweet ache. This was closure, she realized. For the spirits, for the old man, and in a way, for her too. She'd been a part of something profound, something that defied rational explanation. The spirits turned back to the light, which had grown larger, filling nearly half the sky with its warm radiance. One by one, they began to step forward, their forms elongating and stretching as they were drawn in. Mia watched in awe as the kindly older woman was the first to cross over. There was no fear in her face, only peace and a sort of joyous anticipation. As she touched the edge of the light, her form seemed to dissolve, particles of light scattering and merging with the greater glow. For a brief moment, Mia thought she saw a younger version of the woman's face, beaming with happiness, before it too faded into the light. The others followed, each experiencing their own unique transition. The young aspiring doctor squared his shoulders before stepping in, as if embarking on a new grand adventure. An elderly couple crossed hand in hand, their forms merging together as they entered the light. Mia felt tears streaming down her face, but she couldn't have said if they were from joy or sorrow, or some complex mixture of both. This was beautiful, terrible, awesome in the truest sense of the word. As the spirits crossed over, Mia felt the air around her changing. The oppressive weight that had hung over this place for decades was lifting, replaced by a sense of lightness and peace. But not everyone was ready to go. "Daddy?" The small voice cut through the air like a knife, and Mia's heart clenched. The ghostly child, the saboteur's daughter, stood apart from the others, her small form flickering uncertainly between her father and the inviting light. The old man fell to his knees, reaching out with trembling hands. "Sweetheart," he choked out. "My little girl." The child's spirit wavered, torn between the pull of the light and the connection to her father. "I don't want to leave you," she said, her voice small and scared. Mia felt her chest tighten. This was the moment, she realized. The linchpin on which everything balanced. If the child stayed, bound by love and unfinished business, would the others be trapped too? Would this whole cosmic exchange be undone? The old man seemed to realize it too. Through his tears, he managed a wavering smile. "It's okay, sweetheart," he said softly. "You can go. Daddy will be okay." "But you'll be all alone," the child's spirit said, her form flickering more rapidly now, as if fighting against the pull of the light. The saboteur shook his head. "I won't be alone," he said. "I'll carry you with me, right here." He placed a hand over his heart. "And someday, when it's my time, I'll see you again. If I'm worthy of it." The child's spirit seemed to consider this, her small face scrunched up in thought. "You promise?" she asked finally. "I promise," the old man said solemnly. "Now go on, sweetheart. Don't keep the others waiting." The ghostly girl nodded, then turned to Mia. "Thank you," she said simply, and Mia felt those two words reverberate through her entire being. With one last look at her father, the child's spirit turned and moved towards the light. As she reached its edge, she seemed to hesitate for just a moment. Then, with a little skip, she leapt into the glow. For a brief, breathtaking moment, Mia saw the child as she might have been. A young woman, full of life and potential, smiling back at them before she too dissolved into the light. The saboteur let out a strangled sob, doubling over as if in physical pain. Mia knelt beside him, placing a hand on his shaking shoulder, unable to find words but offering what comfort she could through simple presence. As the last of the spirits crossed over, the light began to pulse, growing brighter and brighter until Mia had to shield her eyes. There was a sound like 1,000 wind chimes, a harmony so beautiful, it brought fresh tears to her eyes. And then, with a final flash that seared itself into Mia's retinas, the light was gone. The mist that had enshrouded the mountain began to dissipate, revealing a clear night sky studded with stars. The air felt different, cleaner somehow, as if a great weight had been lifted from the very land itself. Mia helped the old man to his feet. He seemed smaller now, diminished, as if the departure of the spirits had taken something from him as well. "What do we do now?" he asked, his voice rough with emotion. Mia looked down the mountain, towards the world below that seemed suddenly strange and distant. "We go back," she said simply. "We tell the truth. We face what comes next." As they began their descent, Mia felt a presence, not the heavy, oppressive feeling of before, but something lighter, more benevolent. She turned back, half expecting to see the spirits had returned. Instead, she saw only the starry sky and the silhouette of the mountain against it. But for a moment, brief as a heartbeat but as clear as day, she felt a warm brush against her cheek, like a ghostly kiss of gratitude. Mia smiled, touching her cheek where she'd felt the phantom caress. "You're welcome," she whispered to the night air. Then she turned and continued down the mountain, guiding the old man back to a world that suddenly seemed full of new possibilities and second chances. As they walked, Mia found herself humming a tune she didn't recognize, something ancient and new all at once, a melody that spoke of journeys ended and begun, of farewells and homecomings. The stars twinkled overhead, bearing silent witness to the miracle that had unfolded on this remote mountainside. And somewhere, beyond the veil of this world, Mia knew that lost souls had found their way home at last. The descent from the mountain was a blur of exhaustion and surreal quiet. Mia's legs moved mechanically, one foot in front of the other, guiding the old saboteur down treacherous slopes. The truth of what they'd witnessed hung between them, too vast and terrible to put into words. It was near dawn when they finally heard the distant whop-whop-whop of helicopter blades. Mia's heart leapt into her throat. Search and rescue, of course. How long had she been up here? Days? A lifetime? "They're coming for us," she said, her voice hoarse from disuse. The old man nodded, his rheumy eyes fixed on the ground. "Coming for me, you mean?" he muttered. "'Bout time, I reckon." As the helicopter drew closer, Mia felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. How the hell was she going to explain any of this? The chopper touched down in a clearing below them, kicking up a whirlwind of dust and pine needles. Two figures in bright orange jumpsuits leapt out, rushing towards them. "Miss, sir, are you all right?" The first rescuer, a stocky woman with close-cropped hair, reached them, her eyes wide with concern. Mia opened her mouth to respond, but found she had no words. How could she possibly be all right after what she'd seen? "We're alive," the old man spoke up, his gravelly voice carrying a weight of unspoken truths. "Reckon that's something." The rescuers exchanged a glance. "Let's get you both checked out," the second one, a lanky man with a bushy mustache, said. "You've been missing for nearly a week." A week. The words hit Mia like a physical blow. She'd lost all sense of time up there in that liminal space between worlds. As they were ushered into the helicopter, Mia caught sight of her reflection in one of the windows. She barely recognized herself. Her face was gaunt, streaked with dirt and what looked unsettlingly like ectoplasm. Her eyes held a haunted look that she suspected would never fully fade. The flight back to civilization was mercifully short. They touched down at a small regional hospital where a team of doctors and nurses swarmed around them. Mia submitted to their poking and prodding in a daze, her mind still half on that misty mountaintop. It wasn't until several hours later, after she'd been thoroughly examined, hydrated, and fed, that the questions began in earnest. "Miss Holloway," a grave-faced detective said, settling into a chair by her hospital bed. "I'm Detective Rollins. Can you tell me what happened up there?" Mia took a deep breath. This was it. The moment of truth. But as she opened her mouth to speak, she felt a familiar presence. A whisper of otherworldly cold brushed against her cheek. "Tell them," a voice that wasn't quite a voice seemed to say. "They need to know." "It's a long story," Mia began hesitantly, "and you're not going to believe most of it." Detective Rollins leaned forward, his pen poised over a notepad. "Try me," he said. So Mia told him everything. The climb, the mist, the ghostly encounters. The plane crash from decades ago, the saboteur's confession, the cosmic light show of spirits moving on. As she spoke, she could see the detective's expression shifting from professional interest to skepticism to outright disbelief. "Miss Holloway," he interrupted finally, "I appreciate that you've been through a traumatic experience, but she's telling the truth." The gravelly voice from the doorway made them both jump. The old saboteur stood there looking small and frail in his hospital gown, but his eyes blazed with a fierce determination. "Every word of it," he continued, shuffling into the room, "and I can prove it. The plane crash she's talking about, it wasn't no accident. I made it happen." The detective's jaw dropped. "Sir, are you confessing to murder?" the old man finished. 57 counts if the passenger manifest was right. Sabotaged the plane for the insurance money. Been living with it ever since. He sank heavily into a chair, suddenly looking every one of his years. "Reckon it's time I paid for what I done." The room fell into a stunned silence. Mia could almost hear the gears turning in Detective Rollins' head as he tried to process this bombshell. I'll need to call this in," he said finally, standing up. "Don't go anywhere." He paused, then added unnecessarily, "Either of you." As the detective's footsteps faded down the hall, Mia turned to the old man. "You didn't have to do that," she said softly. He shrugged. "Yeah, I did. Made a promise up there, didn't I? To them, and to her." His voice caught on the last word, and Mia knew he was thinking of his ghostly daughter. The next few hours were a whirlwind of activity. More police arrived, then FBI agents. The old man, whose name Mia learned was Frank Hollister, gave a full confession, providing details about the long-ago sabotage that left hardened investigators pale-faced. Through it all, Mia could feel something, a presence that wasn't quite there, a whisper on the edge of hearing. The spirits, she realized, weren't entirely gone, or at least the effect they'd had on her wasn't. It was late into the night when things finally quieted down. Mia sat by the window of her hospital room, staring out at the star-studded sky. She felt hollowed out, scoured clean by the impossible events of the past week. A soft knock at the door roused her from her reverie. "Come in," she called. To her surprise, it was Frank who entered, flanked by a tired-looking police officer. "They're taking me in tomorrow," he said without preamble. "Wanted to say goodbye and thank you for everything." Mia nodded, not trusting herself to speak. "Listen," Frank continued, his voice low and urgent. "What we saw up there, what we experienced, it was real. Don't let anyone tell you different. Don't let them make you think you're crazy." "I won't," Mia promised. Frank nodded, seemingly satisfied. As he turned to go, Mia felt that otherworldly presence again, stronger this time. "Frank," she called out, surprising herself. "She forgives you. They all do. Remember that." The old man's eyes welled with tears. He nodded once sharply, then allowed himself to be led away. Alone again, Mia turned back to the window. But this time, she didn't see just stars. In the glass, she caught flickering reflections: a young woman's smile, a child's laughing eyes, an old man's grateful nod. The spirits, she realized, had left their mark on her. She was a bridge now, between this world and whatever lay beyond. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, Mia felt a sense of purpose settling over her. This wasn't the end of something, she realized. It was a beginning. In the weeks that followed, as the media frenzy over Frank's confession and the mountain medium, as they insisted on calling Mia, reached a fever pitch, she found herself drawn back to the mountains time and time again. There were other lost souls out there, she knew. Other stories waiting to be told. Other wounds waiting to be healed. She partnered with local authorities, using her newfound sensitivity to help solve cold cases. Families of missing persons sought her out, desperate for closure. Skeptics hounded her, demanding proof of her abilities. Through it all, Mia remained steadfast, guided by the quiet whispers of the spirits that now seemed to accompany her everywhere. One crisp autumn morning, almost a year to the day since her fateful climb, Mia stood at the base of the mountain where it had all begun. The mist was rolling in, thick and heavy with secrets. "You don't have to do this," Detective Rollins said from behind her. Over the past year, he'd become something of a friend, a grounding presence in Mia's increasingly supernatural life. Mia smiled, adjusting her backpack. "Yes, I do," she said simply. "There are more out there. More stories to be told, more souls needing peace." She turned to face him. "This is who I am now, what I'm meant to do." Rollins nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Just be careful up there," he said, "and come back to us." Mia's smile widened. "Always," she promised. As she began her ascent, Mia felt that familiar presence, her ghostly girl, the spirit that had started it all. Not a haunting, she now understood, but a guide. The mist thickened around her, and with it came the whispers, countless voices carried on the wind, each with a story to tell. Mia took a deep breath, ready to step once more into the unknown. She had found her purpose, her calling, and as she climbed higher, leaving the world of the living behind, Mia knew that her journey, as a medium, as a storyteller, as a bridge between worlds, was only just beginning. The mountain loomed above her, shrouded in mist and mystery. And somewhere in that ethereal fog, lost souls were waiting, ready to share their tales with the one person who could hear them. Mia smiled, squared her shoulders, and stepped into the mist. The real work, she knew, was just beginning. The crunch of gravel under Mia's boots seemed unnaturally loud in the pre-dawn stillness. She stood at the base of Mount Hollow, her breath misting in the chill air, staring up at the looming silhouette that had changed her life forever. "You sure about this, Holloway?" The gruff voice startled her. She turned to see Sheriff Tanner leaning against his cruiser, a steaming cup of coffee in his weathered hands. His craggy face was etched with concern. Mia nodded, adjusting the straps of her backpack. "As sure as I can be, given the circumstances." The circumstances. That was putting it mildly. In the year since her first encounter with the spirits on this very mountain, Mia's life had become a whirlwind of the paranormal. The media had dubbed her the Ghost Whisperer of the Rockies, a moniker she despised but couldn't shake. "You know, most folks would be running away from a place like this, not charging back in," Tanner mused, taking a sip of his coffee. Mia smiled wryly. "Since when am I most folks, Sheriff?" He chuckled, a sound like gravel in a tin can. "Fair point. Just be careful up there, all right? I've got enough paperwork without having to file a missing persons report on our resident medium." "I'll be fine," Mia assured him, though a knot of anxiety tightened in her gut. The truth was, she didn't know what awaited her on the mountain. The spirits were unpredictable, and each encounter left her more drained than the last. As if on cue, a wisp of fog curled around her ankles, carrying with it a whisper just on the edge of hearing. Mia shivered, not entirely from the cold. "They're waiting for you," she murmured, more to herself than to Tanner. The sheriff raised an eyebrow. "The ghosts?" Mia nodded, her eyes fixed on the mist-shrouded peak. "There's something up there, something big. I can feel it." Tanner's face grew serious. "Holloway, if this is too dangerous..." "It's what I do now." Mia cut him off, her voice firm. "It's who I am." The sheriff studied her for a long moment, then nodded. "All right. But you check in every 3 hours on that satellite phone, you hear me? Miss one check-in, and I'm sending up the cavalry." "Yes, sir," Mia said, managing a small salute that earned her a grudging smile from Tanner. With one last, deep breath, Mia turned and began her ascent. The familiar trail stretched before her, winding its way up into the mist. As she climbed, the sounds of civilization fell away, replaced by the eerie stillness of the mountain. She was about an hour into her hike when she felt it, a presence heavy and insistent, pressing against her consciousness. Mia stopped, closing her eyes and focusing on the sensation. "Hello?" she called out, her voice seeming to be swallowed by the fog. "I know you're there. I can help you if you'll let me." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a radio slowly tuning into a distant station, a voice emerged from the ether. You can hear us?" Mia opened her eyes. Before her stood the translucent figure of a young man, maybe in his early 20s. He was dressed in hiking gear that looked a few decades out of date. "I can hear you," Mia confirmed gently. "What's your name?" The spirit flickered, his form wavering like a candle flame. Jake Matheson. I died here, in '86, climbing accident." Mia nodded, her heart aching for this lost soul. "I'm sorry, Jake. That must have been terrible." The ghost's eyes widened. "You really can see me, holy shit." He ran a hand through his spectral hair. "I've been stuck here for so long, watching hikers come and go, never able to make contact." "Well, you've made contact now," Mia said, offering a small smile. "Can you tell me why you're still here? What's keeping you tethered to this place?" Jake's form flickered again, more violently this time. I don't know. I just couldn't leave. It's like there's something holding me back." His eyes darted around nervously. "And I'm not the only one. There are others. So many others." As if summoned by his words, more spectral forms began to materialize from the mist. Men, women, children, all lost souls trapped on the mountain. Mia's breath caught in her throat. She'd never encountered so many spirits at once. "Please," a woman's voice called out, thick with desperation. "Please help us." Mia held up her hands, trying to project calm even as her heart raced. "I want to help all of you," she said. "But I need to understand what's keeping you here." The spirits pressed closer, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of pleas and laments. Mia felt her head start to spin, overwhelmed by the psychic energy. "Enough!" The thunderous voice cut through the chaos like a knife. The spirits scattered, disappearing back into the mist. Only Jake remained, cowering behind Mia. A new figure emerged from the fog. Tall, imposing, with a beard that seemed to be made of living shadow. Mia felt the temperature drop several degrees. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice only shaking slightly. The figure's eyes blazed with an otherworldly light. "I am the guardian of Mount Hollow," it intoned. "And you, Mia Holloway, are trespassing." Mia stood her ground, though every instinct screamed at her to run. "I'm here to help these spirits move on. They're trapped here, suffering." The guardian's laugh was like ice cracking. "Trapped? They are protected. I keep them safe from the beyond." "Safe?" Jake's voice quavered from behind Mia. "We're not safe. We're prisoners." The guardian's eyes flashed dangerously. "Silence, boy. You know not what awaits in the great beyond." Mia's mind raced. This entity, whatever it was was far more powerful than any spirit she'd encountered before. But there was something off about it. Something almost desperate in its need to keep the ghosts here. "What are you afraid of?" Mia asked, a sudden realization dawning. "What happens to you if they move on?" The Guardian's form seemed to flicker just for a moment. "You understand nothing," it snarled. "I am their savior. Without me, they would be lost to the void." But Mia saw the truth now. "You feed on them," she said, horror and pity mingling in her voice. "Their energy, their essence. You need them to stay to keep yourself alive." The Guardian roared, a sound that shook the very mountain. The mist swirled violently, and Mia felt an immense pressure pushing against her, trying to force her back down the trail. "You will leave this place," the entity commanded, "or you will join my collection permanently." Mia gritted her teeth, pushing back against the psychic assault. "No," she ground out. "I won't abandon them, not to you." She reached into her pocket, fingers closing around a small object, a crystal, given to her by a shaman she'd met on her travels. He'd told her it would amplify her abilities, though she'd been skeptical at the time. Now, as she pulled it out, the crystal began to glow with an inner light. The Guardian hissed, recoiling from the radiance. "Spirits of Mount Hollow," Mia called out, her voice ringing with newfound power. "You are not bound here. You are free to move on. Don't let fear hold you back. There is peace waiting for you, if you have the courage to seek it." The mist began to churn, spectral forms emerging once more, but this time they stood tall, defiant. "She's right," Jake said, moving to stand beside Mia. "I'm not afraid anymore." One by one, the spirits began to glow, a warm light emanating from within them. The Guardian thrashed and wailed, its form beginning to unravel. "No, you cannot leave me. I command you to stay." But its words fell on deaf ears. The spirits were rising now, floating upwards towards a light that only they could see. Mia watched in awe as they ascended, their faces transformed by joy and relief. Jake turned to her, his form already beginning to fade. "Thank you," he said simply. And then he too was rising, joining the others in their journey to whatever lay beyond. The Guardian let out one final terrible shriek before collapsing in on itself, dissolving into wisps of shadow that were quickly dispersed by the mountain wind. As the last of the spirits vanished, the oppressive atmosphere that had hung over Mount Hollow for so long lifted. Mia fell to her knees, exhausted but exhilarated. She wasn't sure how long she sat there, basking in the aftermath of what had transpired. It was the chirp of her satellite phone that finally roused her. "Holloway, you there?" Sheriff Tanner's voice crackled through the speaker. "You missed your check-in. Everything all right?" Mia laughed, a sound of pure relief and joy. "Yeah, Sheriff. Everything's all right. Better than all right, actually." As she began her descent, Mia felt lighter than she had in months. The mountain was quiet now, but not with the oppressive silence of before. This was a peaceful quiet, the kind that comes after a long-awaited resolution. She knew with a certainty that ran bone-deep that her work was far from over. There would be other lost souls, other entities that needed to be confronted. But for now, for this moment, she had brought peace to Mount Hollow. As she reached the base of the mountain, Sheriff Tanner was waiting, concern etched on his face. "What happened up there, Holloway?" The whole damn mountain was shrouded in some kind of unnatural fog for hours. Mia smiled, patting the crystal in her pocket. "It's a long story, Sheriff, but the short version? Mount Hollow isn't haunted anymore." Tanner raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical but knowing better than to push. "Well, I suppose that's good news for the tourism board at least." As they walked back to the parking lot, Mia felt a familiar presence. Her ghostly guide, the spirit of the young girl who had started her on this path. But this time, the presence felt different. Lighter, happier. "Thank you," a voice whispered on the wind. "We're free now." Mia smiled, a bittersweet ache in her chest. "You're welcome," she murmured. Safe travels. She climbed into Tanner's cruiser, her mind already turning to what might come next. There were other haunted places, other lost souls in need of guidance. Her calling was clear now, her path set. Mia Holloway, the reluctant medium, had found her purpose. And as the cruiser pulled away from Mount Hollow, she knew that her journey, as a bridge between worlds, as a helper of lost souls, was only just beginning. The road stretched out before her, full of mystery and promise. And somewhere out there, spirits were waiting, ready to share their stories with the one person who could truly hear them. The old Ford pickup groaned as Mia guided it around yet another hairpin turn. The mountains loomed on either side, silent sentinels watching her return. It had been exactly 1 year since that fateful climb that had changed everything, and Mia Holloway was back where it all began. She glanced at her passenger, a silent, spectral figure of a young girl. To anyone else, the seat would appear empty, but Mia had long since grown accustomed to her ghostly companion. "Almost there, kiddo," Mia murmured. The spirit smiled, a gesture that still sent a chill down Mia's spine, no matter how many times she saw it. As they approached the base of Mount Hollow, Mia felt the familiar tingle at the base of her skull. The veil between worlds was thin here, made even more permeable by her presence. She parked the truck and stepped out, breathing in the crisp mountain air. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Mia turned to see Sheriff Tanner leaning against his cruiser, a wry smile on his weathered face. "Missed you too, Sheriff," Mia replied, grabbing her backpack from the truck bed. Tanner's smile faded, replaced by a look of concern. "You sure about this, Holloway? After what happened last time?" Mia nodded, her jaw set with determination. "I'm sure. There's something up there, Sheriff. Something big. I can feel it." The older man sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "I know better than to try and stop you. Just be careful, all right? I've got enough gray hairs without worrying about our resident ghost whisperer." "I'll be fine," Mia assured him, though the knot in her stomach suggested otherwise. She turned to the mountain, its peak shrouded in mist. "I have to do this." As she began her ascent, Mia felt the weight of the past year settle on her shoulders. She'd seen things that defied explanation, helped countless lost souls find peace. But for every spirit she'd guided to the other side, there seemed to be two more crying out for help. It was endless, exhausting work. The trail wound ever upward, familiar yet somehow changed. The air grew thicker, heavy with moisture and something else. Anticipation? Fear? Mia couldn't quite place it. She was about an hour into her climb when she heard it, a whisper, just on the edge of hearing. "Help us." Mia stopped, her hand instinctively going to the crystal hanging around her neck. "Hello?" she called out. "I'm here to help. Show yourself." The mist before her swirled, coalescing into the form of a man. He was middle-aged, dressed in hiking gear, with a nasty gash across his forehead. You can see me?" the spirit asked, his voice quavering. Mia nodded. "I can. What's your name?" "Tom Granger. I died here 3 months ago. Slipped on some loose rocks." The ghost's form flickered, distress evident in every line of his spectral body. "I can't leave, I've tried, but something keeps pulling me back." Mia's brow furrowed. This was different from her previous encounters on the mountain. After she'd banished the entity calling itself the Guardian, the spirits had been free to move on. What was holding this one back? "You're not alone, Tom," she said gently. "There are others here, aren't there?" The ghost nodded, his eyes darting nervously. "So many. They're scared, confused. Something's changed up here." As if summoned by his words, more spirits began to materialize from the mist. Men, women, children, all lost souls trapped on the mountain. Mia's breath caught in her throat. There were dozens of them, far more than she'd ever encountered in one place. "Please," a woman's voice called out, thick with desperation. "Please help us." Mia held up her hands, trying to project calm, even as her heart raced. "I want to help all of you," she said, "but I need to understand what's keeping you here. The Guardian is gone. You should be free to move on." The spirits pressed closer, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of pleas and laments. Mia felt her head start to spin, overwhelmed by the psychic energy. Suddenly, a bone-chilling howl cut through the chaos. The spirits scattered, disappearing back into the mist. Only Tom remained, cowering behind Mia. "What was that?" Mia demanded, her voice shaking. Tom's eyes were wide with terror. "The Hollow Man," he whispered. "He comes for us in the night, takes us. We never see those ones again." Mia felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. "What do you mean, he takes them? Where?" But before Tom could answer, another howl split the air, closer this time. The ghost vanished with a whimper, leaving Mia alone in the swirling mist. She fumbled for her satellite phone, her fingers numb with cold and fear. "Sheriff! Sheriff, come in!" Static crackled. Then Tanner's voice came through, faint and distorted. "Holloway? That you? You're breaking up." "Sheriff, there's something up here. Something bad. I need—" The rest of her words were cut off as the phone erupted in a shower of sparks. Mia yelped, dropping the smoldering device. In the sudden silence, she heard it. Footsteps, heavy and deliberate, coming towards her through the mist. Mia backed away, her hand clutching the crystal at her throat. "Who's there?" she called out, hating the tremor in her voice. "Show yourself." The mist parted, revealing a figure that made Mia's blood run cold. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its face, if you could call it that, was a blank slate of pale flesh, with only the suggestion of features. But its eyes were alive with a hungry, malevolent intelligence. "Mia Holloway," the creature's voice was like gravel in a meat grinder. "We meet at last." Mia swallowed hard, fighting the urge to run. "You're the Hollow Man." The thing's mouth split in a grotesque approximation of a smile. "A quaint name the spirits have given me. I prefer to think of myself as a collector." "A collector of what?" Mia asked, though she feared she already knew the answer. The Hollow Man's grin widened. "Souls, my dear. Lost, frightened, delicious souls. And you've been very inconsiderate taking so many of my prizes." Mia's mind raced. This thing, whatever it was, had moved in after she'd banished the Guardian. Nature abhors a vacuum, and apparently, so did the spirit world. "They're not yours to take," Mia said, surprised by the steadiness in her voice. "These souls deserve peace, not whatever it is you're doing to them." The Hollow Man laughed, a sound like bones splintering. "Peace? There is no peace, little medium. Only hunger. Only the endless dark. I merely prepare them for what's to come." It took a step towards her, its form seeming to ripple and distort. "And now, I think it's time I added you to my collection. Such power you have. You'll feed me for a very long time." Mia stumbled backward, her fingers closing around the crystal. It pulsed with warmth, responding to her fear. "Stay back," she yelled, holding the crystal out like a shield. The Hollow Man hissed, recoiling slightly from the light. But its retreat was short-lived. With horrifying speed, it lunged forward, impossibly long arms reaching for her. Mia ducked and rolled, feeling the creature's claws graze her back. She came up running, plunging blindly into the mist. Behind her, she heard the Hollow Man's enraged howl, followed by the sound of pursuit. She ran like she'd never run before, her lungs burning, her legs screaming for relief. But no matter how fast she moved, she could hear the creature gaining on her. In her panic, she lost all sense of direction. Was she heading up the mountain? Down? It all looked the same in the thick fog. Just when she thought her legs would give out, Mia burst through the mist into a small clearing. In the center stood a familiar figure, the ghostly girl who had been her companion for the past year. "This way!" the spirit called, pointing to a narrow crevice in the rock face. Mia didn't hesitate. She dove for the opening, squeezing through just as she felt the Hollow Man's claws swipe at her heels. She tumbled into darkness, falling for what felt like an eternity before landing hard on a rocky floor. Dazed and battered, Mia looked up to see the Hollow Man's distorted face peering through the crevice, its inhuman eyes blazing with fury. "You cannot hide forever, little medium," it snarled. "I will find you, and when I do, your suffering will be legendary." Then it was gone, leaving Mia alone in the pitch-black cave. Or so she thought. "Are you okay?" The ghostly girl's voice came from the darkness. Mia fumbled for her flashlight, clicking it on with shaking hands. The beam revealed a vast cavern, its walls glittering with strange, phosphorescent fungi, and there, hovering a few feet away, was her spectral guide. "I've been better," Mia groaned, taking stock of her injuries. Nothing seemed broken, but she'd be one massive bruise come morning, if she lived to see the morning. "What is that thing? And how do we stop it?" The ghost girl's face was solemn. "It's an ancient evil. It's been here long before the mountain, long before there were people to name it. It sleeps for centuries, then wakes to feed." Mia's mind reeled. Feed on what? Souls. Fear. Pain. It consumes them, uses their energy to grow stronger. The spirit's form flickered. "That's why I brought you here. You're the only one who can stop it." Mia laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "Me? I'm nobody. I can barely handle regular spirits, let alone some ancient, soul-eating monster." The ghost girl floated closer, her eyes intense. "You're not nobody, Mia. You're a bridge between worlds. You have a power you haven't even begun to understand." Before Mia could respond, a distant howl echoed through the cavern. The Hollow Man was hunting. "We don't have much time," the spirit said urgently. "There's something you need to see. Follow me." Mia stumbled after the ghost, her flashlight beam dancing crazily over the cavern walls. They moved deeper into the mountain, the air growing thicker, harder to breathe. Just when Mia thought her lungs would burst, they emerged into another, smaller chamber. What Mia saw there stopped her dead in her tracks. The walls were covered in ancient cave paintings, depicting scenes of unimaginable horror. And in the center of the chamber stood a crude stone altar, its surface stained dark with what could only be centuries of blood. What is this place?" Mia whispered, her voice choked with revulsion. The ghost girl's voice was grim. "This is where it all began. Thousands of years ago, the first people to inhabit these mountains discovered the Hollow Man. They thought it was a god, and they fed it, sacrificed to it, and it grew strong." Mia approached the altar, drawn by a horrible fascination. As she neared it, she felt a surge of psychic energy so powerful, it nearly knocked her off her feet. Centuries of pain, fear, and desperation were etched into the very stone. "This is the source of its power," the ghost girl said. "Break the altar and you might have a chance of defeating it." Mia's hand went to the crystal around her neck. It was glowing now, pulsing in time with her racing heart. "How?" "I don't have any tools, any weapons." The spirit's eyes locked onto hers. "You have the most powerful weapon of all, Mia. Your gift. Your connection to the other side. Use it." Another howl echoed through the cavern, closer this time. The Hollow Man was coming. Mia closed her eyes, gripping the crystal tightly. She thought of all the spirits she'd helped over the past year, all the lost souls still trapped on the mountain. She thought of Tom, of the ghostly girl, of every person who had ever suffered at the hands of this ancient evil. She felt something building inside her, a power she'd only glimpsed before. It surged through her body, making every nerve ending tingle. The Hollow Man's voice boomed through the chamber. "Found you, little medium. Time to join my collection." Mia's eyes snapped open. The creature stood in the entrance to the chamber, its form seeming to fill the entire space. But Mia wasn't afraid anymore. She was angry. "No," she said, her voice ringing with power. "No more. This ends now." She raised her hand, the crystal blazing with blinding light. The hollow man screamed, a sound of pure agony that shook dust from the cavern ceiling. Mia felt the energy pouring out of her, directed at the altar. The stone began to crack, fissures spreading across its surface. "No!" the hollow man howled. "You cannot! I am eternal! I am—" With a final surge of power, Mia brought her hand down. The altar exploded, sending shards of rock flying in all directions. A shockwave of energy blasted outward, slamming into the hollow man. The creature's form began to unravel, coming apart like smoke in the wind. It reached for Mia with rapidly dissolving arms, its face a mask of hatred and fear. "This isn't over," it snarled, its voice fading. "There will always be darkness, always be hunger. You've only delayed the inevitable." And then it was gone, leaving behind nothing but a fading echo and the acrid smell of ozone. Mia fell to her knees, exhausted beyond anything she'd ever felt before. The ghostly girl appeared beside her, a look of awe on her translucent face. "You did it," the spirit whispered. "You actually did it." Mia managed a weak smile. "We did it. I couldn't have done this without you." A warm light began to fill the chamber, emanating from everywhere and nowhere at once. Mia recognized it, the same light she'd seen when spirits crossed over. The ghost girl's form began to glow, becoming more solid, more real. She smiled, an expression of pure joy. "Thank you, Mia, for everything. It's time for me to go now." Mia felt tears stinging her eyes. "Will I see you again?" The spirit's smile turned enigmatic. "Who knows? The universe is vast and full of mysteries. But whatever happens, know that you've found your true calling. There will always be lost souls in need of guidance, always be darkness that needs to be pushed back." With a final radiant smile, the ghost girl faded into the light. And she wasn't alone. All around Mia, spirits were appearing. Tom, the woman who had pleaded for help, and countless others. They all smiled at her, expressions of gratitude and peace on their faces, before they too dissolved into the warm glow. As the last of the spirits vanished, Mia felt a change in the very air around her. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over Mount Hollow for so long lifted, replaced by a sense of rightness. She wasn't sure how long she sat there in the now empty chamber, basking in the aftermath of what had transpired. It was the sound of voices, human voices, that finally roused her. "Holloway? Mia Holloway, you down there?" Mia blinked, recognizing Sheriff Tanner's gruff tones. "Here!" she called out, her voice hoarse. "I'm down here." Minutes later, Tanner and a search party emerged into the chamber, their flashlight beams cutting through the gloom. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," Tanner breathed, taking in the shattered altar and the ancient paintings. "What in the hell happened down here?" Mia laughed, a sound of pure relief and joy. "It's a long story, Sheriff, a really long story." As they helped her out of the cave and down the mountain, Mia felt lighter than she had in months. Mount Hollow was quiet now, but not with the oppressive silence of before. This was a peaceful quiet, the kind that comes after a long-awaited resolution. The cool mountain air nipped at Mia's cheeks as she stood at the base of the trail, her eyes tracing the rugged path that disappeared into the misty heights of the Great Smoky Mountains. The familiar weight of her backpack pressed against her shoulders, loaded with gear meticulously packed for the challenging climb ahead. Mia took a deep breath, savoring the crisp scent of pine and damp earth. This was her element, where she felt most alive. Yet today, something felt different. An inexplicable tension hung in the air, as if the mountain itself was holding its breath. "You got this, Mia," she muttered to herself, her voice barely audible above the gentle rustle of leaves. With practiced ease, she began her final gear check, a ritual that had become second nature over years of climbing. Harness, secure. Ropes, coiled and ready. Carabiners, all accounted for. First aid kit, packed. Water and energy bars, sufficient for the journey. As she worked through her mental checklist, a park ranger approached, clipboard in hand. "Morning, miss," he called out, his tone friendly but official. "Heading up today?" Mia nodded, offering a smile. "That's the plan. Solo climb to chimney tops." The ranger's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Solo, huh? You've got experience, I hope." "Been climbing these mountains since I was knee-high to a grasshopper," Mia replied with a chuckle. "But I appreciate the concern." The ranger nodded, jotting something down on his clipboard. "Well, just be careful up there. Weather report's a bit odd today. Might be some unexpected fog rolling in." Mia frowned. "Fog? In this season?" "I know, strange, right? But you know how unpredictable these mountains can be. Make sure you've got your navigation tools handy." "Always do," Mia assured him, patting her pocket where her compass resided. "Thanks for the heads up." With a final nod, the ranger moved on, leaving Mia to contemplate this new information. Fog wasn't ideal, but she'd climbed in worse conditions. Besides, the challenge was part of the thrill. Taking a deep breath, Mia stepped onto the trail. The familiar crunch of gravel under her boots brought a smile to her face. This was where she belonged. The first hour of the climb was uneventful, the trail winding its way through dense forest. Mia fell into a steady rhythm, her muscles warming to the exertion. The woods around her were alive with the sounds of nature, bird song, the scurrying of small animals, the whisper of wind through leaves. Yet as she climbed higher, Mia began to notice something odd. The forest was growing quieter. The bird song faded, then disappeared entirely. Even the wind seemed to die down, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Mia paused, her senses on high alert. The silence was unnatural, oppressive. She'd never experienced anything like it in all her years of climbing. "Hello?" she called out, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet. "Anyone there?" Only silence answered her. Shaking off the growing unease, Mia pressed on. The trail grew steeper, requiring more focus. She welcomed the distraction, losing herself in the physical demands of the climb. Crack! The sudden sound of a twig snapping behind her made Mia whirl around, heart pounding. Her eyes scanned the trail behind her, searching for the source of the noise. Nothing. Just empty trail and silent trees. "Get a grip, Mia," she muttered to herself. "Probably just a squirrel or something." But the hair on the back of her neck stood on end, and she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Swallowing hard, she turned back to the trail and picked up her pace. The sun climbed higher in the sky as Mia ascended, but instead of growing warmer, the air seemed to be getting colder. A chill that had nothing to do with physical exertion crept into her bones. Finally, after what felt like hours of climbing and unsettling silence, Mia reached her first checkpoint, a small clearing that offered a panoramic view of the surrounding peaks. Under normal circumstances, she would have paused here to rest and enjoy the vista. But today, something urged her to keep moving. As she caught her breath fumbling in her pack for a water bottle, Mia noticed something strange on the horizon. A bank of mist was rolling in, far too quickly to be natural. She watched, transfixed, as the fog engulfed distant peaks, then closer ones, racing towards her position with alarming speed. "What the hell?" Mia breathed, her water forgotten as she stared at the approaching wall of white. In a matter of seconds, the mist was upon her. It swirled around her legs, then rose higher, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. The temperature plummeted, and Mia's breath came out in visible puffs. Instinctively, Mia reached for her radio. Static filled the air as she tried various channels. "This is Mia Caldwell on the Chimney Tops Trail. Can anyone hear me? Over." Nothing but crackling static answered her. "Repeat. This is Mia Caldwell. I've encountered severe fog conditions. Requesting weather update and advisement. Over." Still nothing. Mia's heart raced as she realized she was cut off. The fog was so thick now she could barely see her own hands in front of her face. And then she saw it. A shape in the mist, just at the edge of visibility. A figure vaguely human in form but translucent and shifting. Mia blinked hard, convinced her eyes were playing tricks on her. But when she looked again, the figure was still there. And it wasn't alone. More shapes were forming in the mist surrounding her. "Hello?" Mia called out, her voice shaking. "Is someone there? Do you need help?" The figures drew closer, their features becoming more distinct. Mia's breath caught in her throat as she realized she could see through them to the swirling mist behind. One of the figures, a man dressed in what looked like clothing from another era, reached out towards her. His hand, pale and insubstantial, drew near to Mia's face. Mia stumbled backward, her foot catching on a root. She fell hard, the impact knocking the wind out of her. As she gasped for breath, staring up at the ghostly figures now looming over her, one thought echoed in her mind. This was no ordinary climb, and these were no ordinary mountains. Something beyond her understanding was happening, and she was caught right in the middle of it. As the spectral hand reached for her again, Mia closed her eyes, bracing herself for whatever was to come. The adventure she had sought had turned into something far more terrifying and mysterious than she could have ever imagined. And this was only the beginning. The fog rolled in like a living thing, hungry and all-consuming. Mia felt it curl around her ankles, slither up her legs, and caress her face with damp, clammy fingers. She'd seen fog before, sure, but this was different. This fog had intent. "Jesus," she whispered, her words immediately swallowed by the mist. The world had shrunk to a tiny bubble of visibility, no more than a few feet in any direction. Beyond that lay a wall of white, impenetrable and somehow alive. Mia's heart hammered in her chest. Each beat a thunderclap in the eerie silence that had descended upon the mountain. She fumbled for her radio, her fingers clumsy with cold and fear. The device crackled to life, but instead of the reassuring voice of a park ranger or fellow climber, it emitted a sound that made her blood run cold. It was static, but not ordinary static. Hidden within the white noise were whispers, barely audible but unmistakably there. Fragments of words, snatches of conversation, and sometimes what sounded like screams. "Hello?" Mia called into the radio, her voice cracking. "This is Mia Caldwell on Chimney Tops Trail. Can anyone hear me?" The static surged, drowning out her words. For a moment, Mia could have sworn she heard a child's laughter, high and cruel, before the radio fell silent. "Shit," she muttered, shoving the useless device back into her pack. "Shit, shit, shit." Mia took a deep breath, trying to center herself. She was an experienced climber. She'd been in tough situations before. All she had to do was keep her head and make her way back down the mountain. Simple. She took a step forward and another. The fog swirled around her, parting reluctantly before closing ranks behind her. It was like walking through cobwebs, each step an effort against an unseen resistance. And then she saw it. A shadow in the mist, darker than the surrounding whiteness. A figure, vaguely human in shape, standing motionless just beyond the range of clear visibility. Mia froze, her heart leaping into her throat. "Hello?" she called out, hating the tremor in her voice. "Is someone there? Do you need help?" The figure didn't move, didn't respond. But as Mia watched, More shadows appeared around it. 2, then 5, then a dozen. A silent audience emerging from the fog. "Who are you?" Mia demanded, fear giving way to a surge of anger. "What do you want?" As if in response, the figures began to move. Not toward her, but around her, circling slowly. And as they moved, Mia began to make out details. A woman in a dress that might have been fashionable in the 1950s. A man in a pilot's uniform, his cap askew. A child clutching a teddy bear that was more tatters than toy. They were people, or had been once. But now they were something else. Something that sent chills racing down Mia's spine. "You're not real," she said, but the words sounded hollow even to her own ears. "You can't be real." One of the figures, the pilot, turned to face her fully. His eyes were dark pits in a face that was too pale, too perfect to be alive. When he spoke, his lips didn't move, but Mia heard his voice clear as day inside her head. "We are as real as the ground beneath your feet," the voice said, and Mia felt the truth of it in her bones. "We are the lost, the forgotten, and you, Mia Caldwell, are our salvation." Mia shook her head, backing away. Her heel caught on a root and she stumbled, falling hard onto the damp earth. The impact knocked the wind from her lungs, and for a moment the world spun crazily around her. When she looked up, the figures were closer, forming a tight circle around her. Their edges blurred and shifted, as if they weren't quite solid. As if at any moment they might dissipate back into the mist that had birthed them. "What do you want from me?" Mia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The child with the teddy bear stepped forward. When she spoke, her voice was high and clear, with an echo that seemed to come from very far away. "We want to go home," she said simply. "Will you help us go home?" Mia felt a wave of emotion wash over her, not her own, but the collective longing and sorrow of the spirit surrounding her. It was overwhelming, threatening to drown her in its intensity. I don't know how," Mia admitted, tears springing to her eyes. "I don't understand what's happening." The pilot's voice again, patient but insistent. "Understanding will come. For now you must listen. Our story is long and painful, but it must be told. Will you listen, Mia Caldwell?" Mia looked around at the expectant faces of the spirits. What choice did she have? She was trapped on this mountain, surrounded by the impossible. Her world had shifted on its axis, and there was no going back to the reality she had known this morning. "Yes," she said finally, her voice steadier than she felt. "I'll listen." The fog thickened, if that was possible, forming a cocoon around Mia and the spirits. And then, without warning, the world shifted. Mia felt a lurch in her stomach, like missing a step on a staircase. When the sensation passed, she was no longer on the mountain trail. Instead, she found herself in the aisle of an airplane. The cabin lights flickered ominously, and through the windows, she could see angry storm clouds illuminated by flashes of lightning. "No," Mia breathed, realizing what she was seeing. "Oh no." The plane lurched violently, and passengers screamed. Mia saw the pilot, the same one who had spoken to her on the mountain, fighting with the controls, his face a mask of determination and fear. "Mayday, mayday," he was shouting into his radio. "This is Flight 623, we're losing altitude. Repeat, we are going down." Mia wanted to close her eyes to shut out the terror unfolding around her, but she couldn't. This was their story, the one they needed her to know. She owed it to them to bear witness. The plane dropped suddenly, and Mia's stomach lurched. She could hear the screech of tearing metal, could smell the acrid stench of electrical fires, and below it all a child's frightened whimper, the little girl with the teddy bear. "I'm sorry," Mia whispered, though she knew they couldn't hear her. "I'm so sorry." The world tilted crazily, and then there was nothing but noise and pain and darkness. Mia screamed, the sound lost in the cacophony of destruction. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, It was over. Mia found herself back on the mountain trail, gasping for breath, her cheeks wet with tears she didn't remember shedding. The spirits were still there, watching her with somber eyes. The pilot stepped forward, his form flickering like a candle flame in a breeze. "Now you know," he said softly. "Now you understand." Mia nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. She understood, yes. But understanding brought with it a terrible responsibility. These lost souls were looking to her for help, for salvation. But how could she, a simple mountain climber, guide the dead to their rest? As if reading her thoughts, the little girl spoke up. "You can do it," she said, her voice filled with a child's unshakable faith. "You're special. That's why we chose you." Mia looked at the spirits surrounding her, each face etched with hope and expectation. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever lay ahead. "Okay," she said finally. "I don't know how, but I'll try. I'll help you find your way home." As the words left her mouth, Mia felt a shift in the air. The fog seemed to pulse, growing brighter for a moment before settling back into its eerie, luminescent state. She had made a promise, and somehow she knew the mountain itself had heard. There was no turning back now. Whatever fate had in store for Mia Caldwell, it lay ahead, shrouded in mist and mystery. With a silent prayer to whatever higher power might be listening, Mia took her first step into the unknown, the spirits of Flight 623 falling into step behind her. The fog swallowed them all, and the mountain kept its secrets, for now. Mia's boots scrabbled against loose shale as she stumbled backward, her heart thundering in her chest like a runaway freight train. The ghostly hand reaching for her face was both there and not there, a paradox made manifest in the swirling mist. She could see right through it, like looking through a window made of smoke, but she felt with bone-deep certainty that if those ephemeral fingers touched her skin, she'd feel it. "Jesus Christ," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Jesus H. Christ on a bicycle. The spirit, because what else could you call a translucent man in clothes that went out of style when Eisenhower was president, cocked its head to one side, regarding her with eyes that were too dark, too deep. When it spoke, its lips didn't move, but Mia heard the words clear as a bell inside her skull. "We mean you no harm, Mia Caldwell." Mia's back hit a tree trunk, rough bark scraping against her jacket. She hadn't even realized she was still retreating. "How do you know my name?" she demanded, fear making her voice sharp. The spirit's form flickered, like a candle flame in a breeze. "We know many things," it said, its inner voice carrying a note of infinite sadness. "Too many things, perhaps." More figures were coalescing out of the mist now, forming a loose circle around Mia and the first spirit. Men, women, even a few children, all dressed in styles spanning decades. All with that same translucent quality, like mirages given form. Mia's gaze darted from one to another, her climbing honed instinct screaming at her to find an escape route. But there was nowhere to go. The fog pressed in on all sides, a white wall that seemed to pulse with malevolent life. "What do you want?" she asked, hating the tremor in her voice. A woman stepped forward, or glided, really. Her feet didn't seem to quite touch the ground. She wore a stewardess uniform that might have been stylish in the 1960s, complete with a jaunty cap perched atop her perfectly coiffed hair. "We want what all lost souls want, dear," the stewardess said, her smile sad and sweet. "We want to go home." Home. The word echoed in Mia's mind, carrying with it a wave of longing so intense it brought tears to her eyes. She blinked them away furiously. "I don't understand," Mia said, fighting to keep her voice steady. "How can I help you go home? I'm just a climber, not a ghost whisperer or whatever." The first spirit, the man in the outdated clothes, drifted closer. Mia pressed herself harder against the tree, as if she could somehow meld with the bark and disappear. "You have a gift, Mia Caldwell," the spirit said. "A sensitivity to the world beyond the veil. You can see us, hear us. Do you know how rare that is? Mia shook her head mutely. This was insane. She was hallucinating. Had to be. Maybe she'd fallen and hit her head. Maybe this was some kind of altitude sickness. As if reading her thoughts, a young boy materialized near her left elbow. He couldn't have been more than 10 when whatever happened to him happened. He clutched a tattered teddy bear to his chest. "You're not crazy, Miss Mia," the boy said, his voice high and clear. "We're real. I promise." To prove his point, the boy reached out and touched Mia's hand. She gasped at the contact. It wasn't physical, not really, but she felt it all the same. A coldness that went beyond temperature, a tingle that raced up her arm and straight to her heart. "Oh God," Mia breathed. "Oh God, you're real. You're all real." The reality of the situation crashed over her like a tidal wave. These weren't hallucinations. These were honest-to-God ghosts, spirits, whatever you wanted to call them. And they wanted her help. Mia's knees gave out and she slid down the trunk of the tree, landing hard on the damp earth. The spirits crowded around, their faces a mix of concern and hope. "I think," Mia said weakly, "I'm going to need a minute." The stewardess nodded sympathetically. "Of course, dear. Take all the time you need. We've waited this long after all." Mia closed her eyes, drawing in deep breaths of the cold, mist-laden air, in through the nose, out through the mouth, just like her climbing instructor had taught her for dealing with panic on a difficult ascent. Slowly, her racing heart began to calm. When she opened her eyes again, the spirits were still there, watching her with infinite patience. Mia struggled to her feet, brushing dirt and leaves from her pants. "Okay," she said, surprising herself with how steady her voice sounded. "Okay, you're real. You're ghosts. And you need my help. I think I've got that part. But why me? Why here? Why now?" The man in the outdated clothes, Mia was starting to think of him as the leader, gestured around at the misty forest. "This mountain is special," he said. "A thin place where the veil between worlds is more permeable. We've been trapped here for so long, unable to move on. And then you came, with your gift, at just the right moment." "What moment?" Mia asked. The spirits exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, the stewardess spoke up. "The anniversary," she said softly. "It's been exactly 50 years since the crash." "Crash?" Mia repeated, a cold dread settling in her stomach. "What crash?" In response, the spirits' forms began to change. Mia watched in horrified fascination as cuts and bruises blossomed on spectral skin, as clothes became torn and bloodied. The leader's head was suddenly at an unnatural angle, his neck clearly broken. The stewardess's perfect hair was matted with blood. "Oh, Jesus," Mia whispered, bile rising in her throat. The little boy with the teddy bear stepped forward. Half of his face was now a ruined mess, but his voice was still clear and sweet. "It was a bad storm," he said. "The plane couldn't stay up. We fell out of the sky." Images flashed through Mia's mind. Not her own memories, but vivid nonetheless. A plane bucking in violent turbulence, oxygen masks dropping, the sickening lurch as the aircraft began to dive. Screams of terror cut short by a deafening impact. Mia doubled over, retching. Nothing came up but bile. She hadn't eaten since breakfast hours ago in another lifetime. When the dry heaves subsided, she straightened up, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm so sorry that happened to you." The spirits' appearances gradually returned to their less gruesome states. The leader nodded gravely. "We've been stuck here since that day," he said. "Unable to move on, unable to find peace. But you can help us, Mia. You can guide us to the other side." Mia laughed, a sound with no humor in it. "Guide you? I don't know the first thing about whatever this is. I'm a mountain climber, not a medium." "But you have the gift," the stewardess insisted. "We can sense it. You just need to learn how to use it. Mia shook her head, overwhelmed. This is insane. I can't. I don't. She trailed off as the little boy approached her again. He held out his teddy bear, offering it to her with a solemn expression. Please, Miss Mia, he said. We just want to go home. Don't you want to go home too? Mia stared at the battered stuffed animal, then at the hopeful faces of the spirits surrounding her. She thought about the life she'd left behind at the foot of the mountain, about the people waiting for her to return, and she realized that, crazy as it seemed, she couldn't just walk away from this. With a shaky hand, she reached out and touched the teddy bear. A jolt of energy passed through her, accompanied by a flood of images. A happy family, an excited boy boarding his first plane, a mother's last desperate hug as the oxygen masks dropped. Mia gasped, snatching her hand back, but in that moment she knew that somehow she was meant to help these lost souls. Okay, she said softly, then louder. Okay. I don't know how, but I'll try. I'll help you find your way home. A collective sigh seemed to pass through the gathered spirits, stirring the mist around them. The leader smiled, a gesture both grateful and sad. Thank you, Mia Caldwell, he said. Our journey begins now. Are you ready? Mia looked around at the misty forest, at the impossible beings surrounding her, at the mountain that suddenly seemed so much more than just a pile of rock and trees. She took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. Ready as I'll ever be, she said. And with that, Mia took her first step into a world beyond her understanding, the lost souls of Flight 623 falling into step behind her. The fog swirled around them, concealing them from mortal eyes as they began their journey into the unknown. The mountain kept its secrets, and the adventure, terrifying, wondrous, and utterly unpredictable, had only just begun. The world around Mia Caldwell had become a swirling vortex of mist and memory. As she stumbled forward, guided by the ethereal presence of the spirits, flashes of their past lives bombarded her senses. It was as if someone had taken a film reel of the crash and was projecting it directly into her mind, frame by agonizing frame. Jesus, Mia muttered, her voice hoarse. It's like being inside a goddamn blender. The spirit of the pilot, she'd started thinking of him as Captain John, though she wasn't sure if that was his real name, materialized beside her. His form flickered like a bad television signal. I apologize for the discomfort, Ms. Caldwell, he said, his voice echoing in her head. The process of sharing our memories can be intense. Mia snorted. Intense? That's one way to put it. I feel like my brain's being scrambled. As if to punctuate her point, another vision slammed into her consciousness. She saw a stewardess, the same one she'd spoken to earlier, smiling as she handed out drinks. Then, in a heartbeat, that same face was contorted in terror as the plane plummeted from the sky. Mia stumbled, nearly losing her footing on the treacherous mountain path. A cold, spectral hand steadied her, the little boy with the teddy bear. Careful, Miss Mia, he said, his voice small but clear. You don't want to fall. It's a long way down. She looked at the boy, struck again by the incongruity of his innocent face and the horrors he must have experienced. Thanks, kiddo, she managed. What's your name? Tommy, he replied, hugging his bear tighter. And this is Mr. Snuggles. Mia felt a lump form in her throat. Nice to meet you both, Tommy. Mr. Snuggles. Captain John's voice cut through the moment. We're nearing the site, he said. Brace yourself, Ms. Caldwell. This next part, it won't be easy. Before Mia could ask what he meant, the mist before them parted like a curtain, revealing a small clearing. And there, scattered among the underbrush and half buried by decades of forest growth, lay the remnants of their final moments. Oh Christ, Mia breathed. Pieces of twisted metal glinted dully in the diffuse light. A tattered seat cushion hung from a tree branch like a macabre ornament. And there, half hidden by ferns, was what could only be a human bone. The spirits crowded around her, their forms becoming more solid, more real, as they neared the crash site. Mia could feel their emotions washing over her: grief, fear, anger, and a desperate, aching longing. "This is where it happened," Captain John said softly, "where our journey was cut short." Mia swallowed hard, fighting back the urge to vomit. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "God, I'm so sorry." Tommy tugged at her sleeve. "Miss Mia, can you help us now? Can you help us go home?" She looked down at the boy, at his hopeful face, and felt her heart break. I don't know how, Tommy. I wish I did. But I don't know what I'm supposed to do." The stewardess, Sarah, Mia suddenly knew her name was Sarah, stepped forward. "You need to see," she said. "You need to understand." Before Mia could ask what she meant, Sarah reached out and touched her forehead. The world exploded into chaos. Mia was on the plane, strapped into a seat. The cabin shuddered violently, oxygen masks dangling uselessly. A woman next to her was praying in rapid Spanish. A man across the aisle was screaming. Then she was in the cockpit, watching as Captain John fought with unresponsive controls, his co-pilot slumped unconscious beside him. She was in the galley, bracing against the wall as Sarah tried desperately to secure loose items. She was Tommy, clutching Mr. Snuggles and crying for his mother. And then with a sickening lurch, she was falling, the ground rushing up to meet them in a symphony of screeching metal and terrified screams. Mia came back to herself with a gasp, falling to her knees in the damp earth of the clearing. Tears streamed down her face and she realized she was sobbing. "I'm sorry," she choked out between gasps. "I'm so sorry." The spirits gathered around her, their presence oddly comforting, despite the horror of what she'd just experienced. "Now you understand," Captain John said gently. "Now you know why we can't move on, why we're trapped here." Mia looked up at him, wiping her eyes. "But why? Why can't you, I don't know, go into the light or whatever?" Sarah knelt beside her, her spectral form shimmering. "Because we're not at peace," she explained. "We left behind so much unfinished business, so many regrets." "And that's why you need me?" Mia asked. "To help you find peace?" Captain John nodded. "You have a gift, Ms. Caldwell, a connection to our world. You can help us resolve what's holding us here." Mia stood on shaky legs, looking around at the assembled spirits. "But how? What am I supposed to do?" Tommy held out Mr. Snuggles to her. "You could start by helping me find my mommy," he said. "I never got to say goodbye." Mia felt her heart constrict. She reached out to touch the stuffed bear, and as her fingers brushed its worn fur, another vision hit her. A woman, older now but with Tommy's eyes, sitting alone in a room full of photographs. She was holding a picture of a smiling boy, Tommy, and weeping silently. The vision faded, leaving Mia gasping. "Your mom," she said to Tommy. "She's still alive. She misses you so much." Tommy's eyes widened. "Really? Can we go see her?" Mia looked at Captain John, uncertain. "Can we? Is that even possible?" The pilot's form flickered. "It's complicated. We're bound to this place, this mountain. But with your help, perhaps we could reach out, make contact." Sarah nodded eagerly. "Yes. If we could just let our loved ones know we're okay, that we're still here in some way. Maybe then we could find peace." Mia ran a hand through her hair, her mind reeling. "So what? I'm supposed to be some kind of supernatural messenger service, delivering ghostly goodbye notes?" "It's more than that," Captain John said. "You'd be helping us complete our journey, helping us find the closure we need to move on." Mia looked around the clearing, at the scattered remnants of the crash, at the hopeful faces of the spirits. She thought about Tommy's mother, still grieving after all these years, about all the families left behind, never knowing what really happened to their loved ones. She took a deep breath. "Okay, she said. Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you. But I have no idea how to even start. Captain John smiled, the first real smile she'd seen from him. That's where this comes in, he said, gesturing to a spot near the base of a gnarled old tree. Mia approached cautiously. Half buried in the leaf litter was a battered metal box, a flight recorder. The black box, Mia breathed. Not so black, is it? Sarah said with a hint of gallows humor. Mia knelt down, brushing away years of accumulated forest debris. The box was dented and corroded, but intact. This could explain what happened, she said. It could give your families answers. Captain John nodded solemnly. More than that, Miss Caldwell. It could give us the peace we need to move on. But we can't interact with the physical world. We need you to be our hands, our voice. Mia grasped the flight recorder, surprised by its weight. As her fingers closed around it, she felt a jolt of energy, like static electricity, but stronger. The voices of the spirits seemed to crescendo in her mind, a chorus of hope and longing. She stood, clutching the box to her chest. All right, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. Let's do this. Let's bring you all home. As if in response to her words, the mist around them began to shift and swirl. Mia felt a change in the air, a sense of momentum building. Whatever journey she had stumbled into, it was clear that it was only just beginning. Tommy smiled up at her, his spectral hand slipping into hers. Thank you, Miss Mia, he said. I knew you could help us. Mia squeezed his hand, marveling at how real it felt despite its ethereal nature. I hope so, Tommy, she said. I really hope so. With the flight recorder in one hand and a ghost child's hand in the other, Mia took her first step on a path she never could have imagined. The mist closed in around them, and the mountain kept its secrets, waiting to see what revelations the coming days would bring. The weight of the flight recorder in Mia's hands felt like an anchor, tethering her to a reality she was still struggling to comprehend. The mist swirled around her, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of the spectral passengers of Flight 623. Their eyes, filled with a mix of hope and desperation, bore into her very soul. So, Mia said, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the eerie silence, what exactly am I supposed to do with this? She hefted the battered black box. Captain John materialized beside her, his form flickering like a faulty light bulb. That, Miss Caldwell, is our key to understanding, and perhaps our ticket to moving on. Mia snorted, a humorless sound. Right, because I'm sure I can just pop this open and play it on my iPhone. Got any other brilliant ideas, Captain? The ghost of Sarah, the stewardess, drifted closer. We understand your frustration, Mia, but please, you must try, for all of us. Mia felt a tug on her jacket and looked down to see Tommy, the spectral child, gazing up at her with those impossibly sad eyes. Please, Miss Mia, he said, his voice small and echoing. I want to see my mommy again. The lump in Mia's throat threatened to choke her. She swallowed hard, trying to think rationally despite the surreal circumstances. Okay, let's think this through. I'm stuck on a mountain surrounded by ghosts, holding a flight recorder from a decades-old plane crash. My options are... What exactly? Captain John's form solidified slightly as he considered her words. You have two paths before you, Ms. Caldwell. You can continue your climb, try to reach civilization, and bring our story to light. Or, Mia prompted, arching an eyebrow. Or you can help us find peace here and now, the captain finished. Use your unique abilities to bridge the gap between our world and yours. Help us complete our unfinished business. Mia laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. My unique abilities? In case you haven't noticed, Captain, I'm a mountain climber, not a medium. I don't have any abilities beyond being able to see you, which, frankly, I'm still not entirely convinced isn't some kind of altitude-induced hallucination. As if in response to her words, the mist around them thickened, pressing in close. Mia felt a chill that went beyond the physical cold, a bone-deep sensation of otherworldliness that made her skin crawl. Sarah stepped forward, her ghostly hand reaching out, but stopping just short of touching Mia. You have more power than you know, Mia. We can sense it. You're a beacon in the darkness to us, a light that can guide us home. Mia shook her head, feeling overwhelmed. This is insane, all of it. I should be focusing on getting down this mountain alive, not playing Ghost Whisperer to a bunch of lost souls. Tommy supplied helpfully, hugging his spectral teddy bear close. Right, lost souls. Mia ran a hand through her hair, her mind racing. Look, I sympathize with your situation, I really do. But I'm not equipped for this. I don't know the first thing about helping ghosts move on or whatever it is you need. Captain John's form flickered, his expression grave. Time is not on our side, Ms. Caldwell. We've been trapped here for decades, unable to find peace. And now, with the anniversary of the crash approaching, we fear our window of opportunity may be closing. What do you mean? Mia asked, a sense of dread creeping over her. The captain's voice took on an ominous tone. There are forces at work here that we don't fully understand. The longer we remain, the more we risk becoming something else, something less than human. As if to illustrate his point, the mist around them darkened, taking on a malevolent quality. Mia could have sworn she heard whispers at the edge of her perception, angry and insistent. Jesus, she muttered, clutching the flight recorder tighter. So what you're saying is if I don't help you, you might turn into, what, evil spirits? Sarah nodded solemnly. We've seen it happen to others. Lost souls who've been trapped too long, consumed by their own anger and regret. They become twisted, dangerous. Mia felt a chill run down her spine that had nothing to do with the mountain air. She looked at Tommy, imagining his innocent face contorted with malice, and shuddered. I can't let that happen, she said softly. Then you'll help us? Tommy asked, hope shining in his ethereal eyes. Mia hesitated, weighing her options. On one hand, her every instinct screamed at her to get off this god-forsaken mountain as quickly as possible, to write this whole experience off as a bad dream or a momentary lapse in sanity. But on the other hand, she looked at the faces of the spirits surrounding her, Captain John bearing the weight of responsibility for his fallen passengers, Sarah, her kind eyes filled with a longing to complete her final journey, and Tommy, so young, so innocent, trapped between worlds. Ah, hell, Mia sighed. I must be out of my mind, but okay, I'll try to help you. But I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing, so don't get your hopes up. A collective sigh of relief seemed to pass through the gathered spirits. The oppressive darkness in the mist receded slightly, replaced by a soft, almost hopeful glow. Thank you, Ms. Caldwell, Captain John said, his voice thick with emotion. Your courage gives us hope. Mia snorted. Courage, insanity, tomato. So, what's our first move, Captain? The ghost of the pilot gestured towards a rocky outcropping nearby. We need to establish a base of operations, somewhere safe where you can work with the flight recorder and we can gather our strength. Mia nodded, hefting her backpack. Lead the way then. But fair warning, if this turns out to be the setup for some kind of cabin in the woods situation, I'm out. As they made their way through the misty forest, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Not just by the spirits of Flight 623, but by something else. Something older. Something that called this mountain home long before any plane fell from the sky. They reached the outcropping, which turned out to conceal the entrance to a small cave. As Mia ducked inside, she was surprised to find it dry and relatively warm, protected from the elements. Cozy, she remarked, setting down her pack and the flight recorder. So what now? Captain John's form solidified as he entered the cave. Now, Ms. Caldwell, we begin the real work. Are you ready to delve into the mysteries of life, death, and what lies beyond? Mia laughed, a slightly hysterical edge to the sound. Ready? Captain, I'm about as far from ready as a person can get. But I guess we don't really have a choice, do we? The ghostly pilot shook his head solemnly. I'm afraid not. The wheel is in motion now, and we must see where it takes us. As if in response to his words, the flight recorder emitted a soft, static-like hiss. Mia jumped, staring at the device with wide eyes. Did you hear that? She asked. The spirits nodded, gathering closer around the black box. Tommy reached out a spectral hand, his fingers passing through the metal surface. It's waking up, the boy said, his voice filled with wonder. It remembers. Mia felt a shiver run down her spine. As she looked at the battered flight recorder, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was standing on the precipice of something vast and unknowable. Whatever journey she had stumbled into, there was no turning back now. All right, she said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Let's see what secrets this thing holds. For better or for worse, we're in this together now. As the spirits gathered around her, their forms flickering with anticipation, Mia reached out and placed her hand on the flight recorder. The static hiss grew louder, and for a moment, she could have sworn she heard voices, distant screams and desperate prayers echoing across the decades. The adventure that had begun with an ordinary climb had now become something far more extraordinary. And as the mist swirled outside the cave entrance, Mia Caldwell prepared to take her first real step into a world beyond her understanding. A world where the line between life and death was as thin and shifting as the mountain fog. The cave seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy as Mia Caldwell sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, the battered flight recorder resting in her lap. The spirits of Flight 623 hovered around her, their spectral forms flickering like candles in a draft. Okay, Mia muttered, more to herself than to her ghostly audience. Here goes nothing. She placed her hands on the black box, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a radio tuning into a distant station, she began to hear voices. At first, it was just static and fragments, a laugh here, a scream there. But as Mia focused, the sounds coalesced into something more coherent. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're experiencing some turbulence. Mia's eyes snapped open. Did you hear that? She asked, looking around at the spirits. Captain John nodded gravely. I remember those words. It was the last announcement I made before. He trailed off, but Mia didn't need him to finish. She could feel it, the rising panic, the sickening lurch as the plane began to plummet. It was as if the memories stored in the flight recorder were bleeding into her mind. Christ, she whispered, her hands shaking. This is intense. Sarah, the stewardess, drifted closer. You're doing wonderfully, Mia. Keep going. We need to know what happened. Swallowing hard, Mia closed her eyes again and focused on the recorder. The voices grew louder, more insistent. Mayday, Mayday. This is Flight 623. We've lost Engine 1 and 2. Repeat, we've lost... A burst of static cut through the transmission, making Mia wince. When it cleared, she could hear alarms blaring in the background and the terrified voices of passengers. Mommy, I'm scared. Our Father who art in heaven. I love you, I love you, I lo... Mia jerked her hands away from the recorder, gasping. Tears streamed down her face and she realized she was shaking uncontrollably. Jesus, she choked out. I can't, it's too much. Tommy's small spectral hand reached out to touch her arm. Though she couldn't feel it physically, a wave of comfort washed over her. It's okay, Miss Mia, the boy said softly. You don't have to do it all at once. Captain John nodded in agreement. The lad's right. Take a break, Miss Caldwell. We've waited this long, we can wait a bit longer. Mia wiped her eyes, trying to steady her breathing. No, she said after a moment. No, I need to keep going. You all deserve answers. And peace. With trembling hands, she reached for the recorder again. This time, as her fingers made contact, she was plunged into a full-blown vision. She was in the cockpit, alarms blaring as Captain John and his co-pilot fought with the controls. Through the windshield, she could see the mountain looming ever closer. Pull up! Pull up! The co-pilot was screaming. I'm trying, Captain John shouted back. The hydraulics are shot. Mia felt the sickening lurch as the plane began its final descent. She wanted to close her eyes to look away, but she couldn't. She was trapped in this moment, forced to witness the final seconds of Flight 623. The impact, when it came, was deafening. Metal screamed as it tore apart, and Mia felt a jolt of pain so intense it knocked her back into her own body. She fell backward, gasping, the flight recorder clattering to the cave floor beside her. The spirits crowded around, their faces a mix of concern and desperate hope. "What did you see?" Sarah asked urgently. "What happened to us?" Mia struggled to sit up, her head pounding. God, it was horrible. The plane, it just fell apart. There was nothing you could have done," she added, looking at Captain John. The ghostly pilot nodded solemnly. "I suspected as much, but knowing for certain, it's both a relief and a burden." "But why?" Tommy asked, clutching his teddy bear tighter. "Why did we crash?" Mia shook her head. "I'm not sure. There was something about the engines failing, but I don't know why. Maybe if I listen more." "No," Sarah interrupted firmly. "You've done enough for now. You need to rest." As much as Mia wanted to argue, she knew the ghostly stewardess was right. She felt drained, both physically and emotionally. "Yeah," she agreed weakly. "Yeah, okay. A little break wouldn't hurt." She leaned back against the cave wall, closing her eyes. The cave fell into an uneasy silence, broken only by the soft static emanating from the flight recorder. Mia must have dozed off because the next thing she knew, she was being jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream. Her eyes flew open to find the cave in chaos. The spirits were darting about in panic, their forms stretching and distorting like images in a funhouse mirror. The mist that had been lingering outside the cave entrance was now pouring in, bringing with it a bone-deep chill. "What's happening?" Mia shouted, scrambling to her feet. Captain John materialized beside her, his form flickering rapidly. "It's starting," he said, his voice filled with dread. "The change we warned you about. We're running out of time." As if to emphasize his point, one of the spirits, Mia couldn't tell who, let out another piercing wail. Its form twisted grotesquely, elongating and darkening until it barely resembled a human shape at all. "Oh, God," Mia breathed, backing away. "What do we do?" Sarah appeared on her other side, her usually calm demeanor replaced by barely contained panic. "You have to finish it, Mia. You have to help us move on before we all become that." She gestured at the writhing, misshapen spirit. Mia's gaze darted between the flight recorder and the tortured souls around her. Fear clawed at her throat, urging her to run, to get as far away from this nightmarish scene as possible. But then her eyes fell on Tommy. The spectral boy was huddled in a corner, clutching Mr. Snuggles and watching the chaos with wide, terrified eyes. When he saw Mia looking at him, he managed a small, brave smile. "You can do it, Miss Mia," he said, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. "I believe in you." Something inside Mia hardened at those words. She squared her shoulders and marched over to the flight recorder, scooping it up. "All right, you son of a bitch," she growled at the device. "No more games. Show me what I need to know." As her hands closed around the black box, the world around her faded away. She was back on the plane, but this time, she wasn't just an observer. She could feel everything. The biting cold as the cabin depressurized, the stomach lurching freefall, the final terrifying moments before impact. But more than that, she could feel the passengers' emotions. Their fear, yes, but also their love for those they were leaving behind. Their regrets for things left unsaid and undone. Their desperate hope for a miracle that never came. And suddenly, Mia understood. It wasn't just about solving the mystery of the crash. It was about acknowledging these souls, bearing witness to their final moments and helping them let go. With a gasp, she came back to herself. The cave was silent now, the spirits watching her with a mix of fear and hope. "I know what we need to do," Mia said, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. It's time to say goodbye. As she spoke, a warm light began to fill the cave, pushing back the menacing mist. The spirit's form stabilized, no longer flickering or distorting. Captain John stepped forward, a look of wonder on his face. "Ms. Caldwell," he said softly, "I believe you've just opened the door for us." Mia nodded, a bittersweet smile on her face. "Then let's get you all home," she said. "It's been a long flight, and I think it's finally time for you to land." As the light grew brighter, Mia prepared herself for the task ahead. She knew it wouldn't be easy, but as she looked at the grateful faces of the spirits around her, she also knew it would be worth it. The real journey was just beginning, and Mia Caldwell was ready to see it through to the end. The warm light that had filled the cave pulsed gently, like a living, breathing thing. Mia Caldwell stood at its center, the flight recorder clutched tightly to her chest. The spirits of Flight 623 hovered around her, their forms more solid now, more real than they had been since that fateful day decades ago. "Okay," Mia said, her voice barely above a whisper. "What now?" Captain John stepped forward, his ghostly uniform crisp and neat. "Now, Ms. Caldwell, we begin the crossing, but I'm afraid it won't be as simple as just walking into the light." Mia groaned. "Of course not. Why would anything about this be simple?" Sarah, the stewardess, drifted closer. "Each of us has something holding us back. Unfinished business, if you will. We need your help to resolve these issues before we can move on." "Great," Mia muttered. "Ghost therapy. Just what I always wanted to do with my life." Tommy tugged at her sleeve, his small face serious. "Please, Miss Mia, we need you." Mia looked down at the spectral boy and felt her resolve strengthen. "All right, kid. Let's do this. Who's first?" As if in answer, an elderly man stepped forward. Mia hadn't noticed him before, but now she could see him clearly, stooped with age, wearing a cardigan and wire-rimmed glasses. "I am Dr. Samuel Whitaker," he said, his voice quavering slightly. "I was on my way to deliver a lecture on my life's work, a potential cure for a rare form of cancer. But now..." He gestured helplessly at his ghostly form. Mia nodded, understanding dawning. "Your research. You never got to share it." Dr. Whitaker's eyes filled with ghostly tears. All those lives that could have been saved, all that knowledge lost. Mia closed her eyes, concentrating on the flight recorder. Images flashed through her mind, complex chemical formulas, years of meticulous research, the hope of countless patients. When she opened her eyes, she knew what she had to do. "Your work isn't lost, Dr. Whitaker," she said firmly. "It's all here, in your memories. And now, it's in mine too. I promise you, when I get off this mountain, I'll make sure your research reaches the right people." The old man's form seemed to brighten. You can do that?" Mia nodded, surprised at her own certainty. "I can, and I will." Dr. Whitaker smiled, relief washing over his face. "Thank you, my dear. Thank you." His form began to fade, becoming translucent. With a final nod of gratitude, he stepped into the light and disappeared. "One down," Mia murmured. "Who's next?" A young woman in a bright yellow dress stepped forward. "I'm Jennifer," she said, twisting her hands nervously. I was eloping, running away to marry the man I loved, against my parents' wishes. But now..." She trailed off, looking lost. Mia felt a pang of sympathy. "You never got to tell him you were coming." Jennifer nodded, a sob catching in her throat. "He must have thought I changed my mind, that I didn't love him enough to go through with it." Mia closed her eyes again, focusing on the flight recorder. She saw flashes of a handsome young man waiting at an airport, his face falling as Jennifer's flight was announced as missing. She saw him years later, older now, placing flowers at a memorial. "He knew," Mia said softly, opening her eyes. "He figured it out, Jennifer. He never stopped loving you." Jennifer's eyes widened. Really? You're sure? Mia nodded. I'm sure. He's lived a good life, but he's never forgotten you, and he'll be waiting for you when it's his time. Jennifer's form began to glow. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for telling me. With a peaceful smile, she stepped into the light and vanished. One by one, the spirits came forward. A businessman who needed to know his company had survived without him. A mother who wanted assurance that her children had grown up happy. A teacher worried about the students she'd left behind. Mia helped them all, drawing on the strange power of the flight recorder to see the ripples their lives had left in the world. It was exhausting, emotionally and physically, but she pushed on, determined to see it through. Finally, only 3 spirits remained: Captain John, Sarah, and little Tommy. Sarah stepped forward first. I don't know what's holding me back, she admitted. I loved my job, but I didn't leave anyone behind. No family, no lover. I thought I was content, but now... Mia reached out, her hand passing through Sarah's spectral form, but somehow making contact all the same. Instantly, she was flooded with memories, not just Sarah's, but those of the passengers she had served over the years. Oh, Sarah, Mia said, her voice thick with emotion. You touched so many lives. All those little kindnesses, the smiles, the reassuring words to nervous flyers. You made a difference every single day. Sarah's eyes widened. I did? Mia nodded. You did, and you're still doing it now, helping all these lost souls find peace. You've earned your rest, Sarah. It's time to take care of yourself for a change. Sarah's form began to glow. Thank you, Mia, for everything. With a final, radiant smile, she stepped into the light. Captain John approached next, his face solemn. I know what's holding me back, Ms. Caldwell. It's guilt. I was the captain. These people were my responsibility, and I failed them. Mia shook her head firmly. No, Captain, you didn't fail anyone. I've seen what happened. You did everything you could. But it wasn't enough, he insisted. It was, Mia countered. You stayed at your post until the very end trying to save the plane. And now you've stayed here, watching over your passengers, helping them find peace. You've more than fulfilled your duty, Captain John. It's time to rest. The captain stood straighter, a weight seeming to lift from his shoulders. You really believe that? I know it, Mia said. And so do they. She gestured to the light, where the faint outlines of the other passengers could be seen, waiting. Captain John saluted, a tear rolling down his cheek. Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. It's been an honor. He turned and marched into the light, fading from view. And then there was only Tommy. The spectral boy looked up at Mia, clutching Mr. Snuggles tightly. Is it my turn now, Miss Mia? Mia knelt down, her heart breaking. Only if you're ready, Tommy. What's holding you back? Tommy's lower lip trembled. I'm scared. What if my mommy isn't there? What if she doesn't recognize me? Mia felt tears spring to her eyes. Oh, Tommy, your mom has never forgotten you, not for a single day, and she'll know you the instant she sees you, no matter what. Promise? Tommy asked, his voice small. I promise, Mia said firmly. And you know what? I bet she'll be so happy to see Mr. Snuggles, too. Tommy managed a small smile. Yeah? He looked at the light, then back at Mia. Will you come with me? Just to the edge? Mia nodded, swallowing past the lump in her throat. Of course, buddy. Let's go together. Hand in hand, they walked towards the light. As they reached its edge, Mia could swear she heard a woman's voice calling Tommy's name. Tommy's face lit up. Mommy? He called out. He looked up at Mia, beaming. She's here. She's waiting for me. Mia knelt down and hugged him, not caring that her arms passed through his spectral form. Go on, Tommy. Go home, and somewhere, beyond the veil between worlds. She hoped they were finally at peace. The fluorescent lights of the hospital room buzzed incessantly, grating on Mia Caldwell's already frayed nerves. She sat on the edge of the bed, her legs dangling, staring at the battered flight recorder resting on the nearby table. It had been 3 days since her rescue from Mount Erebus, and the world she'd returned to felt alien and overwhelming. A soft knock on the door jolted her from her reverie. "Come in," she called, her voice hoarse from disuse. Dr. Elena Rodriguez entered, a kind smile on her face. "How are we feeling today, Ms. Caldwell?" Mia shrugged. "Physically, fine. Mentally, I'm not so sure." Dr. Rodriguez pulled up a chair, her expression sympathetic. "That's understandable. You've been through quite an ordeal. Would you like to talk about it?" Mia's gaze drifted back to the flight recorder. "Would you believe me if I told you I spent 3 days helping the ghosts of a decades-old plane crash move on to the afterlife?" The doctor's eyebrows rose slightly, but her voice remained neutral. "I'd say that's quite a vivid experience. Can you tell me more about it?" For a moment, Mia considered lying, brushing it off as a hallucination brought on by altitude sickness and isolation. But the weight of the promises she'd made to those lost souls pressed down on her. Her eyes were drawn to a wall covered in newspaper clippings, all related to the crash of Flight 623. In the center was a black and white photo of a much younger Frank, looking shell-shocked in his air traffic controller uniform. "That was taken the day after," Frank said, noticing her gaze. "Worst day of my life." Mia turned to him, accepting the mug of coffee he offered. "Mr. Kowalski, can you tell me exactly what's been happening?" Frank sank into an armchair with a heavy sigh. "It started with the dreams, vivid ones like I was back in that control tower. I could hear the pilot's voice, the panic. But when I woke up, the voices didn't stop." He leaned forward, his eyes intense. "I'd hear snippets of conversation like I was picking up radio transmissions, but it wasn't just the crew. It was passengers too. A little boy asking for his mother, a woman praying, and always, always that damned static in the background." Mia felt a familiar chill run down her spine. "And the visual phenomena?" Frank nodded. "Shadows moving when they shouldn't. Sometimes out of the corner of my eye I'd see people. Just for a second, mind you. But they'd be there, dressed like they stepped out of the 70s, and then they'd be gone." Mia set down her coffee mug, her mind racing. "Mr. Kowalski, I know this might be difficult, but I need you to tell me everything you remember about that night. Every detail, no matter how small." For the next hour, Frank talked. He described the routine start to his shift, the first signs of trouble, the growing realization that something had gone terribly wrong. His voice grew hoarse as he recounted the final, desperate communications with the flight crew. "I should have done more," he said, his voice breaking. "Should have found a way to guide them down safely." Mia leaned forward, placing a comforting hand on his arm. "Mr. Kowalski, Frank, listen to me. There was nothing more you could have done. The crash wasn't your fault." Frank's eyes filled with tears. "Try telling that to the ghosts," he whispered. As if on cue, the lights in the cabin flickered. A burst of static filled the air, making both Mia and Frank jump. "It's happening again," Frank said, his voice tight with fear. Mia closed her eyes, focusing on the static the way she had with the flight recorder all those years ago. At first, there was nothing but noise. But then, slowly, she began to make out voices. "Not your fault. Did everything you could. Thank you for trying." Mia's eyes snapped open. "Frank," she said urgently, "they're not here to blame you. They're trying to thank you." Frank stared at her, disbelief warring with hope on his weathered face. "What?" The static grew louder, and this time even Frank could make out the words. "Not your fault, son. You did your best." It was Captain John's voice, as clear as if he were standing in the room with them. Frank broke down, decades of pent-up guilt and grief pouring out of him. Mia held his hand as he wept, feeling the presence of the spirits all around them. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the cabin, Mia felt a shift in the air. The static faded, replaced by a sense of peace. "They're moving on," she said softly. "Really moving on this time." Frank looked up. his face tear-stained but calmer than she'd seen it. "You think so?" Mia nodded. I think they were waiting for you to forgive yourself." Frank was quiet for a long moment. Then slowly he stood up and walked to the wall of newspaper clippings. With trembling hands, he began to take them down. "Reckon it's time I let this go," he said. "Time we all did." As Mia helped him clear the wall, she felt a weight lift from her own shoulders. The journey that had begun on that mountain a decade ago was finally, truly coming to an end. Later that night, as Mia prepared to leave, Frank stopped her at the door. "Ms. Caldwell," he said, "thank you for listening, for believing." Mia smiled. "Thank you for trusting me with your story, Frank, and please call me Mia." As she walked to her rental car, Mia looked up at the star-filled Alaskan sky. For a moment, she could have sworn she saw a plane flying overhead, its lights twinkling like a farewell. "Safe travels," she whispered, an echo of words spoken long ago in a misty cave. The wind carried her words away, and Mia Caldwell drove off into the night, leaving behind a cabin where long-held ghosts had finally found their peace. As she headed towards the airport and whatever new adventure awaited her, Mia felt a sense of completion. The story of Flight 623 had come full circle. The lost had been found, the restless put to ease. And though she knew there would always be more tales to tell, more spirits in need of voice, Mia also knew that this chapter of her life was closing. As she boarded her flight home, Mia smiled at the flight attendant, thinking of Sarah and her small kindnesses. She looked out the window as the plane took off, imagining Captain John at the controls, guiding them safely through the sky. And as sleep finally claimed her, Mia dreamed of a little boy and his teddy bear, walking hand in hand into a warm, welcoming light. At last, truly at last, everyone was home. Mia Caldwell stood at the podium, her hands trembling slightly as she surveyed the packed auditorium. It had been 15 years since her encounter on Mount Erebus, and her life had taken turns she never could have imagined. She was here to deliver the keynote address at the International Symposium on Paranormal Research, a gathering that would have seemed laughable to her former self. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, her voice steady despite her nerves, "we stand at the threshold of a new frontier, not of space or of technology, but of consciousness itself." As she spoke, weaving together tales of her experiences and the scientific studies they had inspired, Mia felt a familiar prickle at the back of her neck. She glanced towards the back of the auditorium, half expecting to see a shimmer of mist or a flickering apparition. But there was nothing out of the ordinary, just rows of attentive faces. After her speech, as Mia was shaking hands and signing books, a young woman approached her. There was something about her that made Mia pause. A certain intensity in her eyes, perhaps, or the way the air seemed to buzz faintly around her. "Miss Caldwell," the woman said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I need your help. Please." Mia studied her closely. "What's your name?" Lily Chen. "And I think I'm like you. I see things, hear things, things that can't be real, but are." A chill ran down Mia's spine. In all her years of research and investigation, she'd never encountered anyone else with abilities quite like hers. "Let's find somewhere quiet to talk," she said, guiding Lily away from the crowd. They found an empty conference room, its stark fluorescent lighting a sharp contrast to the charged atmosphere between them. Lily sat down, her hands twisting nervously in her lap. "When did it start?" Mia asked gently. Lily took a shaky breath. "About 6 months ago. I was hiking in the Rockies and I got caught in a freak snowstorm. I thought I was going to die. And then I saw them." "Them?" "Ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them. People who had died on that mountain. They guided me to safety." Lily's eyes filled with tears. "I thought I was losing my mind. But then I read your book, and I knew I wasn't alone." Mia reached out, squeezing Lily's hand. You're not alone. But Lily, this gift, because it is a gift even if it doesn't feel like it sometimes, it comes with a responsibility. These souls reach out to us for a reason. Lily nodded vigorously. I know. That's why I'm here. There's something happening, Miss Caldwell. Something big. The spirits, they're agitated. Scared even. They keep talking about a coming darkness, a void that's swallowing everything. Mia felt her blood run cold. What do you mean, a void? I don't know exactly, but it's like something is disrupting the natural order. Souls that should be moving on are getting stuck, or worse, disappearing entirely. Lily leaned forward, her eyes intense. And it's not just me. I've been in touch with others like us online. It's happening all over the world. Mia sat back, her mind reeling. She thought of the spirits of Flight 623, of little Tommy and his teddy bear. Had they truly found peace, or were they in danger of being swallowed by this mysterious void? We need to investigate this, Mia said firmly. Gather evidence, compare notes with others who have experienced similar phenomena. This could be bigger than anything we've encountered before. Lily nodded, relief washing over her face. You believe me? You'll help. Of course I'll help. But Lily, you need to understand, this won't be easy, or safe. Dealing with the paranormal, it takes a toll. I know, Lily said softly, but I can't ignore it. These souls, they need us. Mia smiled, recognizing the same determination that had driven her all these years. All right then, let's get to work. Over the next few months, Mia and Lily traveled across the country, investigating hotspots of paranormal activity. They spoke with other sensitives, piecing together a pattern that grew more alarming with each new piece of information. It was in a small town in Maine, fittingly enough, that they encountered their first direct evidence of the void. They stood in the town's old cemetery, the air thick with fog and an oppressive sense of wrongness. Do you feel that? Lily whispered, her breath visible in the cold air. Mia nodded, her skin crawling. It's like the air is being sucked away. Suddenly, the fog parted, revealing a sight that made both women gasp. A swirling vortex of darkness hung in the air, tendrils of inky blackness reaching out towards the gravestones. And there, at the edge of the void, was a familiar figure. Tommy? Mia breathed, her heart racing. The spectral boy turned, his face a mask of terror. Miss Mia, help me. Without thinking, Mia lunged forward, her hand outstretched, but Lily held her back. Wait, Lily cried. It's not real, it's using your memories against you. As if to prove her point, Tommy flickered, his form shifting into something altogether more sinister. A writhing mass of darkness with glowing red eyes. Very clever, it hissed, its voice like nails on a chalkboard. But you can't stop what's coming. The barrier between worlds is weakening, and soon all will be consumed. With a sound like tearing fabric, the void collapsed in on itself, leaving behind nothing but an empty, fog-shrouded cemetery. Mia sank to her knees, shaking. What? What was that thing? Lily knelt beside her, her face pale. I don't know, but I think it's what's been taking the souls, and it's getting stronger. As they made their way back to their hotel, Mia's mind raced. The entity in the cemetery had used her memories of Tommy against her, which meant it can read our minds, she said suddenly, or at least it can access our memories of the spirits we've encountered. Lily nodded slowly, which means we're connected to it somehow. Maybe that's why we have these abilities in the first place. We're like beacons, drawing in lost souls. And now something is taking advantage of that connection, Mia finished grimly. They spent the night poring over their notes, reaching out to their network of sensitives and researchers. A pattern began to emerge. The void phenomena were increasing in frequency and intensity, always centered around places with a history of death and loss. As dawn broke, Mia came to a decision. "We need to go back," she said. Lily looked up from her laptop, confusion written across her face. "Back where?" "To where it all started for me, Mount Erebus." Mia stood, pacing the small hotel room. "Whatever this thing is, it's using our connections to the spirit world. And my connection? It all leads back to Flight 623. "But that was years ago," Lily protested. "You said those spirits moved on." Mia shook her head. "I thought they did, but now, I'm not so sure. And even if they have, that place is still a nexus of spiritual energy. If we're going to find answers, that's where we need to look." Lily was quiet for a long moment, then nodded. "Okay. When do we leave?" 2 weeks later, Mia found herself once again at the base of Mount Erebus, the wind whipping around her as she adjusted her climbing gear. Lily stood beside her, looking both excited and terrified. "Are you sure about this?" Lily asked, eyeing the looming peak. Mia took a deep breath, memories of her first climb flooding back. "No," she admitted. "But it's our best shot at understanding what we're up against." As they began their ascent, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The mountain seemed to loom over them, its presence more oppressive than she remembered. They had just reached the halfway point when the mist began to roll in. Thick and unnatural, it surrounded them in moments, cutting visibility to mere feet. "Mia?" Lily called, her voice muffled by the fog. "I don't like this." "Stay close," Mia replied, reaching back to grab Lily's hand. "Whatever happens, don't let go." They pressed on, the mist growing thicker with each step, and then, just as they neared the cave where Mia had first encountered the spirits of Flight 623, they heard it. A low, rumbling sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "What is that?" Lily whispered, clutching Mia's hand tighter. Before Mia could respond, the mist before them parted, revealing a sight that made her blood run cold. The void hung in the air, larger and more menacing than before, and arrayed before it, like a last line of defense, were the spirits of Flight 623. Captain John turned to face them, his spectral form flickering weakly. "Miss Caldwell," he said, his voice strained. "You shouldn't have come back." "What's happening?" Mia asked, her voice shaking. "I thought you had moved on." Sarah, the stewardess, shook her head sadly. "We tried, but this darkness, it's pulling us back, trapping us." Little Tommy appeared, clutching Mr. Snuggles tightly. "Miss Mia, we're scared. The bad thing wants to eat us." Mia felt tears prick at her eyes. "I don't understand. What is that thing?" "It is the end," a new voice rumbled. From the void emerged a figure of swirling darkness, vaguely humanoid but constantly shifting. The final destination for all souls. And you, Mia Caldwell, you and others like you, have been most helpful in leading them to me. Mia stepped forward, placing herself between the entity and the spirits. "No, I won't let you take them." The being laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "You don't have a choice. You are a beacon, drawing lost souls to you. And now, you will be the instrument of their final journey." It reached out, dark tendrils snaking towards Mia. She braced herself, expecting pain, but instead felt a rush of energy, unlike anything she'd ever experienced. In that moment, Mia Caldwell understood. She wasn't just a beacon for lost souls. She was a guardian, a protector, and she had work to do. "Lily," she called out, her voice ringing with newfound power. "Take my hand. We end this now." As Lily's hand clasped hers, Mia felt the energy surge between them. Light began to emanate from their joined hands, pushing back the darkness. The void entity howled in rage and pain. "You cannot stop the inevitable." "Watch us," Mia growled. With a final burst of energy, Mia and Lily pushed forward. The light expanded, enveloping the spirits of Flight 623 and driving back the void. For a moment, The mountain was bathed in brilliant, cleansing light. And then, silence. As the light faded, Mia found herself on her knees in the snow, Lily beside her. The mist was gone, revealing a clear, star-filled sky. Did we do it?" Lily asked, her voice weak. Mia looked up to see the spirits of Flight 623 gathered around them, their forms more solid and peaceful than she'd ever seen them. Captain John stepped forward, a smile on his face. "You did more than that, Ms. Caldwell. You've given us a choice." One by one, the spirits began to fade, not into darkness, but into a warm, welcoming light. Tommy was the last to go, giving Mia a final wave before he disappeared. As the last of the spirits vanished, Mia felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. The journey that had begun on this mountain so many years ago had come full circle. But it wasn't an ending. It was a beginning. She turned to Lily, seeing the same mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration on the younger woman's face. "You ready to head back down?" Mia asked. Lily nodded, then paused. "What do we do now? I mean, that thing, it's still out there, isn't it?" Mia stood, brushing snow from her clothes. "Yes, it is, but now we know what we're up against, and we're not alone." As they began their descent, Mia's mind was already racing with plans. There were other sensitives to contact, research to be done, preparations to make. The Void entity had called her a beacon, and it was right, but not in the way it had thought. Mia Caldwell was a beacon of hope for lost souls, a guardian against the darkness. And as long as there were spirits in need of guidance, she would be there to light the way. The mountain loomed behind them as they made their way down, a silent witness to the battle that had been fought and won. But Mia knew it was only the first of many. The war for the souls of the departed had only just begun, and she was ready for it. The old Victorian house creaked and groaned in the autumn wind, its weathered clapboards a stark contrast to the modern cars parked haphazardly in the overgrown driveway. Inside, the living room buzzed with nervous energy as a group of people, varied in age and appearance, but all bearing the same haunted look in their eyes, settled into chairs and couches. Mia Caldwell stood by the fireplace, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug of coffee. She surveyed the room, making eye contact with each person in turn. Lily Chen, her protege and partner in this strange new world, sat cross-legged on the floor, her laptop open in front of her. "All right," Mia said, her voice cutting through the murmur of conversation. "I know you all have questions. God knows I do too. But before we get into that, I want to thank you all for coming. What we're facing, it's bigger than any one of us." A man in his 50s, his salt and pepper hair sticking up as if he'd been running his hands through it constantly, spoke up. "What exactly are we facing, Ms. Caldwell? Your message was vague." Mia took a deep breath. "Dr. Ramirez, what I'm about to tell you will sound insane. But I need you all to keep an open mind. Our very reality depends on it." For the next hour, Mia and Lily recounted their experiences, from the spirits of Flight 623 to the terrifying encounter with the Void entity on Mount Erebus. As they spoke, the room grew quieter, the air heavy with tension and disbelief. When they finished, silence reigned for several long moments. Then, a young woman with vibrant blue hair and multiple piercings leaned forward. "So, let me get this straight. There's some kind of cosmic vacuum cleaner trying to suck up all the ghosts? And we're, what, the Ghostbusters?" Despite the gravity of the situation, Mia couldn't help but chuckle. "Not quite, Zoe. We're more like lighthouses, beacons for lost souls. And now apparently their last line of defense against whatever this Void entity is." Dr. Ramirez shook his head, his scientific mind clearly struggling with the concept. This is beyond anything we've ever encountered in parapsychology. If what you're saying is true, we're talking about a fundamental shift in our understanding of life, death, and the very nature of consciousness. "It's true," a quiet voice said from the corner. All eyes turned to the speaker, an elderly woman wrapped in a colorful shawl. I've felt it too. The pull of the darkness, the cries of the lost souls. Mia nodded to her. Thank you, Mrs. Rossi. I know it's not easy to talk about, but that's why we're here. To share our experiences, to pool our knowledge, and hopefully to figure out how to stop this thing. Lily stood up, her laptop cradled in her arms. I've been compiling data from sensitives all over the world, she said, her voice gaining confidence as she spoke. The incidents are increasing. Sightings of the void, reports of spirits being swallowed by darkness. It's not just isolated events anymore. It's a pattern. She turned her laptop around, showing a world map dotted with red pins. These are all confirmed sightings in the last month alone, and look at this. With a few clicks, she overlaid another map. This one showed ley lines, supposed channels of mystical energy crisscrossing the globe. The void sightings are clustering around intersections of ley lines, Lily explained. It's like it's feeding off the energy. The room erupted into excited chatter, theories and questions flying back and forth. Mia let it go on for a few minutes before raising her hand for silence. This is good, she said. This is the kind of collaboration we need. But we also need to talk about protection, about how to fight back when we encounter this thing. Zoe, the blue-haired young woman, leaned forward again. Yeah, about that. How exactly did you two drive it back on the mountain? Because that sounds like some serious X-Men shit. Mia and Lily exchanged glances. Honestly, Mia said, we're not entirely sure. It was instinctive, like tapping into a power we didn't know we had. Mrs. Rossi nodded sagely. The power has always been there, child, in all of us. We just needed the right catalyst to awaken it. Dr. Ramirez looked skeptical. Are you suggesting some kind of psychic evolution? Why not? Lily countered. If this void entity represents a threat to the natural order, doesn't it make sense that we develop defenses against it? The discussion continued late into the night, theories and plans bouncing back and forth. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, Mia called for a break. Get some rest, everyone, she said. We'll reconvene in a few hours. And remember, what we're doing here, it's important. It might be the most important thing any of us ever do. As the others filed out to find beds or couches to crash on, Lily approached Mia. Do you really think we can do this? She asked, her voice low. Fight this cosmic horror? Mia put a hand on Lily's shoulder. I think we have to try. And I think this is just the beginning. A few hours later, as the midday sun streamed through the dusty windows, the group reassembled. The atmosphere was different now, less skeptical, more determined. They had moved past disbelief and into action. Dr. Ramirez cleared his throat. I've been thinking about what Lily said, about the ley lines. If the void entity is indeed drawing power from these intersections, perhaps we can use that against it. Zoe nodded eagerly. Like, set up some kind of trap? Lure it in, and then bam, hit it with our combined psychic mojo? It's possible, Mia said slowly, but we'd need to be careful. We don't fully understand our own abilities yet, let alone the full extent of what this thing can do. Mrs. Rossi spoke up, her gnarled hands gesturing as she talked. In my culture, we have stories of ancient guardians, spirits who protected the living from forces beyond our world. Perhaps that is what we are becoming. The room fell silent as everyone contemplated this. Mia felt a shiver run down her spine. The idea was both terrifying and exhilarating. Suddenly, Lily's laptop began to beep insistently. She rushed over to it, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Guys, she said, her voice tight with tension. We've got a problem. A big one. She turned the screen to face the group. On it was a news report showing a massive sinkhole that had opened up in the middle of New Orleans. But what caught everyone's attention was the swirling, inky darkness that seemed to be pouring out of it. It's happening, Mia breathed. It's breaking through. For a moment, panic threatened to overtake the room. Then Dr. Ramirez stood up, his face set with determination. Then we go to New Orleans. We face this thing head on. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. Mia looked around, seeing fear in their eyes, yes, but also resolve. These people, these sensitives and scientists and misfits, were ready to stand against the darkness. "All right," she said, her voice steady. "Pack your bags. We leave in an hour." As the others scrambled to prepare, Mia stepped outside onto the porch. The autumn air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her senses the way she had learned to do over the past months. At first there was nothing but the usual background noise of the spirit world, whispers and echoes, the faint cries of lost souls. But then, like a discordant note in a symphony, she felt it, the void. It was distant but growing stronger, hungry. "We're coming for you," Mia whispered to the empty air. "Whatever you are, wherever you came from, we'll stop you." A hand on her shoulder made her jump. It was Lily, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. "The others are ready," she said. "Are you?" Mia took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. "As ready as I'll ever be. Let's go save the world." As they walked back into the house, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that they were stepping into something far bigger than they could imagine. The battle on Mount Erebus had been just the beginning. Now the real war was about to start. They piled into cars, a caravan of unlikely heroes heading south. Mia found herself behind the wheel of her old SUV, Lily beside her and Dr. Ramirez in the back, already deep in discussion about theories and strategies. As they hit the highway, Mia glanced in the rearview mirror. For just a moment she could have sworn she saw familiar figures standing by the roadside. Captain John, Sarah, little Tommy with his teddy bear. The spirits of Flight 623, watching over her still. "We won't let you down," she murmured. "Did you say something?" Lily asked, looking up from her laptop. Mia shook her head. "Just thinking out loud. How are we looking on the New Orleans situation?" Lily's face grew serious. "Not good. The sinkhole is expanding, and there are reports of, well, weird stuff. People seeing things that can't be there. Mass hallucinations, the authorities are saying. Or mass hauntings," Dr. Ramirez interjected from the back seat. "If this void is indeed breaking through, it could be bringing all sorts of entities with it." Mia gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Then we'd better step on it. Lily, can you get in touch with any local sensitives? We're going to need all the help we can get." As Lily made calls, and Dr. Ramirez pored over ancient texts he'd brought along, Mia focused on the road ahead. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. It was beautiful, peaceful even. Hard to believe that somewhere ahead, a cosmic horror was trying to break into our world. But that was the nature of their new reality, Mia reflected. The mundane and the miraculous, the terrifying and the sublime, all existing side by side. And they were the ones walking the line between worlds, the guardians of a boundary most people didn't even know existed. As night fell and the miles rolled by, Mia allowed herself a small smile. It wasn't the life she had ever imagined for herself, but it was the life she had been given. And come hell or high water, or in this case a void of cosmic darkness, she was going to make the most of it. The lights of New Orleans glimmered on the horizon, a beacon in the night, and somewhere beyond those lights, something ancient and terrible waited. But Mia Caldwell and her band of psychic misfits were coming, and they were ready for a fight. The convoy of vehicles rolled into New Orleans under a sky heavy with ominous clouds. Mia's knuckles were white on the steering wheel as she navigated the increasingly chaotic streets. Even from a distance, they could see the pulsing, otherworldly glow emanating from the city's heart. "Jesus," Dr. Ramirez muttered from the back seat. "It's worse than we thought." Lily's face was illuminated by her laptop screen, her fingers flying over the keys. The sinkholes expanded to cover 3 city blocks. Local authorities are calling it a geological anomaly, but social media is blowing up with reports of, well, everything. Ghosts, monsters, people's dead relatives walking the streets. Mia nodded grimly. The veil between worlds is thinning. We need to find a way to close that breach before it's too late. As they approached the French Quarter, the true scale of the chaos became apparent. People were running through the streets, some in terror, others in a sort of manic glee. Spectral figures flickered in and out of existence, and in the distance, something large and decidedly not of this world lumbered between buildings. Holy shit, Zoe's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Are you guys seeing this? We see it, Mia responded, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her gut. Everyone, rendezvous at Jackson Square. Stay together and remember your training. We can do this. They abandoned the cars a few blocks from their destination, the streets too clogged with abandoned vehicles and debris to continue. As they made their way on foot, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, and not just by the spirits and entities now roaming freely. Jackson Square was a maelstrom of supernatural activity. The equestrian statue of Andrew Jackson now bore a ghostly rider, leading a charge of spectral soldiers across the park. Tourists and locals alike huddled in scared groups, while others seemed to be in a trance, reaching out to shadowy figures only they could see. Okay, people, Mia called out as their group assembled. We need to establish a perimeter. Dr. Ramirez, Mrs. Rossi, start setting up the wards we discussed. Zoe, Lily, I need you on crowd control. Try to calm people down, get them to safety if you can. The rest of you, stay alert. Anything comes at us that isn't human, you know what to do. As the team sprang into action, Mia closed her eyes, reaching out with her senses. The cacophony of the spirit world was overwhelming. Countless voices crying out in confusion, anger, and fear. But beneath it all, she could feel it. The void. A yawning emptiness that threatened to swallow everything. Mia! Lily's shout snapped her back to reality. We've got company! A group of shadowy figures was advancing across the square, their forms shifting and writhing in ways that hurt the eyes to look at. Mia stepped forward, her hands raised. That's far enough, she called out, her voice ringing with an authority she didn't entirely feel. This world is not yours to take. A sound like laughter, but distorted and wrong, echoed across the square. One of the figures stepped forward, its form coalescing into something vaguely humanoid. Mia Caldwell, it said, its voice a grating whisper. The beacon. The one who would stand against the inevitable. Do you truly think you can stop what's coming? Mia stood her ground, feeling the others rallying behind her. We've stopped you before. We'll do it again. The figure's laughter grew louder, more manic. You've delayed us, nothing more. The barrier grows weaker by the moment. Soon, all will be consumed. All will know the peace of the void. Like hell, Zoe growled, stepping up beside Mia. Her hands were glowing with an ethereal blue light. We're not going down without a fight. The shadowy figures surged forward, and chaos erupted. Mia found herself in the thick of it, her newfound abilities flaring to life. The entire crew and passengers of Flight 623 stood with him, along with countless other spirits. Soldiers, jazz musicians, voodoo priestesses, all the souls that had called New Orleans home over the centuries. We heard your call, Captain John said, a smile on his transparent face. We're here to help. Mia felt a surge of hope. Can you fight them? The captain's smile turned grim. We can do more than that. We can show you how to close the breach. As Captain John explained the plan, Mia's eyes widened. It was dangerous, possibly suicidal, but it was also their only chance. All right, everyone, Mia said, turning to her team. One last push. We're going to close that breach or die trying. They moved as one, living and dead alike, towards the heart of the darkness. The shadowy figures tried to stop them, but they were no match for the combined might of Mia's team and the spirits of New Orleans. As they approached the edge of the void, Mia could feel its pull growing stronger, threatening to drag her in. Now! Captain John shouted. Mia reached deep within herself, drawing on every ounce of power she possessed. She felt the others doing the same, their energies intertwining, forming a web of light that pushed back against the darkness. The spirits of Flight 623 and all the others poured their essence into the effort, a tidal wave of spectral energy crashing against the void. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. The void continued to expand, the darkness threatening to overwhelm them. Mia gritted her teeth, pushing harder, drawing on reserves of strength she didn't know she had. And then, slowly at first but with gathering speed, the tide began to turn. The darkness receded, inch by agonizing inch. The sinkhole began to close, reality reasserting itself over the breach. With a sound like thunder, the void collapsed in on itself. A shockwave of energy knocked everyone off their feet, living and dead alike. For a long moment, all was silent. Mia opened her eyes, blinking in the sudden brightness. The sky above was clear, the ominous clouds gone. Around her, her team was stirring, looking dazed but alive. Did we do it? Lily asked, her voice weak. Mia reached out with her senses, probing the area where the breach had been. There was nothing. No void, no encroaching darkness. Just the normal background noise of the spirit world. We did it, she breathed. It's over. As the realization sank in, cheers erupted from the gathered crowd. Spirits and humans alike celebrated, the barrier between worlds thin enough, for now, to allow joyous interaction. Captain John approached Mia, his form already starting to fade. You did well, Ms. Caldwell. But this was just the beginning. There will be other breaches, other battles. Mia nodded, understanding the weight of his words. We'll be ready, she said. Thank you, Captain, for everything. As the spirits began to fade, returning to their own realm, Mia turned to her team. They were battered, exhausted, but alive. And more importantly, they had won. So, Zoe said, a grin spreading across her face despite her obvious fatigue. Does this mean we're officially the Ghostbusters now? Laughter rippled through the group, the tension of the past hours finally breaking. Mia smiled, looking out over the city that had so nearly been lost. The sun was rising, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. A new day, in more ways than one. Not Ghostbusters, she said softly. Guardians, protectors of the veil between worlds. As they made their way back through the slowly awakening city, Mia knew that their work was far from over. The void entity might have been defeated here, but it was still out there, waiting. There would be other battles, other breaches to close. But for now they had won. They had saved a city, possibly the world, and they had done it together. As they reached their abandoned vehicles, Mia paused, looking back at the skyline of New Orleans. The city had always been a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where magic and mystery walked hand in hand with the mundane. Now, it would forever be the site of their first true victory. Where to now, boss? Dr. Ramirez asked, leaning against his car. Mia smiled, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. It wasn't a burden, she realized, but a calling, one she was finally ready to embrace fully. Anywhere we're needed, she said. The world's a big place, and there are more things in heaven and earth than most people dream of. But we'll be there, standing guard at the threshold. As they piled into their cars, ready to face whatever came next, Mia felt a sense of purpose unlike anything she'd ever known. The journey that had begun on Mount Erebus had led her here, to this moment, to this calling. And whatever darkness lay ahead, whatever breaches needed closing, Mia Caldwell and her team of guardians would be there, beacons of light against the encroaching void. The engines roared to life, and they pulled away from the curb, leaving behind a city forever changed. But as they drove into the rising sun, Mia knew that their greatest adventures and their greatest challenges still lay ahead. The war for the soul of reality had only just begun, and they would be on the front lines, come what may. 6 months had passed since the Battle of New Orleans, and Mia Caldwell found herself staring out the window of a nondescript motel room in Bangor, Maine. The autumn leaves were turning, painting the landscape in hues of red and gold, but Mia barely noticed the beauty. Her mind was focused on the task at hand. "Any word from our contact?" Lily asked, looking up from her ever-present laptop. Mia shook her head. "Nothing yet. But if Dr. Hansen's information is correct, we don't have much time." The door opened and Zoe strode in, her blue hair now streaked with silver, a lasting effect from their encounter with the void. "Perimeter's secure," she reported. "But I gotta say, this place gives me the creeps. It's like the whole town is holding its breath." Dr. Ramirez, who had been poring over an ancient tome, looked up. "It's not just your imagination. The veil is thin here. Thinner than I've ever seen it outside of a major breach." Mia nodded grimly. Stephen King knew what he was talking about when he set so many of his stories here. There's something off about this place. As if on cue, a knock at the door made them all jump. Mia approached cautiously, her hand glowing faintly with protective energy. "Who is it?" "It's Hansen," a muffled voice replied. "Let me in quickly. I think I was followed." Mia opened the door, ushering in a disheveled man in his 50s. Dr. Eric Hansen, once a respected physicist, now looked like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes darted nervously around the room. "Did you bring it?" Mia asked, locking the door behind him. Hansen nodded, reaching into his coat and producing a small, ornate box. "It's all here. My research, my calculations. But Mia, you have to understand what we're dealing with. It's bigger than anything we've faced before." Lily took the box, opening it carefully. Inside was a stack of papers covered in complex equations and diagrams. "What exactly are we looking at, Dr. Hansen?" The physicist collapsed into a chair, running a shaky hand through his thinning hair. "It's a map," he said. "A map of the weak points in reality, places where the void might break through next." Dr. Ramirez leaned in, his eyes widening as he examined the papers. This is incredible. But how did you calculate this?" Hansen's laugh was hollow, devoid of humor. "I didn't. Not entirely. It came to me. In dreams. Whispers in the dark. I think it's trying to communicate." A chill ran down Mia's spine. "The void entity, it's sentient?" "More than that," Hansen whispered. "It's ancient. Vast. Our concepts of consciousness don't even begin to apply. But it wants something. It needs something." Zoe, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up. "Yeah, to eat our world and everyone in it. We kinda got that memo in New Orleans." Hansen shook his head violently. No, you don't understand. That's just a side effect. It's looking for something it lost long ago." Before Mia could press for more information, a low, rumbling sound filled the air. The lights flickered, and for a moment, Mia could have sworn she saw shadowy figures moving just at the edge of her vision. "It's starting," Hansen whispered, his eyes wide with terror. Mia sprang into action. "Lily, start inputting those calculations into your model. Zoe, Dr. Ramirez, reinforce the wards. We need to..." Her words were cut off as the window imploded, showering the room with glass. A gust of icy wind swept in, carrying with it whispers in a language too ancient for human ears. And there, hovering just outside, was a tear in reality itself, a swirling vortex of darkness that hurt the eyes to look at directly. "Oh God," Hansen moaned. "It's here. It found me." Tendrils of shadow reached into the room, grasping at anything they could reach. Mia threw up a barrier of pure will, pushing back against the encroaching void. "Everyone, focus," she shouted over the rising wind. "We've done this before. We can do it again." But even as she spoke, Mia could feel the difference. This wasn't like New Orleans. The void wasn't just breaking through, it was being directed, focused. She could feel an intelligence behind it, vast and alien and hungry. Dr. Ramirez began chanting in Latin, reinforcing Mia's barrier with ancient words of power. Zoe's hands glowed blue as she hurled bolts of psychic energy at the writhing tentacles of darkness. Lily furiously typed on her laptop, trying to make sense of Hansen's equations. And through it all, Mia stood at the center, a beacon of light against the encroaching dark. But it wasn't enough. Inch by inch, the void was gaining ground. "Mia!" Lily shouted over the chaos. "I think I've got it. These aren't just breach points. They're a pattern. A summoning circle on a global scale." The realization hit Mia like a physical blow. "It's not trying to break through," she breathed. "It's trying to pull our world into the void." As if in response to her words, the vortex pulsed, growing larger. The motel room groaned, wood splintering as reality itself began to warp. "What do we do?" Zoe cried, her voice strained with effort. Mia's mind raced. They couldn't close this breach, not alone. But maybe... "We need to redirect it," she said, the plan forming even as she spoke. "Dr. Ramirez, Mrs. Rossi's containment spell. Do you remember it?" The older man nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "But Mia, that's incredibly dangerous. If we make even the slightest mistake..." "We don't have a choice," Mia cut him off. "Lily, I need those coordinates. Zoe, get ready to push with everything you've got." As her team scrambled to comply, Mia turned to Hansen, who was huddled in the corner, muttering to himself. "Dr. Hansen," she said firmly, "Eric, I need you to focus. You've been in contact with this thing. You might be our only chance of communicating with it." Hansen looked up, his eyes wild. "Communicate? With that? It's madness." "Madness is what we do," Mia said with a grim smile. "Now get up and help us save the world." With a monumental effort, Hansen rose to his feet. As Mia began the incantation, weaving together the containment spell with her own innate abilities, she felt the others joining in. Their energies intertwined, forming a web of light that pushed against the darkness. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. The void continued to expand, reality buckling around them. And then, slowly at first, but with gathering speed, the vortex began to shift. "It's working," Lily shouted. "The breach is moving." Mia gritted her teeth, pushing harder. She could feel the void entity's confusion, then its rage. Tendrils of darkness lashed out, seeking purchase. "Hansen," she called out. "Now." The physicist stepped forward, his voice shaking but growing stronger with each word. "We know what you're looking for," he said to the void. "We can help you find it, but not like this, not by destroying everything." For a heartbeat, the assault paused. Mia could feel the entity's attention shift, focusing on Hansen, and in that moment of distraction she gave one final push. The vortex collapsed in on itself with a sound like reality tearing. A shockwave of energy knocked everyone off their feet. For a long moment, all was silent. Mia opened her eyes, blinking away spots. The motel room was in shambles, but the breach was gone. Outside she could hear confused voices, car alarms blaring. Is it over?" Zoe asked, her voice weak. Mia reached out with her senses, probing the area. The void was gone, but she could feel something. An echo, a resonance. "For now," she said. "But this isn't finished. Not by a long shot." As they picked themselves up, assessing the damage, Mia turned to Hansen. The physicist looked shell-shocked but alive. "What did you mean?" she asked. "About helping it find what it's looking for?" Hansen shook his head, his eyes distant. "I'm not sure. It was just a feeling. But whatever this entity is, it's not just trying to destroy. It's searching, desperately." Dr. Ramirez, brushing glass off his coat, spoke up. "If that's true, it changes everything. We're not just fighting against destruction. We're dealing with a cosmic entity on a quest." Lily, who had somehow managed to keep her laptop intact, was already typing furiously. "I'm cross-referencing Hansen's data with known mythological patterns. If we can figure out what this thing is looking for..." We might be able to find it first, Mia finished. She looked around at her team, battered but unbowed. I know we're all exhausted, but we can't stop now. Whatever's coming, it's bigger than anything we've faced before. And we need to be ready. As they began to gather their belongings, preparing to move to a new location before local authorities arrived, Mia stepped outside. The night air was crisp, carrying the scent of autumn leaves and wood smoke. To anyone else, it would have seemed like a perfectly normal evening in a small Maine town. But Mia could feel it. The world had changed in ways that most people would never understand. The battle in New Orleans had been just the beginning. Now they were in a race against time, trying to unravel a cosmic mystery before it unraveled reality itself. She looked up at the stars, twinkling innocently in the night sky. Somewhere out there, in the vast darkness between worlds, something ancient and powerful was searching. And whether they liked it or not, Mia and her team were now part of that search. "What are you looking for?" she whispered to the uncaring cosmos. "And what will happen if you find it?" The stars, of course, didn't answer. But as Mia turned back to join her team, she couldn't shake the feeling that somehow, somewhere, something had heard her question. And that the answer, when it came, would change everything. "All right, people," she said as she re-entered the destroyed motel room. "We've got work to do. The world isn't going to save itself." As they piled into their vehicles, ready to chase down the next lead, the next potential breach, Mia felt a familiar mix of fear and exhilaration. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger, but they would face it together, guardians of a threshold most people didn't even know existed. The engines roared to life and they pulled away from the curb, leaving behind a town that would never quite be the same. But as they drove into the night, chasing the echoes of an impossible quest, Mia knew that their greatest challenge still lay ahead. The void entity was out there searching, and they would be there to meet it, come what may. The old pickup truck rumbled down the winding roads of rural Maine, its headlights cutting through the early morning mist. Mia Caldwell sat behind the wheel, her eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of the turnoff they were seeking. In the passenger seat, Lily pored over a map, occasionally glancing at her laptop to cross-reference their location. "You sure this is the right way?" Zoe piped up from the back seat, where she was sandwiched between Dr. Ramirez and a still-shaken Dr. Hansen. "Feels like we've been driving in circles for hours." Mia's grip tightened on the steering wheel. "According to Hansen's calculations, this is where the next convergence will occur. We have to be close." As if on cue, Lily's laptop emitted a shrill beep. "Energy spike," she called out. "Half a mile ahead, bearing northeast." Mia veered off the main road onto a barely visible dirt track. The truck bounced and jostled as they made their way deeper into the forest. Suddenly the trees parted, revealing a clearing dominated by a decrepit wooden structure. "Is that—" Dr. Ramirez leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. "A covered bridge," Mia confirmed, bringing the truck to a stop. "And if I'm not mistaken, that's the Kenduskeag stream beneath it." They piled out of the vehicle, the chill morning air biting at their skin. Mia could feel it immediately. A wrongness in the air, a distortion in the fabric of reality centered on the old bridge. "We're in Derry," Dr. Hansen whispered, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. "This is where it dwelled." Zoe rolled her eyes. "Great. As if interdimensional void entities weren't enough, now we're dealing with killer clowns?" "Focus, people," Mia snapped, though she couldn't shake the unease that settled over her at the mention of Stephen King's infamous fictional town. "Hansen, what are we looking at here?" The physicist consulted a device he'd cobbled together from spare parts and arcane components. "The convergence is building, multiple realities intersecting at this point. If my calculations are correct, we have less than an hour before." His words trailed off as a low, rumbling sound filled the air. The mist began to swirl, taking on an unnatural greenish tinge. "Before that happens," Mia finished grimly. "All right, let's move." Lily, start setting up the containment array. Zoe, Dr. Ramirez, you're on perimeter defense. Hansen, you're with me. We need to get closer to the epicenter. As the team sprang into action, Mia and Hansen cautiously approached the bridge. The wood creaked ominously under their feet, and Mia could have sworn she heard whispers carried on the wind. "It's not just the void," Hansen murmured, his eyes darting nervously. "This place, it's a nexus, a weak point between multiple realities." Mia nodded, her senses on high alert. "Which means anything could come through. Stay sharp." They reached the center of the bridge, and Mia felt her breath catch in her throat. The air seemed to shimmer, reality itself bending and warping. And there, in the midst of it all, was a tear, a glimpse into somewhere else. "My God," Hansen breathed. "It's beautiful." For a moment, Mia saw it too, a vista of impossible colors, of geometries that shouldn't exist. But then the vision shifted and she found herself staring into an abyss so profound, it made her soul ache. "Hansen," she said, her voice tight, "we need to—" Her words were cut off as a tendril of darkness shot out from the tear, wrapping itself around Hansen's ankle. The physicist screamed as he was yanked off his feet, being dragged towards the rift. Mia lunged, grabbing Hansen's arm. She could feel the void entity's hunger, its desperate need. "Hold on!" she shouted, planting her feet and pulling with all her might. "Mia!" Zoe's voice rang out from behind her. "We've got company!" Glancing over her shoulder, Mia saw a nightmarish sight. Creatures were emerging from the mist, twisted amalgamations of flesh and shadow, some vaguely humanoid, others defying description. "The containment field isn't ready," Lily called out, her fingers flying over her laptop. "We need more time." Mia gritted her teeth, her mind racing. They were outmatched, caught between the void and the horrors it was spewing forth. But giving up wasn't an option. "Dr. Ramirez!" she shouted. "The banishment ritual!" All of them at once. The older man's eyes widened in understanding. He began to chant, his voice rising above the cacophony of eldritch screams and tearing reality. Zoe joined in, her hands glowing with psychic energy. Mia turned back to Hansen, who was still halfway through the rift. "Eric," she said, locking eyes with the terrified physicist, "I need you to listen to me. Whatever's on the other side, whatever it's showing you, it's not real, not for us. You have to let it go." Hansen's eyes cleared slightly, focusing on Mia. But I can see it. The answers to everything, the nature of reality itself. "And it'll drive you mad," Mia countered. "No human mind is meant to comprehend that. Let it go, Eric, come back to us." For a heartbeat, Hansen hesitated. Then, with a cry of anguish, he released his grip on whatever he'd been holding on to in the void. Mia hauled him back, both of them collapsing onto the bridge as the tendril of darkness retreated. Behind them, Dr. Ramirez's chant reached a crescendo. There was a flash of blinding light, and the creatures from the mist disintegrated with unearthly wails. "Containment field active," Lily shouted triumphantly. Mia scrambled to her feet, pulling Hansen up with her. "Everyone fall back. Lily, contract the field. Push it all back through the rift." They retreated to the edge of the clearing, watching as the shimmering energy of the containment field slowly constricted, forcing the tear in reality to close in on itself. With a sound like thunder, the rift collapsed, leaving behind nothing but the mist-shrouded bridge. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Zoe broke the silence with a shaky laugh. "Well, that was fun. Can we go somewhere normal for our next vacation? Like, I don't know, Detroit?" Despite everything, Mia found herself smiling. "You okay, Hansen?" The physicist nodded slowly, his eyes still distant. I saw things, Mia. Impossible things. But you were right. It wasn't for us to know." Dr. Ramirez approached, leaning heavily on his cane. "The banishment worked, but it was a close thing. These incursions are getting stronger." Mia nodded grimly. "And more frequent. We need to figure out what this entity is searching for, and fast." before it tears reality apart looking for it. As they made their way back to the truck, Lily fell into step beside Mia. "I've been analyzing the energy signatures," she said quietly. "There's a pattern emerging. These aren't random breaches, they're probing, testing." "Testing for what?" Mia asked, though she feared she already knew the answer. Lily's face was grim. "Weaknesses. I think it's looking for a way to fully manifest in our world." The implications of that sent a chill down Mia's spine. "If that happens, end of the world as we know it," Zoe finished, having overheard. "So, no pressure or anything." As they piled back into the truck, Mia's mind was racing. They'd won this battle, but the war was far from over. And with each encounter, the stakes grew higher. "Where to now, boss?" Dr. Ramirez asked as Mia started the engine. She thought for a moment, then made a decision. Derry. The real one, not whatever this place was. If this entity is searching for something, maybe the answer lies in the place that inspired so many stories about cosmic horror. As they pulled away from the clearing, leaving behind the mist-shrouded bridge and its secrets, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that they were racing against time. The void entity was growing stronger, more determined, and somewhere out there, the key to stopping it, or unleashing it fully, was waiting to be found. The old pickup truck rumbled down the road, carrying its band of unlikely heroes towards their next confrontation with forces beyond human comprehension. But as the adrenaline of the recent battle faded, exhaustion began to set in. "We need to rest," Dr. Ramirez said, voicing what they were all thinking. "We're no good to anyone if we're running on fumes." Mia nodded reluctantly. "You're right. We'll find a place to hole up for a few hours, then head into Derry." They found a small motel on the outskirts of a town whose name none of them bothered to note. As they checked in, using cash and fake names out of habit, Mia couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. In her room, sleep proved elusive. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the swirling vortex of the void, felt its pull. After an hour of tossing and turning, she gave up and stepped outside for some air. To her surprise, she found Hansen sitting on the curb staring up at the stars. "Couldn't sleep either?" she asked, settling down beside him. He shook his head. "Every time I close my eyes, I see everything. The universe, laid bare. It's beautiful and terrifying." Mia was quiet for a moment, considering her words carefully. "Eric, what you experienced, it's not something the human mind is meant to process. You need to let it go, or it'll drive you mad." Hansen turned to her, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "How? How do you forget something like that?" "You don't," Mia said softly. "You accept that there are things beyond our understanding, and you focus on what you can do here now, in this reality." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars wheel overhead. Finally, Hansen spoke again. "It's searching for something it lost," he said. "Something precious, ancient. I could feel its longing, its desperation." Mia nodded slowly. "Any idea what it might be?" Hansen shook his head. "Not exactly, but I got the sense that it's not just an object. It's like a piece of itself, a fragment of its very being." The implications of that were staggering. Mia's mind raced, trying to fit this new piece into the puzzle they'd been assembling. "If we could find it first," she mused, "maybe we could use it as leverage, force the entity to back off." Hansen's laugh was hollow. "Or we could accidentally trigger the end of all existence. No big deal." Despite the gravity of the situation, Mia found herself smiling. "Just another day at the office for us, right?" As the first light of dawn began to color the sky, they made their way back to their rooms. But sleep continued to elude Mia. Instead, she found herself poring over Lily's data, Hansen's calculations, and her own notes from their encounters. A pattern was emerging, but it was just beyond her grasp. Something about the locations, the timing of the breaches. It was like a cosmic puzzle, with pieces scattered across time and space. A soft knock at her door interrupted her thoughts. It was Lily, looking exhausted but determined. "I think I've got something," she said without preamble. "The energy signatures from the breaches, they're not just random. They're like a heartbeat, pulsing in a specific rhythm." Mia's eyes widened as the implications sank in. It's not just searching randomly, it's calling out, trying to resonate with whatever it lost. Lily nodded excitedly. "Exactly. And if we can figure out the frequency, maybe we can..." Her words were cut off by a scream from outside. Mia was on her feet in an instant, rushing out the door with Lily close behind. In the parking lot, they found Zoe standing frozen, staring at something in the pre-dawn gloom. As Mia's eyes adjusted, she saw it too, a figure, flickering and insubstantial, but unmistakably human. "Sarah?" Mia breathed, recognizing the stewardess from Flight 623. The spectral figure turned, its eyes locking onto Mia. When it spoke, its voice was distant, distorted, as if coming from very far away. "Mia Caldwell," Sarah's ghost said. "You need to hurry. It's coming. And this time it's not just searching, it's angry." Before Mia could respond, the apparition flickered and vanished, leaving behind nothing but the chill morning air and a sense of impending doom. Dr. Ramirez and Hansen had joined them, drawn by the commotion. "What was that?" Hansen asked, his voice shaking. Mia turned to her team, her face set with determination. "That was a warning, and a call to action. Whatever's coming, we need to be ready. Forget rest. We move now." As they quickly gathered their belongings and piled back into the truck, Mia's mind was racing. The entity wasn't just a force of nature, acting on instinct. It was conscious, capable of anger, and that made it infinitely more dangerous. The sun was just peeking over the horizon as they pulled onto the road, heading towards Derry and whatever awaited them there. Mia gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles white. "Hold on, everyone," she murmured, more to herself than to her team. "This is where it all comes together, one way or another." As the miles rolled by, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that they were driving towards a confrontation that would determine the fate not just of their world, but of reality itself. The void entity was coming, angry and desperate, and they were the only thing standing in its way. The battered pickup truck rolled into Derry just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the quiet streets. Mia Caldwell's knuckles were white on the steering wheel as she navigated through the town, her eyes darting from one landmark to another. Everything seemed normal on the surface, but there was an undercurrent of wrongness that set her teeth on edge. "It's just like in the books," Lily murmured from the passenger seat, her laptop balanced precariously on her knees. "The standpipe, the Paul Bunyan statue, it's all here." "Doctor?" Ramirez leaned forward from the back seat. "Remember, this isn't the fictional Derry. Whatever inspired King's stories may have roots here, but we can't assume anything." Mia nodded grimly. "Agreed. But there's definitely something here. I can feel it." They pulled into the parking lot of a small motel on the outskirts of town. As they climbed out of the truck, stretching cramped muscles, Mia felt a chill run down her spine. She turned, scanning the tree line behind the motel. "You feel it too?" Zoe asked, coming to stand beside her. "Yeah," Mia replied. "We're being watched." Hansen, who had been uncharacteristically quiet for the entire drive, suddenly spoke up. "It's not just watching. It's waiting." Before Mia could respond, a cheerful voice called out from the motel office. "Welcome to Derry. Checking in?" They turned to see a middle-aged woman with a too-wide smile approaching them. Something about her gait seemed off, as if her joints weren't quite working right. "Yes, we'd like 2 rooms, please," Mia said, forcing a smile of her own. As they went through the motions of checking in, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. The woman's movements were jerky, her smile never wavering, and her eyes. There was something not quite human in those eyes. Once they were alone in their rooms, the team gathered to plan their next move. Okay, what the hell was that about? Zoe demanded. That woman was seriously creepy. Dr. Ramirez nodded. I've seen something like this before in cases of possession. It's as if something is wearing her like a suit, but doesn't quite know how to move properly. Great, Lily muttered. So we're in a town full of pod people. Any other good news? Mia paced the small room, her mind racing. We need to find the source. Whatever's causing this, it has to be connected to the void entity. Hansen, any readings? The physicist consulted his cobbled-together device. There's definitely a concentration of anomalous energy in the town center. It's pulsing, like a heartbeat. Then that's where we start, Mia decided. We'll split up. Lily, you and Dr. Ramirez head to the library. See if you can find any local legends or historical accounts that might give us a clue. Zoe, you're with me. We'll do a sweep of the town center. Hansen, I want you to stay here and monitor the energy readings. If anything spikes, you call us immediately. As they prepared to head out, Mia pulled Hansen aside. Eric, she said softly, I know what you saw in the void is still affecting you. But I need you focused. Can you handle this? Hansen's eyes, which had been distant and unfocused, suddenly sharpened. I'm okay, Mia. Really. What I saw. It's given me a perspective I never had before. I think I can help more than you know. Mia studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right. But if anything feels off, you tell me. Got it? Got it, Hansen replied with a small smile. As Mia and Zoe made their way into town, the streets seemed unnaturally quiet. A few people were out and about, but they all moved with the same jerky, not quite right motions as the motel manager. This is seriously messed up, Zoe muttered. It's like the whole town is under some kind of spell. Mia nodded, her senses on high alert. Whatever's happening, it's affecting everyone. But why? What's the purpose? They reached the town square, dominated by the Paul Bunyan statue. As they approached, Mia felt a surge of something. Power, ancient and terrible, pulsing beneath the earth. Zoe, she said, her voice tight. Do you feel that? The blue-haired woman nodded, her face pale. It's like the whole town is built on top of something alive. Suddenly, a child's laughter echoed across the square. They turned to see a small boy, no more than 6 or 7, standing by the statue. He was holding a red balloon and smiling at them. Hello, ladies, the boy said, his voice oddly adult. Would you like a balloon? They float, you know. They all float down here. Mia felt her blood run cold. She knew those words, had read them in King's novels. But this wasn't fiction. This was real, and infinitely more terrifying. Who are you? She demanded, stepping in front of Zoe protectively. The boy's smile widened, becoming something inhuman. Oh, I'm just a friend, a very old friend. And I've been waiting for you, Mia Caldwell. You and your little team of guardians. Before Mia could respond, the boy's form began to shift and warp. In seconds, he had transformed into a towering clown with blazing orange eyes and rows of razor-sharp teeth. Welcome to Derry, Pennywise the dancing clown said with a theatrical bow. We've been expecting you. Zoe swore colorfully, her hands glowing with defensive energy. I thought you said this wasn't the fictional Derry. It's not, Mia replied, her mind racing. This is something else. Something using our expectations against us. Pennywise cackled, the sound echoing unnaturally across the square. Oh, you're a clever one, aren't you? But not clever enough. You have no idea what you're really dealing with. The clown began to approach, its movements jerky and wrong, like a marionette with tangled strings. Mia and Zoe backed away, their powers flaring to life. What do you want? Mia demanded, trying to buy time. Pennywise's grin widened impossibly. Want? Oh, I want many things, to feed, to grow, to reclaim what was taken from me eons ago. But right now I want you to run. With that, the clown lunged forward with impossible speed. Mia and Zoe barely had time to dive out of the way, rolling across the pavement. Go, Mia shouted. Back to the motel. They ran, the sound of Pennywise's laughter echoing behind them. As they rounded a corner, Mia risked a glance back. The entire town seemed to be shifting, buildings warping and streets twisting into impossible configurations. They burst into the motel room, startling Hansen, who was hunched over his equipment. What happened? He demanded, taking in their disheveled appearance. The town, Zoe panted. It's alive, and it's it. Hansen's eyes widened. The energy readings just went off the charts. Whatever's happening, it's accelerating. Mia's phone rang and she answered it with shaking hands. Lily, are you okay? Mia, you need to get to the library now. Lily's voice came through, tight with tension. We found something big. We're on our way, Mia replied. Be careful. The town, it's not what we thought. As they piled back into the truck, Mia couldn't shake the image of Pennywise's grinning face. This wasn't just a cosmic entity searching for something lost. This was personal, targeted. And somehow, impossibly, it was using the power of imagination itself against them. The drive to the library was a nightmare of shifting reality. Streets that should have been straight suddenly curved. Buildings appeared and disappeared, and everywhere they looked, grinning faces watched from windows and shadows. They screeched to a halt in front of the library, which loomed impossibly large against the darkening sky. As they rushed inside, Mia felt a sense of vertigo, as if the interior space was much larger than it should be. They found Lily and Dr. Ramirez in a back room, surrounded by piles of ancient books and scrolls. What did you find? Mia demanded. Lily looked up, her face pale. It's not just Derry, she said. It's everywhere. Every town, every city with a dark secret or a haunted past. They're all connected, part of a vast network. Dr. Ramirez nodded grimly. And at the center of it all is this place. Derry isn't just a town. It's a nexus, a focal point for all the darkness and fear and pain that humanity has ever experienced. But why? Hansen asked. What's the purpose? Food, a new voice said from the shadows. They all whirled to see Pennywise standing there, his form flickering between the clown and something much, much worse. Fear, pain, despair. It's all sustenance for beings like me, like us. Mia stepped forward, her hands glowing with protective energy. What do you mean, us? Pennywise's grin widened. Oh, my dear, did you really think I was alone? There are things in the spaces between worlds that would drive you mad to comprehend. And they're all so hungry. The clown's form began to shift and warp, growing larger, more monstrous. Tentacles burst from its back, and its mouth opened to reveal row upon row of razor-sharp teeth. But you, it continued, its voice deepening into an inhuman growl. You and your little team of guardians. You've been causing quite a stir. Closing breaches, banishing entities. It's very annoying. Mia stood her ground, though every instinct screamed at her to run. We're not going to let you destroy our world. The thing that had been Pennywise laughed, a sound that sent shivers down Mia's spine. Destroy? Oh no, my dear. We don't want to destroy your world, we want to remake it, in our image, and you're going to help us do it. Before anyone could react, tentacles shot out, wrapping around each of them. Mia felt herself being lifted off the ground, struggling against the iron grip. Let them go, she shouted. It's me you want. The creature's eyes, now glowing with an eldritch light, focused on Mia. Oh yes, it is. You see, Mia Caldwell, you're not just a guardian. You're a key. The key we've been searching for all this time. With a sound like reality tearing, a rift opened behind the monster. Through it, Mia could see glimpses of impossible vistas, of worlds and dimensions beyond human comprehension. And now, the creature said, its voice filled with terrible glee. "It's time for you to fulfill your destiny." As they were dragged towards the rift, Mia's mind raced. She could feel the void entity's presence, vast and hungry, waiting on the other side. Whatever was about to happen, she knew it would change everything. The last thing she saw before being pulled through the rift was Derry dissolving around them, revealing the true nature of the town. A vast, pulsing organism that had been masquerading as a slice of small-town America. And then, they were falling, tumbling through realities, towards a confrontation that would determine the fate of not just their world, but of all worlds. The heart of Derry had been revealed, and with it, the true nature of the cosmic horror they faced. But as Mia and her team plunged into the unknown, one thought burned in her mind. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. The gravel crunched beneath the tires of my old Subaru as I pulled into the small parking area at the trailhead. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, taking in the view before me. The White Mountain National Forest stretched out as far as the eye could see, a sea of green punctuated by the occasional flash of autumn colors. It was early October, and the first hints of fall were just beginning to paint the landscape. I stepped out of the car, the cool mountain air filling my lungs. The scent of pine and damp earth enveloped me, a welcome change from the stale air of my small apartment back in Boston. I'd come here seeking inspiration, hoping to shake the paralyzing writer's block that had gripped me for months. As I shouldered my backpack and locked the car, a park ranger approached, clipboard in hand. "Afternoon, sir," he said, tipping his hat. "Just checking in with all our overnight campers. You planning to stay in the backcountry?" I nodded, fishing out my permit. "That's right. Name's Ethan Blackwood. I've got a reservation for 5 nights at the Spruce Brook campsite." The ranger checked his list and nodded. "Got you right here, Mr. Blackwood. You familiar with the area?" "I've done some day hikes, but this is my first overnight trip," I admitted. He smiled, but there was a hint of concern in his eyes. "Well, the trail to Spruce Brook is well marked, but remember, the weather can change quickly up here. You got all your gear?" I patted my backpack. "Everything but the kitchen sink." The ranger chuckled. "Good man. One last thing. We've had some strange reports lately. Hikers getting turned around hearing odd noises at night. Probably just the wind playing tricks, but keep your wits about you, all right?" A chill ran down my spine, but I brushed it off. "Will do. Thanks for the heads up." As the ranger walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that his warning was more than just standard protocol. Shaking my head, I adjusted my pack and set off down the trail. The first mile was easy going, the path wide and well maintained. But as I ventured deeper into the forest, the trail narrowed, and the trees seemed to close in around me. The late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. About 2 hours into my hike, I rounded a bend and saw the small clearing that marked the Spruce Brook campsite. A bubbling stream cut through one side of the clearing, and a well-used fire pit sat in the center, surrounded by flat stones perfect for sitting. "Home, sweet home," I muttered to myself, dropping my pack with a grunt. I set about making camp, pitching my tent and gathering firewood. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every so often I'd pause and scan the tree line, but I saw nothing out of the ordinary. As the sun began to set, I got a small fire going and heated up some freeze-dried pasta. The flames cast flickering shadows around the campsite, and for the first time since arriving, I felt a twinge of unease. "Get it together, Ethan," I said aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. "This is what you came for. Peace, quiet, and hopefully a spark of inspiration." After dinner, I pulled out my notebook and pen, determined to at least jot down some ideas. But as I stared at the blank page, the words refused to come. Frustrated, I tossed the notebook aside and stoked the fire. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, the fire casting strange shadows. But as I looked closer, I realized the dry leaves on the forest floor were moving. not blown by the wind, but shifting and rearranging themselves as if guided by an invisible hand. My heart pounding, I watched as the leaves formed distinct shapes. Letters. Words. Turn back while you still can. I blinked hard, certain I was seeing things. But when I opened my eyes, the message was still there, clear as day. Very funny, I called out, my voice shaky. Whoever's out there, this isn't amusing. Show yourself. Only the crackling of the fire and the gentle rustle of leaves answered me. I stood up, scanning the darkness beyond my campsite. I'm armed, I lied, hoping to scare off any potential pranksters. Still nothing. Slowly, I approached the leaf message. As I got closer, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, scattering the leaves and erasing the warning as if it had never been there. I ran a hand through my hair, my mind racing. You're losing it, Ethan, I muttered. It's just your imagination working overtime. Isn't that what you came here for? Deciding I needed sleep, I doused the fire and crawled into my tent. But rest wouldn't come easily. Every snap of a twig or hoot of an owl had me sitting bolt upright, my heart racing. Finally, exhaustion won out and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. In my dreams, I wandered through an endless forest, the trees whispering warnings I couldn't quite make out. I was searching for something, though I didn't know what. A sharp crack jolted me awake. I sat up, disoriented, my sleeping bag tangled around my legs. The inside of the tent was pitch black, but I could hear something moving outside. Hello? I called out, my voice hoarse. Is someone there? A whisper answered me, so faint I almost missed it. Remember what? I demanded, fumbling for my flashlight. Who's out there? I unzipped the tent flap with shaking hands and shone the light outside. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty campsite. There was no sign of any intruder, no footprints in the soft earth around my tent. But something had changed. The air felt heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. And there, just at the edge of the clearing, a shadow seemed to move, melting back into the darkness of the forest. I blinked, and it was gone. Had I imagined it? As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion crept back in. I zipped up the tent and lay back down, but sleep eluded me. I stared at the tent ceiling, my mind racing. What had I gotten myself into? Was this all in my head, a product of an overactive writer's imagination? Or was there something more sinister at work in these woods? As the first light of dawn began to filter through the tent fabric, I made a decision. I'd give it one more day. If anything else strange happened, I'd pack up and leave. No story was worth losing my sanity over. Little did I know, the forest had other plans for me. The message in the leaves was just the beginning, and the White Mountain National Forest was about to become my own personal nightmare, one that I might never wake up from. I jolted awake, my heart pounding like a jackhammer against my ribs. Sweat plastered my t-shirt to my skin, and for a moment I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The forest, the whispering, the message in the leaves. Just a dream, I muttered, rubbing my eyes. Get a grip, Ethan. But as I unzipped the tent and stumbled out into the crisp morning air, my reassurances died in my throat. The campsite was in chaos. My carefully arranged gear was strewn across the clearing as if a tornado had torn through during the night. My backpack hung from a tree branch 20 feet up, its contents spilled across the forest floor. The fire pit was filled with water, steam still rising from the doused embers. What the hell? I breathed, turning in a slow circle. That's when I saw it. Another message formed in the leaves, more ominous than the last. The forest remembers what you've forgotten. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. I approached the message, half expecting the leaves to scatter again, but they remained stubbornly in place, the words as clear as if they'd been written by human hands. All right, I said aloud, my voice shaky. Very funny. Whoever's out there, you've had your laugh. Show yourself. Only the chirping of birds answered me. The forest seemed to be holding its breath, waiting. I spent the next hour gathering my scattered belongings, all the while feeling like unseen eyes were boring into my back. By the time I'd repacked my bag and rebuilt the fire, my nerves were frayed to breaking point. "This is insane," I muttered, running a hand through my hair. "I need to get out of here." I doused the fire and shouldered my pack. Decision made. Whatever was going on in this forest, I wanted no part of it. I'd go back to my apartment, face my writer's block, and forget this whole bizarre experience. But as I approached my car, a sinking feeling settled in my gut. I inserted the key into the ignition and turned it. Nothing, not even a sputter. "No, no, no," I groaned, trying again. The engine remained stubbornly silent. I popped the hood, though I knew next to nothing about cars. Everything looked normal to my untrained eye, but something caught my attention. There, nestled among the engine components, was a small pile of leaves. As I watched, they shifted, forming 3 words. "Not so fast." I slammed the hood shut, my heart racing. This couldn't be happening. It defied all logic, all reason. I was losing my mind. That had to be it. "Hello there," a cheery voice called out, nearly making me jump out of my skin. I whirled around to see a park ranger approaching, a friendly smile on his weathered face. He was older, probably in his 60s, with a salt and pepper beard and kind eyes that crinkled at the corners. "Having some car trouble?" he asked, coming to a stop beside me. I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yeah, it won't start. I don't suppose you could take a look." "Sure thing," the ranger said, moving towards the hood. "Name's Jim, by the way. Jim Hawkins." "Ethan Blackwood," I replied, watching as he examined the engine. After a few minutes, Jim straightened up, a puzzled look on his face. "Well, I'll be damned. Everything looks fine, but—" He trailed off, his brow furrowing. "But what?" I prompted, a knot forming in my stomach. Jim shook his head. "It's the darndest thing. There's a pile of leaves in there right where they shouldn't be. Almost looks like they spell out words." My blood ran cold, so I wasn't imagining it. "Listen," Jim said, his voice lowering. "I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but we've had some strange occurrences in these parts lately. Hikers getting lost where they shouldn't, equipment malfunctioning, odd noises in the night." I swallowed hard. "What kind of noises?" Jim's eyes darted around, as if checking for eavesdroppers. "Whispers, mostly. Some folks say they heard their names called out, but when they looked, there was no one there." It was exactly what I'd experienced. "What do you think it is?" I asked. The ranger shrugged, but there was tension in his shoulders. "Could be nothing, tricks of the wind, overactive imaginations. But between you and me—" He leaned in closer. "These woods are old, Mr. Blackwood. Older than any of us can imagine. And sometimes I think they remember things we've long forgotten." A gust of wind swept through the parking area, and I could have sworn I heard my name whispered on the breeze. Jim must have heard it too, because his head snapped up, eyes scanning the tree line. "Well," he said, his cheerful demeanor returning so suddenly it was almost jarring. "I'd better be on my way. Lots of ground to cover. You take care now, Mr. Blackwood, and keep your wits about you." As Jim walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that his departure was too abrupt, too rehearsed. Like he was eager to be away from me, away from whatever was happening here. I turned back to my car, determined to try one more time. But as I reached for the door handle, the leaves on the forest floor began to swirl unnaturally in Jim's wake. They danced and twisted, forming a clear message. He knows more than he's telling. I staggered back, my mind reeling. This was impossible. It defied everything I knew about the world. And yet I couldn't deny the evidence of my own eyes. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I was faced with an impossible choice. Do I abandon my car and hike out, potentially getting lost in a forest that seemed increasingly hostile? Or do I return to my campsite and try to unravel this mystery? In the end, curiosity won out over fear. I was a writer after all. And what was happening here was one hell of a story if I lived to tell it. With a deep breath, I shouldered my pack and turned back towards the trail. The forest seemed to loom before me, darker and more foreboding than before. But as I took my first step back into the woods, I could have sworn I heard a whisper on the wind. "Welcome back, Ethan. We've been waiting for you." As I hiked, my mind raced with possibilities. Was this some elaborate prank? A hallucination brought on by stress or some toxic plant I'd unknowingly ingested? Or was there really something supernatural at work in these ancient woods? One thing was certain. I was in far deeper than I'd ever intended. And as the trail wound deeper into the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into a trap of my own making. The leaves crunched beneath my feet, and with each step I half expected them to form new messages, new warnings. But they remained stubbornly ordinary, as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting to see what I would do next. As I approached my campsite, a new determination settled over me. Whatever was happening here, whatever force was at work in these woods, I was going to get to the bottom of it, even if it meant facing my deepest fears. Little did I know, the forest had only begun to reveal its secrets, and the true test of my sanity and my survival was yet to come. I trudged back into my campsite, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and fear. The familiar clearing should have been a comfort, but now it felt like a prison. The trees loomed overhead, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers, ready to snatch me up at any moment. "Get it together, Ethan," I muttered to myself, dropping my pack by the cold fire pit. "You're a writer, for Christ's sake. Use your imagination to solve this, not to scare yourself shitless." But as I stood there trying to make sense of the impossible events of the past day, a new thought struck me. Cell service. I hadn't even tried my phone yet. Fumbling in my pocket, I pulled out my smartphone. No signal. Of course. "Damn it," I growled, shoving the useless device back into my pocket. That's when I heard it, a whisper on the wind, so faint I almost missed it. "Ethan, come find us." I spun around, my heart pounding. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking. "Show yourself." Only the rustling of leaves answered me. But as I watched, the forest seemed to shift. The trees parted, revealing a faint trail I hadn't noticed before. It wound deeper into the woods, away from my campsite and into the unknown. Every instinct screamed at me to stay put, to wait for help. But something else, a curiosity I couldn't quell, urged me forward. Before I knew it, I was following the trail, drawn by an inexplicable pull. The forest grew denser as I walked, the canopy overhead blotting out more and more sunlight. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with the musty scent of decay. Time seemed to lose all meaning as I pushed forward, branches clawing at my clothes, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Just as I was about to turn back, convinced I'd made a terrible mistake, the tree suddenly thinned. I stumbled into a small clearing and froze, my breath catching in my throat. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a cabin. It was old, impossibly old. The logs that made up its walls were gray with age, the roof sagging dangerously. Vines crawled up its sides, nature slowly reclaiming what man had built. But it was undeniably there, a structure that had no right to exist this deep in the protected forest. "Hello?" I called out, approaching cautiously. "Is anyone there?" Silence. The cabin stood as still as a tomb, its dark windows revealing nothing of what lay inside. As I reached the porch, the wooden steps creaked ominously under my weight. I hesitated at the door, my hand hovering over the rusted handle. Every horror movie I'd ever seen flashed through my mind, warning me not to go in. But I was already in too deep. With a deep breath, I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The interior was dimly lit by what little sunlight filtered through the grimy windows. Dust motes danced in the air, disturbed by my entrance. The cabin was sparsely furnished, a rickety table, a couple of chairs, and an old iron stove in the corner. But what caught my eye was the bed pushed against the far wall. On it lay a leather-bound journal, My writer's curiosity overpowered my fear. I crossed the room in a few quick strides and picked up the journal. Its cover was worn smooth by time and use, the pages yellowed with age. As I opened it, a musty smell wafted up, the scent of secrets long kept. The first page bore a single line of text, written in a spidery hand. The forest remembers what we choose to forget. A chill ran down my spine as I recognized the phrase from the leaf message earlier. This couldn't be a coincidence. I began to read, my eyes widening with each passage. The journal detailed a curse placed on the forest centuries ago, a pact between settlers and an ancient spirit that had gone terribly wrong. The writer spoke of time loops of souls trapped in an endless cycle of fear and forgetting. As I turned the pages, the words began to shift before my eyes. New text appeared, as if written by an invisible hand. You are not the first, Ethan Blackwood, but you could be the last. I dropped the book, stumbling backward. What the hell is this? I shouted, my voice echoing in the empty cabin. What do you want from me? The floorboards creaked behind me. I whirled around to find myself face to face with myself. But it wasn't me, not really. This version of Ethan Blackwood was older, his hair gray at the temples, his eyes haunted by years of fear and isolation. Hello, Ethan, my doppelganger said, his voice a raspy whisper. We've been waiting a long time for you to arrive. I backed away, my mind reeling. This isn't real, I muttered. I'm hallucinating, or dreaming. This can't be happening. The other Ethan smiled sadly. I said the same thing once upon a time. We all did. But the forest has a way of making you believe. We? I asked, dreading the answer. He gestured to the windows. Outside, figures began to emerge from the trees. Men and women of all ages, all wearing clothes from different eras. And every single one of them had my face. Welcome to the loop, Ethan, my doppelganger said. We're all you. Every version of you that's ever been trapped here trying to break the curse. I shook my head, backing away until I hit the wall. No, this isn't possible. I'm losing my mind. That's the only explanation. I'm afraid it's all too real, another voice said. I turned to see a young woman enter the cabin. She looked to be in her early 20s with long dark hair and piercing green eyes. Despite her different gender, I recognized my own features in her face. I'm Ethan too, from a timeline where you were born female. Call me Ethel. My legs gave out and I slid down the wall to the floor. How long have you all been here? The older Ethan sighed. Time doesn't work the same way here. For some of us, it's been days. For others, centuries. We're all trapped in this loop, reliving the same series of events over and over, trying to break the curse. Ethel knelt beside me, her eyes full of sympathy. But you're different, Ethan. You're the first one to find the cabin so quickly. You might be the key to ending this. I looked from one impossible face to another, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. What do I have to do? The older Ethan held out the journal. Read, learn, understand the nature of the curse. And then, when the time comes, make a different choice than we did. As I reached for the book, the cabin began to fade around me. The other versions of myself grew transparent, their voices becoming distant whispers. Remember, Ethan. Ethel's voice echoed as everything dissolved into darkness. The forest remembers what we choose to forget. Don't make our mistake. Remember. I jolted awake with a gasp, finding myself back in my tent at the campsite. Sunlight filtered through the fabric, suggesting it was early morning. Had it all been a dream? But as I sat up, I felt something heavy in my lap. I looked down to see the leather-bound journal from the cabin. On its cover, words formed as if written by an invisible hand. The choice is yours, Ethan. What will you remember? As I opened the journal with trembling hands, I knew that my ordeal in these haunted woods was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. And somewhere in these pages lay the key to my salvation, or my eternal damnation. The forest whispered around me, leaves rustling with anticipation. Whatever cosmic game I had unwittingly entered, it was clear that the stakes were higher than I could have ever imagined. And as the words on the pages began to shift and change before my eyes, I realized that my greatest challenge as a writer was about to begin. I had to tell the story that would set us all free. I jolted awake, my heart pounding like a jackhammer in my chest. Sweat plastered my t-shirt to my skin, and for a moment I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The forest, the cabin, the impossible versions of myself. Jesus, I muttered, rubbing my eyes. What a nightmare. But as I fumbled for my phone to check the time, my hand brushed against something leather-bound and heavy. My breath caught in my throat as I pulled out the journal from my dream, the one that couldn't possibly be real. No, I whispered, my voice cracking. No, no, no. With trembling hands, I opened the journal. The pages were blank, but as I watched, words began to form as if written by an invisible hand. The loop begins again. Remember, Ethan, it's the only way out. I scrambled out of the tent, my mind reeling. The campsite looked exactly as it had when I first arrived. No scattered gear, no messages in the leaves. It was as if the past day had never happened. But the journal in my hands told a different story. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the quiet forest. "Is anyone there?" Only the chirping of birds answered me. The forest seemed to be holding its breath, waiting. I sank to my knees, the journal clutched to my chest. "This can't be happening," I muttered. "I'm losing my mind. That's the only explanation." But deep down, I knew it wasn't true. The weight of the journal in my hands, the vivid memories of the cabin and my other selves, it was all too real to be a hallucination. I was trapped in a time loop. As the realization sank in, panic threatened to overwhelm me. I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to think logically. If this was a loop, there had to be a way to break it. The journal was the key. I just had to figure out how to use it. I opened it again, flipping through the pages. They remained stubbornly blank, refusing to give up their secrets. "Come on," I growled, frustration building. "Show me something, anything." As if in response, a gust of wind swept through the campsite. Leaves swirled around me, forming words in the air. "Solve the riddle or remain forever." I stumbled to my feet, turning in a slow circle. "What riddle?" I shouted. "Give me something to work with here." The leaves scattered, leaving me alone with my confusion and fear. I ran a hand through my hair, trying to think. If I was reliving the same day, I needed to do something different. Break the pattern somehow. Decision made, I quickly packed up my gear. Instead of hiking deeper into the forest as I had before, I'd try to find my way out. Maybe if I could leave the forest entirely, I could break the loop. As I shouldered my pack and set off down the trail, a sense of déjà vu washed over me. Even though I was taking a different path, everything looked familiar. Too familiar. After what felt like hours of hiking, I rounded a bend and froze. There, in a small clearing, was my campsite. Exactly as I'd left it. "No," I breathed, disbelief and horror warring in my mind. This isn't possible. But it was. Somehow, no matter which direction I walked, I ended up back where I started. The forest was trapping me, keeping me contained in this small pocket of space and time. As night began to fall, I reluctantly set up camp again. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows across the clearing. I sat by the flames, the journal open in my lap, willing it to reveal its secrets. "You won't find the answers that easily," a voice said from the darkness. I jumped, nearly falling off my log seat. A figure emerged from the shadows, an old man with a wild beard and eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking. The old man smiled, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp to be human. "I've had many names over the centuries, but you can call me the Keeper." "The Keeper of what?" "Of the forest, of course," he replied, gesturing to the trees around us, "and of the curse that binds it." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. "Are you the one who trapped me here?" The keeper laughed, a sound like rustling leaves. "Oh no, Ethan Blackwood, you trapped yourself just as all the others did." "The other versions of me," I said, remembering the cabin and its impossible occupants. He nodded. "Quick on the uptake, that's good. You'll need that wit if you hope to break the cycle." I leaned forward, hope flaring in my chest. "So there is a way out? Tell me how." The keeper's eyes flashed. "It's not that simple, boy. The curse is bound by rules older than time itself. I can't simply give you the answer." "Then what good are you?" I snapped, frustration boiling over. In an instant, the keeper was in front of me, moving faster than my eyes could track. His hand gripped my throat, and I felt the sharp prick of his nails against my skin. "Mind your tone, mortal," he growled, his voice like grinding stone. "I may be bound by the rules, but I am far from powerless." He released me, and I fell back, gasping for air. The keeper resumed his seat as if nothing had happened. "Now," he said, his tone conversational once more, "let's talk about your predicament." I rubbed my throat, eyeing him warily. "I'm listening." The keeper gestured to the journal in my lap. "That book contains the knowledge you need to break the curse, but it won't reveal its secrets easily. You must prove yourself worthy." "How?" I asked. "By remembering," he replied cryptically. "The forest remembers what you've forgotten. Find those memories, understand their significance, and you might just find your way out." I shook my head, confusion and frustration warring within me. "I don't understand. What memories? What am I supposed to remember?" The keeper stood, his form already beginning to fade into the darkness. "That, Ethan Blackwood, is the riddle you must solve. Remember this. Every loop is a chance to learn, to see what you missed before. Use it wisely." As he disappeared, his final words floated back to me on the wind. "And beware the whispers in the dark. Not all that speaks in these woods wishes you well." I sat there for a long time, staring into the dying embers of the fire. The journal lay heavy in my lap, a constant reminder of the impossible task before me. As the night grew deeper, the whispers began. They started softly at first, barely audible over the normal sounds of the forest. But they grew louder, more insistent. Voices that sounded achingly familiar called my name, begged for help, screamed in terror. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did no good. The voices were inside my head, growing louder and more numerous with each passing moment. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, when I was ready to scream or run or do anything to make it stop, everything went quiet. The sudden silence was almost as deafening as the whispers had been. And then, cutting through the stillness like a knife, came a single, clear voice. "Remember, Ethan. It's the only way out." The voice was my own. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I made a decision. I would solve this riddle, break this curse no matter what it took. I opened the journal, pen in hand, ready to document every detail, every clue, every fragment of memory that might lead me to the truth. The day was beginning again, but this time I was ready. Whatever cosmic game I was caught in, I was determined to win. As I wrote the date at the top of the first page, I couldn't shake the feeling that this loop, this endless day, might be my last chance to set things right. And somewhere in the depths of the forest, I could have sworn I heard the keeper laugh. I woke with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment, I thought I was back in my apartment in Boston, that this whole ordeal had been nothing but a vivid nightmare. But the earthy smell of the forest and the hard ground beneath me quickly dispelled that comforting illusion. I was still here, still trapped. As I crawled out of my tent, I half expected to see the campsite in disarray again, or new messages spelled out in leaves. But everything was exactly as I'd left it the night before. The only sign that anything unusual had happened was the leather-bound journal clutched tightly in my hand. "All right," I muttered to myself, running a hand through my disheveled hair. "New day, new plan, time to break this damn cycle." I flipped open the journal, rereading the notes I'd scribbled down during the night. The keeper's words echoed in my mind. The forest remembers what you've forgotten. But what have I forgotten? I wondered aloud, frustration creeping into my voice. As if in response, a gust of wind rustled through the trees. Leaves swirled around me, forming a familiar pattern. Follow the whispers. I swallowed hard, remembering the terrifying cacophony of voices from the night before. But if this was my way out, I had to face it head on. "All right," I said, squaring my shoulders. "I'm listening." At first, there was nothing but the normal sounds of the forest, birds chirping, branches creaking in the wind. But as I focused, straining my ears, I began to hear something else. A faint whisper, just on the edge of hearing. "This way, Ethan." The voice was eerily familiar. My own, but younger somehow. Without fully realizing it, I began to walk, following the whisper deeper into the forest. As I walked, the trees seemed to close in around me, the canopy overhead growing denser until barely any sunlight filtered through. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with the musty scent of decay and something else. Something older. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the vast, ancient forest. "Is anyone there?" Only the whisper answered, growing slightly louder. "Remember, Ethan, you've been here before." A chill ran down my spine. Had I been here before? The forest looked unfamiliar, and yet there was a nagging sense of déjà vu that I couldn't shake. Suddenly, the trees parted, revealing a small clearing. In the center stood a massive oak tree, its trunk easily 15 feet in diameter. The bark was gnarled and twisted, forming patterns that almost looked like faces frozen in expressions of agony. As I approached the tree, my head began to throb. Flashes of memory assaulted me. A young boy running through the forest, laughing. The same boy, older now, carving initials into the oak's trunk. A teenager, tears streaming down his face, burying something at the tree's roots. I fell to my knees, clutching my head as the memories overwhelmed me. "What is this?" I gasped. "What's happening to me?" "You're remembering," a voice said from behind me. I whirled around to find myself face to face with myself, but not the version from the cabin. This was me as a teenager, no more than 16 or 17. What are you?" I stammered. The younger me smiled sadly. "I'm you, Ethan. Or rather, I'm the part of you that you locked away, the part that remembers." I shook my head, trying to clear it. "Remembers what?" "Everything," he replied. "The summer you spent here as a kid, the promises you made, the ones you broke." More memories flooded in. Long summer days spent exploring the forest, nights around a campfire telling ghost stories, and something else. A pact made in childish innocence, sealed with blood on the bark of the old oak. "We promised," young Ethan said, his voice heavy with regret. "We promised we'd protect the forest, that we'd never forget the magic we found here." I stared at him, realization dawning. But I did forget. I grew up, moved away. I stopped believing in magic. He nodded, and in doing so, you broke the pact. You unleashed the curse. "But I was just a kid," I protested. "How was I supposed to know?" "The forest doesn't care about intentions," young Ethan replied. "A promise is a promise, especially when sealed with blood." I turned back to the oak tree, noticing for the first time a crude carving near the base. EB plus forest forever. "So what do I do now?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "How do I fix this?" Young Ethan stepped closer, his eyes boring into mine. "You have to remember, Ethan. Really remember. Not just the good times, but the darkness too. The reason you made yourself forget in the first place." A chill ran down my spine. What darkness? But young Ethan was already fading, his form becoming transparent. "Find what you buried." His voice echoed as he disappeared entirely. "Face your truth." I was alone again, standing before the ancient oak. My head spun with revelations and half-remembered truths. What had I buried here? What was I so afraid to remember? With trembling hands, I began to dig at the base of the tree. The earth was soft, as if it had been disturbed recently. After a few minutes of frantic digging, my fingers brushed against something solid. I pulled out a small, rusted tin box. My hands shook as I opened it, dreading what I might find inside. There, nestled in the box, was a small, crudely carved wooden figure. As I picked it up, a flood of memories hit me with the force of a freight train. I remembered the day I carved it, a representation of the forest spirit I believed I'd seen. I remembered the night I buried it, terrified of the power I'd unwittingly tapped into. And I remembered the promise I'd made to return, to set things right. A promise I'd broken. As the memories washed over me, the forest around me seemed to come alive. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, taking on monstrous shapes. I remember, I whispered, clutching the wooden figure to my chest. God help me, I remember everything. The ground began to shake, and the old oak groaned as if in pain. I stumbled back, watching in horror as the bark split open, revealing a pulsing, otherworldly light within. From the depths of the tree a voice boomed, ancient, powerful, and furious. At last you remember. But is it too late, Ethan Blackwood? Are you prepared to pay the price for your broken promise? As the light from the tree grew blindingly bright, I realized that remembering was only the beginning. The real test was yet to come. The forest had awakened, and it was demanding recompense. As darkness closed in around me, I clutched the journal in one hand and the wooden figure in the other, bracing myself for whatever came next. The loop was broken, but my ordeal was far from over. In fact, it felt like it was only just beginning. The blinding light from the ancient oak engulfed me, searing my retinas and setting my nerves on fire. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the roar of the forest coming alive around me. The ground beneath my feet shifted and buckled, roots erupting from the earth like grasping fingers. When the light finally faded, I found myself in a place that was at once familiar and alien. The clearing was gone, replaced by a vast primordial forest. Trees towered hundreds of feet into the air, their canopies lost in a perpetual twilight. The air was thick with the scent of loam and something else, something ancient and powerful. "Hello?" I called out, my voice small and insignificant in this primeval world. "Is anyone there?" A low chuckle reverberated through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Oh, Ethan," a voice said, as familiar as my own heartbeat. "We've been waiting for you." From the shadows stepped a figure that made my breath catch in my throat. It was me, or rather, what I might have become if I'd never left the forest. This version of Ethan Blackwood was older, his hair streaked with gray and his face weathered by time and the elements. But his eyes burned with an inner fire, a wildness that both terrified and enthralled me. "Who? What are you?" I stammered. The other Ethan smiled, revealing teeth that seemed just a bit too sharp. "I'm you, of course. The you that kept his promise, the you that embraced the forest and all its power." I shook my head, trying to clear it. "This isn't real. It can't be." "Oh, it's real, all right," another voice chimed in. From behind a massive tree trunk emerged the teenage version of myself I'd encountered earlier. More real than anything you've known before. My mind reeled as I looked between the two impossible versions of myself. "I don't understand. What is this place? What's happening to me?" The older Ethan gestured broadly at our surroundings. "This is the heart of the forest, Ethan, the place where all possibilities converge, and you're here to face the consequences of your choices." As if on cue, the forest around us came alive with whispers. Faces began to appear in the bark of the trees, hundreds of them, all wearing my features but twisted into expressions of pain, fear, and anger. "These are all the versions of you that failed," teenage Ethan explained, his voice heavy with sadness. "The ones who couldn't break the cycle. who couldn't remember in time. The older Ethan stepped closer, his eyes boring into mine. But you did remember you found the totem. He nodded at the crude wooden figure still clutched in my hand. Now you have a choice to make. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. What choice? Before either of my doppelgangers could answer, the ground shook violently. The trees parted, revealing a colossal being that defied description. It was as if the forest itself had taken form, a writhing mass of branches, leaves, and shadows that vaguely resembled a humanoid shape. At its center burned two eyes of eldritch green fire. When it spoke, its voice was the rustle of leaves, the creak of ancient wood, and the rumble of the earth all at once. "Ethan Blackwood," it boomed. "You who broke your oath, you who forgot the old ways, you stand accused." I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of this forest spirit. "I'm sorry," I gasped. "I didn't mean to forget. I was just a kid. I didn't understand." "Ignorance is no excuse," the spirit retorted. "A promise made in blood is binding for all time." The older Ethan placed a hand on my shoulder. "You have to make it right," he said softly. "You have to restore the balance." "How?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. "Tell me what to do. I'll do anything." The forest spirit's eyes flared brighter. "There is a price to be paid, a sacrifice to be made." My blood ran cold. "What kind of sacrifice?" Teenage Ethan stepped forward, his expression solemn. "You have to give up your old life, Ethan. Everything you were before. You have to become one with the forest." "But my family, my career," I protested weakly. "They're not real," the older Ethan cut in. "Not anymore. This, the forest, the magic, this is the only reality that matters now." I looked between my two selves and the looming forest spirit, my mind racing. Could I really give up everything I'd known? My hopes, my dreams, my very identity? But as I clutched the wooden totem, I felt the weight of my broken promise. The faces in the trees watched me, silent reminders of the fate that awaited if I refused. "If I do this," I said slowly, "if I become one with the forest, what happens then?" The forest spirit's form shifted, branches and leaves rearranging themselves into something almost resembling a smile. "Then the cycle ends, the curse is lifted, and you take your place as a guardian of the old ways." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I knew I had to do. "All right," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I'll do it. I'll keep my promise." As soon as the words left my mouth, the forest erupted into motion. Vines and roots shot out, wrapping around my limbs. I felt myself being pulled into the earth, the loamy soil embracing me like a long-lost child. "Don't fight it," the older Ethan advised, his form already beginning to fade. "Let the forest in. Become part of something greater than yourself." Teenage Ethan smiled sadly. "See you on the other side, Ethan. Or should I say, us." As the earth closed over my head, I felt a moment of blind panic. But then, peace. A sense of belonging I'd never known before. Memories flowed through me, not just my own, but those of countless generations who had walked these woods. I felt the slow, steady heartbeat of ancient trees, the rush of sap through branches, the intricate dance of insects and animals. I was Ethan Blackwood, and I was the forest. I was every leaf, every root, every whisper on the wind. Time lost all meaning as I spread my consciousness through the vast network of life that made up the woodland. An eternity passed, or perhaps just a moment. Slowly, I felt myself coalescing back into a single form. I opened my eyes that now saw the world in ways I could never have imagined before. I stood in the clearing where it had all began, but everything was different now. The colors were richer, the scents more vibrant. I could feel the life force of every living thing around me, connected in an intricate web of energy. As I looked down at my hands, I saw that they were gnarled and bark-like. more branch than flesh. I had become a true part of the forest, a guardian of its secrets and its power. A rustle in the underbrush caught my attention. A hiker emerged into the clearing, looking lost and confused. For a moment, I saw myself in him, the old Ethan, stumbling unknowingly into a world beyond his understanding. "Hello?" the hiker called out nervously. "Is anyone there? I think I'm lost." I smiled, feeling the ancient power of the forest flowing through me. "Welcome, traveler," I said, my voice the whisper of wind through leaves. "Don't be afraid. The forest has been waiting for you." As the hiker's eyes widened in wonder and fear, I felt the cycle beginning anew. But this time, I would be here to guide, to protect, to remember. The curse was broken, the promise kept. And in the heart of the forest, Ethan Blackwood had finally found his true home. Time had lost all meaning in the forest. Days, years, perhaps even centuries had passed since I had become one with the ancient woods. I was Ethan Blackwood, and yet I was so much more, a living, breathing extension of the forest itself. The hiker I had encountered in my early days as a guardian was long gone, his descendants perhaps walking these same paths now. I had guided many since then, some to safety, others to a deeper understanding of the forest's magic. But none had faced the test I was about to witness. I felt her presence before I saw her, a young woman, her backpack heavy with camping gear, stumbling through the underbrush. There was something familiar about her, an echo of myself from what felt like eons ago. "Hello?" she called out, her voice tinged with frustration and a hint of fear. "Is anyone there? I think I'm lost." I emerged from the shadows, my bark-like skin blending seamlessly with the trees around me. "Welcome, traveler," I said, my voice a rustling whisper. "The forest has been expecting you." The woman jumped, her eyes widening as she took in my otherworldly appearance. "Who? What are you?" I smiled, feeling the ancient power of the forest flowing through me. "I am the guardian of this realm, and you, Sarah Blackwood, are here to face your destiny." Sarah's jaw dropped. "How do you know my name, and what do you mean, my destiny?" As I stepped closer, recognition dawned in her eyes. "Wait, Ethan? Great Uncle Ethan? But that's impossible. You disappeared decades ago." I nodded slowly. "The man you knew as Ethan Blackwood did indeed vanish from the world of men, but I, found my true purpose here." Sarah shook her head, disbelief etched on her face. "This can't be real. I must be hallucinating or something." "Oh, it's very real," I assured her. "Just as real as the stories your grandmother told you about this forest, the ones you stopped believing in as you grew older." Her eyes narrowed. "How could you possibly know about that?" "The forest knows many things, Sarah. It remembers the promises made by your ancestors, promises that have been neglected for too long." As if on cue, the wind picked up, carrying whispers through the trees. Faces began to form in the bark around us, familiar faces spanning generations of Blackwoods. Sarah stumbled back, her eyes wide with fear. "What's happening? What is this place?" I gestured to our surroundings. "This is the heart of the forest where all possibilities converge. You're here because the time has come for another Blackwood to make a choice." "A choice?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "What kind of choice?" Before I could answer, the ground beneath our feet began to shift. Roots erupted from the earth, forming a circular platform around us. The trees parted, revealing a night sky blazing with stars unlike any seen in the mortal world. From the shadows emerged two figures, a young boy and an elderly woman, both bearing the unmistakable Blackwood features. "Who are they?" Sarah whispered. "Reflections," I replied. "Possibilities. The boy is who you once were, full of wonder and belief in magic. The woman is who you might become if you choose to embrace your heritage." The boy stepped forward, his eyes shining with excitement. "Remember the stories, Sarah? The ones about the forest spirit and the promise our family made?" Sarah nodded hesitantly. Grandma's fairy tales. But they weren't real. They couldn't be. The elderly version of Sarah chuckled, her voice cracked with age but filled with wisdom. Oh, they were real, all right. More real than anything in the world outside these woods. I placed a gnarled, bark-covered hand on Sarah's shoulder. Your ancestors made a pact with this forest long ago. In exchange for its protection and magic, they swore to serve as its guardians. But over time, the promise was forgotten. And now? Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Now the forest calls upon you to renew that promise, I said, to take up the mantle of guardian and preserve the old ways. The young boy's eyes pleaded with Sarah. Don't forget the magic. Don't let it die like the others did. The elderly Sarah nodded solemnly. It's a hard path, full of sacrifice, but it's also filled with wonders beyond imagination. Sarah looked between the two versions of herself, then back to me. But what about my life? My job, my friends, my plans for the future? I felt a pang of sympathy, remembering my own struggle with this choice. The outside world will move on without you, Sarah. But here, you have the chance to be part of something greater than yourself. As if to emphasize my words, the forest around us came alive. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors, their petals glowing with an inner light. Animals emerged from the underbrush, creatures that defied description, a blend of the mundane and the magical. Sarah's eyes widened in wonder. It's beautiful, she breathed. And it's dying, I said grimly. The old magic is fading from the world. Without a guardian to tend it, this realm will wither away. The ground trembled beneath our feet, and a deep voice resonated through the clearing. The voice of the forest itself. Sarah Blackwood, it boomed. You stand at the crossroads. Will you honor the promise of your blood, or will you turn your back on the old ways? Sarah closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. When she opened them again, there was a new resolve in her gaze. If I agree, she said slowly, what exactly would I be committing to? I gestured to myself. You would become as I am, a part of the forest itself, immortal, powerful, but bound to this realm. Your duty would be to protect the old magic, to guide those who stumble into our world, and to maintain the balance between the mundane and the mystical. The young boy version of Sarah stepped forward, holding out a crude wooden totem, the same one I had buried so long ago. Take it, he urged. Remember who you really are. With trembling hands, Sarah accepted the totem. As soon as her fingers closed around it, a surge of energy pulsed through the clearing. Memories flooded back. Summers spent exploring these woods, whispered conversations with trees, glimpses of impossible creatures. I remember, Sarah gasped. The elderly Sarah smiled. The choice is yours, child. But choose wisely. The fate of worlds hangs in the balance. Sarah looked at the totem in her hand, then up at the star-filled sky. Finally, her gaze settled on me. Will it hurt? She asked quietly. I nodded slowly. The transformation isn't easy. You'll be letting go of everything you were, but you'll be embracing everything you were meant to be. Sarah took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. All right, she said, her voice stronger now. I'll do it. I accept the responsibility. The forest roared its approval, the sound shaking leaves from the trees. The ground beneath Sarah's feet began to glow, roots and vines snaking up her legs. Don't fight it, I advised, remembering my own transformation. Let the forest in. Become one with it. As the magic of the woods enveloped her, Sarah's form began to shift. Her skin took on the texture of bark, her hair transforming into a crown of leaves and flowers. Her eyes, when she opened them, glowed with the same eldritch green fire I had seen in the forest spirit so long ago. When the transformation was complete, Sarah stood before me, no longer fully human but a true guardian of the forest. Welcome home, I said, feeling a profound sense of relief and joy. The forest is yours to protect now, as it has been mine. Sarah flexed her new form, wonder and power radiating from her. I can feel it, she whispered. Everything. The trees, the animals, the very earth itself. I nodded, a bittersweet smile on my face. And now, my time here is done. The forest has a new guardian, and I can finally rest. As I spoke, I felt my form beginning to dissolve, becoming one with the forest in a way I never had before. Sarah reached out, panic in her eyes. Wait! Don't go! I don't know what to do. I smiled, my voice fading to a whisper on the wind. You do know, Sarah. The forest will guide you. Just remember the promise, and keep the old ways alive. With that, I let go, spreading my consciousness into every leaf, every root, every grain of soil in the forest. My long vigil was over, but a new chapter was just beginning. And in the heart of the woods, Sarah Blackwood stood tall, the newest guardian of the forest, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Sarah Blackwood stood in the heart of the ancient forest, her new form still unfamiliar and strange. The power of the woods thrummed through her veins, a constant reminder of the incredible transformation she had undergone. As the last whispers of Ethan's presence faded into the fabric of the forest itself, Sarah felt a momentary panic. "Ethan?" she called out, her voice carrying the rustle of leaves and the creak of branches. "Are you still there?" Only the subtle sounds of the forest answered her. Sarah closed her eyes, trying to center herself in this new reality. She could feel everything: the slow, steady heartbeat of ancient trees, the scurrying of small creatures beneath the earth, the dance of wind through leaves. It was overwhelming, exhilarating, and terrifying all at once. "Okay, Sarah," she muttered to herself. "You can do this. You're the guardian now. Time to act like it." As if in response to her words, a disturbance rippled through the forest. Sarah's newfound senses tingled with alarm. Something was wrong. Something that didn't belong was entering her domain. With a thought, Sarah melted into the shadows of the trees, moving through the forest with impossible speed. She emerged at the edge of a small clearing, where a group of men in hard hats and reflective vests were setting up surveying equipment. "This is the spot," one of the men said, consulting a map. "The new highway's gonna cut right through here." Sarah felt a surge of anger and protectiveness. A highway? Through her forest? Not if she had anything to say about it. She stepped out of the shadows, her form flickering between human and something decidedly other. "I'm afraid you're trespassing," she said, her voice carrying an otherworldly echo. "This forest is protected." The men jumped, startled by her sudden appearance. The one who had been reading the map stepped forward, trying to mask his unease with bravado. "Look, lady," he said, "I don't know what kind of tree hugger protest this is, but we've got all the proper permits. This land's been zoned for development." Sarah's eyes flashed with an inner green fire. "Your permits mean nothing here. This land answers to older laws than those of men." As she spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive. Branches reached down, plucking the surveying equipment from the ground. Roots erupted from the earth, tangling around the men's feet. "What the hell?" one of the workers cried out, struggling to free himself. Sarah advanced on them, her form growing larger and more imposing with each step. "Leave this place," she commanded. "Tell your masters that the old forest is awakening. Any who seek to harm it will face its wrath." The men didn't need to be told twice. As soon as the roots released them, they ran, stumbling and tripping in their haste to escape the nightmare the peaceful clearing had become. As their shouts faded into the distance, Sarah felt a moment of satisfaction followed quickly by doubt. Had she done the right thing? Was this how a guardian was supposed to act? A soft chuckle behind her made Sarah whirl around. There, sitting on a gnarled old stump, was a figure she recognized from her childhood stories. A small, wizened old man with a long beard and eyes that twinkled with mischief. Not bad for your first day on the job, the old man said, his voice creaky but kind. A bit theatrical, perhaps, but effective. Sarah stared at him, confused. Who are you? How did you get here? The old man's smile widened. Oh, I've always been here, my dear. I am Old Tom, keeper of the forest's deepest secrets. And I'm here to help you grow into your new role. Sarah's shoulders sagged with relief. Thank goodness. I have so many questions. I don't know where to begin. Old Tom patted the ground beside him, and a tangle of roots formed themselves into a comfortable seat. Sit, child. We have much to discuss. As Sarah settled beside him, Old Tom's expression grew serious. You've taken on a great responsibility, Sarah Blackwood. The forest is more than just trees and animals. It's a realm unto itself, a place where the old magic still holds sway. But what does that mean? Sarah asked. What exactly am I supposed to do as the guardian? Old Tom stroked his beard thoughtfully. Your duty is threefold. First, you must protect the forest from outside threats as you did today. Second, you must maintain the balance of magic within these woods. And third, you must guide those who find their way here, whether by accident or design. Sarah nodded slowly, trying to take it all in. And how do I do all that? I barely understand my own powers, let alone the workings of an entire magical forest. That, my dear, Old Tom said with a twinkle in his eye, is where your training begins. Over the next few hours, or was it days, time moved strangely in the heart of the forest. Old Tom began to teach Sarah the ways of the guardian. He showed her how to communicate with every tree and creature in the woods, how to sense disturbances in the forest's magical field, and how to shape the very essence of the woods to her will. As they walked through the forest, Old Tom pointed out things Sarah had never noticed before. Hidden glens where fairies danced, ancient stone circles humming with power, trees that whispered secrets of ages past. The forest is alive in ways most humans can't comprehend, Old Tom explained. Every rock, every stream, every shaft of sunlight has a spirit of its own. As the guardian, you must learn to listen to them all. Sarah was beginning to feel overwhelmed again. It's so much, she said. How can I possibly keep track of it all? Old Tom smiled kindly. You don't have to do it all at once, my dear. The forest has survived for millennia. It can wait a bit longer for you to find your footing. As they crested a small hill, Sarah gasped. Below them stretched a vast clearing she had never seen before, filled with impossible beauty. Flowers of every color imaginable bloomed in intricate patterns, their petals shimmering with an inner light. Butterflies with wings like stained glass fluttered from blossom to blossom. What is this place? Sarah asked in wonder. This, Old Tom said with pride, is the heart of the forest. It's the source of all magic in these woods, and the center of your power as guardian. As they descended into the clearing, Sarah felt the magic growing stronger. It pulsed through her, filling her with a sense of purpose and belonging she had never known before. Old Tom led her to the center of the clearing, where an ancient oak tree stood. Its trunk was easily 20 feet in diameter, its branches reaching up to the sky like outstretched arms. Place your hand on the trunk, Old Tom instructed. Sarah did as she was told. The moment her palm touched the rough bark, a surge of energy flowed through her. Visions flashed before her eyes. The forest as it had been thousands of years ago. The first humans to make their covenant with the woods. Generations of guardians standing where she now stood. When the visions faded, Sarah stumbled back, gasping. What was that? That, my dear, Old Tom said solemnly, was the forest sharing its memories with you. You are now connected to every guardian who came before. Their knowledge and experience is a part of you. Sarah felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders, but also a newfound confidence. She was part of something greater than herself, a link in an unbroken chain stretching back to the dawn of time. I think I understand now, she said softly. This isn't just about protecting trees or animals. It's about preserving a whole way of life, a connection to the magic that's been lost to the outside world. Old Tom nodded approvingly. You learned quickly, Sarah Blackwood. The forest chose well in you. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in impossible hues of purple and gold, Sarah felt a disturbance at the edge of her awareness. Someone was entering the forest, someone with a pure heart and a touch of the old magic in their blood. It seems your first test as guardian is at hand, Old Tom said. Are you ready? Sarah took a deep breath, feeling the power of the forest flowing through her. She thought of Ethan, of all the guardians who had come before, of the ancient promise her family had made. I'm ready, she said, her voice ringing with certainty. As she melted into the shadows of the trees, preparing to greet this new visitor to her realm, Sarah Blackwood felt truly alive for the first time. She was the guardian of the forest, protector of old magics, keeper of ancient promises, and her story was only just beginning. Sarah moved through the forest with silent grace, her form shifting between shadow and light as she approached the newcomer. She could sense the visitor's presence, a bright spark of life tinged with an undercurrent of the old magic. As she drew closer, she caught glimpses through the trees. A young man, probably in his early 20s, stumbling through the underbrush with a backpack slung over one shoulder. There was something familiar about him, an echo of her own past that Sarah couldn't quite place. She materialized from the shadows just ahead of him, causing the young man to stumble back in surprise. Jesus, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Where did you come from? Sarah stood tall, her form flickering between human and something more elemental. I am the guardian of this forest, she said, her voice carrying the whisper of wind through leaves. Who are you, and why have you come to this place? The young man swallowed hard, clearly unnerved by Sarah's otherworldly appearance. My name's Jason, he said, his voice shaking slightly. Jason Blackwood. I'm looking for my cousin Sarah. She disappeared in these woods a few months ago. Sarah felt a jolt of recognition. Jason, her little cousin, now all grown up. She had been so consumed by her new role as guardian that she had almost forgotten her life before the forest. For a moment, she was tempted to reveal herself to tell Jason everything. But Old Tom's warnings echoed in her mind. The outside world could not know the true nature of the forest. Sarah Blackwood, she said carefully, is no longer of your world. She has become part of the forest. Jason's face paled. What do you mean? Is she dead? Sarah shook her head, choosing her words carefully. Not dead, but transformed. She has taken on a great responsibility, one that requires her to leave her old life behind. That's crazy, Jason protested. Sarah wouldn't just abandon her family her whole life. What have you done to her? Sarah felt a flicker of irritation. I have done nothing. The forest chose her, as it has chosen guardians for countless generations. Your family once understood this, Jason Blackwood. You once honored the old ways. Jason's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? What old ways? Before Sarah could respond, a cold wind whipped through the clearing. The trees groaned, their branches creaking ominously. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. Something was wrong. We're not alone, she said, her voice low and urgent. Something has followed you into the forest, Jason. Something that doesn't belong. As if on cue, a harsh laugh echoed through the trees. From the shadows emerged a figure that made Sarah's heart freeze. A man in a sharp business suit, his eyes glinting with cold amusement. Well, well, the man said, his voice oily and self-assured. What do we have here? A family reunion? Sarah stepped in front of Jason protectively. You are not welcome here, she growled. Leave this place at once. The man's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp. Oh, I don't think so. You see, I have business in these woods. Big plans, and neither you nor your little forest friends are going to stand in my way. With a wave of his hand, the businessman produced a sheaf of papers. I have all the necessary permits and approvals. This forest is slated for development, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Sarah felt the forest's anger rising within her, mirroring her own. Your papers mean nothing here, she spat. This land is protected by powers far older and stronger than your laws. The businessman's eyes flashed with something dark and hungry. Ah, but I have powers of my own, little guardian. Powers your precious forest can't hope to match. With that, he began to change. His suit melted away, revealing scales and claws. His face elongated into a reptilian snout, and great leathery wings unfurled from his back. In moments where the businessman had stood, there was now a massive dragon, its eyes glowing with malevolent fire. "What the hell?" Jason cried out, stumbling backward. Sarah pushed him behind her. "Run, Jason," she commanded. "Get to the heart of the forest. You'll be safe there." "But what about you?" Jason protested. "Go!" Sarah shouted, her own form beginning to shift and grow. As Jason fled into the woods, Sarah faced the dragon, her body transforming into a creature of bark and branch, easily matching the dragon's size. "You have made a grave mistake coming here," she said, her voice booming like thunder. The dragon laughed, the sound like grinding stone. "Oh, I think not. Your forest is weak, Guardian. The old magic is fading from the world. Soon, all of this will be nothing but a memory." With that, the dragon attacked, its claws raking across Sarah's wooden hide. She roared in pain and fury, retaliating with limbs like battering rams. The two titanic creatures crashed through the forest, their battle shaking the very foundations of the earth. Sarah called upon every ounce of power the forest could provide. Roots erupted from the ground, entangling the dragon's limbs. The very trees came alive, their branches whipping and stabbing at the intruder. But the dragon was strong, its scales resistant to even the sharpest thorns, its fiery breath setting the canopy ablaze. As they fought, Sarah became aware of a voice calling out to her. It was old Tom, his wizened face appearing in the bark of a nearby tree. "The heart, Sarah," he cried. "You must lead it to the heart of the forest." Understanding dawned. Sarah began to retreat, drawing the dragon deeper into the woods. The creature followed, sensing victory. "That's right," it taunted. "Run, little guardian. It will do you no good." But Sarah wasn't running. She was leading the dragon exactly where she wanted it to go. As they burst into the clearing that housed the heart of the forest, Sarah felt a surge of power unlike anything she had experienced before. The massive oak at the center of the clearing began to glow, its branches reaching out like grasping hands. The dragon faltered, sensing the change in the air. "What is this?" it snarled. "What are you doing?" Sarah stood tall, her wooden form blazing with inner light. "You were right about one thing," she said. "The old magic is fading from the world, but not from here, never from here." With a mighty roar, Sarah channeled the full power of the forest through her being. The clearing erupted with blinding light, ancient magic's long dormant awakening at last. The dragon screamed, its form beginning to waver and dissolve. "This isn't over," it howled as it was drawn into the heart of the oak. "We will return. The modern world will not be denied." With a final flash of light and a thunderous boom, the dragon vanished, sealed away in the depths of the ancient tree. Sarah collapsed, her form returning to its more human appearance. She was exhausted, drained in a way she had never felt before. Old Tom appeared beside her, helping her to her feet. "Well done, my dear," he said softly. "You have faced your first great trial as guardian and emerged victorious." Sarah nodded wearily. "But at what cost? The forest is wounded. And that thing, it said there were more like it." Old Tom's expression grew grave. "Indeed. The battle between the old ways and the new is far from over, but you have proven yourself a worthy defender of this realm." A rustling in the underbrush caught their attention. Jason emerged, his eyes wide with wonder and fear. "Sarah?" he said hesitantly. Is that really you? Sarah looked to old Tom, who nodded almost imperceptibly. She turned to her cousin, a sad smile on her face. "Hello, Jason," she said softly. "I'm sorry you had to see all that." Jason shook his head in disbelief. "I don't understand. What happened to you? What was that thing?" Sarah sighed. "It's a long story, Jason. One that goes back generations in our family. I think it's time you learned the truth about the Blackwood legacy." As the sun began to set, painting the sky in impossible hues, Sarah began to tell her cousin about the ancient pact, the guardians who had come before, and the vital role their family played in protecting the old magics. And as she spoke, she knew that this was just the beginning. Greater challenges lay ahead, but for now, in the heart of her forest, Sarah Blackwood was ready to face whatever came next. The forest was quiet in the aftermath of the battle, an uneasy stillness settling over the ancient trees. Sarah sat cross-legged in the heart of the clearing, her cousin Jason beside her, his face a mask of disbelief and wonder. Old Tom puttered about, muttering incantations and tending to the wounds the dragon had inflicted on the forest. "So," Jason said, breaking the silence, "our family has been guarding this magical forest for generations? And now you're... what? Some kind of tree spirit?" Sarah smiled wryly. "That's oversimplifying it a bit, but you're not far off. I'm the guardian now. It's my duty to protect this place and maintain the balance of the old magic." Jason shook his head, still struggling to process everything he'd witnessed. "And that thing? The dragon? What was that all about?" Sarah's expression darkened. "That was something new, or maybe something very old that's been sleeping for a long time. Either way, it represents a threat to everything we're trying to protect here." Old Tom hobbled over, his ancient face creased with concern. "I'm afraid it's worse than that, my dear. The dragon's appearance is a sign of things to come. The modern world is pressing in on all sides, and with it, forces that seek to destroy the old ways." "But we defeated it, right?" Jason asked, a note of hope in his voice. "It's trapped in that tree now." Old Tom shook his head sadly. "Trapped for now, yes, but not destroyed. And where there's one, there will be others. The battle you witnessed today was just the opening salvo in a war that's been brewing for centuries." Sarah stood, brushing off her bark-like skin. "Then we'll face them," she said, her voice ringing with determination. "We'll protect the forest no matter what comes." "It's not that simple, child," Old Tom cautioned. "The enemy we face is not just dragons and businessmen. It's progress itself. The relentless march of technology and development that threatens to pave over every last wild place." As if to emphasize his point, a distant rumble echoed through the trees. Sarah closed her eyes, extending her senses. She could feel it now. Bulldozers and excavators at the edge of the forest, poised to begin their destructive work. "They're not wasting any time," she growled. "We have to stop them." Jason jumped to his feet. "I'll go," he said. "I can talk to them, try to reason with them. Maybe if they understand what's at stake." "No," Sarah and Old Tom said in unison. "The outside world can't know about this place," Sarah explained gently. "Not really. It would only put the forest in more danger." Old Tom nodded in agreement. "The Guardian must act unseen, nudging events from the shadows. Direct confrontation will only lead to more conflict." Sarah paced the clearing, her mind racing. "Then what do we do? We can't just sit back and watch them destroy everything." A soft chuckle from the shadows made them all turn. A figure emerged, a woman with skin like polished ebony and hair the color of starlight. Her eyes sparkled with ancient wisdom and barely contained mischief. My, she said, her voice like honey over gravel. "Ethan always did have a flair for the dramatic, but you, my dear, take it to a whole new level." Old Tom's face split into a broad grin. "Zephyr, I was wondering when you'd show up, you old troublemaker." The woman, Zephyr, rolled her eyes good-naturedly. "Someone has to keep you youngsters in line." She turned her ageless gaze on Sarah. So, you're the new guardian. You'll do, I suppose. Sarah bristled slightly at the dismissive tone. And who exactly are you? Zephyr's laugh was like wind chimes in a storm. Oh, honey, I'm the one who's going to teach you how to really be a guardian. Old Tom here is good for history lessons and cryptic advice, but when it comes to actually getting things done, that's where I come in. Before Sarah could respond, the ground trembled again. The sound of heavy machinery was growing closer. Zephyr clapped her hands together. Right then. No time like the present for your first lesson. You want to stop those bulldozers? Here's what we're going to do. Over the next hour, Zephyr laid out a plan that was equal parts brilliant and terrifying. Sarah found herself alternating between awe at the older woman's ingenuity and horror at the risks involved. Are you sure about this? Sarah asked as they prepared to put the plan into action. It seems, I don't know, reckless? Zephyr's grin was positively feral. Oh, it absolutely is, but that's the point, dear. The Guardian can't always play by the rules. Sometimes you have to embrace a little chaos to maintain the balance. As night fell, Sarah, Zephyr, and a reluctant Jason crept through the forest towards the construction site. The trees seemed to part before them, offering silent support for their mission. At the edge of the woods, they paused, taking in the scene before them. A small army of construction vehicles sat idle, waiting for morning to begin their destructive work. A few night watchmen patrolled the area, flashlights bobbing in the darkness. Remember, Zephyr whispered, the key is misdirection. We're not trying to stop them permanently. Just scare them off for now. Buy us some time to implement a more long-term solution. Sarah nodded, feeling the power of the forest thrumming through her veins. She reached out with her senses, connecting with every tree, every blade of grass, every creature that called these woods home. Now, Zephyr commanded. Sarah unleashed her power. The forest came alive around them. Roots erupted from the ground, entangling the wheels of the bulldozers. Vines slithered across the site, covering everything in a thick layer of vegetation. The very air seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. The night watchmen shouted in alarm, their flashlights revealing glimpses of impossible things, faces in the trees, shadows that moved against the light, creatures that shouldn't exist outside of folklore and fever dreams. Jason, playing his part, stumbled out of the woods, his eyes wide with feigned terror. "Run!" he shouted to the guards. "This place is haunted. The forest is alive." His panic proved contagious. Within minutes, the construction site was in chaos. Workers fled, leaving their equipment behind. In the distance, sirens wailed as local law enforcement responded to frantic calls about supernatural activity. As the last of the workers disappeared into the night, Sarah sagged against a tree, drained but exhilarated. "Did we do it?" she asked. "Did we stop them?" Zephyr's smile was both proud and sad. "For now, child, for now. But this is just the beginning. The real work is yet to come." They made their way back to the heart of the forest, where old Tom waited anxiously. As Sarah recounted their adventure, the old man's face grew increasingly grave. "You've bought us some time," he said when she finished. "But Zephyr is right, this is only the beginning. The forces arrayed against us are powerful and relentless. They will not give up so easily." Sarah looked around at her unlikely allies, her confused but determined cousin, the ancient and cryptic old Tom, the wildly unpredictable Zephyr. She thought of Ethan, of all the guardians who had come before her. The weight of responsibility settled on her shoulders, but with it came a sense of purpose she had never known before. "Then we'll be ready," she said, her voice ringing with newfound confidence. "Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. This forest, this magic, it's worth fighting for." As the first light of dawn began to filter through the canopy, Sarah felt a shift in the air. The forest was awakening, not just to a new day, but to a new era. The old magic was stirring, responding to the threat posed by the modern world. And at the heart of it all stood Sarah Blackwood, no longer just a lost young woman, but a guardian coming into her power. She didn't know what challenges lay ahead, what sacrifices would be demanded of her. But in that moment, as the ancient trees whispered their secrets and the very earth thrummed with magical energy, she knew one thing for certain. The battle for the soul of the forest had only just begun, and she would be ready. The weeks following the confrontation at the construction site passed in a blur of intense training and preparation. Sarah found herself pushed to the limits of her newfound abilities, with Zephyr and Old Tom taking turns in instructing her on the finer points of forest guardianship. On a misty morning, Sarah stood in a secluded glade, her eyes closed in concentration. Zephyr circled her, her voice a low, insistent hum. Feel the pulse of the forest, child. Let its rhythm become your own heartbeat. Sarah reached out with her senses, feeling the life force of every tree, every blade of grass, every creature that called the woods home. The forest's energy flowed through her, a river of ancient power that both exhilarated and terrified her. Now, Zephyr commanded, shape it. Give form to the formless. Sarah extended her hand, willing the mist to coalesce. Slowly, painfully, the fog began to gather, swirling into a vaguely humanoid shape. For a moment it held its form, a misty sentinel standing guard in the glade. Then, with a sound like a sigh, it dissolved back into formless vapor. Sarah's eyes snapped open, frustration evident on her face. I can't do it, she growled. It's too much. Too wild. Zephyr clicked her tongue disapprovingly. Can't or won't? The forest's power is yours to command, Sarah. But you have to be willing to truly embrace it, to let it change you. I have changed, Sarah protested, gesturing to her bark-like skin and the leaves that now grew in place of her hair. How much more do you expect? Oh, child, Zephyr said, her ancient eyes filled with a mixture of pity and amusement. You've only scratched the surface. True guardianship requires a transformation of the soul, not just the body. Before Sarah could respond, a commotion from the edge of the clearing caught their attention. Jason came bursting through the underbrush, his face flushed with excitement and fear. Sarah, he called out, you need to come quickly. Something's happening at the old willow grove. Sarah and Zephyr exchanged a worried glance. The willow grove was one of the oldest and most magical parts of the forest, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. What is it? Sarah asked as they hurried through the woods. What did you see? Jason shook his head, still trying to catch his breath. I'm not sure. Lights, strange sounds, and the trees. They're moving, Sarah. Moving in ways trees shouldn't move. As they approached the grove, Sarah could feel the disturbance in the forest's energy. The air crackled with an otherworldly electricity, making the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. They emerged into the willow grove, and Sarah gasped at the sight before her. The ancient willows were writhing, their branches lashing out like tentacles. At the center of the grove, a shimmering portal hung in the air, its edges flickering with an eerie, pulsing light. Old Tom was already there, his wizened face creased with worry. It's a breach, he said as they approached. A tear in the fabric between our world and something else. Sarah stepped closer to the portal, feeling its pull. Through its shifting surface, she caught glimpses of another realm, a place of twisted, impossible geometry and colors that hurt to look at. What's causing this? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The dragon's attack weakened the barriers, Old Tom explained. And now, with the threat of destruction looming over the forest, the old magics are becoming unstable. This portal is just a symptom of a much larger problem. As if to emphasize his point, a tendril of energy lashed out from the portal, scorching the ground where it touched. Sarah jumped back, her heart racing. We have to close it, she said, before something comes through. Zephyr nodded grimly. Easier said than done, my dear. Closing a breach like this requires immense power and sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? Jason asked, his voice tight with worry. Old Tom and Zephyr exchanged a heavy look. The kind that changes you forever, Old Tom said softly. To close the breach, someone must offer a piece of their very essence to seal the gap. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. And what happens to the person who makes that sacrifice? They become one with the forest in a way few ever have, Zephyr explained. Their consciousness, their memories, their very being becomes part of the magical fabric of this place. It's not a fate to be taken lightly. Sarah looked at the writhing portal, then back at her companions. She could see the fear in Jason's eyes, the grim resignation on Old Tom's face, the mix of pride and sorrow in Zephyr's ancient gaze. I'll do it, Sarah said, her voice stronger than she felt. I'm the guardian. It's my responsibility. Sarah, no, Jason protested. There has to be another way. But Sarah was already moving towards the portal, steeling herself for what was to come. As she approached, the energy coming from the breach intensified, making her skin tingle and her vision blur. Remember who you are, child, Zephyr called out. Hold on to your core self, or the forest will consume you entirely. Sarah nodded, taking a deep breath. She reached out, placing her hands on either side of the shimmering tear in reality. The moment she made contact, pain unlike anything she had ever experienced coursed through her body. She screamed, her voice lost in the howling winds that suddenly whipped through the grove. Images flashed before her eyes, her childhood, her family, her life before the forest. She saw Ethan, her great-uncle, smiling sadly as he faded into the trees. She saw generations of guardians, their faces a blur of joy and sorrow, triumph and sacrifice. And through it all, she felt the forest. Its vast, ancient consciousness pressed in on her from all sides, threatening to overwhelm her entirely. Sarah fought to maintain her sense of self, to remember who she was and why she was doing this. I am Sarah Blackwood, she growled through gritted teeth. I am the guardian of this forest, and I will not be consumed. With a final, titanic effort, Sarah poured her energy into the breach. She felt a piece of herself, her humanity, her connection to the outside world, being torn away. But in its place, something new was forming, a deeper, more profound connection to the forest and all its denizens. The portal pulsed once, twice, and then collapsed in on itself with a thunderous boom. The shockwave knocked everyone in the grove off their feet, sending them sprawling to the forest floor. For a long moment, everything was silent. Then, slowly, Sarah stirred. She sat up, blinking in confusion. The world around her seemed different, sharper, more vibrant. She could feel the life force of every plant and animal in the forest with crystal clarity. Sarah? Jason's voice filled with concern. Are you okay? Sarah turned to look at her cousin and gasped. Jason's aura was visible to her now, a swirling mass of colors that spoke of his emotions, his thoughts, his very essence. I'm not sure, Sarah said, her voice sounding strange to her own ears. It carried echoes of rustling leaves and creaking branches. Everything's changed. Old Tom hobbled over, his face a mask of awe and respect. You've done it, child. You've become a true guardian of the old ways. Sarah looked down at her hands, watching in fascination as her skin shifted between bark and flesh, never fully settling on one form. What's happened to me? You've transcended, Zephyr said, helping Sarah to her feet. Your sacrifice has bound you to the forest in ways few have ever experienced. You are no longer fully human, but neither are you entirely of the forest. You exist in between, a bridge between worlds. As the implications of what she had done began to sink in, Sarah felt a moment of panic. My family, my life outside the forest, will go on without you, Old Tom said gently. It's the price of guardianship, my dear. The outside world must believe you gone, lest they come searching and bring destruction to our doorstep. Tears welled up in Sarah's eyes, falling to the forest floor as droplets of golden sap. So that's it? I can never see them again? Jason stepped forward, his face a mixture of sadness and determination. "Not never," he said. "I'm here, aren't I? And now that I know the truth, I can be a link to the outside world. I can tell them that you're at peace, even if I can't explain exactly where you are." Sarah managed a small smile, reaching out to squeeze her cousin's hand. As she did, she felt a surge of energy pass between them. Jason gasped, his eyes widening. "What was that?" he asked, looking at his hand in wonder. Zephyr chuckled. "It seems our new guardian is already coming into her powers. You've just given your cousin a taste of forest magic, Sarah. A gift that will allow him to see and interact with this world in ways most humans never can." "Is that safe?" Sarah asked, worried. "I don't want to put him in danger." "All magic comes with risk," Old Tom said sagely. "But it also brings great reward. Jason now has the ability to help us in ways we desperately need." As if on cue, a distant rumble echoed through the forest. Sarah extended her new senses, feeling a wave of fear and anger emanating from the trees at the forest's edge. "They're back," she said grimly. "The construction crews. And this time I sensed something else. Something dark." Zephyr nodded, her expression serious. "The forces aligned against us are gathering strength. They sensed the disturbance caused by the portal and are moving to take advantage." Sarah squared her shoulders, feeling the power of the forest flowing through her. "Then we'll be ready for them. All of us." She looked at her unlikely allies. Jason, still coming to terms with his newfound connection to the forest. Old Tom, ancient and wise. Zephyr, unpredictable and powerful. And beyond them, she could sense the consciousness of the forest itself, a vast, timeless entity that had chosen her as its protector. "The real battle begins now," Sarah said, her voice carrying the weight of her new role. "And I swear by all the old magic in these woods, we will not let this forest fall." As if in response to her words, the trees around them straightened, their leaves rustling with renewed vigor. Birds called out in raucous support, and unseen creatures of leaf and shadow gathered at the edges of the grove. The forest was awakening, rallying around its new guardian. And as the first rays of dawn broke through the canopy, Sarah Blackwood stood tall, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The price of magic had been high, but as she felt the pulse of the ancient woods beating in time with her own heart, she knew it had been worth it. The war for the soul of the forest was about to begin in earnest, and Sarah was determined to win, no matter the cost. The days following Sarah's transformation were a whirlwind of preparation and foreboding. The forest hummed with nervous energy, its denizens sensing the approaching conflict. Sarah spent every waking moment honing her new abilities, pushing the boundaries of what she could do with her enhanced connection to the woods. On a particularly muggy afternoon, Sarah stood at the edge of a murky pond, her reflection rippling in the dark water. She focused her energy, willing the liquid to obey her commands. Slowly, painfully, a tendril of water rose from the surface, twisting and writhing in the air. "Not bad," Zephyr's voice came from behind her. "But you're still thinking like a human. Feel the water, don't just command it, be the water." Sarah gritted her teeth, frustration bubbling up inside her. "I'm trying," she growled. "But it's not exactly easy to be a puddle." Zephyr chuckled, a sound like wind through dry leaves. "Oh, child, you've only begun to scratch the surface of what it means to be a guardian. The elements themselves are yours to command, if you can learn to truly connect with them." As if to demonstrate, Zephyr waved her hand casually. The entire pond rose into the air, forming itself into intricate shapes, animals, trees, even a perfect replica of Sarah's face, before splashing back down. Sarah stared in awe. "How did you do that?" "Centuries of practice," Zephyr replied with a wink, "and a willingness to let go of my human limitations, something you're still struggling with, I might add." Before Sarah could respond, a commotion from deeper in the forest caught their attention. They exchanged a worried glance before racing towards the source of the disturbance. They burst into a small clearing to find Jason and Oldie Tom surrounded by a group of strange, twisted creatures. They looked like a nightmarish fusion of plant and animal. Wolves with bark for skin and leaves for fur, bears with branches for claws and flowers blooming from their eyes. "What in the world?" Sarah gasped. Old Tom, who was keeping the creatures at bay with a glowing staff, called out, "Corruption sprites, the dark forces are making their move." Sarah didn't hesitate. She reached out with her newfound powers, feeling the life force of the trees around her. With a gesture, roots erupted from the ground, entangling the corrupted beasts. "Jason!" she shouted. "Get behind me!" Her cousin scrambled to safety as Sarah advanced on the trapped creatures. Up close, she could see the wrongness of them, the way their very existence seemed to twist and distort the natural order of the forest. "What are these things?" she asked, her voice thick with disgust and pity. Zephyr stepped forward, her ancient eyes filled with sorrow. They were once pure forest spirits, but the encroaching darkness has twisted them, corrupted their essence. This is what we're fighting against, Sarah, the pollution of progress, the taint of the modern world seeping into the very soul of the woods. One of the creatures, a thing that might have once been a deer, fixed Sarah with a baleful gaze. When it spoke, its voice was a horrifying mixture of animal growls and creaking wood. "You cannot stop us, Guardian," it snarled. "We are the future. The old ways are dying, and we will feast on their corpse." Sarah recoiled, but Zephyr placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Do not let their words shake you," the old spirit warned. "They seek to spread their corruption through fear and doubt." Steeling herself, Sarah approached the bound creatures. She could feel the wrongness in them, the cancer that ate away at their true nature. But beneath that, buried deep, she sensed a flicker of their original essence. "I can feel them," she murmured. "The real them, underneath all this rot." Old Tom nodded gravely. "Aye, child. They're still in there, trapped in bodies and minds twisted by dark magic. The question is, can they be saved?" Sarah closed her eyes, reaching out with her powers. She could feel the corruption, a slick, oily presence that coated the creature's life force. But she could also feel the forest's energy flowing through her, pure and strong. "I have to try," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Before anyone could stop her, Sarah placed her hands on the nearest creature, the twisted deer. She let the forest's energy flow through her and into the corrupted spirit. The creature thrashed and howled, a sound of equal parts pain and relief. Sarah gritted her teeth, pushing harder. She could feel the corruption fighting back, trying to seep into her through the connection. For a moment she teetered on the brink, the darkness threatening to overwhelm her. "Sarah!" Jason cried out in alarm. But Sarah held firm. She thought of the forest, of the ancient trees and the creatures that called it home. She thought of the guardians who had come before her, of the sacred trust that had been placed in her hands. With a final, titanic effort, she pushed the corruption out. The deer thing let out a keening wail as the darkness was expelled from its form. There was a flash of sickly green light, and then the creature collapsed. When it struggled to its feet, Sarah saw that its eyes were clear, its form no longer twisted by unnatural magics. You freed me," the deer spirit said, its voice now a soft whisper of wind through leaves. "Thank you, Guardian." Sarah smiled weakly, already turning her attention to the other corrupted spirits. One by one she cleansed them, driving out the taint that had warped their forms and minds. By the time she finished with the last one, she was drenched in sweat, her limbs shaking with exhaustion. "That was remarkable," Old Tom said, awe evident in his voice. "I've never seen anything like it." Zephyr nodded, a rare smile of approval on her face. "You're beginning to understand, child. This is the true power of the Guardian, not just to fight against the darkness, but to heal, to restore balance." The freed spirits gathered around Sarah, their gratitude palpable. The wolf tree creature spoke, its voice a low growl. "We owe you a debt, Guardian. We will spread word of your power, of the hope you offer. Perhaps others will find the strength to resist the corruption." Sarah nodded, too drained to speak. As the spirits melted back into the forest, she turned to her companions. What just happened? Where did those things come from?" Old Tom's face was grim. "They are the harbingers, I fear. The first wave in an assault that has been building for longer than you can imagine. The forces of industry and progress have always threatened the old magics. But now they have found a way to twist those very magics to their own ends." "The construction site," Jason said suddenly. "Could that have something to do with this? I mean, it can't be a coincidence that all this started happening right when they began clearing land at the edge of the forest." Zephyr nodded approvingly. "Sharp lad. Yes, I suspect the construction project is merely a cover for something far more sinister. A way to breach the forest's defenses and introduce their corrupting influence." Sarah straightened, forcing strength back into her weary limbs. "Then we need to stop them, now before things get any worse." "Easier said than done," Old Tom cautioned. "We're dealing with powers beyond mortal ken, forces that have been planning this assault for centuries." "But we have powers of our own," Sarah insisted. "The forest, the old magics. There has to be a way to fight back." Zephyr's eyes glittered with a mix of pride and worry. "There is, child, but the price may be higher than you're prepared to pay." A chill ran down Sarah's spine. "What do you mean?" "To truly unleash the full power of the forest," Zephyr explained, "to call upon magics ancient enough to stand against this threat, it would require a sacrifice. A melding of guardian and forest so complete that the individual might be lost entirely." Sarah swallowed hard, remembering how close she had come to losing herself when she sealed the portal. "You mean I'd have to give up my humanity completely? Become one with the forest for good?" Old Tom nodded solemnly. "It is the ultimate act of guardianship, to become the forest incarnate, a living avatar of its will and power. But in doing so, you would cease to be Sarah Blackwood. Your memories, your sense of self, all would be subsumed by the greater consciousness of the woods." Jason stepped forward, his face pale. "No, there has to be another way. We can't ask Sarah to sacrifice everything." But Sarah was already considering it, weighing the immensity of what was being asked against the threat facing not just the forest, but the world beyond its borders. If the corruption spread, if the dark forces won. "How long do I have," she asked quietly, "to make my decision?" Zephyr's ancient eyes were filled with sympathy. "Not long, I fear. Even now I can feel the corruption spreading. The assault will come soon, perhaps within days." Sarah nodded, her mind racing. "Then we need to prepare, gather our allies, shore up our defenses, and I need time to think." As they made their way back to the heart of the forest, Sarah felt the weight of her decision pressing down on her. She had already given up so much to become the guardian. Was she prepared to sacrifice the last vestiges of her humanity? The trees whispered around her, their ancient voices a mixture of encouragement and warning. The fate of the forest, perhaps of the entire world, hung in the balance. And Sarah Blackwood, once an ordinary young woman and now the guardian of an ancient realm, had to decide just how far she was willing to go to protect all she had come to love. As night fell over the woods, storm clouds gathered on the horizon. The very air thrummed with anticipation and dread. The final battle was coming, and its outcome would determine the fate of not just the forest, but of the delicate balance between the old world and the new. Sarah stood at the edge of a cliff, looking out over the vast expanse of trees that had become her home and her charge. Whatever she decided, whatever sacrifices lay ahead, she knew one thing for certain. She would face the coming storm with every ounce of power and courage she possessed. The forest had chosen her, and she would not let it fall without a fight. The forest was unnaturally still, as if holding its breath in anticipation of the coming storm. Sarah stood at the edge of a moonlit clearing, her eyes closed, feeling the pulse of the woods thrumming through her veins. The decision before her weighed heavily on her mind, a burden almost too great to bear. "You're brooding again," Zephyr's voice cut through the silence, startling Sarah from her reverie. Sarah opened her eyes, turning to face the ancient spirit. "Can you blame me? I'm being asked to give up everything I am, my humanity, my identity, my very self." Zephyr's ageless face softened with sympathy. "I know, child. The path of the Guardian has never been an easy one, but you must understand the gravity of what we face." As if on cue, a distant rumble echoed through the trees. Sarah extended her senses, feeling a wave of wrongness emanating from the forest's edge. "They're getting closer," she murmured. "The corruption is spreading faster than we thought." Zephyr nodded grimly. "Time grows short. Have you made your decision?" Before Sarah could respond, Jason came crashing through the underbrush, his face flushed with excitement and fear. "Sarah, Zephyr, you need to see this," he panted, gesturing for them to follow. They raced through the woods, guided by Jason's frantic pace. As they neared the forest's border, Sarah could feel the wrongness growing stronger, a sickly presence that made her skin crawl. They emerged from the tree line, and Sarah gasped at the sight before her. The construction site at the edge of the forest had been transformed. Massive, pulsing crystals jutted from the earth, their surfaces glowing with an eerie, sickly light. Workers moved about the site like automatons, their eyes glazed and vacant. But it was the figure standing at the center of it all that truly chilled Sarah to her core. A man in an impeccable suit, his features handsome yet somehow wrong, as if a mask had been pulled too tight over an inhuman face. "Who is that?" Sarah whispered, unable to tear her eyes away from the unnatural scene. "That," Oldie Tom's voice came from behind them, making them all jump, "is our true enemy, the avatar of progress and destruction, given form and purpose." The old man hobbled forward, his ancient eyes fixed on the figure in the suit. "He has many names, in many cultures. Trickster, deceiver, corrupter of nature. But in this form, he calls himself Mr. Gray." As if hearing his name, the figure in the suit turned, his gaze sweeping across the tree line. For a heart-stopping moment, Sarah felt those inhuman eyes lock onto her. A smile spread across Mr. Gray's face, a gesture that should have been pleasant but instead sent shivers of revulsion through her. "Well, well," Mr. Gray's voice carried easily across the distance, smooth and cultured, yet underlaid with something that set Sarah's teeth on edge. "The new Guardian graces us with her presence, how delightful." Sarah stepped forward, her hands clenched into fists. "What have you done to those people? To this land?" Mr. Gray's laugh was like oil on water. "Done? My dear, I've improved them, freed them from the shackles of their limited human perspectives, just as I plan to improve this entire backward forest." "Improve?" Sarah sputtered, rage building inside her. "You call this corruption an improvement?" "Oh, absolutely," Mr. Gray said, spreading his arms wide. "Progress, my dear Guardian, the inexorable march of civilization. Did you really think your quaint little woods could stand against the tide of development forever?" As he spoke, the crystals pulsed more brightly. Sarah could feel waves of wrongness emanating from them, seeping into the earth, the air, the very fabric of reality around them. "You see," Mr. Gray continued, his voice taking on a lecturer's tone, "humanity has always feared the wild places, the dark woods where old magics linger. They've spent millennia trying to tame nature, to bend it to their will. I'm simply accelerating the process." Sarah felt the forest recoil around her, the trees groaning in protest at Mr. Gray's words. She channeled that pain, that righteous anger, letting it fuel her own power. "The forest isn't yours to tame," she growled, her voice carrying echoes of rustling leaves and creaking branches. "And we won't let you destroy it without a fight." Mr. Gray's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Oh, I'm counting on it, my dear. A fight is exactly what I want. For you see, Every time you use your powers, every time you channel the old magics, you weaken the barriers between worlds just a little bit more. He gestured to the pulsing crystals. These lovely devices, they're not just for show. They're siphoning off the wild energies, the chaos of nature, and refining it into something more manageable, more profitable. Sarah's mind raced, trying to process the implications of what she was hearing. You're harvesting magic? Crudely put, but essentially correct. Mr. Gray nodded approvingly. Imagine the possibilities. Unlimited clean energy, technological advancements beyond your wildest dreams. All it costs is one measly old forest and its outdated magics. And the people who live here? Jason spoke up, his voice shaking with barely contained fury. The creatures who call this forest home? What happens to them in your improved world? Mr. Gray waved a hand dismissively. Progress always has its casualties, young man. Can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs and all that. Sarah had heard enough. She reached deep inside herself, calling upon the power of the forest. The earth rumbled beneath her feet, and roots burst from the ground, racing towards Mr. Gray and his corrupted workers. But before they could reach their targets, a shimmering barrier sprang into existence. The roots slammed against it and withered, turning to dust. Mr. Gray clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Now. There's no need for violence. Not yet, anyway. The main event is still to come. He turned, walking back towards the pulsing crystals. Over his shoulder, he called out, "I do hope you'll put up a good fight, Guardian. It will make the victory all the sweeter." As Mr. Gray disappeared into the shimmer of his protective barrier, Sarah turned to her companions. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on all their faces. "What do we do now?" Jason asked, his voice small in the face of the enormity of their challenge. Old Tom shook his head sadly. "We prepare for war, lad. For that's what's coming. Make no mistake." Zephyr nodded in agreement. "We must gather our allies, shore up our defenses. And Sarah." She turned to the young Guardian, her ancient eyes filled with sympathy and resolve. "You must decide. The fate of the forest may well rest on the choice you make." Sarah closed her eyes, feeling the life force of the forest pulsing around her. She thought of all she had learned, all she had become since accepting the mantle of Guardian. And she thought of what she stood to lose if she took that final irrevocable step. When she opened her eyes, there was a new determination in her gaze. "I need to speak to the forest," she said. "Not just feel it or channel it. I need to communicate with its consciousness directly." Zephyr and Old Tom exchanged a surprised look. "That's not easily done," Old Tom cautioned. "The forest's consciousness is vast, ancient. It doesn't think in ways we can easily comprehend." "I have to try," Sarah insisted. "If I'm going to make this decision, I need to understand exactly what I'm fighting for, what I might be sacrificing everything to protect." Zephyr nodded slowly. "There is a way. The heart tree, at the very center of the forest. It's the nexus of all the wild energies, the closest thing to a physical manifestation of the forest's will. If you can commune with it, then that's what I'll do," Sarah said, her voice ringing with determination. As they made their way deeper into the woods, Sarah could feel the forest's agitation growing. News of Mr. Gray's presence, of the corruption at the borders, had spread through root and branch, leaf and stream. The very air thrummed with nervous energy. They walked for what felt like hours, the forest growing older and wilder with each step. Finally, they emerged into a massive clearing dominated by a single, enormous tree. Its trunk was wider than a house, its branches reaching up to scrape the very sky. "The heart tree," Oldie Tom whispered reverently. Sarah approached the ancient giant, feeling the power emanating from it in palpable waves. She placed her hand on the gnarled bark, closing her eyes. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a rush that nearly knocked her off her feet, Sarah felt herself falling into the vastness of the forest's consciousness. It was overwhelming, a cascade of sensations and emotions too big for her human mind to fully comprehend. She saw the forest's history unfolding before her, Centuries of growth and change, of battles fought and peace hard won. She felt the joy of new life sprouting from rich soil, the sorrow of ancient trees falling to axe and saw, and underneath it all, a deep, abiding love for all the creatures that called the forest home, a fierce protectiveness that spanned millennia. When Sarah came back to herself, tears were streaming down her face. She turned to her companions, her eyes shining with a new understanding. "I know what I have to do," she said softly. As the first light of dawn broke through the canopy, Sarah Blackwood stood tall, the power of the forest flowing through her veins. The final battle was coming, and she was ready to face it, whatever the cost. The war for the soul of the forest was about to begin in earnest. And Sarah was determined to win, even if it meant sacrificing everything she had ever been. As they made their way back to prepare for the coming conflict, the trees whispered their ancient songs of battle and sacrifice. The forest was awakening, rallying around its guardian for one last, desperate stand against the forces of corruption and destruction. The storm was about to break, and at its heart stood Sarah Blackwood, no longer just a lost young woman, but a guardian prepared to give everything for the land she had sworn to protect. The forest trembled with anticipation as Sarah made her way back to the heart of the woods. The decision she had made weighed heavily upon her, but there was a newfound resolve in her steps. As she walked, the trees seemed to bow towards her, their ancient branches reaching out in silent support. "You're sure about this?" Jason asked, his voice tight with worry. He had barely left her side since her communion with the heart tree. Sarah nodded, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. "I've never been more certain of anything in my life." Zephyr, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke up. "The ritual you're proposing, it's not been attempted in living memory. The risks are—" "I know the risks," Sarah cut her off, her voice carrying an edge of steel. "But it's the only way. You said it yourself. To unleash the full power of the forest, the Guardian must become one with it completely." They emerged into a small clearing where old Tom waited, his ancient face creased with concern. "So you've made your choice then?" Sarah nodded, her expression solemn. "I have. I'll do the ritual. Merge my consciousness with the forest entirely." Old Tom sighed heavily, leaning on his gnarled staff. "You understand what this means, child? Once done, it cannot be undone. You'll cease to be Sarah Blackwood. Your memories, your sense of self, all will become part of the greater consciousness of the woods." "I understand," Sarah said softly. "But it's the only way to stop Mr. Gray and his corruption. The forest showed me, if we don't end this now, the destruction will spread far beyond these woods. The whole world could fall to his twisted version of progress." Jason stepped forward, his face pale. "There has to be another way. Sarah, please, you can't just erase yourself." Sarah turned to her cousin, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Jason, But before she could finish, a bone-chilling howl cut through the air. The group spun around to see a pack of corruption sprites emerging from the shadows. These were far more twisted than the ones they had encountered before, misshapen amalgamations of flesh and foliage, their eyes glowing with an unholy light. "They've breached the inner defenses," Zephyr hissed, her form shimmering as she prepared for battle. Sarah didn't hesitate. She reached out with her powers, feeling the life force of the trees around her. With a gesture, roots erupted from the ground, entangling the corrupted beasts. But for every sprite she trapped, two more seemed to take its place. "There's too many," Jason cried out, swinging a branch wildly at a sprite that got too close. Old Tom muttered an incantation, his staff glowing with eldritch energy. A wave of force pulsed outward, sending several sprites flying. But the old man stumbled, clearly drained by the effort. "We can't keep this up," Zephyr shouted over the cacophony of snarls and breaking branches. "Sarah, if you're going to do this, it needs to be now." Sarah knew she was right. She could feel the corruption seeping into the very soil beneath her feet. If she waited any longer, There might not be enough of the forest left to save. "Cover me," she yelled to her companions. "I need to get to the heart tree." As one, Zephyr, Old Tom, and Jason formed a protective circle around Sarah. They fought with everything they had, magic, improvised weapons, and sheer determination, to clear a path through the horde of sprites. Sarah ran, her heart pounding in her ears. She could feel the pull of the heart tree guiding her steps. Behind her, she heard the sounds of battle fading, replaced by an eerie silence as she entered the deepest part of the forest. Finally, she burst into the massive clearing dominated by the heart tree. Its ancient branches seemed to reach out to her, welcoming her home. But Sarah wasn't alone. "I must say, I'm impressed," a smooth, cultured voice called out. "You've made it further than I expected." Mr. Gray stepped out from behind the massive trunk, his impeccable suit somehow unmarred by the chaos of the forest. His smile was razor-sharp, his eyes glittering with malice. "It's over, Mr. Gray," Sarah said, her voice ringing with authority. "I won't let you destroy this forest." Mr. Gray laughed, the sound setting Sarah's teeth on edge. "Oh, my dear guardian, you still don't understand, do you? I'm not here to destroy the forest, I'm here to evolve it, to bring it into the modern age." As he spoke, tendrils of sickly green energy began to seep from the ground, curling around the roots of the heart tree. Sarah could feel the ancient giant's pain as the corruption tried to take hold. "Stop this!" she cried out, reaching for her powers. But before she could act, a wave of dizziness washed over her. She stumbled, falling to one knee. Mr. Gray's smile widened. "Feeling a bit under the weather? That would be the corruption in the air. You see, while you and your little friends were busy fighting my sprites, my real work was progressing nicely." He gestured expansively, and Sarah noticed for the first time the pulsing crystals that had been placed in a circle around the heart tree. They thrummed with an unnatural energy, siphoning off the forest's power even as they pumped corruption into its roots. "Soon," Mr. Gray continued, his voice taking on an almost reverent tone, "the very heart of this backward woods will be mine to command, and with it, I'll reshape the world. No more chaos, no more wild unpredictability. Everything neat, orderly, and under control." Sarah struggled to her feet, fighting against the waves of nausea induced by the corruption. "You're insane," she gasped. "Nature isn't meant to be controlled, it's meant to be wild, free." "An outdated notion," Mr. Gray scoffed. "Humanity has spent millennia trying to tame the wilderness. I'm simply finishing the job." As he spoke, the corruption spread faster, climbing up the trunk of the heart tree. Sarah could feel the forest's pain, its desperation. And in that moment she knew what she had to do. With the last of her strength, she lunged forward, placing her hands on the ancient bark of the heart tree. "I am Sarah Blackwood," she called out, her voice echoing with power, "guardian of this forest, protector of the old ways, and I offer myself freely to become one with the woods." Mr. Gray's eyes widened in alarm. "No, stop her." But it was too late. Sarah felt the consciousness of the forest surge into her, an overwhelming tidal wave of sensations and memories. She saw the birth of the first trees, felt the joy of new life sprouting from rich soil, experienced the sorrow of ancient giants falling to axe and saw, and through it all, she felt the deep, abiding love the forest had for all its creatures, the fierce protectiveness that spanned millennia. Sarah Blackwood ceased to be, her individual consciousness subsumed by something far greater. In her place stood the avatar of the forest, a being of bark and leaf, of root and branch. Power radiated from her in palpable waves, causing Mr. Gray to take an involuntary step back. "This ends now," the avatar said, her voice a chorus of rustling leaves and creaking wood. Mr. Gray snarled, all pretense of civility gone. "You think your little trick changes anything? I've planned this for centuries. I will not be denied." He raised his hands, dark energy crackling between his fingers. The corruption crystals pulsed in response, their sickly light intensifying. But the avatar stood firm, She reached out, not just with hands, but with every root and branch in the forest. The very earth trembled as ancient magics long dormant surged to life. The battle that followed was beyond human comprehension. Forces of nature clashed against twisted technology, wild magic against corrupted power. The forest itself seemed to come alive, every tree and plant fighting against the spreading taint. In the heart of the maelstrom stood the Avatar and Mr. Grey, locked in combat, both physical and metaphysical. They traded blows that shook the earth, hurled spells that warped reality itself. Slowly, inexorably, the Avatar began to gain the upper hand. The pure, primal power of the forest proved too much for Mr. Grey's corrupted energies. With a final, titanic effort, the Avatar reached out and grasped her opponent. "You wanted to be one with the forest?" she growled, her voice like thunder. "So be it." Mr. Grey's eyes widened in terror as he felt himself being drawn into the heart tree. "No, you can't do this. I am progress incarnate. I am the future." "You," the Avatar said, her voice filled with ancient wisdom, "are just another part of the cycle, and it's time for you to be reclaimed." With a final scream of defiance, Mr. Grey was absorbed into the heart tree. The corruption crystals shattered, their malign energies dissipating harmlessly into the air. For a moment, everything was still. Then, slowly, new growth began to sprout from the ground. Clean, pure, untainted by corruption. The forest was healing itself. In the distance, the sounds of battle faded as the corruption sprites, cut off from their master, collapsed into piles of withered leaves and rotted wood. The Avatar stood silent, communing with every part of the vast forest. She could feel the joy of the trees, the relief of the creatures that called the woods home. The balance had been restored, but there was a price to be paid for such victory. Sarah Blackwood was gone, her individual consciousness scattered like seeds on the wind. In her place stood the Eternal Guardian, one with the forest in a way no mortal had ever been before. As dawn broke over the woods, Jason, Zephyr, and Old Tom made their way to the heart tree. They found the Avatar waiting for them, her form a constantly shifting mix of human and plant. "Sarah?" Jason asked hesitantly, hope and fear warring in his voice. The Avatar turned to him, her eyes filled with the wisdom of ages. "Sarah Blackwood is part of me," she said, her voice a whisper of wind through leaves. "As are all the guardians who came before, but I am more than any one individual now. I am the forest." Tears streamed down Jason's face as he realized the full extent of his cousin's sacrifice. Zephyr and Old Tom bowed their heads in respect and sorrow. "What happens now?" Old Tom asked, his voice thick with emotion. The Avatar's gaze turned to the horizon, seeing far beyond the physical realm. "Now, we heal, we grow, and we prepare. For Mr. Grey was right about one thing. The outside world is changing. We must find a way to coexist with progress without losing our essential nature." She reached out, gently touching each of her former companions. "You all have roles to play in the times to come. The forest will need its defenders more than ever." As the sun rose higher, bathing the woods in golden light, the Avatar of the forest began to fade, her form merging with the trees and undergrowth. But her presence could be felt in every rustling leaf, every blooming flower, every scurrying creature. The forest had survived its greatest trial, but the battle between the old ways and the new was far from over. Yet now, with its guardian one with the very essence of the woods, it stood ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring. And somewhere in the whisper of wind through ancient boughs, in the gurgle of crystal streams, in the song of birds greeting the dawn, the spirit of Sarah Blackwood lived on, forever wild, forever free. The forest was silent in the aftermath of the great battle. Weeks had passed since Sarah Blackwood's sacrifice, since her consciousness had merged with the very essence of the woods to become the Avatar of the forest. The scars of conflict were beginning to heal, new growth covering the damaged areas like a verdant bandage. Jason stood at the edge of a small clearing, his eyes fixed on the spot where he had last seen his cousin in her human form. The weight of her absence pressed down on him, a constant ache in his chest. "I miss her," he said softly, not turning around. He knew Zephyr was there, even if the ancient spirit hadn't made a sound. "We all do," Zephyr replied, her voice like wind through dry leaves. "But she's not gone, not really. She's all around us now." Jason nodded, but the words brought little comfort. He understood the necessity of Sarah's sacrifice, the magnitude of what she had saved. But understanding didn't make the loss any easier to bear. A rustling in the underbrush caught their attention. Old Tom emerged, his wizened face creased with worry. "We have a problem," the old man said without preamble. "The outside world is starting to notice that something's different about our forest." Jason frowned. "Different how?" Old Tom sighed heavily. "Reports of strange lights, unexplained phenomena. The local news is calling it the Whispering Woods Mystery. It's drawing attention we can't afford right now." "The Avatar's power is still settling," Zephyr mused. "It's possible some of it is leaking out in ways visible to the human world." As if in response to her words, a shimmering light began to coalesce in the center of the clearing. It twisted and writhed, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape. For a heart-stopping moment, Jason thought he saw Sarah's face in the glowing mist. "Sarah," he called out, taking a step forward. The light pulsed once, then spoke in a voice that was both familiar and utterly alien. "Not quite," it said. We are still learning to control this form." Zephyr and Old Tom dropped to one knee, their heads bowed in reverence. "Avatar," they said in unison. Jason remained standing, his eyes fixed on the shimmering apparition. "Is Sarah in there? Can she hear me?" The Avatar's form rippled, as if unsure how to respond. "Sarah Blackwood is part of us, as are all the Guardians who came before. But we are more than any one individual now. We are the forest." Jason felt his heart sink. It was the same thing the Avatar had said immediately after the transformation. He had hoped that with time, more of Sarah's individual consciousness might resurface, but it seemed that hope had been in vain. "Why have you manifested?" Old Tom asked, rising slowly to his feet. "Is there a new threat?" The Avatar's light dimmed slightly. "Not a threat, precisely, but a complication. The human world is taking too much notice of our domain. If this continues, it could upset the delicate balance we've only just restored." "The news reports," Jason said, understanding dawning. "Is that why you're here? To figure out how to stop them?" "Partially," the Avatar replied, "but there is more. In becoming one with the forest, we have gained access to knowledge and power beyond mortal comprehension. But we have also lost something crucial, a human perspective. We need a bridge. Someone who can interpret our will to the outside world and vice versa." The Avatar's gaze, somehow both piercing and unfocused, settled on Jason. "You, Jason Blackwood, are uniquely suited to this task. You have been touched by our power, yet remain human. You understand both worlds." Jason took an involuntary step back, overwhelmed by the implications. "Me? But I'm nobody special. I was just trying to help Sarah." Zephyr placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You've shown remarkable courage and adaptability, lad. Perhaps more than you realize." Old Tom nodded in agreement. "The Avatar's wisdom is not to be questioned. If they believe you are the right choice, then so it must be." Jason's mind raced. Part of him wanted to refuse, to run back to the safety and simplicity of his old life. But a larger part knew that was impossible. He had seen too much, experienced too much to ever truly go back. And there was Sarah to consider. Even if she was no longer entirely herself, even if her consciousness had been subsumed by something greater, she was still in there somewhere. He couldn't abandon her. "What exactly would I have to do?" he asked, his voice steadier than he felt. The Avatar's form shimmered with what might have been approval. "You would be our voice in the human world. Help us navigate the complexities of modern society. Find ways to protect the forest that do not involve outright conflict. And in turn, you would help the humans understand us. See the value in preserving the old ways alongside the new. Jason took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. All right, he said. I'll do it. For Sarah, for the forest, for all of us. The Avatar's light pulsed brightly. Your courage does you credit, Jason Blackwood. But be warned, this path will not be an easy one. The forces that seek to destroy the wild places of the world are many and powerful. You will face challenges beyond anything you have yet encountered. As if to emphasize the point, a distant rumble echoed through the trees. Jason felt a chill run down his spine, recognizing the sound of heavy machinery. They're back, Old Tom growled. The construction crews. It seems Mr. Gray's human allies are not so easily dissuaded. The Avatar's form flickered, its light dimming. We cannot manifest for long in this form. The forest's energy is still recovering from the great battle. Jason, you must go. See what threat we face and report back. We will do what we can to support you, but our power must be used sparingly for now. Jason nodded, a mix of fear and determination coursing through him. I understand. I won't let you down. As he turned to leave, the Avatar spoke once more. This time, just for a moment, the voice sounded achingly like Sarah's. Be careful, Jason. Remember, the forest is with you, always. With those words echoing in his ears, Jason set off towards the edge of the woods. As he walked, he felt the trees seem to part before him, offering him safe and swift passage. He emerged from the tree line to find a scene of controlled chaos. A small army of construction vehicles had assembled, their operators preparing for what looked like a major clearing operation. Men in suits stood off to one side, poring over blueprints and gesturing animatedly. Jason's heart sank as he realized the scale of what they were planning. This wasn't just some small development. They were gearing up to destroy a significant portion of the forest. Steeling himself, he approached the group of suits. Excuse me, he called out. What's going on here? One of the men, a silver-haired executive type, looked up with a frown. This is a closed site, son. You shouldn't be here. Jason stood his ground. I live nearby. I have a right to know what's happening to my home. The executive exchanged glances with his colleagues, then seemed to come to a decision. All right, no harm in telling you, I suppose. Might as well get ahead of the rumor mill. He gestured expansively at the assembled machinery. What you're seeing here is the first phase of the Whispering Woods Resort and Tech Center. We're going to transform this backwater into a state-of-the-art facility that will put your little town on the map. Jason felt a surge of anger at the man's dismissive tone. And what about the environmental impact? This forest is home to countless species, some of them endangered. Not to mention the historical and cultural significance. The executive cut him off with a wave of his hand. All taken into account, I assure you. We've got all the necessary permits and environmental impact studies. This project is going to bring jobs and progress to your community. You should be thanking us. As the man spoke, Jason noticed something odd. A faint, sickly green glow seemed to be emanating from a pendant around the executive's neck. With a start, he realized it looked eerily similar to the corruption crystals Mr. Gray had used. Where did you get that pendant? Jason asked, trying to keep his voice casual. The executive's hand went to the crystal, his eyes narrowing. That's none of your concern, boy. Now I think it's time you left, before I have security escort you out. Jason backed away, his mind racing. He needed to report this to the Avatar, to come up with a plan. But as he turned to go, he caught sight of movement at the edge of his vision. A group of protesters had assembled at the edge of the construction site, carrying signs and chanting slogans about protecting the forest. Among them, Jason spotted a familiar face, his old high school biology teacher, Dr. Elena Chen. Without thinking, he jogged over to the group. Dr. Chen, he called out. The older woman turned, her eyes widening in recognition. Jason Blackwood, what are you doing here? It's a long story, Jason said. glancing nervously back at the construction site. "But I think I might be able to help your cause. Can we talk somewhere private?" Dr. Chen nodded, leading him away from the main group. Once they were out of earshot, she fixed him with a piercing stare. "All right, Jason. What's going on? And don't tell me it's nothing. I've heard the rumors about strange things happening in these woods. And now you show up out of the blue?" Jason took a deep breath. He knew he was about to violate every rule of secrecy the forest spirits had impressed upon him, but he also knew that they needed allies in the human world if they were going to survive. "Dr. Chen," he said, his voice low and urgent, "what I'm about to tell you is going to sound crazy, but I swear to you it's the truth. And if you're willing to believe me, to help me, we might just be able to save this forest, and a whole lot more." As Jason began to speak, he felt a warm breeze rustle through the leaves behind him. Whether it was encouragement or warning from the Avatar, he couldn't be sure. But he knew in that moment that everything was about to change. The battle for the Whispering Woods was entering a new phase, and Jason Blackwood, once just a normal young man trying to help his cousin, now found himself at the center of a conflict that would determine the fate of not just the forest, but the delicate balance between the old world and the new. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the contested land, Jason steeled himself for the challenges ahead. Whatever came next, he was ready to face it, for Sarah, for the forest, and for the future of both the human and natural worlds. Dr. Elena Chen sat back in her chair, her face a mask of disbelief and wonder. Jason had just finished recounting the incredible tale of the forest's magic, Sarah's transformation, and the looming threat to the Whispering Woods. "This is a lot to process, Jason," she said, rubbing her temples. "If I hadn't seen some truly inexplicable things in those woods myself, I'd think you were having some sort of breakdown." Jason leaned forward, his eyes intense. "But you do believe me?" Dr. Chen sighed heavily. "Against my better judgment, yes. It explains too much. The strange phenomena, the unusually rapid plant growth, the animals behaving in ways that defy conventional understanding." She fixed Jason with a piercing stare. "The question is, what do we do with this information?" Before Jason could respond, a cold wind whipped through the small office they'd sequestered themselves in. The lights flickered, and for a moment Jason thought he saw a familiar shimmer in the air. "We fight," came a voice that was both alien and achingly familiar. The Avatar materialized between them, its form a swirling mass of leaves and mist vaguely shaped like a human. Dr. Chen gasped, nearly falling out of her chair. "What in the world?" "It's okay," Jason said quickly, though his heart was racing. "This is the Avatar I told you about. The forest incarnate." The Avatar's gaze, somehow both piercing and unfocused, settled on Dr. Chen. "Elena Chen, your efforts to protect our domain have not gone unnoticed. We thank you." Dr. Chen, to her credit, recovered quickly from her shock. She straightened in her chair, meeting the Avatar's gaze. You're welcome. I've always felt a connection to those woods. Now I understand why." The Avatar nodded, its form rippling. "The threat we face is greater than we initially believed. The human who leads this destruction, he carries a fragment of our old enemy's power." Jason's mind raced back to the executive with the glowing pendant. The crystal he was wearing, it's connected to Mr. Gray somehow? "Yes," the Avatar confirmed. "A seed of corruption planted in the human world. It whispers promises of progress and profit, but its true purpose is to destroy all that we protect." Dr. Chen leaned forward, her scientific mind clearly working overtime. "If we could get that crystal, study it, maybe we could find a way to neutralize its effects." The Avatar's form pulsed with what might have been approval. "Your insight serves you well, Elena Chen, but acquiring the crystal will not be easy. It is protected by both human security and dark magics." Jason stood, pacing the small office. "We need a plan, a way to expose what's really going on without revealing the full truth about the forest. If we can turn public opinion against the development, it won't be enough, Dr. Chen interjected. These corporations have deep pockets and armies of lawyers. They'll tie up any opposition in court for years while they continue to destroy the forest. The Avatar's light dimmed slightly. We cannot manifest our full power without risking further imbalance. The wounds from our last great battle are still healing. We must find another way. A knock at the office door made them all jump. "Dr. Chen?" came a muffled voice. "Are you in there? There's something weird going on outside." Jason moved to the window, pulling back the curtain slightly. His eyes widened at the scene outside. The sky had darkened prematurely, roiling clouds gathering over the forest. Flashes of eerie, greenish lightning illuminated the turbulent mass. "It's starting," the Avatar said, its voice carrying an edge of urgency. "The corruption is spreading faster than we anticipated. We must act now." "Doctor." Chen stood, smoothing down her jacket with trembling hands. "What do you need us to do?" The Avatar's form began to fade, its energy clearly waning. "Jason, you must retrieve the crystal. Elena, rally your fellow protectors. Create a distraction. Buy us time." Its gaze fixed on Jason one last time. "Remember, the forest is with you. Always." With those words, the Avatar vanished, leaving behind only a faint scent of pine and earth. Jason turned to Dr. Chen, his face set with determination. "Are you ready for this?" The older woman laughed, a slightly hysterical edge to the sound. "Ready to help a magical forest spirit fight corporate corruption using science and activism? Absolutely not. But it seems we don't have much choice, do we?" They left the office to find the university campus in chaos. Students and faculty alike were pointing at the sky, their voices a mixture of awe and fear. The unnatural storm was gathering strength, its epicenter clearly centered over the Whispering Woods. "I need to get to the construction site," Jason said, scanning the parking lot for his beat-up old car. Dr. Chen nodded. "I'll gather as many of our environmental science students as I can. We'll create your distraction." She gripped Jason's arm, her eyes serious. "Be careful, Jason. Whatever's going on here, it's bigger than anything we've faced before." Jason managed a grim smile. "Don't worry about me. I've got the forest on my side." As they parted ways, Jason couldn't help but feel the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. He was no longer just a guy trying to help his cousin. He was the bridge between two worlds, and the fate of both might well rest on his actions. The drive to the construction site was tense, the unnatural storm growing more violent with each passing minute. By the time Jason arrived, the wind was howling, driving sheets of rain against his windshield. Flashes of sickly green lightning illuminated the scene in stuttering bursts. The site was in chaos. Workers ran back and forth trying to secure equipment against the gale. In the center of it all stood the silver-haired executive, barking orders and gesturing wildly. The crystal around his neck pulsed with an ominous light. Jason took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he had to do. He stepped out of his car, immediately buffeted by the wind. As he approached the executive, he could hear the man shouting into a phone. "I don't care what it takes. Get those permits pushed through now. We need to start clearing this godforsaken forest tonight." "You might want to reconsider that," Jason called out, raising his voice to be heard over the storm. The executive whirled, his eyes narrowing as he recognized Jason. "You again? I thought I told you to stay away from here." Jason stood his ground. "I'm giving you one last chance to stop this. What you're doing, it's wrong. It's dangerous. You have no idea what forces you're messing with." The man's laugh was harsh, bordering on manic. "Forces? Boy, the only force that matters is the almighty dollar. And this project is going to make me very, very rich." As he spoke, the crystal around his neck pulsed brighter. Jason could see tendrils of sickly green energy seeping from it, twisting around the man like spectral vines. "That crystal," Jason said, pointing. "Where did you get it? Do you even know what it's doing to you?" For a moment, uncertainty flickered across the executive's face. His hand went to the pendant as if seeing it for the first time. But then his expression hardened. "Enough of this nonsense," he snarled. "Security! Remove this troublemaker!" Two burly men in uniform started towards Jason. But before they could reach him, a commotion erupted at the edge of the site. Jason turned to see a large group of protesters pushing past the inadequate barriers, led by a fiercely determined Dr. Chen. "Stop the destruction," they chanted. "Save the Whispering Woods." The executive's face purpled with rage. "No, I won't let you ruin everything." As his anger peaked, the crystal around his neck flared with blinding intensity. A pulse of energy exploded outward, knocking everyone off their feet. Jason hit the muddy ground hard, the breath driven from his lungs. When he managed to look up, his blood ran cold. The executive was floating several feet off the ground, surrounded by a nimbus of corrupted energy. His eyes glowed with the same sickly green light as the crystal. "You want to save your precious forest?" The man's voice boomed, distorted and inhuman. "Then you'll have to go through me." Tendrils of energy lashed out, wrapping around construction equipment. Bulldozers and excavators roared to life, their movements jerky and unnatural. They began to advance on the protesters, who scrambled to get out of the way. Jason struggled to his feet, his mind racing. He had to get that crystal, had to stop this madness before someone got hurt. But how could he possibly reach it? As if in answer to his unspoken question, he felt a surge of warmth flow through him. The voice of the Avatar, faint but unmistakable, whispered in his mind. "Remember, Jason, the forest is with you. Always." Understanding dawned. Jason closed his eyes, reaching out with senses he was only beginning to understand. He felt the life force of every tree, every blade of grass. And more than that, he felt their anger, their determination to survive. "Help me," he whispered. "Please." The response was immediate and overwhelming. Roots burst from the ground, entangling the possessed machinery. Vines whipped through the air, wrapping around the floating executive. The man screamed, a sound of equal parts rage and fear. Jason ran forward, dodging flailing tendrils of corrupted energy. With a leap that surprised even himself, he grabbed the crystal pendant, yanking it from the executive's neck. The moment the crystal left contact with the man's skin, the unnatural storm began to dissipate. The executive collapsed to the ground, unconscious but breathing. Jason stood in the sudden quiet, the corrupt crystal pulsing weakly in his hand. He could feel its malevolent energy trying to seep into him, whispering promises of power and wealth. But the warm, pure energy of the forest flowing through him kept it at bay. Dr. Chen approached cautiously, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Jason? What just happened?" Jason managed a weak smile. "Would you believe me if I said we just saved the world?" As if to punctuate his words, a beam of sunlight broke through the dissipating clouds, illuminating the scene of chaos and destruction. But already, Jason could see new growth sprouting from the torn earth. The forest was reclaiming what had been lost, healing the wounds inflicted upon it. In the distance, sirens wailed. The human world was responding to the inexplicable events that had unfolded. Jason knew that what had happened here would not be easily explained away. "We need to go," he said to Dr. Chen. "There's still work to be done." As they hurried away from the scene, Jason couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The corrupt crystal in his pocket was proof that Mr. Gray's influence had spread further than they had realized. The battle for the soul of the forest, and perhaps the world itself, was far from over. But as the trees of the Whispering Woods welcomed them back into their embrace, Jason felt a surge of hope. They had faced the storm and emerged victorious. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. Human and forest, old magic and new determination, united in defense of the wild places that still remained. The wind whispered through the leaves, carrying the voice of the Avatar. "Well done, Jason Blackwood, but be warned. The true test is yet to come." Jason nodded, squaring his shoulders. Whatever lay ahead, he was ready. For Sarah, for the forest, For the future of both worlds, he would not falter. The Guardian's legacy lived on, and the Whispering Woods would not fall without a fight. The aftermath of the confrontation at the construction site left Jason and Dr. Chen reeling. They had retreated to the safety of the Whispering Woods, the corrupt crystal safely wrapped in layers of cloth and sealed in a metal box. Even so, Jason could feel its malevolent energy pulsing like a dark heartbeat. "What do we do now?" Dr. Chen asked, her voice hoarse from shouting during the protest. She looked exhausted, her clothes smeared with mud, but her eyes were alight with a mix of fear and excitement. Jason shook his head, still trying to process everything that had happened. "I don't know. We need to talk to the Avatar, figure out our next move." As if summoned by his words, the air before them shimmered. The Avatar materialized, its form more stable than before, but still rippling like heat haze. "You have done well," the Avatar said, its voice a chorus of rustling leaves and creaking branches. "But I fear this victory, while significant, is only the beginning." Jason held up the box containing the crystal. "What do we do with this? Can you destroy it?" The Avatar's form flickered, a gesture that might have been a shake of the head. "Not in our current state. The wounds from our last great battle are still healing. To channel the power necessary to destroy such an artifact would risk further damage to the forest." Dr. Chen stepped forward, her scientific curiosity overcoming her awe. "If we can't destroy it, perhaps we can study it, figure out how it works, how to counteract its effects." The Avatar turned its gaze to her, and for a moment, Dr. Chen felt the weight of millennia pressing down on her. "Your insight serves you well, Elena Chen, but be warned, the corruption within that crystal is insidious. To study it is to risk being tainted by it." Jason frowned, an idea forming. What if we combined our knowledge, the science of the human world and the magic of the forest? The Avatar's form pulsed with what might have been approval. "A bridge between worlds. Yes, this is why you were chosen, Jason Blackwood. Your ability to see both sides, to unite the old and the new, may be our greatest weapon in the battles to come." Before they could discuss further, a commotion from deeper in the forest caught their attention. Zephyr materialized beside them, her ancient face creased with worry. "Avatar, we have a problem," she said without preamble. "The corruption, it's spreading faster than we anticipated. The victory at the construction site seems to have only accelerated its growth." The Avatar's form dimmed noticeably. "Show us." In a blink, they were transported to another part of the forest. Jason gasped at the sight before him. A section of the woods, once vibrant and alive, was now twisted and wrong. The trees were bent at unnatural angles, their bark a sickly gray. The ground was covered in a carpet of withered leaves, and the air itself seemed thick and oppressive. "By all that's holy," Dr. Chen whispered, her scientific mind struggling to process what she was seeing. "It's like the forest has a disease." "In a sense, it does," the Avatar replied, its voice heavy with sorrow. "The corruption is a cancer, feeding on the life force of the forest and twisting it to its own ends." Jason took a step closer to the corrupted area, drawn by a morbid fascination. As he did, he heard something, a faint whisper at the edge of his consciousness. "Do you hear that?" he asked, straining to make out the words. The others shook their heads, looking at him with concern. "Jason," Zephyr said cautiously, "what do you hear?" He closed his eyes, concentrating. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. Promises of power, of knowledge beyond imagining. All he had to do was reach out, touch the corrupted land. "Jason, no!" Dr. Chen's shout snapped him back to reality. He opened his eyes to find himself mere inches from the edge of the corruption, his hand outstretched. The Avatar's form solidified slightly, reaching out to pull Jason back. "The corruption calls to you because of your connection to the forest. You must be careful, Jason Blackwood. Your unique position makes you both our greatest hope and our greatest vulnerability." Jason stumbled back, shaken. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. It's not your fault, Zephyr said, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. The corruption preys on desire, on the deepest longings of the heart. It offers whatever it thinks will tempt you most. Dr. Chen, who had been examining the corrupted area with a mix of horror and fascination, spoke up. We need to contain this. If it spreads to the rest of the forest... The Avatar nodded, its form rippling with urgency. Agreed. But our power alone is not enough. We need a solution that combines the old magics with the new understanding of the human world. Jason's mind raced, ideas forming and connecting. What if we created some kind of barrier? Not just a physical one, but something that combines science and magic. Dr. Chen's eyes lit up. Like a force field, but powered by the forest's energy? Yes, Jason exclaimed. We could use technology to focus and direct the forest's natural defenses. Create a sort of magical Faraday cage around the corrupted areas. The Avatar's form pulsed with approval. This is why you were chosen, Jason Blackwood. Your ability to bridge our worlds may be the key to our survival. But before they could discuss further, a bone-chilling howl cut through the air. From the depths of the corrupted area, shapes began to emerge. Twisted, wrong versions of forest creatures. A deer with too many eyes, dripping a sickly green fluid. A bear with bark for skin and branches for claws. And leading them, a figure that made Jason's blood run cold. It looked like Sarah, or rather, a corrupted version of what Sarah had become when she first merged with the forest. But where Sarah had been a harmonious blend of human and nature, this being was a nightmarish fusion. Roots writhed like snakes around a body that seemed to be perpetually shifting between flesh and wood. Hello, little brother, the thing that wasn't Sarah said, its voice a discordant mixture of his cousin's familiar tones and something alien and wrong. Did you miss me? Jason stumbled back, his mind reeling. You're not Sarah, he managed to choke out. What are you? The creature's laugh was like breaking branches. Oh, but I am Sarah. Or rather, I'm what Sarah could have been if she'd embraced the true power offered to her. The power you're all too afraid to use. The Avatar moved protectively in front of Jason, its form solidifying into a more humanoid shape. You are an abomination, it said, its voice thunderous. A corruption of all we hold sacred. I am the future, not Sarah snarled. The next step in evolution. Why cling to your outdated notions of balance when we could reshape the world to our will? As it spoke, tendrils of corruption began to creep towards them, withering the grass and flowers in their path. Dr. Chen let out a cry of alarm, scrambling backward. Jason, the Avatar said urgently, we need that barrier now. Focus on the forest's energy, direct it, shape it. Jason closed his eyes, reaching out with his newfound senses. He could feel the life force of the forest, the pure, wild energy that flowed through every tree and plant. But he could also sense the wrongness of the corruption, a spreading stain that threatened to overwhelm everything. I don't know if I can do this, he said, his voice shaking. You can, Dr. Chen said firmly, placing a hand on his shoulder. You're the bridge, remember? Science and magic working together. Think of it like a computer firewall keeping out the viruses. The analogy clicked in Jason's mind. He envisioned the forest's energy as lines of code, forming an impenetrable barrier against the corruption. Sweat beaded on his brow as he poured every ounce of concentration into manifesting this vision. Slowly, painfully, a shimmering field began to form between them and the corrupted area. It looked like heat haze at first, barely visible, but as Jason focused harder, it solidified into a translucent wall of energy, pulsing with the green and gold of healthy forest life. Not Sarah hissed in frustration as its corrupting tendrils hit the barrier and withered. This changes nothing, it snarled. You can't keep us contained forever. We will spread, we will grow, and we will remake this world in our image. With a final howl of rage, the corrupted beings retreated back into the twisted landscape. The barrier held, separating the healthy forest from the infected zone. Jason collapsed to his knees, exhausted, Dr. Chen knelt beside him, her face a mask of concern. "Are you all right?" He nodded weakly. "I think so. Just drained." The Avatar's form flickered, its energy clearly depleted as well. "You have done well, Jason Blackwood. This barrier will hold for now, giving us time to plan our next move." Zephyr, who had been unnaturally quiet during the confrontation, finally spoke. "What was that thing? It looked like a corrupted version of Sarah." The Avatar's form dimmed noticeably. "I fear it is a manifestation of the choice Sarah might have made. A dark reflection of the power of the Guardian, twisted by the corruption." Jason struggled to his feet, his mind reeling. But Sarah made her choice. She sacrificed herself to become one with the forest, to protect it. How can that thing exist? "The multiverse is vast and strange," the Avatar said, its voice heavy with ancient wisdom. "Perhaps in some other reality Sarah chose differently, or perhaps the corruption has found a way to create a mockery of her form, to use against us." Dr. Chen, ever the scientist, was already examining the barrier with intense curiosity. "This is remarkable," she muttered. "It's like nothing I've ever seen before, a perfect fusion of energy and matter." "It is a start," the Avatar said, "but we must do more. The corruption will not stop at this forest. If left unchecked, it will spread across the world, twisting all of nature to its will." Jason nodded, a grim determination settling over him. "So what's our next move?" The Avatar's form solidified slightly, taking on a more human-like appearance. For a moment, Jason thought he saw a flicker of Sarah in its features. "We must gather allies. There are others like you, Jason. People with one foot in the human world and one in the realm of magic and nature. We must find them, unite them in our cause." "A network of guardians," Zephyr mused. "Protectors for each of the world's great forests and wild places." "Yes," the Avatar agreed. "But we must move quickly. The corruption is spreading, and I fear it has allies of its own in the human world." Dr. Chen spoke up, her voice filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "I have colleagues, other scientists who have encountered unexplainable phenomena in their research. Some of them have been ostracized by the scientific community for their beliefs. They might be willing to help." Jason nodded, ideas forming. "And I bet there are others like me, people who have experienced the magic of nature firsthand but were afraid to speak up for fear of being labeled crazy." "Then that is your task," the Avatar said. "Find these allies. Bring them together. Create a force that can stand against the corruption and protect the balance between the human world and the wild places." As if to underscore the urgency of their mission, a distant rumble shook the forest. Jason looked up to see storm clouds gathering on the horizon, shot through with veins of sickly green lightning. "It's spreading," Zephyr said, her ancient face creased with worry. "The corruption is gaining strength." Jason squared his shoulders, feeling the weight of responsibility settling upon him. He was no longer just a guy trying to help his cousin. He was the bridge between worlds, the linchpin in a battle for the very soul of nature. "We'll stop it," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "Whatever it takes, we'll find a way." As they prepared to leave the forest and begin their quest for allies, Jason cast one last look at the shimmering barrier holding back the corruption. Beyond it, he could see the twisted landscape, feel the wrongness that permeated every warped tree and sickly plant. And for just a moment, he thought he saw a figure watching him from the depths of the corrupted zone. Not Sarah, its form flickering between human and monstrous, its eyes filled with a hunger that chilled him to his core. "I'll save you," Jason whispered, though he wasn't sure if he was speaking to the twisted version of his cousin or to the real Sarah, lost somewhere in the vast consciousness of the Avatar. "Somehow I'll find a way to make this right." With that promise echoing in his mind, Jason turned away from the corruption and towards the uncertain future that awaited. The battle for the soul of the forest, and perhaps the world itself, had only just begun. But with science and magic working together, with the wisdom of the old ways and the innovation of the new, they had a fighting chance. As they left the heart of the Whispering Woods, the trees seemed to bow towards them, their leaves rustling in a whisper of encouragement and hope. The forest had chosen its champions, and now it was up to Jason, Dr. Chen, and their yet-to-be-found allies to prove worthy of that trust. The corrupted crystal pulsed weakly in its sealed box, a reminder of the threat they faced. But the warmth of the forest's energy, flowing through Jason like a river of life, gave him strength. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he was ready to face them. For Sarah, for the forest, for the future of both the human and natural worlds, Jason Blackwood stepped out of the shadows of the Whispering Woods and into the light of a new day, ready to begin the next chapter of this epic struggle between corruption and preservation, between progress and nature, between the darkness that threatened to consume everything and the light of hope that burned within him. The war for the soul of the world had begun, and Jason was determined to win, no matter the cost. The forest pulsed with an otherworldly energy as we stood in the stone circle, our hands linked. The air crackled with tension, and the very ground beneath our feet seemed to tremble. I could feel the weight of countless eyes upon us, the spirit, the forest, and perhaps something even greater. As we began the ritual, the words tumbling from our lips in a language none of us truly understood, the world around us erupted into chaos. Trees groaned and swayed, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. The sky above, visible through the canopy, turned an ominous shade of green. "Keep going," I shouted over the rising wind. "We have to finish this." To my left, Sarah, the young hiker I'd met on my third, or was it fourth, loop through this nightmare, stumbled as the ground shifted beneath her. I tightened my grip on her hand, steadying her. "I can't do this," she whimpered, her eyes wide with fear. "It's too much." On my other side, old Tom, the grizzled hermit who'd been trapped here longer than any of us, growled, "Steady, girl. We've come too far to give up now." As the words of the ritual flowed, the forest around us began to change. The trees twisted and warped, taking on impossible shapes. Faces seemed to form in the bark, screaming silently. The once familiar wilderness transformed into a nightmarish landscape of our deepest fears. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye and turned to see a dark shape lunging at me. I flinched, breaking the circle, but the shape dissolved into mist before it reached me. "It's not real," I called out to the others. "The forest is trying to break our concentration. Don't let it." We reformed the circle, our voices growing stronger as we continued the chant. But with each word, the assault on our senses intensified. The very air seemed to thicken, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, a piercing shriek cut through the chaos. I turned to see Emily, the college student who'd arrived just days before the loops began, collapse to her knees. Her eyes were unfocused, staring at something none of us could see. "No, please," she sobbed. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." I moved to help her, but old Tom's iron grip held me back. "Don't," he warned. "We break the circle again, and we're done for." "But we can't just leave her," I argued. As if in response to our dilemma, the forest floor before Emily began to ripple and shift. A form rose from the earth, a young man, his features blurred and indistinct, but his accusing stare unmistakable. Emily's voice was barely a whisper. "Jake, I didn't mean to. The car, it just..." I realized with a start that we were seeing Emily's guilt made manifest. The spirit was forcing each of us to confront our deepest regrets and fears. No sooner had this thought formed than the air before me shimmered. A familiar figure took shape, my father, his face lined with disappointment. "You promised, Stephen," the apparition said, its voice a perfect match for the one that had haunted my memories for years. "You promised you'd make something of yourself. Instead, you waste your talent on cheap thrills and pulp fiction." I felt my resolve waver. The words cut deep, echoing the doubts that had plagued me throughout my career. Was this why I'd come to this forest? To escape the judgment I feared most? Don't listen to it. Sarah's voice cut through my spiral of self-doubt. It's using our own insecurities against us. Her words snapped me back to reality. I looked around the circle, seeing each of my companions facing their own personal demons. Old Tom was surrounded by the ghostly forms of soldiers, their uniforms bloody and torn. Sarah stood rigid, her eyes locked on a woman who could only be her mother, spouting a stream of verbal abuse. The spirit appeared then, hovering above the center of our circle. Its form was more defined now, a swirling mass of leaves and shadow that vaguely resembled a human shape. Its voice boomed in our minds, drowning out the chaos around us. Fools, did you think you could challenge me in my own domain? I am the forest. I am your fears. I am your guilt. You cannot escape. The assault on our senses redoubled. I could barely hear the chant over the cacophony of screams, both real and imagined. The ground beneath us began to crack, tendrils of darkness seeping through. It was then, in that moment of utter despair, that I had my epiphany. "Wait!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the noise. "I understand now." The others looked at me, their faces a mixture of hope and desperation. Even the spirit seemed to pause, curious. "The curse," I continued, my mind racing as the pieces fell into place. "It's not just about the broken pact, it's about us. Our guilt, our fears, they're giving it power." Old Tom's eyes widened with realization. "The bastard's been feeding off our negative energy this whole time," he growled. I nodded, excitement building as the full implications became clear. "We've been going about this all wrong. We can't fight the spirit. It's too powerful here. But we can deprive it of its fuel source." "How?" Sarah asked, her voice shaky but determined. "We have to confront our demons," I said. "Not fight them, but accept them. Forgive ourselves." Emily looked up, tears streaming down her face. "But how can I forgive myself? What I did?" I knelt beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Emily, look at me. What happened was a terrible accident. You've punished yourself long enough. It's time to let go." As I spoke, I noticed the apparition of the young man, Jake, begin to fade. Emily's eyes widened as she saw it too. "Jake," she whispered. I'm sorry. I'll always be sorry. But I can't let it destroy me anymore. I have to live, for both of us." As Emily spoke, a weight seemed to lift from her shoulders. The ground beneath her solidified, the creeping darkness retreating. Inspired by her courage, I turned to face my own demon. The image of my father still stood before me, but now I saw it for what it was. A projection of my own insecurities. "You're not real," I said firmly. "You're just the voice of my self-doubt. I am a writer. I may not have lived up to some imagined standard, but I've touched people with my words. I've entertained, I've inspired, and yes, sometimes I've scared the hell out of them. That's not a waste. That's a gift." As I spoke, I felt a surge of confidence. The apparition of my father smiled, not the disappointed frown I was used to, but a genuine, proud smile, before fading away. One by one, the others faced their fears. Old Tom saluted his fallen comrades, finally forgiving himself for surviving when they didn't. Sarah stood up to the memory of her abusive mother, reclaiming her self-worth. As each of us confronted our personal demons, the forest around us began to change. The twisted trees straightened, the faces in the bark smoothed away. The sickly green sky gradually returned to a natural blue. The spirit, however, was not going down without a fight. As its power waned, it lashed out in desperation. "You cannot escape me," it roared, its form fluctuating wildly. "I am eternal. I am your darkness." I stepped forward, staring directly into the swirling mass of leaves and shadow. "You're right," I said calmly. "You are our darkness. But you're also our light. You're the forest in all its beauty and terror. We forgot that, and in doing so, we allowed our fears to corrupt you." The spirit's form stilled, listening. "We're not trying to escape you," I continued. "We're trying to restore balance. The pact wasn't just broken by those who came before us, it's broken every time we let our darkness overshadow our light. As I spoke, I felt the others gather around me, lending me their strength. The spirit's form began to change, the shadows receding, replaced by shafts of golden sunlight filtering through leaves. "We're sorry," Sarah said softly. "We brought our burdens into your forest and tainted it with our pain." Old Tom nodded solemnly. "We forgot to see the beauty for the darkness." "We forgot to respect the balance," Emily added. The spirit's voice, when it came again, was different. Gone was the booming, terrifying roar. Instead, it was like the whisper of wind through leaves, somehow conveying both ancient wisdom and innocent wonder. "You understand at last. The cycle can be broken, but the choice must be made freely, and with full knowledge of the cost." "What's the cost?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "To restore balance, you must become part of the forest. Your essence will remain, but your mortal form and memories will fade. You will be everywhere and nowhere, always and never." A heavy silence fell over our group. The price was high, our very identities, our lives as we knew them. But as I looked around at my companions, I saw the same resolution in their eyes that I felt in my heart. "I'll do it," Emily said, her voice strong and clear. Old Tom chuckled softly. "Beats dying in some sterile hospital bed." Sarah took a deep breath. I'm scared. But yes, I'll do it too." They all turned to me. I smiled, feeling a sense of peace I hadn't known in years. "Well, I came here looking for a story. Guess I found one hell of an ending." As one, we stepped forward, our hands outstretched towards the spirit. As we made contact with its now radiant form, I felt a sensation of falling and flying at the same time. My vision blurred, memories flashing before my eyes. Childhood summers, my first published story, the faces of loved ones long gone. Then, gradually, those memories began to fade, replaced by new ones. I felt the slow growth of roots deep in the earth, the rush of sap through ancient trunks, the unfurling of leaves in spring. I was the mighty oak and the delicate fern, the chattering squirrel and the silent owl. I was the forest, and the forest was me. We were whole again. As my consciousness spread throughout the wilderness, I felt the last vestiges of my human self slipping away. But before it vanished entirely, one final thought surfaced. Now this is a story worth telling. And with that, Stephen King, the man, the writer, the individual, ceased to be. But his essence lived on, woven into the very fabric of the forest, a guardian of balance for ages to come. The White Mountain National Forest had reclaimed its own, and peace settled over the land once more. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the eerie, oppressive silence that had haunted the cursed forest, but a natural, peaceful quiet broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds. I opened my eyes slowly, blinking against the soft morning light filtering through the canopy above. I was lying on my back, the forest floor surprisingly comfortable beneath me. As I sat up, leaves and twigs falling from my clothes, I took in my surroundings with a sense of wonder. The forest was different. Gone was the menacing aura that had permeated every tree and stone. Instead, the woods seemed to glow with an inner vitality, each plant and creature pulsing with life. "Hello?" I called out, my voice hoarse. "Is anyone there?" No response came, save for the startled flutter of wings as a nearby bird took flight. I struggled to my feet, my body aching as if I'd run a marathon. Memories of the ritual, the confrontation with the spirit, and our ultimate sacrifice flooded back. But if we had given ourselves to the forest, why was I still here, still me? I took a few tentative steps, half expecting the ground to shift beneath me or the trees to close in, but everything remained solid, real. I was about to call out again when a familiar voice stopped me in my tracks. "Stephen, is that you?" I turned to see Sarah emerging from behind a large oak tree, her eyes wide with disbelief. She looked different somehow, more vibrant, as if she too was infused with the forest's renewed energy. "Sarah," I exclaimed, relief washing over me. "You're here. You." She nodded, a mix of confusion and joy on her face. "I am. But how? I thought we—" She trailed off, gesturing vaguely at the forest around us. "I don't know," I admitted. "The last thing I remember is agreeing to become part of the forest. Then, nothing until I woke up just now." Sarah stepped closer, reaching out to touch my arm as if to confirm I was real. "It's the same for me. I felt like I was dissolving, becoming one with everything around us, and then suddenly I was just here." A rustling in the underbrush caught our attention. We turned to see old Tom stumbling into the small clearing, looking as bewildered as we felt. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered, his gruff voice tinged with awe. "Didn't expect to be waking up to anything, let alone this." "Tom!" Sarah cried, rushing over to help steady the old man. "Are you all right?" He nodded, patting her hand. "Right as rain, missy, just a bit wobbly on the old sea legs." He looked around, his weathered face creasing into a frown. "Where's the girl? Emily?" As if on cue, we heard a shout from somewhere to our left. "Hey, is anyone out there? Hello? Emily!" I called back. "Over here. Follow our voices." A few moments later, Emily burst into the clearing, leaves tangled in her hair and her clothes smudged with dirt. Her face lit up when she saw us. "Oh, thank God," she breathed, rushing over to join our small group. I wasn't sure if we'd still be here." I finished for her. She nodded, biting her lip. "Well, we are," old Tom said matter-of-factly. "Question is, why? And what happens now?" We all fell silent, the weight of those questions settling over us. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Maybe," Sarah said slowly, "we should try to find our way back to the campsite, or the ranger station. There might be someone who can help us make sense of all this." It seemed as good a plan as any, so we set off, with old Tom taking the lead. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was watching us, not with malevolence as before, but with a sense of curiosity and gratitude. We hadn't gone far when Emily suddenly stopped, her head tilted as if listening to something. "Do you hear that?" she asked. We all paused, straining our ears. At first I heard nothing but the usual forest sounds. Then, faintly, I caught it. A melody, so soft it was barely perceptible. "It's coming from over there," Emily said, pointing to a dense thicket of bushes. Without waiting for a response, she pushed her way through the foliage. The rest of us exchanged glances before following. On the other side, we found ourselves in a small glade we hadn't seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wider than all four of us could have encircled with our arms. The melody seemed to be emanating from the tree itself, a haunting, ethereal song that spoke of ages past and secrets long buried. As we approached, the air around the tree began to shimmer. Slowly, a figure materialized, the spirit of the forest, but not as we had last seen it. Gone was the terrifying, shadowy form. In its place stood a being of pure light, vaguely humanoid but constantly shifting, like sunlight dancing through leaves. "You have awakened," the spirit said, its voice like wind through branches. "We have," I replied, finding my voice. "But how? Why?" We agreed to give ourselves to the forest. The spirit's form rippled, and I had the distinct impression it was smiling. "And so you did. Your essence, your truth, became one with the forest. But your physical forms and individual consciousness remained." "I don't understand," Sarah said, her brow furrowed. "You said we'd have to give up everything." "The price was your willingness to sacrifice," the spirit explained. "In offering yourselves freely, you broke the curse. But the forest does not demand what is not necessary. Your individual existences serve a greater purpose." Old Tom stepped forward, his usual gruffness tempered by awe. And what purpose might that be? The spirit's light pulsed gently. You are now guardians of the forest, bridges between the human world and the natural realm. You will live out your mortal lives, but with a deeper connection to the land and its spirits. Emily gasped softly. So we're... what? Forest rangers with mystical powers? A sound like wind chimes filled the air, the spirit's laughter. In a sense, yes. You will protect the balance, guide those who lose their way, and remind humanity of its connection to nature. As the spirit spoke, I felt a warmth spreading through my body. Looking down, I saw a faint green glow emanating from my skin. The others were experiencing the same phenomenon, their faces a mix of wonder and trepidation. This is a lot to take in, I said, my mind reeling with the implications. The spirit nodded, its form rippling. You will have time to adjust and learn. The forest will guide you, as will I. But first, there are others who need your help. With a gesture, the spirit created a shimmering portal in the air. Through it, we could see the stone circle where we had performed the ritual. To our shock, we saw other people there, the lost souls who had been trapped in the time loop with us. They're still there, Sarah exclaimed. We have to help them. Yes, the spirit agreed. They too must face their fears and find peace. You will guide them, using your new understanding and connection to the forest. I looked at my companions, seeing my own mix of determination and nervousness reflected in their faces. Well, I said, attempting a smile, I guess this is our first test as guardians. Old Tom chuckled, cracking his knuckles. Never thought I'd be playing spirit guide at my age, but hell beats sitting around doing nothing. Emily took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. We can do this, we have to. Sarah nodded, her eyes shining with purpose. For them, and for the forest. As one, we stepped through the portal. The world shifted around us, and suddenly we were standing in the stone circle. The trapped souls looked up at our arrival, their faces a mix of hope and fear. I felt a surge of energy coursing through me, the forest power at my fingertips. Somehow, I knew exactly what to do. Listen to me, I said, my voice carrying an authority I'd never possessed before. I know you're scared. I know you feel lost and hopeless. But we're here to help you find your way back. A middle-aged man stepped forward, his eyes haunted. Who are you? How did you get here? We were like you, Sarah explained gently. Trapped in the loop, facing our deepest fears. But we found a way out, and now we're here to show you the path. It won't be easy, Emily added, her voice strong despite her youth. You'll have to confront the things you've been running from, but you don't have to do it alone. Old Tom's gruff voice cut through the murmurs of the group. The forest ain't your enemy, folks. It's a mirror, showing you what you need to face. Time to stop running and start healing. As we spoke, I could feel the forest responding to our words. The air grew thick with possibility, leaves swirling around us in gentle eddies. The trapped souls looked at each other, a glimmer of hope replacing the despair in their eyes. Over the next few hours, or was it days? Time seemed to flow differently here. We worked with each soul, guiding them through the process of confronting their fears and finding acceptance. It was exhausting, emotionally draining work, but with each person who found peace, I felt the forest grow stronger, more vibrant. Finally, as the last soul faced their demons and found release, a wave of energy pulsed through the circle. The trapped spirits began to fade, their faces serene as they disappeared. But unlike before, it didn't feel like an ending. Somehow, I knew they had moved on to whatever came next, free from the burdens that had held them here. As the last spirit vanished, the forest around us seemed to exhale. The trees swayed gently, leaves rustling in a non-existent breeze. I felt a profound sense of accomplishment tinged with the bittersweet knowledge that our lives would never be the same. Sarah turned to me, her eyes shining with unshed tears. We did it, she whispered. They're free. I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. Old Tom clapped a hand on my shoulder, his weathered face creased in a rare smile. Emily laughed, the sound pure and joyous, spinning in a circle with her arms outstretched. The spirit materialized before us once more, its light warm and approving. You have done well, guardians. The balance is restored, and the cycle of pain is broken. What happens now? I asked, suddenly aware of how tired I was. Now you rest, the spirit replied. When you wake, you will return to your lives, changed but not diminished. You will carry the forest with you always, a bridge between worlds. As the spirit spoke, I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. My eyelids grew heavy and I saw the others swaying on their feet. Will we remember this? Emily asked through a yawn. When we wake up? The spirit's light pulsed gently. You will remember what you need to. The rest will come in time as you grow into your new roles. As consciousness began to slip away, I had one last question. Will we see each other again? The spirit's response was warm, filled with promise. The forest connects all things. You are bound now, not just to this place, but to each other. Your paths will cross again when the need arises. With those words echoing in my mind, I felt myself drifting off. The last thing I saw was the spirit's light enveloping us, warm and comforting. Then darkness took me, but it was a peaceful darkness, full of potential and the promise of a new dawn. As I faded into sleep, I couldn't help but smile. I had come to these woods seeking inspiration, a cure for my writer's block. What I'd found was so much more, a purpose, a connection to something greater than myself, and a story beyond anything I could have imagined. The last thought that flitted through my mind before sleep claimed me completely was simple but profound. The real adventure, it seemed, was just beginning. The first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. I stirred, my eyes fluttering open to a world that seemed both familiar and utterly new. For a moment I lay still, listening to the forest's morning chorus, birdsong, rustling leaves, and the distant gurgle of a stream. Everything felt sharper, more vibrant than before. Slowly, I sat up, leaves and twigs falling from my clothes. I was back at my original campsite, my tent standing undisturbed nearby. It was as if the past few days, or had it been weeks, had never happened. But the thrumming energy beneath my skin and the vivid memories told a different story. "Hello?" I called out, my voice rough from sleep. "Sarah? Tom? Emily?" Only the chirping of birds answered me. I was alone, but I didn't feel lonely. Somehow I could sense the presence of the forest all around me, a comforting embrace that whispered of ancient secrets and newfound purpose. I stood, stretching muscles that felt simultaneously refreshed and overworked. My campsite looked exactly as it had when I first arrived, seeking inspiration and an escape from my writer's block. Now, as I gazed at the trees surrounding me, I knew I'd found so much more. A rustling in the underbrush caught my attention. I turned, half expecting to see one of my companions from the ordeal we'd shared. Instead, a young deer stepped into the clearing, its large eyes regarding me without fear. "Hello there," I said softly, smiling at the creature. To my amazement, I felt a response, not in words, but in a wave of curiosity and gentle acknowledgement. The deer dipped its head almost like a nod before turning and disappearing back into the forest. I shook my head, chuckling to myself. "Well, Stephen," I muttered, "looks like you're not in Kansas anymore." As I began to pack up my campsite, my mind raced with questions. Were the others okay? Had they woken up in their own camps, feeling just as changed as I did? And what exactly did it mean to be a guardian of the forest? I was folding up my tent when I heard footsteps approaching. I turned to see a park ranger making her way through the trees, her expression friendly but curious. "Good morning, sir," she called out as she neared. Just doing my morning rounds. Everything okay out here? I nodded, offering a smile. Good morning, Ranger. I glanced at her name tag. Johnson. Everything's fine, thank you. Just packing up to head out. She nodded, her eyes scanning the campsite. Glad to hear it. We don't get many campers out this deep in the woods. Most folks stick to the marked trails and campsites. I felt a flicker of something, not quite suspicion, but a sense that there was more to her words than casual observation. I reached out with my newfound senses, trying to gauge if she was more than she appeared. Well, I'm a writer, I explained, keeping my tone casual. I came out here looking for some inspiration, needed to get away from it all, you know? Ranger Johnson's eyes met mine, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of something, recognition, perhaps, in their depths. Find what you were looking for, Mr. King. I blinked, startled. I hadn't introduced myself. Yes, I think I did. More than I bargained for, actually. She smiled, and this time there was no mistaking the knowing look in her eyes. The forest has a way of giving us what we need, even if it's not what we thought we wanted. I felt a surge of relief and excitement. You know, don't you? About what happened here? Ranger Johnson nodded, her posture relaxing slightly. I know enough. The forest speaks to those who listen, and it's been singing a new song these past few days. You and your friends. You did something remarkable. My friends, I said, suddenly anxious. Are they okay? Have you seen them? They're fine, she assured me. They've all checked in with various rangers throughout the park. We've been keeping an eye out for you four. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Thank you. I was worried. It's natural to be concerned, she said, her voice gentle. You've been through something extraordinary. It'll take time to process it all. I nodded, grateful for her understanding. So what happens now? The spirit, the forest. It said we were guardians now, but I'm not sure what that means. Ranger Johnson smiled, gesturing for me to walk with her. As we strolled through the woods, she began to explain. Being a guardian isn't a full-time job, Mr. King. At least not in the way you might think. You'll go back to your life, your writing, but you'll carry the forest with you now, in your heart and in your soul. She paused, running her hand along the trunk of a massive oak tree. I felt the tree's response, a slow pulse of ancient life acknowledging her touch. You'll find that you're more attuned to the natural world, she continued. You'll sense things others can't, and sometimes when the forest needs you, you'll feel a call. It might be as subtle as an urge to take a walk in the woods, or as clear as a voice in your dreams. I absorbed her words, feeling both awed and a little overwhelmed. And when we're called? What then? Then you'll come back, she said simply. You'll help lost hikers find their way. You'll soothe troubled spirits, both human and natural. You'll be a voice for the voiceless, a protector of the balance between mankind and nature. We walked in silence for a while, the forest alive around us. I could feel the truth of her words settling into my bones, becoming a part of me just as surely as the energy that now flowed through my veins. I have so many questions, I finally said. How long have you been a guardian? Are there others? How do we learn to use these abilities? Ranger Johnson chuckled. One thing at a time, Mr. King. Yes, there are others, more than you might think. As for learning, well, the forest itself will be your teacher. Trust your instincts. Listen to the whispers in the wind and the stories in the stones. We had circled back to my campsite. I could see my car through the trees, waiting to take me back to the world I'd left behind. What about my writing? I asked, suddenly remembering the whole reason I'd come out here in the first place. Will I still be able to? Is it okay to use this experience in my work? The ranger's eyes twinkled with amusement. Mr. King, I have a feeling your next book is going to be your best yet. Just remember, the deepest truths often hide best in fiction. I nodded, understanding. I could already feel the story taking shape in my mind, a tale of ancient forests and modern fears, of redemption and connection to something greater than ourselves. As I finished packing up my gear and loading it into the car, Ranger Johnson handed me a small, smooth stone. It was ordinary looking, but as I held it, I felt a pulse of energy, like a tiny heartbeat. A reminder, she said, of what you've learned and what you've become. When you doubt, when you forget, hold this and remember. I pocketed the stone, feeling its warmth against my leg. Thank you, I said, trying to convey the depth of my gratitude in those simple words. She smiled, understanding. Safe travels, Mr. King, and welcome to the family. With a final nod, she turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the open road ahead. As I slid into the driver's seat, I took one last look at the woods that had changed my life. The trees seemed to sway in farewell, leaves rustling in a language I was only beginning to understand. I started the engine, but before I could put the car in gear, I felt a sudden urge to write. Digging through my bag, I found a notebook and pen. The words flowed out of me, a torrent of imagery and emotion that I knew was just the beginning of something much larger. Hours passed as I wrote, the forest keeping silent vigil around me. When I finally set down the pen, the sun was high in the sky. I had the opening chapters of what I knew would be my most powerful novel yet. With a deep breath, I put the car in drive and began the journey home. As I navigated the winding forest roads, my mind drifted to the others, Sarah, Tom, and Emily. I wondered how they were coping with their new reality, if they felt as transformed as I did. Almost as if in response to my thoughts, my phone buzzed. I pulled over to check it, smiling when I saw a group text from an unknown number. Hey fellow Guardians, it's Sarah. Thought we should have a way to keep in touch. You guys feeling as weird and wonderful as I am? I quickly saved the number and replied, definitely weird, possibly wonderful, still processing. Good to hear from you, Sarah. Another message popped up. Old Tom here. Don't much care for these newfangled gadgets, but reckon it's a good idea to stay connected. You kids doing all right? Then Emily. OMG, I thought I was going crazy. So glad to hear from you all. We have so much to talk about. I chuckled, feeling a warmth in my chest that had nothing to do with the summer heat. We arranged to meet up in a few weeks once we'd all had a chance to readjust to our normal lives, or whatever passed for normal now. As I pulled onto the highway that would take me back to my quiet Maine home, I felt a sense of anticipation building. The world looked different now, charged with possibility and hidden wonders. I couldn't wait to explore it with my new senses, to uncover the stories that had always been there, waiting for someone to listen. The forest had given me a gift, I realized. Not just the ability to sense the natural world more deeply, but a renewed purpose. My words had always had the power to transport readers, to make them feel and think and wonder. Now I could use that power to bridge the gap between humanity and nature, to remind people of the magic that still existed in the world, if only they knew how to look for it. I thought of the novel taking shape in my notebook and all the stories yet to come. They would be more than just entertainment now. They would be invitations, gateways to a deeper understanding of the world and our place in it. As the miles rolled by, I felt the subtle presence of the forest fading, but not disappearing entirely. It was a part of me now, a quiet voice that I knew would guide me in the days and years to come. The sun was setting as I finally pulled into my driveway, casting long shadows across the familiar landscape. As I stepped out of the car, stretching muscles stiff from the long drive, I noticed something that made me smile. There, in the flower bed beside my porch, a tiny sapling had sprouted. It hadn't been there when I left, I was sure of it. As I knelt to examine it, I felt the same pulse of life I'd experienced in the heart of the White Mountain National Forest. Well, hello there, I murmured, gently touching one of its leaves. Looks like I brought a little bit of the forest home with me after all. The sapling quivered slightly, its leaves rustling in a breeze I couldn't feel. Message received, loud and clear. With a chuckle, I stood and gathered my bags from the car. As I unlocked my front door, I paused for a moment, looking back at the world I was re-entering. It was the same as I'd left it, and yet utterly transformed. "Well, Stephen," I said to myself, "I'd say this is the beginning of a beautiful new chapter." And with that, I stepped inside, ready to face whatever wonders and challenges my new role as a guardian of the forest might bring. The door closed behind me, but I knew that a much greater door had been opened, one that would lead to adventures beyond anything I had ever imagined. The story, it seemed, was only just beginning. The rental car's tires crunched on the gravel road as I pulled into the small parking area at the edge of Pisgah National Forest. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, taking in the view of the dense, verdant forest stretching out before me. The late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, creating a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the forest floor. I stepped out of the car, stretching my legs after the long drive. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. As I breathed deeply, I couldn't help but smile. This was why I had become an ornithologist, to immerse myself in nature and unravel its mysteries. "Well, Jason," I muttered to myself, "welcome to your home for the next few months." I began unloading my equipment from the trunk: cameras, binoculars, recording devices, and my trusty field notebook. As I shouldered my backpack and grabbed the first of several cases, a park ranger approached from a nearby trail. "Dr. Jason Merrick?" he called out, waving as he walked towards me. I set down the case and extended my hand. "That's me. And you must be Ranger Mike?" He shook my hand firmly, his weathered face breaking into a friendly smile. "That's right. Welcome to Pisgah. I hope your drive wasn't too bad." "Not at all," I replied. "The scenery more than made up for the winding roads." Ranger Mike chuckled. "Well, you'll have plenty of scenery to enjoy during your stay. Your research site is about a mile down this trail." He gestured to the path he'd emerged from. "Need any help with your gear?" I glanced at the pile of equipment and nodded gratefully. "That would be great, thanks." As we gathered my belongings and started down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest was beautiful, no doubt, but it was also unnaturally quiet. I'd expected to be greeted by a chorus of birdsong, but instead, there was only the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. "Is it always this quiet?" I asked Ranger Mike, trying to keep my tone casual. He furrowed his brow, seeming to notice the silence for the first time. "Now that you mention it, no. It's usually a regular symphony out here." "Huh, that's odd." We continued in silence for a few minutes before he spoke again. "So, Dr. Merrick, what exactly are you studying out here?" I launched into an explanation of my research, grateful for the distraction from the unsettling quiet. "I'm conducting a long-term study on the effects of climate change on bird populations in old-growth forests. Pisgah is an ideal location because of its diverse ecosystem and relatively undisturbed habitat." Ranger Mike nodded, looking interested. "Sounds important. We've noticed some changes in animal behavior over the years, but nothing concrete. It'll be good to have some solid data." As we talked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows between the trees. But there was nothing. No birds, no small animals, just the endless green of the forest. Finally, we reached a small clearing that would serve as my base camp. A basic wooden platform had been constructed to keep my tent off the damp ground, and a bear-proof storage container stood nearby. "Here we are," Ranger Mike announced, setting down the cases he'd been carrying. Home sweet home. I thanked him for his help and began setting up my equipment as he gave me a brief rundown of safety protocols and park rules. As he talked, I found my attention wandering, drawn to the oppressive silence of the forest around us. "Dr. Merrick, everything all right?" Ranger Mike's voice snapped me back to the present. I blinked, realizing I'd been staring off into the trees. "Sorry, yes, just taking it all in." He gave me a strange look but didn't press the issue. "Well, I'd better head back. Radio if you need anything." "Oh, and Dr. Merrick?" "Yes?" "Be careful out there. The forest can play tricks on you sometimes." With that cryptic warning, he turned and headed back down the trail, leaving me alone in the clearing. I shook off the unease his words had triggered and focused on setting up my camp. As the sun began to set, I finished organizing my gear and setting up my tent. I'd brought some pre-prepared meals for the first few days, so I heated one up on my camping stove and sat on a fallen log to eat. The twilight deepened around me, the forest transforming in the fading light. Shadows lengthened and merged, creating shapes that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. I pulled out my field notebook, jotting down my initial observations. Day 1, arrival at Pisgah National Forest. Unusual silence noted, lack of expected bird activity. Further investigation needed. I paused, pen hovering over the paper. Should I mention the feeling of being watched? The strange unease that had settled over me since arriving? In the end, I decided against it. I was here as a scientist, not a storyteller. I needed to stick to observable facts. As night fell in earnest, I prepared for bed. The lack of animal sounds made the darkness feel even more oppressive. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, the thin fabric of the tent suddenly seeming like a flimsy barrier against the vast, silent forest outside. Despite my exhaustion from the long day of travel, sleep eluded me. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with questions about the strange silence and half-formed theories to explain it. Finally, I drifted off into a fitful sleep. In my dreams, I wandered through a twisted version of the forest. The trees loomed impossibly tall, their branches reaching down like grasping fingers. I could hear whispers on the wind, almost but not quite forming words. And always, I felt eyes upon me, watching from the shadows. Suddenly, in the distance, I heard it. A faint, haunting melody. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, both beautiful and terrifying. As I moved towards the sound, the forest seemed to pulse around me, the trees swaying in time with the ethereal music. I broke into a run, desperate to find the source of the melody. The music grew louder, filling my head until it drowned out all other thoughts. Just as I felt I was about to reach it, about to understand, I woke with a gasp. I sat up, heart pounding, sweat soaking my shirt despite the cool night air. The melody from my dream still echoed in my mind, so real that for a moment I thought I could still hear it floating on the breeze outside my tent. I fumbled for my watch, squinting at the glowing display. 3:27 a.m. With shaking hands, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, half expecting to see the warped dreamscape forest, but everything was normal, or as normal as it had been earlier. The same oppressive silence hung over the clearing. No sign of the haunting melody or watching eyes, just trees, shadows, and silence. I ran a hand through my hair, trying to shake off the lingering effects of the nightmare. "Get it together, Jason," I muttered to myself. "It was just a dream. You're here to do science, not ghost hunt." But as I turned to go back into my tent, a flicker of movement caught my eye. I spun around, heart leaping into my throat. There, at the edge of the clearing, I could have sworn I saw a pair of eyes reflecting the moonlight. But when I blinked, they were gone. I stood frozen for several long moments, straining my eyes and ears for any sign of something, anything. But there was nothing. Just the quiet forest and my own ragged breathing. Finally, I forced myself to return to my tent. I zipped it up tightly, suddenly grateful for even this flimsy barrier. As I lay back down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted, that by coming to this forest, I had set in motion events beyond my understanding. I spent the rest of the night in a state of half-sleep, drifting between unsettling dreams and anxious wakefulness. When the first light of dawn finally began to filter through the trees, I gave up on sleep entirely and emerged from my tent. The morning brought no relief from the strange silence. If anything, it seemed even more pronounced in the gray light of early morning. I made myself a strong cup of coffee, hoping the caffeine would help clear the fog from my mind. As I sipped the hot liquid, I tried to approach the situation rationally. I was here to study birds, and so far, the most notable thing was their absence. That would be my focus for the day, establishing baseline observations and looking for any clues to explain the unusual quiet. I gathered my equipment, binoculars, camera, audio recorder, and notebook. Taking a deep breath, I squared my shoulders and set off into the silent forest. Whatever was going on here, I was determined to get to the bottom of it. As I disappeared into the trees, I didn't notice the single raven perched on a branch at the edge of the clearing. It watched me go with unnaturally intelligent eyes, then took wing, flying off to the east. Had I seen it, I might have taken it as a good sign, the first bird I'd encountered since arriving. But I didn't see it, and so, unaware of the forces gathering around me, I ventured deeper into Pisgah National Forest, chasing answers to questions I didn't even know to ask. The next morning, I dragged myself out of my tent, groggy and disoriented from a night of fitful sleep. The eerie silence that had greeted me upon arrival still hung over the forest like a shroud. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the lingering unease from my dreams. "All right, Jason," I muttered to myself. "Time to be a scientist." I grabbed my gear and a quick breakfast bar, determined to start my observations despite the unsettling atmosphere. The morning dew clung to the grass as I made my way deeper into the forest, my boots leaving wet impressions in the soft earth. As I walked, I kept my eyes and ears open for any sign of bird activity. But the trees remained stubbornly still, their branches bare of the usual fluttering and rustling that should accompany a healthy forest ecosystem. After about an hour of fruitless searching, I came across a small clearing that seemed perfect for my first official observation point. I set up my portable chair and laid out my equipment, notebook, binoculars, and audio recorder. "Pisgah National Forest, Day 2, I spoke into the recorder. Time is 8:47 a.m. Temperature is approximately 62 degrees Fahrenheit. Sky is clear, wind is..." I paused, realizing for the first time that there wasn't even the slightest breeze. Wind is non-existent. I scanned the tree line with my binoculars, searching for any movement. Visibility is good, but there's no sign of avian activity. In fact, there's no sign of any wildlife activity. No squirrels, no insects, nothing. As I lowered the binoculars, a chill ran down my spine. The stillness was more than unusual. It was downright unnatural. In all my years of field work, I'd never encountered anything like this. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught my eye. I whipped my head around, heart pounding, only to see a single sparrow perched on a nearby branch. It was the first bird I'd seen since arriving, and I felt a surge of excitement. "Finally!" I exclaimed, raising my binoculars again. Subject is a single sparrow. Species appears to be Spizella passerina, common name, chipping sparrow. But as I observed the bird, I noticed something odd. It wasn't moving, not preening, not shifting on the branch, not even blinking. It was as still as a taxidermy specimen. "Subject is unusually still," I continued, my excitement fading into confusion. "Showing no typical behaviors, almost as if..." Before I could finish the thought, another bird landed on the branch. Then another, and another. Within moments, the trees around me were filled with birds of all species: sparrows, robins, blue jays, even a few larger birds like hawks and owls. But none of them made a sound. They all perched, perfectly still, their eyes fixed on some point in the distance. I slowly lowered my binoculars, my mouth dry. "What the hell?" I whispered, As if in response to my voice, every single bird turned its head in unison to look directly at me. I felt my blood run cold under their lifeless gaze. And then, as one, they began to sing. The sound that erupted from their beaks was like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was a melody, yes, but one that seemed to defy the laws of nature. It was beautiful and terrifying, harmonious and discordant all at once. The notes seemed to twist in the air, forming patterns that hurt my eyes to look at. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing to muffle the sound. It seemed to bypass my ears entirely, resonating directly in my skull. "Stop," I shouted, but my voice was lost in the overwhelming chorus. I stumbled backward, tripping over my chair and landing hard on the forest floor. The birds didn't move, didn't blink, just continued their impossible song. As I lay there, paralyzed by the sound, I became aware of a new sensation. The ground beneath me was vibrating, pulsing in time with the melody. It was as if the very earth was resonating with the bird's song. I don't know how long I remained there, caught in that moment of terror and awe. It could have been minutes or hours, but suddenly, as abruptly as it had begun, the song stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I slowly lowered my hands from my ears, my whole body trembling. The birds were still there, watching me with their unblinking eyes. Then, in perfect synchronization, they took flight. The air was filled with the sound of beating wings as hundreds of birds rose into the sky, leaving me alone in the clearing. I sat up slowly, my mind reeling. What had I just witnessed? It defied all logical explanation. Birds of different species don't sing together. They certainly don't sing melodies that complex. And they absolutely don't move in perfect unison like that. With shaking hands, I reached for my audio recorder. It had fallen from my lap when I tripped, and I prayed it was still functioning. I needed evidence. I needed proof that what I'd experienced was real. I pressed play, holding my breath as I waited to hear the otherworldly chorus again. But there was nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and the rustle of leaves. The recorder had captured none of it. "No," I muttered, rewinding and playing it again. No. But it was useless. Whatever had happened, whatever force had compelled those birds to sing that impossible song, it hadn't registered on my equipment. I slumped back, running my hands through my hair. Was I going crazy? Had I imagined the whole thing? Just then my satellite phone rang, making me jump. With a shaky hand, I answered it. Hello? Jason? It's Sarah. Are you okay? You sound terrible." I almost laughed at the normalcy of her voice. Sarah was my colleague back at the university, the one who had helped set up this research project. "Sarah," I said, my voice cracking. "Something's wrong here. Something's very, very wrong." "What do you mean? Did something happen?" I opened my mouth to tell her about the birds, about the song, about everything. But how could I explain it? How could I make her understand something I couldn't even comprehend myself? I don't know how to describe it, I finally said. "The birds here, they're not behaving normally. They're synchronized somehow. And there's this song." "A song?" Sarah's voice was concerned now. "Jason, you're not making any sense. Maybe you should come back. If the conditions aren't right for the study." "No," I interrupted, surprising myself with the vehemence in my voice. "No, I can't leave. Not now. I need to figure out what's going on here." There was a pause on the other end of the line. When Sarah spoke again, her voice was gentle, as if she were talking to a spooked animal. "Okay, Jason, if you're sure. But promise me you'll be careful, all right? And call me if you need anything at all." "I will," I promised. "Thanks, Sarah." As I hung up, I realized my hands had stopped shaking. Talking to Sarah had grounded me somehow, reminded me of why I was here. I was a scientist, damn it. And if something strange was happening in this forest, it was my job to study it, to understand it. I stood up, brushing the dirt off my clothes. My eyes fell on my notebook, which had fallen open during the chaos. On the blank page, I wrote in large letters, "The song." Below it, I began to list everything I could remember about the experience. the sudden appearance of the birds, the unnatural stillness, the impossible harmony, the vibrations in the earth. As I wrote, a plan began to form in my mind. I needed more sophisticated recording equipment, something that could capture frequencies beyond the range of my current setup. I needed to map out the forest, to see if there were patterns to where and when the birds appeared. And I needed to be ready for when they sang again. Because something told me this was just the beginning. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I packed up my gear and headed back to my campsite. The forest was quiet again, but it no longer felt empty. Now I could feel eyes watching me from every shadow, from behind every tree. Something had awakened in Pisgah National Forest, and whether I was ready or not, I was now a part of it. I stumbled back to my campsite, my mind reeling from the morning's impossible events. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches reaching out like gnarled fingers, leaves whispering secrets I couldn't quite catch. By the time I reached my tent, I was drenched in sweat, my heart pounding like a jackhammer in my chest. "Get it together, Jason," I muttered, fumbling with the zipper of my tent. "You're a scientist, for Christ's sake." But as I collapsed onto my sleeping bag, I knew that science had no explanation for what I'd just witnessed. The synchronized song of dozens of different bird species, the vibrations in the earth, the eerie stillness that followed. It all defied rational explanation. I pulled out my audio recorder with trembling hands, desperate to hear some proof of what I'd experienced. But as I pressed play, my heart sank. There was nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing and the rustle of leaves. "God damn it!" I shouted, hurling the recorder across the tent. It bounced off the canvas and landed with a soft thud on my backpack. I buried my face in my hands, trying to steady my breathing. That's when I heard it. A soft, persistent beeping coming from my satellite phone. Fumbling with the device, I saw I had a voicemail. From Dr. Eliza Thornton. My breath caught in my throat. Dr. Thornton was a legend in the field of avian behavior. What could she possibly want with me? I pressed play, and her crisp British accent filled the tent. "Dr. Merrick, this is Eliza Thornton. I've just spoken with your colleague, Sarah, and I must insist that you contact me immediately. What you're experiencing in Pisgah, well, let's just say you're not the first. Call me back as soon as you get this, and Jason, be careful." The message ended, leaving me in stunned silence. Not the first? What did that mean? And how did Sarah know to contact Dr. Thornton? Before I could process this new information, a shadow fell across my tent. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. Slowly, I turned towards the entrance. There, silhouetted against the afternoon sun, was the unmistakable shape of a raven. It stood perfectly still, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. As I watched, paralyzed, it opened its beak. But instead of a caw, what emerged was a human voice. Sarah's voice. "Jason, it's Sarah. Are you okay? You sound terrible." I scrambled backward, my sleeping bag tangling around my legs. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. The raven's beak moved again, this time producing Dr. Thornton's voice. "What you're experiencing in Pisgah, well, let's just say you're not the first." "What are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The raven's head snapped towards me, its eyes gleaming with an intelligence that sent chills down my spine. Then, in a flurry of black feathers, it was gone. I sat there, shaking for what felt like hours. The forest outside my tent had fallen silent again, but now the silence felt oppressive, watchful. Finally, I forced myself to move, to think. I needed answers, and I needed them now. With trembling fingers, I dialed Dr. Thornton's number. She answered on the first ring. "Dr. Merrick, thank God. Are you all right?" "Dr. Thornton," I said, my voice cracking. I don't know what's happening here. The birds, they're not right. And just now there was a raven, and it spoke with human voices, and I... "Jason," she interrupted, her tone gentle but firm, "I need you to listen to me very carefully. What you're experiencing is real. It's happening. But you cannot trust everything you see or hear. The forest, it has ways of getting inside your head. I laughed, a high, hysterical sound. Inside my head? Dr. Thornton, I'm losing my mind here. None of this makes any sense. I know it doesn't, she said. But I promise you, there is an explanation. It's just not one that modern science is prepared to accept. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Okay. So what do I do? First, you need to secure your campsite. Salt lines around your tent, iron nails at the corners if you have them. It won't stop everything, but it'll help. Salt lines? Iron nails? Dr. Thornton, what exactly am I dealing with here? There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When she spoke again, her voice was low, almost reverent. There's an old legend about Pisgah Forest, Jason. About something ancient that sleeps beneath the earth, something that's starting to wake up. I felt a chill run down my spine. The vibrations, I whispered. I felt them this morning when the birds were singing. Yes, Dr. Thornton said. The song is key. It's how it communicates, how it gathers strength. The birds are just the beginning. My mind was reeling. This was insanity. And yet I couldn't deny what I'd seen, what I'd felt. What do you need me to do? I asked, surprising myself with the steadiness in my voice. For now, observe and record everything you can. But be careful, Jason. Don't let it know you're onto it. And whatever you do, don't try to join in the song. No matter how beautiful it sounds, no matter how much you want to, don't sing along. As if on cue, I heard it. A faint melody drifting through the trees. It was achingly beautiful, filled with a longing so profound it made my chest ache. Dr. Thornton, I whispered. I can hear it. The song. It's starting again. Jason, listen to me. You need to block it out. Put in earplugs, cover your ears, anything, just don't listen to it. But even as she spoke, I found myself moving towards the tent entrance. The melody was growing stronger, more complex. I could feel it resonating in my bones, calling to something deep inside me. It's so beautiful, I murmured, unzipping the tent. Jason, don't. Dr. Thornton's voice faded away as I stepped out into the forest. The world seemed to shimmer around me, leaves and branches moving in time with the music. And there, perched on a low-hanging branch, was the raven. It opened its beak, and this time the voice that emerged was my own. What are you? I found myself answering, the words bubbling up from some deep, hidden part of me. We are the forest. We are the song. And you, Jason Merrick, are the one we've been waiting for. As the words left my mouth, the forest erupted into sound. Every bird, every insect, every leaf and blade of grass seemed to join in the chorus. The ground beneath my feet trembled, and I felt something vast and ancient stirring far below. In that moment, as the song of the forest flowed through me, I understood. I was no longer just an observer. I was a part of something greater, something beyond human comprehension. And somewhere in the back of my mind, a small voice screamed in terror. But it was drowned out by the melody, lost in the symphony of awakening that echoed through Pisgah National Forest. As the sun set on my third day in the forest, I stood at the precipice of a mystery deeper and darker than I could have ever imagined. And whether I was ready or not, I had become a central player in a drama that had been unfolding for millennia. The song of the forest swelled around me, and I let it carry me away into the gathering darkness. I woke with a start, my head pounding and my mouth dry as sandpaper. Sunlight filtered through the tent fabric, casting everything in a sickly green glow. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then it all came rushing back. The birds, the song, the voice of the forest speaking through me. I scrambled to sit up, my sleeping bag tangled around my legs. Jesus, I muttered, running a hand through my sweat-damp hair. What the hell happened last night? As if in answer, my satellite phone buzzed. I fumbled for it, my heart racing when I saw the caller ID. Dr. Eliza Thornton. Hello? My voice came out as a croak. Jason? Thank God. Dr. Thornton's crisp British accent was tinged with worry. I've been trying to reach you for hours. What happened? Are you all right? I closed my eyes, trying to piece together the fragmented memories of the previous night. I'm not sure. The song, it was everywhere. And then, I think I joined in. Everything after that is a blur. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Dr. Thornton spoke again, her voice was low and urgent. Jason, listen to me very carefully. You need to get out of there. Now. Pack up your things and leave the forest. I'll have someone meet you at the ranger station. A chill ran down my spine. Leave? But my research? Forget the research, she snapped. Your life is in danger. The forest, it's chosen you for something. And believe me, you don't want any part of it. As she spoke, I became aware of a faint whisper at the edge of my hearing. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. A susurration of countless voices just below the threshold of comprehension. Dr. Thornton, I said slowly, I think it's too late. What do you mean? The fear in her voice was palpable now. I can hear them. The whispers. They're all around me. Jason, no. Fight it. You have to. But her words were drowned out by a sudden surge in the whispers. They swelled like a tide, washing over me, through me, and suddenly I could understand them. Stay, they murmured. Learn. Become. I have to go, I heard myself say, my voice sounding distant and unfamiliar. Jason, don't you dare hang up. I ended the call, letting the phone slip from my fingers. The whispers receded, leaving behind a strange sense of calm. I knew I should be terrified, should be running for my life. But instead I felt curious, eager even. I unzipped the tent and stepped out into the forest. The world seemed different somehow, more vivid. Colors were brighter, scents sharper. And everywhere I looked, I saw movement. Not just birds and small animals, but the trees themselves, swaying to some unheard rhythm. Hello? I called out, feeling slightly foolish. Is anyone there? A rustle in the underbrush caught my attention. I turned to see a figure emerge from between the trees. A woman, but like no woman I'd ever seen before. Her skin was the color of rich earth, her hair a tangle of leaves and twigs, and her eyes. Her eyes were ancient, filled with the wisdom of millennia. Who are you? I whispered, awe and fear warring in my chest. She smiled, a gesture both beautiful and terrifying. When she spoke, her voice was like the creaking of old trees. I am the forest, Jason Merrick, and you are the one we have been waiting for. I shook my head, trying to clear it. This couldn't be real. I don't understand. What do you want from me? Understanding will come, she said, reaching out a bark-textured hand to caress my cheek. For now, you must learn. Listen, the forest has much to teach you. As if on cue, the whispers returned, louder now. They spoke of ancient secrets, of powers long forgotten by the world of men, of a slumbering force beneath the earth waiting to be awakened. I wanted to run, to scream, to deny the impossible things I was hearing. But another part of me, a part that seemed to be growing stronger by the moment, wanted to lean in, to listen, to learn. This is insane, I muttered, even as I felt myself being drawn in. I'm a scientist, for God's sake. This can't be happening. The forest woman laughed, a sound like wind through leaves. Science? Your science is but a child's fumbling in the dark. We offer you true knowledge, Jason. Will you accept it? I opened my mouth to refuse, to demand that she leave me alone. But what came out instead was, yes, teach me. Her smile widened, revealing teeth like polished stones. Then let us begin. What followed was a blur of images and sensations. The forest woman led me deeper into the woods, to places that shouldn't exist, groves where the trees whispered prophecies, clearings where the very air shimmered with power. And all the while, the voices in my head grew louder, filling me with knowledge both wondrous and terrible. I learned of the entity that slumbered beneath Pisgah, an ancient being of unimaginable power. I learned of the role the forest played in keeping it asleep, and of the forces that now sought to wake it. But why me? I asked as we stood before a pool of water so still it looked like a mirror of polished obsidian. Why am I the one you've been waiting for? The forest woman's reflection appeared beside mine in the pool. Because you hear the song, Jason. You understand it in a way few humans ever have. You can help us, or doom us all. I stared at our reflections, transfixed by the sight of this impossible being next to my all-too-human form. And if I refuse? Her laughter this time was cold, sending shivers down my spine. Oh, Jason, don't you see? You've already accepted. The moment you joined in the song, you became part of this. There's no going back now. As if to emphasize her point, the pool's surface began to ripple. In its depths, I saw flashes of what was to come. Birds falling from the sky, the earth splitting open, a darkness rising that threatened to swallow everything. No, I whispered, stumbling back from the pool. No, I won't be a part of this, I won't. But even as I spoke, I could feel the whispers in my head growing louder, more insistent. They were a part of me now, as much as my own thoughts. The forest woman watched me with those ancient, knowing eyes. You cannot fight what you are becoming, Jason. Embrace it. Let the forest in. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. But no matter how far or fast I ran, I couldn't escape the whispers. They were inside me, growing louder with each pounding heartbeat. Finally, I burst into a small clearing and fell to my knees, gasping for breath. And that's when I heard it. A new sound cutting through the whispers. The trill of a cell phone. With shaking hands, I pulled my satellite phone from my pocket. The caller ID read Sarah. For a moment, I hesitated. This was my chance to reach out, to ask for help, to try and hold on to my sanity and my old life. But as I stared at the ringing phone, I realized something that sent a chill through my very soul. I wasn't sure I wanted to. The forest had shown me wonders beyond imagining. It had opened my eyes to a world of magic and mystery that I'd never known existed. And deep down, in a place I was almost afraid to acknowledge, I wanted more. The phone fell silent in my hand. I looked up to see the forest woman standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me with those impossibly old eyes. What happens now? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She smiled, holding out her hand. Now, Jason Merrick, you truly begin to learn. The forest is waiting. Are you ready? As I reached out to take her hand, I felt the last vestiges of my old self slipping away. The Jason Merrick who had come to Pisgah National Forest to study birds was gone. In his place was someone, or something, new. Someone who could hear the song of the forest, who could speak to the trees and understand their whispers. Someone who might just hold the fate of the world in his hands. I'm ready, I said, and took her hand. The forest closed in around us, and I stepped willingly into the unknown, leaving behind the world of science and reason for one of ancient magic and terrifying wonder. Whatever came next, there was no turning back now. The whispers in my head rose to a crescendo, and I let them carry me away into the gathering darkness of Pisgah National Forest. Time lost all meaning in the depths of Pisgah National Forest. Days blurred into nights and nights into days as the forest woman, who I'd come to know as Arya, guided me deeper into the heart of this ancient woodland. The whispers in my head had become a constant companion, sometimes a gentle murmur, other times a deafening roar. On what I guessed was the 5th day since my transformation began, Arya led me to the mouth of a cave I hadn't noticed before. It seemed to appear out of nowhere, a gaping maw in the side of a hill that hadn't been there moments ago. What is this place? I asked, my voice hoarse from disuse. Arya's eyes gleamed in the dim light. This, Jason, is where you will face your first true test. The cave will show you things. Terrible, wonderful things. You must be prepared. I swallowed hard, eyeing the dark entrance. And if I'm not ready? Her laugh was like the rustle of dead leaves. Then the forest will claim you, as it has claimed so many others. Before I could respond, a sound echoed from deep within the cave, a haunting melody that made the whispers in my head surge in response. It was the song, the one I'd heard that fateful day with the birds, but deeper, older somehow. Arya placed a gnarled hand on my shoulder. Go. Listen. Learn. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the darkness. The cave mouth seemed to close behind me, plunging me into absolute blackness. Panic clawed at my throat, but I forced it down. I wasn't the same man who had come to Pisgah to study birds. I was something more now, something connected to this ancient place. I let the song guide me, feeling my way along the rough stone walls. As I ventured deeper, strange luminescent fungi began to appear, casting an eerie blue glow over the cavern. And then I saw them. The cave paintings. Crude figures danced across the walls, depicting scenes both beautiful and horrifying. I saw great beasts rising from the earth, forests growing and dying in the blink of an eye, and always, always the birds. They were everywhere, their wings spread wide, their beaks open in silent song. "My God," I whispered, reaching out to touch one of the paintings. As my fingers brushed the stone, the image seemed to come alive, the bird taking flight right off the wall. A voice echoed through the cave, startling me. "Hello? Is someone there?" I spun around, heart pounding. "Who's there?" A figure emerged from the shadows, and I gasped. It was Sarah, my colleague from the university. But how could she be here? "Jason?" Her eyes widened in recognition. "Oh, thank God. I've been looking everywhere for you. We need to get out of here now." I took a step back, confusion and suspicion warring in my mind. "Sarah? How did you find me?" She reached for my hand, her expression urgent. "There's no time to explain. Dr. Thornton sent me. She says you're in danger, that the forest is doing something to you. We have to leave before it's too late." For a moment, I was tempted. The thought of returning to my old life, of leaving behind the strangeness and terror of the past few days, was almost overwhelming. But then I heard it. A discordant note in the song that filled the cave. I pulled my hand away from Sarah's. "You're not real." Her face twisted in confusion. "What?" "Jason, of course I'm real. Please, we have to—" "No," I said, more firmly this time. "You're a test. The cave is showing me what I want to see, trying to lure me back. But I can't go back. Not now." The thing that looked like Sarah snarled, its face contorting into something inhuman. "Fool!" it hissed, its voice now a cacophony of screeches. "You could have had your old life back. Now you'll rot here, just like all the others." It lunged at me, fingers elongating into claws. I stumbled backward, falling onto the hard stone floor. But before it could reach me, a flock of spectral birds burst from the cave paintings, swarming around the creature. It screamed, a sound of pure anguish as the birds tore it apart. In moments there was nothing left but wisps of shadow that quickly faded away. Shaking, I got to my feet. The song in the cave had changed, becoming softer, almost approving. I realized with a start that I could understand it now, not just feel it. It was telling me to go deeper, that there was more to see, more to learn. I pressed on, the luminescent fungi lighting my way. The cave seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning, sometimes so narrow I had to squeeze through sideways, other times opening into vast chambers filled with crystal formations that sang when I touched them. Finally, I emerged into a cavern so large I couldn't see the other side. In the center was an underground lake, its surface as still and black as obsidian. And there, rising from the water, was a stone altar. As I approached, I saw that the altar was covered in strange symbols, some of which matched the whispers in my head. I reached out to touch one, and suddenly the cave erupted in sound and light. Images flashed before my eyes faster than I could process. The birth of the forest, the arrival of the first humans, the wars and peace that followed, and through it all, a presence, vast and ancient, slumbering beneath the earth. A voice boomed in my head, so loud it felt like my skull would split open. "You have come, Jason Merrick. You have heard our song. But are you worthy to be our voice?" I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the presence. I don't know," I gasped. "What do you want from me?" "We are the forest, we are the balance. For millennia we have slept, but now we must wake, for the world is in peril. You will be our herald, our voice in the world of men." The weight of their words crashed over me like a tidal wave. But why me? I'm just a scientist, I'm nobody special. The presence seemed to chuckle, a sound that shook the very foundations of the cave. "You heard our song when others could not. You embraced the forest when others would flee. You are more than you know, Jason Merrick." Suddenly, the water in the lake began to churn. Something was rising from its depths, something massive. I scrambled back as a colossal form broke the surface, water cascading off scales the size of car doors. It was a serpent, but like no serpent I'd ever seen before. Its head alone was the size of a house, with eyes that glowed like molten gold. "Behold," the voice in my head said, softer now but no less powerful. "The guardian of the forest. It has slept for eons, but soon it must wake. And you, Jason Merrick, will help us prepare the world for its awakening." The serpent's gaze fixed on me, and I felt as if my very soul was being weighed and measured. After what seemed like an eternity, it nodded once, then sank back beneath the dark waters. I stood there trembling as the magnitude of what I'd just experienced washed over me. I was no longer just Jason Merrick, ornithologist. I was something more, something chosen by forces beyond my comprehension. As if sensing my turmoil, the voice spoke again. "The path ahead will not be easy. There are those who would stop the awakening, who fear the change it will bring. You will face trials and tribulations beyond anything you have known, but you will not face them alone." The cave began to shake, rocks falling from the ceiling. I realized with a start that the tremors weren't just in the cave. They were everywhere. The forest was changing, preparing for what was to come. "Go now," the voice commanded. "Return to the world above. Seek out those who can aid you. And remember, Jason Merrick, the forest is always with you." I turned and ran, the cave collapsing behind me. I didn't stop until I burst out into the open air, gasping and covered in dust. Arya was waiting for me, a knowing smile on her face. "You have passed the first test," she said. "But there are many more to come. Are you ready?" I looked back at the cave entrance, now sealed by fallen rocks. Then I turned my gaze to the forest around me. It seemed more alive than ever, every leaf and branch vibrating with barely contained energy. I could hear the whispers more clearly now, could understand the song that flowed through every living thing. "I'm ready," I said, surprised by the strength in my voice. "What's next?" Arya's smile widened, revealing those stone-like teeth. "Now, Jason Merrick, we prepare for war. The awakening is coming, and the world will never be the same." As we set off deeper into the forest, I felt a mix of terror and exhilaration. I didn't fully understand what I'd become or what lay ahead. But I knew one thing for certain: my old life was gone, consumed by the wild magic of Pisgah National Forest. And whatever came next, there was no turning back. The whispers in my head rose to a crescendo, and for the first time I joined in willingly, adding my voice to the ancient song of the forest. The forest was changing. I could feel it in the vibration of the earth beneath my feet, in the charged electricity of the air. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. And always, always, there was the song, a constant, pulsing rhythm that seemed to emanate from the very heart of Pisgah. Arya led me through paths that shouldn't exist, twisting trails that seemed to fold space and time. We walked for what felt like hours, yet the sun never moved in the sky. Finally, we emerged into a massive clearing I was certain hadn't been there before. In the center stood a circle of massive ancient oaks. Their trunks were gnarled and twisted, bark peeling away to reveal pulsing, vein-like structures underneath. And gathered around these trees were people. At least they had once been people. Some looked almost normal, save for the leaves growing from their skin or the bark-like texture of their flesh. Others were more plant than human, their limbs elongated into branch-like appendages, their hair a tangle of vines and flowers. All of them turned to stare as Arya and I entered the clearing. "Welcome," Arya announced, her voice carrying easily across the space, "to the Council of the Forest." A figure stepped forward from the group. He might have been handsome once, but now his face was a mask of twisted wood and fungus. When he spoke, his voice was like the creaking of old trees in a storm. "So this is the one you've chosen, Arya? He looks unfinished." I bristled at his tone, but Arya simply smiled. "He has passed the first test, Thorn. The cave accepted him." A murmur ran through the gathered crowd. Thorn's eyes narrowed as he looked me up and down. "The cave is just the beginning. He has much to prove before we can trust him with our secrets." "Hey," I interjected, finding my voice. "I'm standing right here. If you've got something to say it to me." Thorn's laugh was like branches snapping in the wind. "It speaks. Tell me, human, do you even understand what you've gotten yourself into? Do you comprehend the forces you're dealing with?" I thought back to the cave, to the visions I'd seen, and the monstrous serpent rising from the Black Lake. "I'm starting to," I said quietly, "but I know I still have a lot to learn." "Learn?" Thorn sneered. "You think this is some kind of school? We are preparing for war, human. A war that will reshape the very face of this planet." "Enough, Thorn," Arya said, her voice carrying a note of warning. "He is here now, chosen by the forest itself. We must prepare him." Thorn looked like he wanted to argue further, but another voice cut through the tension. "Let him speak for himself." The crowd parted, revealing a woman unlike any I'd seen before. Her skin was the pale green of new leaves, her hair a cascade of white flowers. When she moved, it was with the fluid grace of a willow in the wind. "I am Willow," she said, her voice soft, yet carrying an undercurrent of immense power. "And I would hear what the forest's chosen has to say." All eyes turned to me. I swallowed hard, suddenly very aware of how out of place I was. But then I felt it. The song of the forest, swelling within me, giving me strength. "My name is Jason Merrick," I began, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. A week ago, I was just a scientist studying birds in this forest. Now, I paused, looking down at my hands. Thin vines had begun to grow beneath my skin, visible through my veins. Now, I'm something else. Something more. I looked up, meeting the eyes of the assembled council. I don't fully understand what's happening, or why I was chosen, but I know that something is coming. Something big. And if the forest thinks I can help, then that's what I'm going to do. Willow smiled, a gesture that seemed to make the entire clearing brighten. "Well spoken, Jason Merrick. But words are easy. Actions are what truly matter." She turned to address the council. "The time of awakening draws near. The barriers between our world and theirs grow thin. We must prepare. And quickly." Thorn stepped forward again, his wooden face creased with worry. "The humans are becoming aware. Their machines have detected the tremors. They will come with their guns and their poisons." "Let them come," rumbled a massive being that seemed to be made entirely of rock and moss. "We will crush them, as we have always done." "No," I said, the word escaping before I could stop it. All eyes turned to me again, many now hostile. You would defend them? Thorn spat. After all they've done to the forest? I shook my head. Not defend, but we can't just destroy them either. There has to be another way. Arya placed a hand on my shoulder, her touch cool and reassuring. What do you propose, Jason? I took a deep breath, the beginnings of a plan forming in my mind. We need to show them, make them understand. If they could hear the song, see what I've seen. Impossible, Thorn scoffed. Their minds are closed, their hearts hardened against the natural world. Not all of them, I argued. There are people who would listen. Scientists, environmentalists, indigenous groups who still remember the old ways. If we could reach them, make them our allies. Willow nodded slowly. It is a risk, but one that might be worth taking. What say you, Council? A heated debate broke out among the gathered beings. I caught snatches of arguments in languages I shouldn't have been able to understand. The rustle of leaves, the gurgle of streams, the low rumble of the earth itself. Finally, Willow raised a hand, and silence fell. We have decided. Jason Merrick, you will be our emissary to the human world. You will seek out those who might listen, who might join our cause. But be warned, there are those who will stop at nothing to prevent the awakening. Your path will be dangerous. I nodded, a mix of fear and determination settling in my gut. I understand, but I'm ready. Thorn stepped forward, his wooden face unreadable. Then you must be prepared. The forest must become a part of you, fully and completely. Are you willing to sacrifice your humanity for our cause? I hesitated for a moment, thinking of my old life, my research, my colleagues, the world I'd left behind. But then I felt the song swelling within me, and I knew there was no going back. I am, I said firmly. Willow smiled, and suddenly the entire clearing was in motion. The council members formed a circle around me, their voices rising in a chant that seemed to shake the very air. I felt something stirring deep within the earth, a vast and ancient power rising to the surface. Arya squeezed my shoulder one last time. Be brave, Jason, and remember, the forest is always with you. Then the chanting reached a fever pitch, and the ground beneath my feet began to crack. Roots burst forth, wrapping around my legs, my torso, my arms. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt a sense of profound rightness. As the roots burrowed into my flesh, I saw flashes of the forest's vast history, centuries compressed into seconds, millennia into minutes. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations, the ebb and flow of ice ages, the slow dance of continents across the face of the planet. And through it all, I saw the guardian serpent, sleeping yet ever watchful, maintaining the delicate balance of nature. I understood then, in a way that went beyond mere knowledge, the vital importance of its awakening. The pain was excruciating, but I didn't cry out. I embraced it, let it wash over me and through me. I felt my body changing, transforming. My skin hardened into bark, my hair became a tangle of leaves and vines, and in my chest, where my heart had once beat, I felt something new taking root, a seed of pure, wild power. When it was over, I fell to my knees, gasping. The council stood around me, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. It is done, Willow said softly. Rise, Jason Merrick, emissary of the forest. I stood, marveling at my transformed body. I could feel the life of the forest flowing through me, could hear the whispers of every tree and blade of grass. The song that had once been external was now a part of me, as natural as breathing. What now? I asked, my voice resonating with new power. Thorn stepped forward, and to my surprise, he bowed his head slightly. Now, you return to the world of men. Find allies. Prepare them for what's to come. And when the time is right, when the Guardian begins to stir, I'll be ready, I finished for him. As the council dispersed, Arya approached me one last time. The path ahead will not be easy, Jason. There will be those who fear you, who will try to stop you. But never forget what you fight for. I nodded, feeling the weight of my new responsibility settling on my shoulders. As I turned to leave the clearing, to begin my journey back to the world I'd left behind, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a nearby pool. My eyes glowed with an inner light, and patterns of luminescent fungi traced intricate designs across my bark-like skin. I was no longer fully human, but neither was I fully of the forest. I was something new, something in between. As I set off through the twisted paths of Pisgah, the song of the forest swelled within me. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever battles I would face, I knew one thing for certain. I was no longer alone. The power of an ancient awakening force was with me, and through me it would reshape the world. The war for the future of the planet had begun, and I, Jason Merrick, was its unlikely herald. The world beyond Pisgah National Forest was a cacophony of sensations. As I emerged from the tree line, my newly heightened senses were overwhelmed by the assault of human civilization. The acrid stench of car exhaust burned my nostrils. The distant rumble of highways felt like earthquakes beneath my feet, and the dull roar of a nearby town was a discordant shriek compared to the harmonious song of the forest. I stumbled, bracing myself against a tree at the forest's edge. Its bark was rough beneath my transformed hand, and I could feel its life force pulsing in sync with my own. Easy now, I muttered to myself. One step at a time. As I collected myself, I caught sight of my reflection in a puddle at my feet. The face staring back at me was barely recognizable as human. My skin had taken on the texture of gnarled bark, with swirling patterns of bioluminescent fungi tracing ethereal designs across my cheeks and forehead. My eyes glowed with an inner light, pupils now vertical slits like those of a cat or a serpent. "Well, Jason," I said with a bitter laugh, "you're sure as hell not going to blend in looking like this." I closed my eyes, concentrating on the song that now flowed through my veins. I felt my body shift and change, the bark-like skin smoothing out, the glowing patterns fading. When I looked again, a face that was almost human stared back at me. Almost, but not quite. There was still something wild and otherworldly in my eyes, something that marked me as no longer entirely of this world. It would have to do. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out onto the road that led back to civilization. I hadn't gone more than 100 yards when I heard the rumble of an approaching vehicle. Panicking slightly, I ducked behind a large boulder, peering out as a battered pickup truck came into view. To my surprise, it slowed to a stop right in front of my hiding place. The driver's side door creaked open, and a familiar voice called out, "Jason? Jason Merrick, is that you?" I froze. It was Mike, the park ranger who had helped me set up my camp what felt like a lifetime ago. For a moment I considered staying hidden, but then I felt a gentle nudge from the forest's song, urging me forward. Slowly, I emerged from behind the boulder. "Hello, Mike," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Mike's eyes widened as he took in my appearance. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," he breathed. "What happened to you? We've had search parties out looking for weeks." Weeks? Had it really been that long? Time had lost all meaning in the depths of the forest. I struggled to find words that wouldn't sound completely insane. "I got lost," I managed lamely. "The forest, it changed me." Mike's hand drifted towards the radio on his belt. "Jason, you're not making any sense. You look like you need medical attention. Let me call this in." "No," I said sharply, taking a step forward. Mike flinched, and I realized how threatening I must look. I forced myself to soften my tone. "Please, Mike. I know this is hard to understand, but I need you to trust me. I can't go to a hospital. I can't let anyone know I'm back yet. There's something I have to do first." Mike's hand stayed on his radio, his expression wary. "And what exactly is that, Jason?" I took a deep breath. This was it. My first test as the forest's emissary. I need to warn people. Something's coming, Mike. Something big. The forest is waking up, and the world needs to be ready. For a long moment, Mike just stared at me. Then, to my surprise, he laughed. It wasn't a happy sound. "You know," he said, shaking his head, "I've worked in this forest for 30 years. Seen things I can't explain. Heard things that shouldn't be possible." He paused, his eyes meeting mine. "I always knew there was something more out there. Something old and powerful." Hope surged in my chest. "Then you believe me?" Mike sighed heavily. "I don't know what I believe, Jason. But I know you're not the same man who went into those woods a month ago. And if you say something's coming..." He trailed off, then seemed to come to a decision. "Get in the truck. I know someone you should talk to." Gratitude washed over me. "Thank you, Mike. You have no idea how important this is." As I climbed into the passenger seat, I felt the forest's approval humming through me. The first step had been taken. The message was spreading. Mike drove in silence for a while, the forest giving way to small towns and then larger suburbs. Finally, he spoke again. "So, this awakening, what exactly are we talking about here?" I considered how to answer. The full truth would be too much too soon. "It's a change," I said carefully. "A return to balance, the natural world reasserting itself." Mike's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. "Sounds ominous." "It doesn't have to be," I assured him. "If people are prepared, if they understand and work with the change instead of against it." "And if they don't?" Mike asked, his voice tight. I remembered the visions I'd seen in the cave, the terrible beauty of nature unleashed. Then things could get very bad very quickly. Mike nodded grimly. "Figured as much. Well, if anyone can help spread your message, it's Ellen." "Ellen?" I asked. "Dr. Ellen Reeves," Mike explained. "She's a professor of ecology at the university. Been studying Pisgah for years. Always said there was something special about the forest, something science couldn't quite explain. People thought she was a bit of a crackpot, but..." He glanced at me. I'm guessing she was more right than anyone knew. As we drove into the city, I felt a growing unease. The further we got from the forest, the more disconnected I felt. The song that had become as natural as breathing was now faint, drowned out by the noise of urban life. I closed my eyes, trying to center myself, to maintain the tenuous connection to the power that now flowed through me. "We're here," Mike announced, pulling up in front of a modest house on a quiet street. As we approached the front door, it swung open before we could knock. A woman in her 60s stood there, her silver hair wild and her eyes bright with intelligence and barely contained excitement. "Mike," she exclaimed, "this is unexpected, and who's your..." Her voice trailed off as her gaze fell on me. Her eyes widened, and I saw a flash of recognition, not of who I was, but of what I represented. "Oh my," she breathed. Oh my, it's happening, isn't it? The forest has chosen its emissary." I blinked in surprise. You know?" Dr. Reeves laughed, a sound of pure joy. "I've been waiting my whole life for this moment. Come in, both of you. We have so much to discuss." As we followed her into the house, I felt a surge of hope. Here was someone who understood, someone who could help spread the message. But that hope was tempered by a growing sense of urgency. Time was running out. Dr. Reeves led us into a study crammed with books, artifacts, and maps. Every available surface was covered in notes and diagrams. She turned to face us, her expression serious. "Now then," she said, "tell me everything." And so I did. I told her about the bird's strange behavior, about the cave and the visions I'd seen there. I told her about the Council of the Forest, about my transformation and my mission as emissary. As I spoke, I felt the song of the forest swelling within me again, lending power and conviction to my words. When I finished, Dr. Reeves was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded, as if coming to a decision. "I believe you, Jason, and I want to help. But you need to understand what you're proposing, the changes you're talking about. It's going to be met with resistance. Powerful people have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo. I know, I said grimly. But we have to try. The awakening is coming whether they like it or not. Our only choice is how we respond to it. Dr. Reeves smiled, a fierce light in her eyes. Well then, let's get to work. We'll need to reach out to my contacts in the scientific community, in environmental groups, and we'll need to be careful. There are those who will see you as a threat. As if on cue, the sound of screeching tires came from outside. Mike rushed to the window, then swore under his breath. We've got company, black SUVs, men in suits. This doesn't look good. I felt a surge of panic, quickly followed by a wave of calm as the forest's song rose within me. I knew what I had to do. Dr. Reeves, I said urgently, I need you to trust me. Can you buy me some time? She nodded without hesitation. Go. We'll hold them off as long as we can. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my newfound senses. There, a tree in the backyard, its roots stretching deep into the earth. I focused on it, feeling the connection between all living things. As shouts and pounding footsteps approached the front door, I let the wild magic of the forest flow through me. My skin hardened into bark, my hair became a tangle of leaves and vines. I was no longer trying to pass as human. I was embracing what I had become. With a silent apology to Dr. Reeves's floor, I plunged my transformed hand into the ground. Roots burst forth, connecting me to the tree outside and, through it, to the vast network of life that pulsed beneath the city. The last thing I heard as I sank into the earth was the splintering of wood as the front door was broken down. But I knew I was already beyond their reach. The forest had reclaimed its emissary, and the next phase of our mission was about to begin. The song of awakening rose around me, a promise and a warning. The world was about to change, ready or not. The earth embraced me like a lover, cool and damp against my transformed skin. I moved through it as easily as swimming, guided by the pulsing life force of roots and underground streams. The song of the forest was strong here, undiluted by the cacophony of human civilization above. I had no idea how long I traveled through the earth, or how far. Time and distance seemed to lose all meaning in this subterranean world. But eventually, I felt a change in the vibrations around me, a shift in the song. Something was calling me upward. I emerged in a dimly lit cavern, my bark-like skin glistening with moisture. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized I wasn't alone. A figure stood before me, familiar yet utterly alien. Dr. Thornton? I gasped. The woman who had once been Dr. Eliza Thornton smiled, revealing teeth that gleamed like polished river stones. Her skin had taken on the pale, translucent quality of cave fungi, and her hair writhed like a nest of blind albino worms. "Hello, Jason," she said, her voice echoing strangely in the cavern. "I've been expecting you." I took a step back, my mind reeling. But how? The last time I heard from you was when I warned you to leave the forest, she finished for me. Yes, I remember. I was resistant to the change at first. But the forest has a way of opening one's eyes. I studied her more closely, noting the way her feet seemed to merge with the cave floor, how the very rock seemed to pulse in time with her breathing. "You're like me," I realized. Dr. Thornton's laugh was like water trickling over stones. In a way, we've both been chosen, transformed. But where you are the forest's emissary to the world above, I am its guardian below. She gestured around us, and for the first time I took in the full scope of our surroundings. The cavern was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows high above. Strange, phosphorescent plants clung to the walls, casting an eerie glow. And everywhere there was movement, shapes just at the edge of vision, things that slithered and crawled and pulsed with otherworldly life. "Welcome," Dr. Thornton said, "to the Underrealm." I shook my head, trying to process everything. "I don't understand. Why am I here? I'm supposed to be warning people about the awakening, preparing them for what's coming. Dr. Thornton's expression turned serious. And so you shall. But first, you need to understand the full scope of what we're dealing with. The awakening isn't just happening in the forest, Jason. It's happening everywhere, in every ecosystem on the planet. And not everyone is happy about it. As if on cue, a low rumble shook the cavern. Dust and small rocks rained down from above. What was that? I asked, alarmed. That, Dr. Thornton said grimly, is why you're here. Come with me. She led me through twisting tunnels, past underground lakes that glowed with bioluminescent life, through caverns filled with crystal formations that sang in haunting tones as we passed. All the while, the rumbling continued, growing stronger. Finally, we emerged onto a ledge overlooking a massive chasm. Far below, I could see flashes of light and hear the echo of what sounded disturbingly like explosions. "What's going on down there?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Thornton's face was grim. "War, Jason. A war for the very soul of the planet. Look closely." I peered into the depths, my enhanced vision piercing the gloom. What I saw made my blood run cold. Human figures in high-tech suits of armor were battling against creatures that seemed to be made of living stone and root. Laser beams sliced through the air, while the earth itself rose up to swallow the invaders. "Who are they?" I asked, unable to tear my eyes away from the scene. "They call themselves the Preservers," Dr. Thornton spat, her voice filled with contempt. "They believe they're protecting humanity by stopping the awakening. In reality, they're dooming us all." Another explosion rocked the chasm, and I saw one of the stone creatures fall, shattering into 1,000 pieces. A cry of anguish rose from the depths, a sound of such profound sorrow that I felt tears spring to my eyes. "We have to stop this," I said, my hands clenching into fists. "We have to make them understand." Dr. Thornton placed a hand on my shoulder, her touch cool and somehow reassuring. "That's why you're here, Jason. You're the bridge between worlds. You can speak to them in a way we can't." I turned to her, confusion and determination warring within me. But how? They're not going to listen to reason if they're already fighting a war. A sly smile spread across Dr. Thornton's face. "Who said anything about reason? You have the power of the forest within you, Jason. It's time you learned to use it." Over the next few hours, or was it days, time seemed to flow differently in the Underrealm. Dr. Thornton taught me to harness the wild magic that now coursed through my veins. I learned to shape the earth with a thought, to communicate with the strange subterranean life forms, to tap into the vast network of roots and mycelia that connected everything. As my powers grew, so did my understanding of the true nature of the awakening. It wasn't just about the forest reasserting itself. It was about restoring balance to a world that had been thrown into chaos by human excess. The guardian serpent I had seen in my vision was just one small part of a vast, planet-wide organism that was finally stirring from its slumber. But why now? I asked Dr. Thornton as we rested after a particularly grueling training session. "Why is this happening at this moment in history?" She sighed, a sound like wind through ancient caverns. "The Earth has reached a tipping point, Jason. Climate change, mass extinction, pollution, it's all pushed the system to the brink. The awakening is the planet's immune response, its last-ditch effort to save itself. And us, though many don't realize it." I nodded slowly, the pieces falling into place. "And the Preservers? They think they're fighting this to save humanity?" "They're short-sighted," Dr. Thornton said, her voice hard. "They can't see beyond their own lifetimes, their own narrow definition of what it means to be human. They don't understand that we're all part of the same system, that by trying to stop the awakening, they're dooming themselves along with everything else." Another rumble shook the cavern, stronger than before. Dr. Thornton's expression turned grave. "We're running out of time. The Preservers are pushing deeper into the Underrealm. If they reach the heart of the system before the awakening is complete..." She didn't need to finish the thought. I could feel the urgency thrumming through the very rock around us. "What do we do?" I asked. You, Jason, are going back to the surface, she said. You need to gather allies, spread the message. I'll stay here, coordinating our defenses. But before you go, there's one last thing you need to see. She led me to a small, hidden grotto. In the center, nestled in a bed of glowing moss, was an egg. It was massive, easily the size of a car, its surface a swirling pattern of greens and browns that seemed to shift and change as I watched. What is it? I breathed, awed by the pulsing life force I could feel emanating from the egg. The future, Dr. Thornton said simply. When it hatches, it will herald the final stage of the awakening. You must protect it, Jason. The preservers would destroy it if they knew of its existence. I reached out, placing my hand on the egg's warm surface. In that moment, I felt a connection so profound it brought tears to my eyes. I saw flashes of what was to come, a world transformed, humanity living in harmony with nature in ways I could barely comprehend. I understand, I said, my voice thick with emotion. I won't let you down. I won't let any of this down. Dr. Thornton smiled, and for a moment I saw a glimmer of the human she had once been. I know you won't. Now go, Jason Merrick. Go and wake the world. With a final look at the egg, I turned and made my way back to the tunnels that would lead me to the surface. As I traveled, I felt the song of the forest. No, the song of the entire living world, swelling within me. I was no longer just an emissary. I was a herald, a harbinger of the change to come. As I neared the surface, I steeled myself for the battles ahead. The preservers, the skeptics, the forces of inertia that would resist the awakening. I would face them all. And I would show them the truth, whether they were ready for it or not. The world was changing. The great slumbering consciousness of the planet was stirring. And I, Jason Merrick, transformed by the forest and bearing the hopes of an entire hidden world, was the one who would sound the call. Let them try to stop us. The awakening was coming, and nothing would ever be the same again. The darkness of the mine shaft enveloped me like a suffocating shroud. My heart pounded in my chest, the echo of my ragged breathing bouncing off the damp walls. I had managed to escape the clutches of the bird-masked cultists, but now I found myself lost in the labyrinthine depths of the abandoned mine. My fingers traced the rough-hewn rock as I inched forward, every step a potential plunge into the unknown. The air grew thicker, heavy with moisture and the musty scent of decay. I fumbled for the flashlight in my pocket, silently cursing as I realized it must have fallen out during my frantic escape. Keep it together, I muttered to myself, trying to steady my nerves. There's got to be a way out of here. As if in response to my whispered words, a faint glow caught my attention. It wasn't the harsh beam of a flashlight or the warm flicker of a torch. This light was ethereal, almost alive in its pulsating rhythm. Drawn by curiosity and the desperate need to find an exit, I cautiously made my way toward the source. The narrow passage gradually widened, opening into a vast underground cavern. My breath caught in my throat as I took in the scene before me. A massive subterranean lake stretched out as far as the eye could see, its surface as smooth as polished obsidian. The source of the light became clear. Bioluminescent algae lined the cavern walls and floated on the water's surface, bathing everything in an otherworldly blue-green glow. But it wasn't just the breathtaking beauty of the place that held me transfixed. There was something else, something that sent a chill down my spine despite the humid air. The water, it was moving, not with the gentle lapping of waves you'd expect in an underground lake, but with a rhythmic pulsing that seemed to match the cadence of the bird song that had been haunting me since I arrived in Pisgah National Forest. I approached the water's edge, my scientific curiosity momentarily overriding my fear. As I watched, intricate patterns formed on the surface, spirals, fractals, and shapes that seemed to defy the laws of physics. It was as if the water itself was trying to communicate something ancient and profound. Impossible, I breathed, reaching out to touch the water. The moment my fingertips made contact, a jolt of energy surged through me, and a fragment of a vision flashed before my eyes. a massive feathered creature stirring in the depths. I stumbled back, heart racing. What the hell was that? My voice echoed across the cavern, and for a moment, the patterns on the water's surface grew still. Then, as if in response, they began to move with renewed vigor, forming more complex designs that hurt my eyes to look at directly. As I tried to make sense of what I was seeing, something else caught my attention. Half submerged in the shallows of the lake was what appeared to be an ancient stone altar. Its surface was covered in intricate carvings, partially obscured by years of mineral deposits and algae growth. Curiosity got the better of me, and I waded into the cool water, shivering as it soaked through my clothes. As I got closer to the altar, I could make out some of the carvings: stylized birds, celestial bodies, and what looked like a massive winged serpent coiled around the earth. This has to be connected to the cult, I mused aloud, running my hands over the worn stone. But how old is this place? It feels older than human civilization. My fingers caught on a protrusion that didn't seem to match the rest of the carvings. Without thinking, I pressed it. A low rumble filled the cavern, and I realized, too late, that I had triggered some kind of ancient mechanism. The altar began to sink into the lake, and with it the ground beneath my feet. "No, no, no!" I shouted, trying to scramble back to the shore. But it was too late. The cavern floor cracked and shifted, sending torrents of water rushing in from hidden underground rivers. The placid lake transformed into a raging whirlpool, and I was caught in its grasp. As I fought against the current, I caught glimpses of impossible things in the churning waters: colossal feathered wings, eyes that glowed with eldritch fire, and geometries that shouldn't exist in our reality. The bird song, which had been a constant background noise since I entered the mine, now rose to a deafening crescendo that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Help!" I screamed, knowing it was futile. Who could possibly hear me down here? Just as I was about to be pulled under, I heard a voice that cut through the roar of the water and the maddening song of the birds. It was familiar, yet distorted, as if coming from across a great distance. "Hold on," the voice called. "Don't let it take you." I squinted through the spray, barely making out a figure on the rapidly disappearing shoreline. It looked like Dr. Thornton? But how could she be here? "Eliza!" I shouted back, using the last of my strength to fight against the pull of the water. "What's happening?" Her response was drowned out by another thunderous crack as more of the cavern floor gave way. The whirlpool grew stronger, and I felt myself being dragged down into the depths. In those final moments before I was submerged, time seemed to slow. I saw Dr. Thornton's face, a mixture of fear and determination. I saw the bioluminescent patterns on the cavern walls shift into what looked like ancient symbols. And I saw, just for an instant, a massive eye opening beneath the surface of the lake. Then everything went dark as the waters closed over my head. I was tumbling, spinning in the darkness, all sense of direction lost. The pressure in my lungs built to an unbearable level, and despite my best efforts, I couldn't help but gasp. I expected to feel the rush of water filling my lungs, the beginning of the end. But instead I breathed in air. Stale, damp air, but air nonetheless. My eyes flew open, and I found myself lying on my back on wet soil, coughing and sputtering. The roar of water had been replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of my own labored breathing and the steady drip of water nearby. As my vision cleared, I realized I was no longer in the cavern with the underground lake. I was somewhere else, somewhere impossible. I sat up slowly, every muscle in my body protesting the movement. I was in a forest, but not like any forest I had ever seen. The trees towered hundreds of feet into the air, their trunks wider than redwoods. But instead of leaves, their branches were covered in what looked like iridescent feathers that shimmered in an unseen light source. Where am I?" I croaked, my throat raw from swallowing water and screaming. "You are where you need to be," came a soft voice from behind me. I whirled around, nearly losing my balance in the process. There, perched on a massive root that jutted out of the ground like a natural bench, was a being that defied description. It had the general shape of a human, but its skin was covered in a fine down of golden feathers. Its eyes were large and black, like those of an owl, and its fingers ended in sharp, talon-like nails. I scrambled backward, my mind reeling. "Who? What are you?" The being tilted its head in a decidedly bird-like manner. "I am a guardian, a keeper of the threshold between your world and the realm of the Sleeping One. And you, Dr. Harrison, are the first human in centuries to pass through the waters of awakening." My scientific mind struggled to process what I was seeing and hearing. This had to be a hallucination, some kind of oxygen-deprived dream as I drowned in that underground lake. And yet, it felt too real, too visceral to be a mere figment of my imagination. "The Sleeping One," I repeated, the words feeling heavy on my tongue. "Is that the entity that the cultists were trying to awaken?" The guardian nodded solemnly. "The very same. An ancient being of immense power, neither good nor evil as you humans understand such concepts. But its awakening would bring about the end of your world as you know it." I thought back to the eye I had seen in the lake, the impossible visions in the water. A shudder ran through me. And the birds? The song? How does it all connect? The birds are its voice, its way of reaching into your world even in its slumber, the guardian explained. The song is both a lullaby to keep it asleep and a siren call to wake it. A paradox, like so much in this realm. I ran a hand through my wet hair, trying to gather my thoughts. Okay, let's say I believe all this. Why me? Why am I here? The guardian's expression softened, if such a thing was possible with its alien features. Because you heard the song and understood it, even if you didn't realize what you were hearing. You have a role to play, Dr. Harrison, in maintaining the balance between sleep and waking, between your world and ours. I laughed, a tinge of hysteria creeping into my voice. "I'm just an ornithologist. I study birds. I don't save the world from eldritch horrors." "And yet, here you are," the guardian said simply. "The choice is yours, of course. You can turn back now, return to your world and try to forget what you've seen. But know that the danger will not pass. The cultists will try again, and next time, there may not be anyone to stop them." I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. I thought of Sarah, of Dr. Thornton, of all the people back in the world I knew. Could I really turn my back on them, knowing what I knew now? When I opened my eyes again, I met the guardian's otherworldly gaze with newfound determination. "What do I need to do?" The guardian smiled, a gesture that was both comforting and slightly terrifying given its inhuman features. "First, you must learn. The knowledge you need is written in the very fabric of this place. Listen to the rustle of the feather leaves. Feel the pulse of the earth beneath your feet. Let the wisdom of ages flow into you." As if on cue, the forest around us came alive with sound. It wasn't the familiar chirping and cawing of birds I was used to, but something far more complex and beautiful. It was the song I had heard before, but now I could begin to understand its layers, its harmonies, its hidden meanings. I can hear it," I whispered in awe. "I can almost see it." The guardian nodded approvingly. "Good. That is the first step. Now come, we have much to do, and time flows differently here. Your world needs you, Dr. Harrison. Are you ready to become something more than you ever imagined?" I took one last look around the impossible forest, then turned back to the guardian with a nod. "I'm ready." As we set off deeper into the feathered woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a journey that would change not only my life, but the fate of two worlds. The song of the birds, of the Sleeping One, of reality itself, echoed in my mind. And for the first time since this all began, I felt a glimmer of hope. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever sacrifices I might have to make, I knew one thing for certain: I would never look at a bird the same way again. I came to with a jolt, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. The taste of stagnant water lingered in my mouth, and for a moment, I was sure I was still drowning in that impossible underground lake. But as my vision cleared, I realized I was lying face down on the forest floor, surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of Pisgah National Forest, or at least what should have been familiar. As I pushed myself up onto my elbows, leaves and twigs clinging to my soaked clothes, I became acutely aware that something was very, very wrong. The forest I had come to know over the past weeks of my research was gone, replaced by something that looked like it had sprung from the feverish imagination of a madman, or perhaps a certain horror author. The trees swayed unnaturally, their branches twisting and curling like tentacles reaching for the sky. The leaves shimmered with an oily iridescence that hurt my eyes to look at directly. And the birds, Christ, the birds. Their song had reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of screeches, trills, and warbles that seemed to come from everywhere at once. But it wasn't just noise. There was a pattern to it, a rhythm that made my skin crawl and my head spin. What the hell happened to me? I croaked, my voice barely audible over the avian orchestra. As if in response, a nearby bush rustled violently. I scrambled backward, heart pounding as a figure emerged. For a split second I thought it was Sarah, my colleague who had called to check on me what felt like a lifetime ago. But as the figure straightened up, I realized with a sickening lurch that it wasn't Sarah at all. It wore Sarah's face like an ill-fitting mask, its eyes too wide and glassy, its movements jerky and unnatural. When it spoke, its voice was a horrifying blend of Sarah's familiar tones and the trilling of a songbird. "Dr. Harrison," it chirped, cocking its head at an impossible angle. "You're awake. Good. It's time to join the chorus." I scrambled to my feet, fighting down the urge to vomit. "You're not Sarah," I managed to say, backing away slowly. "What are you? What have you done with the real Sarah?" The thing wearing Sarah's face smiled, its lips stretching far wider than any human mouth should. "I am Sarah," it trilled. "I am all of them. We are the voice of the sleeping one, and soon you will be too." As it spoke, more figures emerged from the twisted undergrowth. I recognized faces from town, park rangers, even Dr. Thornton. All wore the same uncanny expression. All moved with that same unnatural gait. "No," I whispered, the horror of the situation finally sinking in. "This can't be real. I'm still underwater. This is some kind of oxygen-deprived hallucination." The Sarah thing tilted its head, bird-like. "Oh, it's very real, Dr. Harrison. You've been chosen. Special. The sleeping one has plans for you." I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran, crashing through the warped forest as fast as my legs could carry me. Behind me, I could hear the Knot people giving chase, their bird-like calls echoing through the trees. As I ran, I became aware of a strange sensation. It was as if the very ground beneath my feet was alive, pulsing in time with the bird's song. And with each pulse, I felt a pull, an inexorable tug towards something. I tried to fight it, to choose my own direction, but it was like swimming against a riptide. Whatever force had taken hold of the forest, it was guiding me, no, dragging me, towards a specific destination. The trees began to thin out, and I found myself in a large clearing that I was certain hadn't existed before. In the center of the clearing was a sight that made my blood run cold. A massive sinkhole, easily 100 feet across, its edges jagged and crumbling. I skidded to a stop at the edge, pebbles and dirt cascading into the abyss. The pull was strongest here, and I could feel the ground trembling beneath my feet. From the depths of the sinkhole came a low, rhythmic rumbling that seemed to resonate in my very bones. "Beautiful, isn't it?" came a voice from behind me. I whirled around to see Dr. Thornton, or rather, the thing wearing her face, standing at the edge of the clearing. The other Knot people were gathering around her, their eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "What is this place?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. What's down there? Dr. Thornton's doppelganger smiled, and I swear I saw feathers ripple beneath her skin. The cradle of rebirth, she said, her voice a haunting blend of human speech and birdsong. The womb of the sleeping one, and you, Dr. Harrison, have the honor of being the key to its awakening. I shook my head, backing away until I felt loose soil crumbling under my heels. No, I won't be a part of this. Whatever you are, whatever's happening here, I want no part of it. Oh, but you're already a part of it, Not Thornton said, taking a step closer. You've been a part of it since the moment you heard the song. Haven't you felt it? The changes? The understanding dawning in the back of your mind? And God help me, I had. Even now, with terror coursing through my veins, I could feel something stirring in the recesses of my consciousness. Fragments of impossible knowledge, glimpses of cosmic truth that no human mind was meant to comprehend. It's not too late, I said, more to myself than to the creatures surrounding me. I can still stop this. I have to. The thing wearing Sarah's face let out a laugh that sounded like a jay's call. Stop it? Oh, Dr. Harrison, you can no more stop this than you can stop the tides or the turning of the earth. The sleeping one has chosen you. Embrace your destiny. As she spoke, the rumbling from the sinkhole grew louder. The ground shook violently, and I struggled to keep my balance. Cracks spider-webbed out from the edge of the hole, racing across the clearing. It's beginning, Not Thornton said, her voice filled with reverence. The awakening is at hand. I watched in horror as small animals, squirrels, rabbits, even a young deer, emerged from the twisted forest. They moved with purpose, their eyes glazed and unseeing as they marched towards the sinkhole. One by one, they reached the edge and kept going, plummeting into the darkness without a sound. Jesus Christ, I muttered, unable to tear my eyes away from the macabre procession. Then I noticed something even more disturbing. The plants, trees, bushes, even blades of grass, were being pulled towards the sinkhole as if by some immense gravitational force. Roots tore free from the earth, leaves and branches straining towards the abyss. I felt it too, that inexorable pull growing stronger by the second. My feet began to slide across the loose soil, drawing me closer to the edge. No, I shouted, digging my heels in and grabbing onto a nearby tree trunk. I won't let you take me. The knot people began to advance, their movements synchronized and inhuman. Don't fight it, Dr. Harrison, Not Sarah called out. Let go. Join us in the embrace of the sleeping one. I clung to the tree with all my strength, my mind racing. There had to be a way out of this, some way to stop what was happening. I thought back to everything I'd seen and heard since arriving in Pisgah. The bird's strange behavior, Dr. Thornton's legends, the cult in the mines, the impossible visions in the underground lake. And then it hit me. The song. It all came back to the song. With a deep breath, I began to hum. Not the maddening melody that had been haunting me for weeks, but something else. A counter-melody that seemed to rise unbidden from some deep primal part of my psyche. The effect was immediate. The knot people faltered in their advance, looks of confusion crossing their too perfect faces. The pull of the sinkhole weakened, just enough for me to maintain my grip on the tree. What are you doing? Not! Thornton shrieked, her voice losing its human qualities entirely. Stop that at once! But I didn't stop. I hummed louder, the melody growing more complex, more powerful. And as I did, I felt something shift in the air around me. The twisted trees began to straighten, their branches losing their tentacle-like quality. The iridescent sheen faded from the leaves, returning to their natural green. No, the Sarah thing wailed. You'll ruin everything. I ignored her, focusing all my energy on the song. As I hummed, words began to form in my mind, an ancient language I shouldn't have known but somehow understood perfectly. I opened my mouth and began to sing. The effect was explosive. A shockwave of sound rippled out from where I stood, washing over the clearing. The knot people stumbled backward, their faces contorting in pain. Cracks appeared in their skin, light spilling out from within. The pull of the sinkhole reversed, and I felt myself being pushed away from the edge. The ground began to stabilize, the tremors subsiding. But it wasn't over yet. From the depths of the sinkhole came a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth. Something was rising, something vast and ancient and terrifying. I sang louder, pouring every ounce of will I had into the words. The air shimmered around me, reality itself seeming to bend and warp. And then, with a sound like the tearing of the universe itself, everything went white. I blinked, disoriented by the sudden silence and stillness. I was lying on my back, staring up at a canopy of normal, non-tentacled trees. The sinkhole was gone. The clearing returned to its natural state. Of the Knot People, there was no sign. Groaning, I sat up, my head pounding and my throat raw. Had it all been a hallucination? Some kind of mass psychosis brought on by... what? Something in the water? A gas leak? But as I looked around, I knew in my heart that it had been real. The forest felt different now, older, wiser, as if it had weathered a great storm and come out stronger for it. And there, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure. For a moment my heart leaped into my throat, fearing the return of the Knot People. But as the figure approached, I realized it was the real Sarah, her movements natural, her eyes clear and focused. "John?" she called out, her voice tinged with concern. "My God, what happened to you? You look like you've been through hell." I laughed, a somewhat hysterical sound. "You have no idea," I said, struggling to my feet. "Sarah, I don't even know where to begin." She reached me, steadying me with a hand on my arm. "Dr. Thornton called me," she said. "She was worried about you. Said something about an old legend coming true. I thought she was losing it, but then I got here and found the forest changed." I nodded, relief washing over me at the touch of another human being. "It's a long story," I said. "One I'm not sure you'll believe. Hell, I'm not sure I believe it myself." Sarah smiled, and it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen, a genuine human smile. "Try me," she said. "After what I've seen today, I think I'm ready to believe just about anything." As we made our way out of the clearing, I began to tell her everything. About the birds, the cult, the underground lake, the impossible forest, and the sinkhole that almost swallowed reality itself. And as I talked, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Whatever I had done, whatever power I had tapped into to drive back the sleeping one, it had changed me. I could still feel the echoes of that ancient song thrumming through my veins. The forest was quiet now, but I knew it was a fragile piece. Somewhere out there, in the depths of the earth or the far reaches of the cosmos, the sleeping one waited, and one day, it would try to wake again. But this time, I would be ready. This time, I would be the one singing the lullaby, keeping the world safe from horrors beyond imagination. As we reached the edge of the forest, I took one last look back. For just a moment, I thought I saw a shimmering, bird-like figure watching us from the shadows. It nodded once, then vanished. I smiled to myself. The battle was won, but the war had only just begun. I plummeted through the darkness, my stomach lurching as I fell deeper into the massive sinkhole. The world above grew smaller, a pinprick of light swallowed by the encroaching blackness. Just as I was certain I was about to be dashed against jagged rocks, I landed with a soft whump on something unexpectedly pliant. Gasping for breath, I lay still for a moment, trying to orient myself in the pitch darkness. The air was thick and humid, carrying a musty scent of earth and decay. As my eyes adjusted, I realized I wasn't in total darkness after all. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from the ground. I sat up, my hands sinking into what felt like thick, spongy moss. The bioluminescent light pulsed gently, revealing that I had landed on a vast bed of glowing fungi. The soft light extended in all directions, illuminating a cavern of impossible size. "What in God's name?" I muttered, struggling to my feet. As I stood, I became aware of movement in my peripheral vision. I whirled around, heart pounding, half expecting to see the bird-masked cultists or some eldritch horror. Instead, I found myself face to face with a plant? No, not just a plant. The cavern floor was alive with vegetation unlike anything I'd ever seen. Ferns unfurled their fronds with visible movement, their leaves iridescent in the fungal light. Vines snaked across the ground, their tendrils reaching out as if tasting the air. And towering above it all were massive structures that looked like a cross between trees and coral, their branches swaying despite the lack of wind. Impossible, I breathed, my scientific mind reeling. How can all this exist down here? As if in answer, a low, melodic hum filled the air. It wasn't the maddening bird song from above, but something older, more primal. The plants seemed to respond to it, their movements becoming more animated. I took a tentative step forward, and the moss beneath my feet rippled, sending out waves of bioluminescence. The hum grew louder, and I realized with a start that it was coming from the vegetation itself. This underground ecosystem was alive in ways I couldn't begin to comprehend. As I ventured deeper into the cavern, I became aware of movement among the alien flora. At first, I thought it was just more plants, but then I caught a glimpse of something decidedly human. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the vast space. "Is someone there?" The movement stopped abruptly. Then, from behind a cluster of glowing mushrooms, a figure emerged. It was humanoid in shape, but as it stepped into the light, I had to stifle a gasp. The being before me was pale, almost translucent, its skin seeming to glow faintly from within. It was hairless, with large, dark eyes that appeared to have no pupils. Most strikingly, where its mouth should have been, there was only smooth skin. I took an involuntary step back, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The creature tilted its head, regarding me with what seemed like curiosity. Then, to my amazement, it began to sing. The melody that emanated from the being was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It was as if the creature's entire body was an instrument, producing harmonies that resonated in my very bones. And strangest of all, I found that I could understand it. "Welcome, surface dweller," the song seemed to say. "You have fallen far from your world of light." I blinked, unsure if I was going mad or if this was all some dying hallucination as I plummeted to my death. You can communicate through song?" I asked hesitantly. The being's song changed slightly, taking on a tone that I somehow knew was amusement. "All life sings," it replied. "Some have simply forgotten how to listen." As we conversed, more of the pale beings emerged from the surrounding vegetation. They gathered around us, their collective song growing stronger. I felt no fear, only a profound sense of wonder. "What are you?" I asked. "How long have you been down here?" The first being's song took on a more solemn tone. "We are the Echoes," it explained. "Once we walked the surface world as you do, but when the sleeping one first stirred, our ancestors sought refuge in the depths. Over countless generations, we adapted to this realm of eternal twilight." I shook my head, overwhelmed by the implications. "The sleeping one, you know about it? Is that what's causing all the chaos up above?" The Echo's song grew more complex, layered with what I sensed was concern and ancient knowledge. "The sleeping one is stirring," they sang in unison. "Its dreams reach out, twisting the world above. If it fully awakens, both our realms will be unmade." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the horrific transformations I'd witnessed in the forest. "How do we stop it?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. The lead Echo approached me, its large eyes seeming to peer into my very soul. "You carry the song within you," it sang softly. "We sensed it as you fell. You have a role to play, surface dweller." Before I could ask what it meant, the cavern began to tremble. Dust and small rocks rained down from the distant ceiling. The plants around us writhed in agitation, their bioluminescence flickering erratically. What's happening? I shouted over the growing rumble. The echo's song took on an urgent tone. The sleeping one stirs, they sang. Its awakening nears. Come, we must hurry to the heart chamber. There, the true nature of your task will be revealed. With no other choice, I followed the echoes as they led me deeper into their subterranean world. We passed through twisting tunnels lined with pulsing fungi, across underground rivers that glowed with an inner light, and through groves of crystalline structures that sang with the slightest touch. As we traveled, the echoes taught me more of their song speech. I found myself able to communicate with increasing complexity, asking questions about their history and the nature of the sleeping one. Our oldest songs tell of a time when the sleeping one walked the earth, one echo sang as we navigated a narrow ledge overlooking a vast chasm. It was neither good nor evil, but simply was. Its very presence reshaped reality. Why did it go to sleep, I asked, my own attempts at their musical language still clumsy but improving. Another echo joined in, its song tinged with sadness. The world changed. New life arose, life that could not withstand its presence. Rather than destroy what had evolved in its absence, it chose to slumber. We emerged into another massive cavern, this one dominated by a colossal structure that looked like a fusion of a tree and a cathedral. Its trunk was easily 100 feet in diameter, with branches that arched overhead like flying buttresses. The entire thing pulsed with a soft blue-white light. The heart chamber, the lead echo sang reverently. Here we have kept vigil for countless ages, maintaining the lullaby that keeps the sleeping one at rest. As we approached the base of the structure, I became aware of a deep, rhythmic thrumming. It resonated through the ground, through the air, through my very being. With a jolt, I realized it was the counterpoint to the maddening birdsong I'd heard on the surface. You feel it, the echo observed. The true song. The one that has been calling to you since you first arrived in the forest above. I nodded, unable to speak as the full weight of what was happening crashed over me. Somehow, impossibly, I was at the center of something vast and ancient, something that threatened the very fabric of reality. The lead echo gestured towards an opening at the base of the tree cathedral. Enter, it sang. Your destiny awaits. With a deep breath, I stepped inside. The interior was a single vast chamber, its walls alive with swirling patterns of light. At the center stood a dais, upon which rested what looked like a living orb of water, suspended in midair. As I approached, images began to form in the orb. I saw flashes of the world above, of the twisted forest and the bird-masked cultists. I saw other places too, deserts transforming into lush jungles, mountains crumbling into dust, oceans boiling and freezing in the blink of an eye. What am I seeing? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The world as it will be if the sleeping one fully awakens, the echo's song was somber. Reality itself will be unmade and remade according to its whims. Few will survive the transition. I tore my eyes away from the horrific visions. How do I stop it? You said I have a role to play. What is it? The echo's song grew more complex, layered with emotions I couldn't fully comprehend. The lullaby that keeps the sleeping one at rest is weakening. It must be renewed, strengthened. But to do so requires a sacrifice. My heart sank. What kind of sacrifice? A merger, the echo sang, between one who walks in the world above and one who dwells in the depths. A joining of two songs to create a new harmony strong enough to soothe the sleeping one. I took a step back, the implications hitting me like a physical blow. You mean, I'd have to stay down here? Become like you? The echo's song was gentle, but firm. Yes. Your consciousness, your memories, your very essence would merge with one of us. Together, you would become the new voice of the lullaby. I shook my head, overwhelmed. I can't. I have a life up there. People who care about me, my work. We understand, the echo sang sympathetically. The choice must be yours. But know this, if the sleeping one awakens, all you know and love will be lost regardless. I stared at the orb, watching as more visions of devastation played out across its surface. I thought of Sarah, of Dr. Thornton, of all the people in the town above. I thought of the birds I'd come here to study, of the forest I'd grown to love. With a heavy heart, I realized there was only one choice I could make. "I'll do it," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Tell me what I need to do." The echo's song swelled with a mixture of joy and sorrow. "Step into the orb," it instructed. "Open your mind and your heart to the song. Let it fill you. Become you." Taking a deep breath, I reached out and touched the surface of the orb. It was cool and yielding, like touching the surface of a soap bubble. With one last look at the world I was leaving behind, I stepped forward, allowing the strange liquid to envelop me. As I was submerged, I felt a presence joining with me. The echo I had been speaking with was merging its consciousness with mine. Our memories, our knowledge, our very beings began to intertwine. And then, we began to sing. The song that erupted from our joined being was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was a symphony of life and death, of growth and decay, of sleeping and waking. It resonated through the heart chamber, through the caverns beyond, and up into the world above. As we sang, I could feel the sleeping one responding. Its restless stirring began to calm, its chaotic dreams subsiding. The visions in the orb around us shifted, showing the forest above returning to normal, the twisted creatures regaining their true forms. I don't know how long we sang. Time lost all meaning as we poured everything we were into the lullaby. But gradually I became aware that the crisis had passed. The sleeping one had been soothed back into its deep slumber. As our song faded to a gentle hum, I found myself back in the heart chamber, forever changed. I was neither fully human nor fully echo, but something new. A guardian of the boundary between sleeping and waking. I turned to the other echoes who regarded me with a mixture of awe and acceptance. When I spoke, it was with a voice that was both song and speech. "The danger has passed," I said, sang. "But our vigil must continue. For as long as the sleeping one dreams, we must be here to sing the lullaby." As the echoes dispersed to spread the news throughout their underground realm, I took one last look at the orb. In its depths, I caught a fleeting glimpse of Sarah and Dr. Thornton, standing at the edge of a now peaceful forest. They were safe, even if they would never know the sacrifice that had been made to protect them. With a bittersweet smile, I turned away from the last vestiges of my old life. I had a new purpose now, a new existence that spanned two worlds. And as I settled into my role as keeper of the cosmic balance, I began to sing once more. A song of sleeping gods and the fragile beauty of a universe hanging in the balance. The cavern thrummed with an otherworldly energy as I stood before the gathered echoes, their large pupilless eyes fixed upon me. The merger had changed me in ways I was still struggling to comprehend. My skin now held a faint luminescence, and I could feel the vibrations of the earth and the whispers of the sleeping god, as if they were extensions of my own nervous system. The elder of the echoes, a being I now knew as Siltharina, approached me. Her song speech reverberated through the chamber, a complex harmony of concern and urgency. "The time grows short, John, who is now more," she intoned. "The awakening ritual above gains strength. We must act swiftly." I nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon me. "Teach me," I said, my own voice now a blend of human speech and the echo's melodic language. "Show me how to weave the counter-melody." Siltharina's song took on a more somber tone. "It will not be easy," she warned. "The song you must learn is as old as the earth itself. It requires not just voice, but the very essence of your being. Are you prepared for the toll it will take?" I thought of the world above, of Sarah and Dr. Thornton, of the forests and cities that would be unmade if we failed. "I am," I said firmly. The elder nodded, then gestured for the other echoes to form a circle around us. As they began to hum a low, resonant tone, Siltharina placed her hands on either side of my head. The contact sent a jolt through me, and suddenly my mind was flooded with images and sounds from eons past. I saw the world as it was before humans, before even the dinosaurs. I witnessed the Sleeping One in all its terrifying glory, its mere presence reshaping reality. And then I heard it, the song that had lulled it to sleep, a melody so complex and beautiful that it brought tears to my eyes. As the vision faded, I found myself on my knees, gasping for breath. The other echoes looked at me with a mixture of awe and concern. "You have seen the truth," Siltharina said softly. "Now you must learn to sing it." For what felt like hours or perhaps days, time had little meaning in this subterranean realm. I practiced. My voice cracked and strained as I attempted to replicate the intricate harmonies and impossible notes of the ancient lullaby. The echoes were patient teachers guiding me through each difficult passage. As I sang, I could feel the cavern responding. The bioluminescent fungi pulsed in time with the melody, and the strange coral-like trees swayed, as if caught in an unfelt breeze. Even the very rocks seemed to resonate with the song. Finally, exhausted and with my throat raw, I managed to complete the entire counter-melody without faltering. The assembled echoes burst into a chorus of approving trills and chirps. Siltharina approached me, her expression solemn. "You have learned well, John, who is now more, but the true test lies above. Are you ready to face what awaits on the surface?" I nodded, feeling a mix of determination and fear. "I am. But how do we get back up there? The sinkhole I fell through." The elder's song took on an amused tone. "There are many paths between our world and yours, for those who know how to walk them." She gestured towards a narrow tunnel that I hadn't noticed before. "This will lead you to where you need to be. But be warned, the world above may have changed in ways you cannot imagine." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. As I turned to enter the tunnel, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was one of the younger echoes, one who had been particularly helpful during my training. "I will go with you," it said, its song tinged with determination. "You may need aid in the world above." I smiled, grateful for the companionship. "Thank you," I said. "What should I call you?" The echo's song shifted, becoming more melodic. "In your tongue, I am Lyria," she said. With a final nod to Siltharina and the other echoes, Lyria and I entered the tunnel. The path twisted and turned, sometimes so narrow we had to squeeze through sideways, other times opening into caverns of breathtaking beauty. All the while, I could feel the pull of the surface growing stronger. As we neared the end of the tunnel, I began to hear something that made my blood run cold. It was the bird song from before, but amplified 100-fold. The maddening melody seemed to penetrate the very rock around us. "They're getting closer to awakening it," I said to Lyria, my voice tight with worry. She nodded, her large eyes reflecting the dim bioluminescence of the tunnel. "We must hurry," she sang softly. We emerged from the tunnel into a scene of utter chaos. The forest I had known was gone, replaced by a nightmarish landscape of writhing vegetation and impossible geometries. The trees had become towering monstrosities, their branches reaching towards the sky like grasping fingers. The ground pulsed and shifted as if alive, and the air was thick with the mind-bending song of thousands of birds. In the center of it all was a massive sinkhole, not the one I had fallen through, but a new one, easily 100 feet across. From its depths came a sickly, pulsing light and a low, earth-shaking rumble. "Oh God," I whispered, the full horror of the situation hitting me. We might be too late. Lyria's song was tense but determined. "No," she trilled. "Look there." She pointed towards the edge of the sinkhole. There, barely visible through the chaos, I saw a group of figures. Some wore the bird masks of the cultists, while others... My heart leapt as I recognized Sarah and Dr. Thornton among them. "They're fighting it," I said. a spark of hope igniting in my chest. They're trying to stop the awakening. Without another word, Lyria and I began to make our way towards the sinkhole. The transformed landscape fought us every step of the way. Vines lashed out, trying to ensnare us. The ground buckled and heaved beneath our feet. And all the while, that maddening birdsong grew louder, threatening to overwhelm my senses. As we neared the group, I could hear snatches of conversation over the cacophony. "Can't hold it much longer," that was Sarah's voice, strained and desperate. "Keep singing," Dr. Thornton shouted back. "It's our only chance." I realized they were attempting their own counter-melody, a ragtag harmony that was barely holding the awakening at bay. But it wasn't enough. The pulsing light from the sinkhole grew brighter, and I could see something vast and terrible beginning to take shape in its depths. "Sarah! Dr. Thornton!" I called out as we finally reached them. They turned, their eyes widening in shock as they took in my transformed appearance. "John?" Sarah gasped. "Is that really you? What happened to you?" There was no time to explain. "I know how to stop this," I said quickly. "But I need your help. All of you." Dr. Thornton looked skeptical but desperate. "How?" "We've tried everything." I took a deep breath, feeling the ancient melody thrumming through my veins. "Just follow my lead." And then I began to sing. The counter-melody poured out of me, more powerful and pure than it had been even in the echo's cavern. I could feel the surprise and awe from those around me, but there was no time to dwell on it. I gestured frantically for them to join in. To my relief, they did. Sarah and Dr. Thornton's voices blended with mine first, their scientific minds quickly grasping the complex harmonies. Then, one by one, the others joined. Even some of the cultists, their masks discarded as they were swept up in the power of the song. Lyria's voice soared above us all, adding an otherworldly quality to the melody that sent shivers down my spine. As we sang, I could feel the very fabric of reality trembling around us. The writhing vegetation began to still. The impossible geometries started to unravel. And from the depths of the sinkhole, there came a sound, not of awakening, but of something vast and ancient settling back into slumber. But it wasn't enough. I could feel the strain on my body and mind as I poured everything I had into the song. The others were flagging too, their voices growing hoarse and weak. The sleeping one was fighting the lullaby, its dreams of awakening not easily dispelled. In that moment of desperation, I remembered Siltharina's words. "It requires not just voice, but the very essence of your being." I understood then what I had to do. With a silent apology to Sarah, to Dr. Thornton, to the life I was leaving behind, I stepped to the edge of the sinkhole. Still singing, I locked eyes with Lyria. She nodded, understanding passing between us. Together we leapt into the abyss. As we fell, our voices never faltering, I felt myself beginning to change. My body was dissolving, merging with the very essence of the song. Lyria too was transforming, our beings intertwining as we became one with the counter-melody. We struck the surface of something that was neither liquid nor solid, and in that moment, I saw the sleeping one in all its incomprehensible glory. Its dreams washed over me, visions of realities unmade and remade, of cosmic truths no human mind was meant to comprehend. But we did not falter. Our song, for we were the song now, grew stronger, weaving itself into the very fabric of the sleeping one's consciousness. We became the lullaby, the buffer between slumber and awakening, between cosmic horror and the fragile beauty of the world above. I don't know how long we sang. Time had no meaning in that place between places. But gradually I became aware of a change. The sleeping one's dreams grew calmer, its stirrings less violent. The threat of awakening receded, replaced by the deep, steady rhythm of cosmic slumber. As our song faded to a gentle hum, I felt myself being drawn back. Up through the sinkhole, through layers of rock and earth, back to the world I had left behind. But I was no longer fully human, nor was I fully Echo. I had become something new, a guardian of the boundary between sleeping and waking. I opened my eyes to find myself lying on the forest floor. The sinkhole was gone, the trees once again normal. Sarah and Dr. Thornton knelt beside me, their faces etched with concern and wonder. "John?" Sarah said softly, her voice hoarse from singing. Are you okay?" I sat up slowly, feeling the echo of the counter-melody still humming through my being. "I'm different," I said, my voice a strange blend of human speech and echo song. "But I'm here." Dr. Thornton shook her head in amazement. "What happened down there? The sinkhole, the thing we saw?" I smiled sadly. "It's a long story," I said. "One that I'm not sure you'd believe. But the important thing is, it's over. The sleeping one will not wake, at least not for a very long time." As I looked around, I saw the cultists being rounded up by park rangers and police who had finally arrived on the scene. The forest was healing itself, the last traces of the eldritch transformation fading away. But I knew that my journey was far from over. I could feel the connection to the sleeping one, to the delicate balance between cosmic forces that I now had to maintain. And somewhere, in a place between worlds, I knew Lyria was waiting for me. "I can't stay," I said softly to Sarah and Dr. Thornton. "There's work I have to do to make sure this never happens again." Sarah's eyes filled with tears. "Will we ever see you again?" I reached out and squeezed her hand. "I'll be around," I said, "in the song of the birds, in the whisper of the wind through the trees. And who knows, maybe someday, when the world needs reminding of the tune that keeps reality intact, you'll hear my voice again." As I stood, I felt the pull of two worlds, the sunlit realm of humanity and the bioluminescent caverns of the echoes. With one last smile at my friends, I began to sing. The air shimmered around me, reality bending to the will of the counter-melody. And as the forest faded from view, replaced by the glowing fungi and crystalline structures of the underground realm, I knew that my greatest adventure, as guardian of the cosmic lullaby, was just beginning. The forest was healing, but the scars remained. I stood at the edge of where the massive sinkhole had been, now nothing more than a slight depression in the earth rapidly being reclaimed by vegetation. The air hummed with an undercurrent of energy that only I could perceive, the residual vibrations of the sleeping one's near awakening. Sarah approached, her steps hesitant. I could sense her unease, her struggle to reconcile the John she knew with the being I had become. "John?" she said softly. "Are you still in there?" I turned to face her, knowing my appearance must be unsettling. My skin had a faint, otherworldly glow, and my eyes now held depths that reflected the vast cosmic truths I had glimpsed. "I'm here, Sarah," I replied, my voice a strange blend of human speech and the melodic tones of the echoes. "But I'm also more." She nodded, trying to understand. "What happens now? Is it really over?" I sighed, feeling the weight of my new responsibilities settling upon me. "The immediate danger has passed," I explained. "But the sleeping one, it's still there, beneath the surface. Its dreams can still reshape reality if we're not vigilant." Dr. Thornton joined us, her face etched with a mixture of scientific curiosity and barely concealed fear. "And you're what? Its guardian now?" "In a sense," I said. "I'm the buffer between its slumber and our world, the living embodiment of the lullaby that keeps it asleep." Sarah's eyes widened. "That song, the one we all sang together, that was the lullaby?" I nodded. "A fragment of it. The full melody is beyond human comprehension. It's woven into the fabric of reality itself." Dr. Thornton shook her head, struggling to process it all. "This is God, John. This is beyond anything we could have imagined when we started studying those bird populations." A pang of nostalgia hit me as I remembered the simplicity of my former life. "Yeah," I said softly. "Feels like a lifetime ago now." Suddenly, a discordant note rang through the air. To Sarah and Dr. Thornton, it might have sounded like nothing more than an off-key bird call, but to my enhanced senses it was like nails on a cosmic chalkboard. I stiffened, my eyes scanning the tree line. "Something's wrong," I said, my voice tense. "What is it?" Sarah asked, alarmed by my sudden change in demeanor. Before I could answer, a figure burst from the underbrush. It was one of the cultists who had escaped during the chaos of the Sleeping One's near awakening. His eyes were wild, his bird mask askew, and in his hand he clutched a crude dagger made of some strange, iridescent material. "The awakening cannot be stopped," he shrieked, lunging towards us. I reacted instinctively, pushing Sarah and Dr. Thornton behind me. As the cultist charged, I opened my mouth and let out a single, pure note. The sound visibly rippled through the air, striking the man like a physical force. He stumbled, the dagger falling from his grasp. What are you?" he gasped, staring at me with a mixture of awe and terror. I took a step forward, my voice resonating with power. "I am the Watcher," I said, the title coming to me unbidden. "The guardian of the dreaming god. Your ritual has failed. Go now and trouble this place no more." The cultist scrambled backward, tripping over roots and undergrowth in his haste to escape. As he disappeared into the forest, I turned back to Sarah and Dr. Thornton, who were staring at me with wide eyes. "Holy shit, John," Sarah breathed. "That was intense." I nodded grimly. "And it's not over. That dagger he was carrying, it's made from a fragment of the Sleeping One's essence. Its very existence is an aberration, a threat to the balance we've just restored." Dr. Thornton frowned. "What does that mean? Is it dangerous?" "Extremely," I said. "In the wrong hands, it could be used to tear holes in the fabric of reality, to let the Sleeping One's dreams seep into our world." I could feel a pull, a cosmic tug urging me to action. "I have to go after him," I said. "I have to find that dagger and destroy it." Sarah grabbed my arm. "We'll come with you," she said firmly. I shook my head. "It's too dangerous. Where I'm going, it's not entirely in this reality. You could get lost between worlds." Dr. Thornton stepped forward, her jaw set with determination. "John, we've come this far together. We're not abandoning you now, otherworldly powers or not." I looked at them both, feeling a surge of affection for these humans who had become so much more than colleagues. "All right," I said finally, "but stay close, and whatever you do, don't let go of me." I took their hands, one in each of mine, and began to sing. It wasn't the full lullaby. That would have overwhelmed their mortal minds, but a simplified version, a key to unlock the hidden paths between realities. The forest around us began to shimmer and shift. Colors became more vivid, then began to bleed into one another. The trees stretched and distorted, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. And underlying it all was that maddening bird song, the echo of the Sleeping One's dreams. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, her grip on my hand tightening. "Don't look directly at anything," I warned them. "Focus on me, on my voice. It'll keep you anchored." We moved through this warped version of the forest, following traces of the cultists' passage that only I could perceive. Strange creatures flitted at the edges of our vision, things that were part bird, part shadow, part living geometry. The air itself seemed to pulse with malevolent intent. "John," Dr. Thornton said, her voice strained. "I can hear whispers. They're telling me to let go, to embrace the dream." "Ignore them," I said firmly, infusing my voice with the power of the lullaby. "They're echoes of the Sleeping One's consciousness, trying to draw you in. Focus on my song." We pressed on, deeper into this nightmare realm. The landscape became increasingly alien. Forests of crystal that sang with discordant melodies, rivers of flowing mathematics, mountains that rearranged themselves when you weren't looking directly at them. Finally, We emerged into a clearing that defied Euclidean geometry. At its center stood the cultist, his arms raised towards a sky that boiled with impossible colors. The dagger hovered before him, pulsing with an inner light that hurt to look at. "Yes," he cried out, his voice distorted and multi-layered. "Come, O dreamer, awaken and remake this paltry world in your image." "Stop," I shouted, my voice carrying the full weight of my newfound power. The cultist whirled to face us, his eyes now glowing with an inner fire. "You're too late, Watcher," he sneered. "The key has been turned, the lock is opening. Soon, the sleeping one will." His words were cut off as a massive tremor shook the impossible landscape. The sky above us split open, revealing a vast, lidless eye that filled the entire horizon. Its gaze swept over us, and I felt the full weight of the sleeping one's attention bearing down upon this fragile bubble of reality. Sarah and Dr. Thornton fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the sheer cosmic horror of what they were witnessing. Even I, changed as I was, felt my grip on sanity beginning to slip, but then I heard it. A faint, familiar melody drifting up from the depths of my being. Lyria's voice, the essence of the echo that had merged with me, singing the counter-melody. I straightened, drawing strength from the song. "No," I said, my voice growing in power. "This ends now." I began to sing in earnest, weaving together the lullaby with Lyria's counter-melody. The sound expanded outward, a spherical wave of pure harmonic energy that caused the very air to ripple. The cultist screamed, clutching his head. "No, you can't! The awakening must happen. We've waited so long." But his protests were drowned out by the song. The dagger shuddered, cracks appearing in its otherworldly surface. The sky-filling eye began to close, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. I poured everything I had into the song, drawing upon reserves of power I didn't know I possessed. Sarah and Dr. Thornton, recovering slightly, added their voices to mine. Their human tones blended with my otherworldly melody, creating a harmony that spoke of the beauty and resilience of our reality. With a sound like shattering glass multiplied 1,000-fold, the dagger exploded into motes of quickly fading light. The cultist collapsed, strings cut, nothing more than a normal man once again. The eye closed fully, and with it, the impossible landscape around us began to fade. The colors bled away, the non-Euclidean geometries straightened themselves out, and soon we found ourselves back in the normal forest, the late afternoon sun filtering through the leaves above. I fell to my knees, exhausted beyond measure. Sarah and Dr. Thornton were at my side in an instant, supporting me. "John? John, are you okay?" Sarah asked, her voice frantic. I nodded weakly. "Yeah, that took a lot out of me." Dr. Thornton looked around, bewildered. What happened? Where's the cultist?" I gestured to a spot a few yards away where the man lay unconscious but breathing. "He's there. He'll live, but I don't think he'll remember much of what happened. Probably for the best." As my strength slowly returned, I became aware of a change in the forest around us. The birds were singing again, but their songs were different now, more complex, more harmonious. I could hear echoes of the lullaby in their calls. "It's done," I said softly. "The tear has been mended. The sleeping one's dreams have been contained for now." Sarah helped me to my feet. "For now?" she asked. "You mean this could happen again?" I nodded grimly. "The sleeping one is eternal. As long as it dreams, there's a chance for those dreams to affect our world. But now..." I trailed off, feeling a new awareness settling over me. I could sense the ley lines of reality, the weak points where the barrier between our world and the realm of dreams was thinnest. "Now I can watch," I finished. "I can guard those weak points, strengthen them. And if something like this ever happens again..." "We'll be ready," Dr. Thornton said firmly. I looked at them both, these humans who had faced incomprehensible cosmic horrors and emerged with their sanity intact. "You don't have to be part of this," I said. "You could go back to your normal lives, forget all of this ever happened." Sarah snorted. Fat chance. You're stuck with us, bird boy. Despite everything, I felt a smile tugging at my lips. Okay then, I guess we have work to do. As we made our way out of the forest, I could feel the weight of my new responsibility settling upon me. I was the watcher now, the guardian of the dreaming god. But I wasn't alone. With Sarah and Dr. Thornton by my side, and the song of the echoes in my heart, I felt ready to face whatever cosmic horrors might threaten our reality. The birds sang overhead, their melody a reminder of the delicate balance we had to maintain. And as we stepped out of the forest and into the fading light of day, I knew that our greatest adventures and our greatest challenges were yet to come. Months had passed since that fateful day in the forest, but the echoes of our encounter with the Sleeping One still reverberated through our lives. I stood at the window of our makeshift headquarters, a ramshackle cabin on the outskirts of town that we'd converted into a base of operations. Outside, the autumn leaves were turning, their colors a vivid reminder of how much time had passed. Sarah's voice broke through my reverie. "John? We've got something." I turned to find her hunched over a complex array of equipment, a bizarre marriage of cutting-edge technology and arcane artifacts we'd cobbled together to monitor the thin places between worlds. "What is it?" I asked, moving to join her. Dr. Thornton looked up from her own station, her face grave. Another breach. Small, but growing. I closed my eyes, extending my senses outward. Sure enough, I could feel it. A discordant note in the symphony of reality, a place where the Sleeping One's dreams were seeping through. "Where?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Sarah pulled up a map on one of the screens. The old mining town of Hollow Creek. It's been abandoned for decades, but our readings show increased activity there over the past week. I nodded grimly. The cultists, they're trying again. Dr. Thornton frowned. But how? We destroyed the dagger, without a focus point for the Sleeping One's essence. They found another way, I cut in, my voice tinged with the otherworldly resonance that never quite left me these days. The Sleeping One's dreams. They're insidious. They find cracks, no matter how small, and widen them. Sarah stood, determination etched on her face. Then we go to Hollow Creek. We stop this before it starts. I hesitated. Each time we intervened, each time I used my powers to mend the fabric of reality, I could feel something changing within me. The human part of me was slowly being eroded, replaced by something other. Dr. Thornton must have sensed my unease. "John," she said softly, "we need you. You're the only one who can truly stop this." I nodded, pushing my doubts aside. "All right, let's go." The drive to Hollow Creek was tense, filled with a heavy silence that none of us seemed willing to break. As we neared the town, I could feel the wrongness growing stronger. The birds had gone quiet, and even the trees seemed to lean away from the road, as if trying to escape some unseen horror. We parked at the outskirts of town and continued on foot. Hollow Creek was a ghost town in the truest sense. Empty buildings with broken windows stared at us like hollow eye sockets, and the wind whistled mournfully through abandoned mine shafts. "My God," Sarah whispered. "What happened here?" I cocked my head, listening to something only I could hear. "The dreams found fertile ground," I said. "In the despair of a dying town, in the echoes of lives abandoned, the Sleeping One's influence has been growing here for years." As if to punctuate my words, a flock of birds suddenly burst from a nearby building. But these were no ordinary birds. Their forms twisted and writhed as they flew, beaks elongating into needle-like protrusions, wings sprouting extra appendages. "Get down," I shouted, pushing Sarah and Dr. Thornton behind an overturned truck. The flock wheeled overhead, their cries a maddening cacophony that set my teeth on edge. I stood, drawing upon the power of the lullaby, and let out a single pure note. The sound rippled through the air, visible waves of harmonic energy that collided with the twisted birds. They shrieked, their impossible forms unraveling, and fell to the ground as nothing more than piles of feathers and quickly evaporating ooze. That's new, Dr. Thornton said, her scientific curiosity warring with her horror. They're getting stronger, I replied grimly. The barrier between worlds is thinner here. We need to find the source and seal it fast. We made our way deeper into town, towards the center where the old mine shaft elevator stood like a rusted sentinel. As we approached, I could feel the wrongness growing stronger, pulsing like a malignant heartbeat. There, I said, pointing to the elevator shaft. That's where they're trying to bring it through. Sarah pulled out a device of her own invention, a sort of spectral camera that could capture images of otherworldly phenomena. I'm getting massive readings, she reported. Whatever they're doing down there, it's big. Just then, a chant began to echo from the depths of the mine. The sound sent shivers down my spine. It was a twisted backwards version of the lullaby, designed to wake rather than soothe. No, I breathed. We're too late. They're starting the ritual. Dr. Thornton grabbed my arm. Can you stop it? I closed my eyes, reaching out with my senses. The chant was powerful, resonating with the sleeping one's essence. But underneath it, I could hear something else. A faint counter-melody, the song of reality fighting back. I can try, I said, but I need to get closer, and I might not be able to protect you both if something goes wrong. Sarah and Dr. Thornton exchanged a look. We're with you, Sarah said firmly. All the way. We approached the elevator shaft, the chanting growing louder with each step. The air around us began to warp and twist, reality struggling to maintain its shape in the face of the sleeping one's influence. Stay close, I warned, and whatever you do, don't let go of each other. Taking a deep breath, I began to sing. The lullaby poured out of me, a pure, crystalline sound that cut through the cultists' chanting. As my voice rose, the world around us began to shift. The decrepit town melted away, replaced by a landscape of impossible geometry and colors that hurt to look at. We were no longer standing at the top of a mine shaft, but at the edge of a vast, swirling vortex of dream stuff and nightmares. And there, suspended above the center of the vortex, was an eye. Vast beyond comprehension, its pupil a window into a universe of madness. The sleeping one was awakening. Oh God, Sarah whimpered, her grip on my hand tightening. Don't look directly at it, I warned. My voice strained as I fought to maintain the lullaby. Focus on my voice. It's the only thing keeping us anchored to our reality. Below us, I could see the cultists, their forms twisted and elongated, more geometry than flesh now. They writhed in ecstasy, their chant reaching a fever pitch. I poured everything I had into the song, drawing upon reserves of power I didn't know I possessed. The lullaby expanded, a sphere of pure harmonic energy that pushed back against the encroaching madness. For a moment it seemed to be working. The eye began to close, the vortex of nightmares starting to collapse in on itself. But then one of the cultists looked up, its face a twisted mass of eyes and beaks. "The Watcher!" it shrieked. "Stop him!" A tendril of pure chaos lashed out, striking me in the chest. I stumbled, my song faltering for just a moment. But a moment was all it took. The eye snapped fully open, its gaze fixing upon us. I felt the full weight of the sleeping one's attention, an intellect so vast and alien that my mind began to crack under its scrutiny. "John." Dr. Thornton's voice seemed to come from very far away. "John, stay with us." I tried to focus to find the thread of the lullaby again, but it was slipping away from me. The sleeping one's dreams were overwhelming, drowning out everything else. And then, just as I was about to lose myself entirely, I heard it. A voice, achingly familiar, singing a counter-melody that wove through the chaos like a lifeline. Lyria. The echo that had merged with me, that had become a part of my very being, was singing. Her voice rekindled something within me, a spark of defiance against the cosmic horror that threatened to unmake us all. With a supreme effort of will, I found my voice again. The lullaby burst forth, stronger than ever, harmonizing with Lyria's song in a duet that shook the very foundations of reality. The cultists screamed, their twisted forms unable to withstand the purity of our song. They dissolved, returning to the stuff of dreams from which they had been wrought. The eye began to close slowly at first, then with increasing speed. The vortex of nightmares collapsed in on itself, reality reasserting its dominance. With a sound like 1,000 windows shattering at once, the barrier between worlds sealed itself. We found ourselves back in Hollow Creek, standing at the edge of the mineshaft elevator. I fell to my knees, utterly drained. Sarah and Dr. Thornton were at my side in an instant, supporting me. "John? John, can you hear me?" Sarah's voice was frantic. I nodded weakly. "I'm here. We did it." Dr. Thornton looked around, her scientific mind already working to process what had happened. "The town, it's changing." She was right. Before our eyes, Hollow Creek was transforming. The decrepit buildings were repairing themselves, color returning to the faded paint. Birds, normal birds, began to sing again, and I could hear the faint sounds of life returning to the long-abandoned streets. "The Sleeping One's influence is gone," I said, my voice hoarse. "Without it, the town is returning to what it once was." Sarah helped me to my feet. "And the cultists?" I shook my head. Gone. Unmade. They became so much a part of the dream that when it ended, they ended with it. Dr. Thornton put a hand on my shoulder. "John, what you did, that wasn't just the lullaby, was it?" I smiled wearily. "No, it was something more. Lyria and I, we're not just coexisting anymore. We're becoming something new, something that can stand against the Sleeping One." As we made our way back to our vehicle, I could feel the change within me. The human part of me and the echo were merging more fully, creating a being that was neither one nor the other, but something entirely new. I knew that our fight was far from over. The Sleeping One would try again, its dreams forever seeking purchase in our world. But for now, we had won. We had sealed the breach, saved a town, and perhaps bought ourselves a little more time. As we drove away from Hollow Creek, leaving behind a town reborn, I looked at Sarah and Dr. Thornton, these humans who had faced cosmic horrors and emerged with their sanity intact. I felt a surge of affection for them, and a renewed determination to protect this world with all its beauty and fragility. The birds sang overhead, their melody a reminder of the delicate balance we fought to maintain. And as we headed back to our makeshift headquarters, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together. The Watcher, the Echo, and the humans who dared to stand against the dreams of a sleeping god. The harsh winter wind howled outside our cabin headquarters, but inside the air was thick with tension. I stood before a large map of the country, red pins marking the locations where we'd detected breaches in reality. There were far too many for comfort. Sarah's voice broke the uneasy silence. "John, we can't keep this up forever. We're running ourselves ragged." I turned to face her and Dr. Thornton. Both looked exhausted, dark circles under their eyes testifying to countless sleepless nights. "I know," I said, my voice carrying that otherworldly resonance that had become more pronounced since Hollow Creek. "But what choice do we have, if we don't seal these breaches? The world ends." "Yeah, we get it," Dr. Thornton cut in, uncharacteristically sharp. She softened almost immediately. "I'm sorry, John. It's just, we're only human. We can't keep going at this pace." I felt a pang of guilt. In my drive to protect the world, I'd been pushing them too hard. "You're right," I conceded. "We need help." Sarah perked up. "You mean, recruit more people? But who could we possibly trust with this kind of information?" Before I could answer, a piercing shriek cut through the air. It wasn't coming from outside, but from the array of monitors and arcane devices we used to detect incursions. We rushed to the equipment. The main screen showed a pulsing red dot over a familiar location. "No," I breathed. "It can't be." Hollow Creek, Dr. Thornton confirmed, her voice grim. The readings, John, they're off the charts. This is bigger than anything we've seen before. I closed my eyes, extending my senses outward. What I felt made my blood run cold. It's not just a breach, I said. The sleeping one. It's trying to fully manifest. Sarah's face paled. But how? We sealed that place. We saw it return to normal. The sleeping one is patient, I explained, the knowledge coming from a place deeper than conscious thought. It used Hollow Creek as an anchor point, a familiar place to focus its dreams. And now it's ready to wake up, Dr. Thornton finished. I nodded grimly. We have to go. Now. The drive to Hollow Creek was tense, the silence broken only by the howling wind and the occasional update from our monitoring equipment. As we neared the town, the wrongness in the air became palpable. Even Sarah and Dr. Thornton, without my enhanced senses, were visibly uncomfortable. We crested a hill, and Hollow Creek came into view. Or rather, what was left of it. The town was melting. Buildings twisted and flowed like wax under a flame, streets rippled like water, and the sky above was a maelstrom of impossible colors. My God, Sarah whispered. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, fighting against the waves of unreality that threatened to overwhelm us. Stay focused, I warned. The sleeping one is trying to reshape this place in its image. If we let our minds wander, we'll be reshaped too. We parked at the outskirts of town and continued on foot, each step a battle against a reality that no longer played by the rules we knew. The old mineshaft elevator loomed before us, but it was no longer a simple structure of metal and wood. It pulsed and writhed, looking more like a living thing than a piece of machinery. As we approached, a figure stepped out from behind the twisted elevator. I recognized him immediately. The cultist leader we'd faced months ago. Welcome, Watcher, he said, his voice echoing strangely. You're just in time for the Grand Awakening. I pushed Sarah and Dr. Thornton behind me, readying myself for a confrontation. This ends now, I growled. I won't let you destroy this world. The cultist laughed, the sound rippling through the air like waves on a pond. Destroy? Oh no, Watcher. We're going to remake it, improve it. Under the Sleeping One's guidance, reality itself will be perfected. You're insane, Dr. Thornton spat. You have no idea what you're dealing with. The cultist's form began to shift, his features blurring and realigning into something that hurt to look at. On the contrary, Doctor, we understand perfectly. The Sleeping One has shown us the truth of existence. And now, it's time for everyone to see. He raised his arms, and the ground beneath us began to tremble. The mine shaft elevator creaked and groaned, its doors slowly opening to reveal not a shaft but a swirling vortex of nightmares. I knew what I had to do. Turning to Sarah and Dr. Thornton, I spoke quickly. I have to go in there. It's the only way to stop this. Sarah grabbed my arm. John, no, you can't. You might not come back. I placed my hand over hers, feeling the warmth of her humanity. I have to try. But I need you both to do something for me. The lullaby. I've taught you parts of it. You need to sing. Create a barrier around this place. Keep the dreams from spreading. Dr. Thornton nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. We'll do it. But John, come back to us. I managed a smile. I'll do my best. With one last look at my friends, my anchors to humanity, I turned and strode towards the vortex. The cultist made no move to stop me, his twisted form vibrating with anticipation. As I stepped into the swirling chaos, I heard Sarah and Dr. Thornton begin to sing. Their voices, though human, carried the power of the lullaby, creating a dome of protective energy around Hollow Creek. Then, I was falling. The world around me was a kaleidoscope of fractured realities, each shard showing a different version of what could be. I saw worlds where humanity had evolved into beings of pure energy, planets where life took forms that defied comprehension, universes where the very concepts of space and time were meaningless. And through it all, I felt the presence of the Sleeping One. It was vast beyond imagining, a cosmic intellect that spanned realities. Its dreams were the stuff of creation and destruction, and now it was stirring. I reached deep within myself, calling upon every ounce of power I possessed. The lullaby rose within me, not just a song but a fundamental force of reality. As I sang, I felt Lyria's essence merging with mine more fully than ever before. We were no longer two beings sharing a form, but a single entity, neither human nor echo, but something entirely new. Our voice rang out, a pure crystalline sound that cut through the chaos of the Sleeping One's dreams. I could feel it react, its vast consciousness focusing on us. Who dares? The thought wasn't words, but a concept that filled every fiber of my being. I am the Watcher, we replied, our voice resonating with power. The guardian of the dreaming god, and I say to you now, sleep. Your time is not yet come. I felt amusement from the vast entity, tinged with something like respect. You are bold, little one, but you cannot comprehend what I am, what I will bring. Images flooded my mind, worlds remade in the Sleeping One's image, realities where the laws of physics were mere suggestions, existence freed from the constraints of logic and reason. I see what you offer, we said, but it's not for us, not for humanity. We're not ready for your gifts. They will never be ready, came the response. I have slept for eons, waiting. It is time. The vortex around us began to solidify, taking on more defined shapes. I realized with horror that the Sleeping One was beginning to manifest, to pull itself fully into our reality. Desperately, I reached out with my song, trying to soothe the cosmic entity back into slumber. But it was like trying to stop an avalanche with a whisper. The Sleeping One's awakening had too much momentum. And then, just as I was about to be overwhelmed, I heard it. Sarah and Dr. Thornton's voices, faint but clear, singing the lullaby. Their song threaded through the chaos, reaching me, strengthening me. I wasn't alone. I never had been. With renewed determination, we began to sing again. But this time, it wasn't just the lullaby. It was a new song, one that spoke of humanity's potential, of the beauty and wonder of a universe that still held mysteries. It was a song of balance, of the need for both dreams and waking, for both cosmic wonder and earthly joys. The Sleeping One's manifestation slowed, then stopped. I could feel its vast intellect considering, weighing the truth of our song. Perhaps. The thought was tinged with something almost like regret. Perhaps it is not yet time. Sleep, we sang. Sleep and dream. But let your dreams inspire rather than overwhelm. Let them be a beacon of possibility, not a force of destruction. Slowly, so slowly, the vortex began to collapse. The fragments of alternate realities faded, returning to the realm of potential rather than actuality. The Sleeping One's presence receded, not gone but no longer pressing against the fabric of our world. As the chaos subsided, I found myself back in Hollow Creek. The town was still twisted, buildings and streets warped into impossible shapes. But the sense of wrongness was fading. Reality was reasserting itself, guided by the lullaby that still echoed through the air. Sarah and Dr. Thornton rushed to me, their faces etched with worry and relief. "John," Sarah cried, embracing me tightly. "We thought we'd lost you." I hugged her back, savoring the simple human contact. For a moment there, so did I. Dr. Thornton looked around at the slowly normalizing town. "Is it over? Did we win?" I shook my head. "Not over. Never over. But we've earned a reprieve. The Sleeping One has returned to its slumber for now." As we made our way back to our vehicle, I could feel the change within me. The merger with Lyria was complete, creating a being that was more than the sum of its parts. I was the Watcher now, fully and truly, with all the power and responsibility that entailed. But looking at Sarah and Dr. Thornton, I knew I was still human too. Their love, their unwavering support, had been the anchor that kept me from losing myself in the cosmic depths. As we drove away from Hollow Creek, leaving behind a town forever changed, but no longer in danger of unmaking reality, I knew our work was far from over. The sleeping one would stir again, its dreams forever seeking purchase in our world. But we would be ready. And in the meantime, we had a world to protect, to nurture, to help grow into something that might, someday, be ready for the wonders and terrors of a fully awakened cosmos. The sun was rising as we crested a hill, its light chasing away the lingering shadows of the night's ordeal. And in that moment, with my friends beside me and a new day dawning, I allowed myself to hope. For in the delicate balance between sleeping and waking, between cosmic dreams and human determination, lay the seeds of a future brighter than any of us could imagine. The ground beneath our feet shuddered violently, sending tremors up through our bodies. I struggled to maintain my footing as the earth split open before us, revealing a chasm of unfathomable depth. From within the abyss, a massive, alien eye slowly emerged, its pupil dilating as it took in the chaotic scene around us. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of breaking earth and screeching birds. "It's real. It's all real." I swallowed hard, trying to quell the rising panic in my chest. This was the moment we had been dreading, the culmination of all our fears and suspicions. The entity, this ancient, slumbering beast of legend, was finally awakening. Taking a deep breath, I began to sing the counter-melody the elder had taught me. My voice was shaky at first, barely audible over the din of the forest's transformation, but I pressed on, knowing that this song was our only hope of stopping the catastrophe unfolding before us. "What are you doing?" Dr. Thornton called out, her eyes wild with a mixture of fear and excitement. She was still under the entity's thrall, her body swaying in time with the cultist's chant. I ignored her, focusing all my energy on the intricate notes and harmonies of the counter-melody. As I sang, I felt a strange vibration in the air around me, as if the very molecules were resonating with my voice. Sarah, who had been standing frozen in shock, suddenly snapped out of her trance. She turned to me, her eyes wide with recognition. Without a word, she joined in, her voice harmonizing perfectly with mine, as if she had known the song all along. Our combined voices grew stronger, cutting through the chaos around us. The cultists faltered in their chanting, some of them turning to look at us with confusion and anger. As we sang, the massive eye before us blinked slowly, its gaze seeming to focus on our small group. The ground continued to shift and crack, and I could see more of the entity's form beginning to emerge from the depths. Massive, feathered tentacles burst from the ground around us, flailing wildly and uprooting trees as if they were matchsticks. One of them whipped dangerously close to where we stood, and I had to duck to avoid being struck. "Keep singing," I shouted to Sarah during a brief pause in the melody. "We can't let it fully awaken." She nodded, her face set with determination as we launched back into the song. The air itself seemed to vibrate with power, making it difficult to breathe. I could feel the entity's presence pressing down on us, an incomprehensible weight of ancient consciousness. As more of the creature emerged, I could see that its true form was a colossal, chimeric abomination. Part bird, part beast, and wholly alien. Its body was covered in iridescent feathers that shifted colors in impossible ways, and multiple limbs of various shapes and sizes protruded from its central mass. "It's beautiful," Dr. Thornton murmured, her voice filled with awe. "Can't you see? This is what we've been working towards." "No, Eliza," I called out between verses. "This isn't right. We have to stop it before it's too late." But she wasn't listening. Her eyes were fixed on the emerging entity, a rapturous smile on her face. The other cultists had formed a circle around the chasm, their chanting growing more frenzied as more of the creature became visible. Our voices grew stronger, fueled by desperation and what felt like the forest's own life force. I could sense the energy of the trees, the soil, and even the panicked animals flowing through us, amplifying our song. The entity let out a piercing shriek that shook me to my core. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard before, a combination of a bird's cry, a whale's song, and something utterly inhuman. Windows in nearby buildings shattered, and I could feel warm blood trickling from my ears. "Don't stop," Sarah yelled, grabbing my hand and squeezing it tightly. "We're having an effect." She was right. I could see the entity's movements becoming more erratic, its emergence slowing. The cultist chant was faltering, discord creeping into their once unified voices. Dr. Thornton stumbled towards us, her face a mask of conflicting emotions. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "You're ruining everything we've worked for." "We're saving the world, Eliza," I managed to say between verses. "This thing was never meant to wake up. It'll destroy everything if we don't stop it." For a moment I thought I saw a flicker of doubt in her eyes, but then the entity let out another ear-splitting cry, and her resolve seemed to harden once more. "You don't understand," she said, her voice taking on a strange, multi-toned quality. "This is the next step in our evolution. We'll become one with it, ascend to a higher plane of existence." As she spoke, I noticed with horror that her skin was beginning to ripple and shift, feathers sprouting from her arms. The transformation that had affected the birds was now taking hold of the human cultists as well. "Eliza, please," Sarah pleaded, never breaking from the melody. "Fight it. This isn't you." But Dr. Thornton was beyond reasoning. With a snarl that was more avian than human, she lunged at us, her hands curled into claws. I braced for impact, knowing we couldn't stop singing even to defend ourselves. Just as she was about to reach us, a blur of motion knocked her aside. It was one of the park rangers, the one who had given me directions earlier. He was fighting against his own transformation, feathers sprouting and receding on his skin as he wrestled with Dr. Thornton. "Keep singing," he growled through gritted teeth. "I'll hold them off as long as I can." Grateful for the unexpected help, Sarah and I redoubled our efforts. Our voices soared above the chaos, weaving a complex tapestry of sound that seemed to physically push against the entity's emergence. The massive eye blinked again, and this time I could see something like confusion in its alien gaze. The feathered tentacles began to withdraw, slowly sinking back into the earth. "It's working," Sarah exclaimed, a note of hope in her voice. But our victory was short-lived. With a roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth, the entity began to rise once more. Its full form was finally revealed, a mountain-sized monstrosity that defied description. Multiple heads, each a twisted amalgamation of bird and beast, rose on long, sinuous necks. Wings the size of football fields unfurled, blotting out the sun. The sheer impossibility of our task hit me then. How could we, two ordinary humans, hope to stop something like this? Our voices wavered as despair threatened to overwhelm us. "Don't give up," the park ranger shouted, still grappling with Dr. Thornton and several other cultists. "The song is the key. You have to finish it." His words sparked something in me, a memory of what the elder in the underground tribe had told me. The counter melody wasn't just a song. It was a key to unlocking something within the entity itself. "Sarah," I said urgently, "we need to change the melody. Follow my lead." I began to alter the song subtly, weaving in elements of the entity's own melody that I had heard in the bird's song. Sarah caught on quickly, her voice blending seamlessly with mine as we created a new harmony. The effect was immediate and startling. The entity froze in place, its many heads swiveling to focus on us. The cultists' chanting cut off abruptly, leaving an eerie silence broken only by our singing. As we continued, I felt a strange connection forming between us and the entity. Images began to flash through my mind, glimpses of ancient times, of the entity's long slumber, and of the world it had known before. "Do you feel that?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide with wonder. I nodded, unable to speak as the visions flowed through me. I understood now what we had to do. This wasn't about forcing the entity back to sleep. It was about reminding it of its true nature, of a time before it had become this monstrous thing. Our song changed again, becoming a story told in music. We sang of peace, of harmony with nature, of the entity's role as a guardian rather than a destroyer. As we did, I could see the creature beginning to change. Its form shimmered and shifted, the excess limbs and heads melting away. The feathers lost their iridescent, unnatural sheen, becoming soft and downy. Slowly, impossibly, the entity was shrinking, its vast bulk condensing into a smaller, more manageable form. The cultists cried out in anguish as their god transformed before their eyes. Dr. Thornton fell to her knees, the feathers receding from her skin as tears streamed down her face. "What have you done?" she whispered, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and despair. But I couldn't answer her. The song demanded all of our concentration now. As we reached the final verses, I could feel something building, a crescendo of energy that pulsed in time with our voices. With one final, soaring note, we completed the melody. A blinding light engulfed everything, and I felt my consciousness slipping away. The last thing I saw before darkness took me was the entity, now no larger than a horse, gently touching down on the forest floor. As I fell into unconsciousness, I heard a voice, ancient, wise, and filled with gratitude, whisper in my mind, "Thank you for reminding me of who I once was. Sleep now, and when you wake, all will be as it should be." Then, everything faded to white, and I knew no more. The world around us began to blur, reality itself seeming to warp and twist. Past and present merged chaotically, creating a dizzying kaleidoscope of images and sensations. I struggled to maintain my footing, both physically and mentally, as waves of temporal distortion washed over us. "What's happening?" Sarah cried out, her voice sounding distant and echoing strangely. Are we seeing through time?" I tried to respond, but my words were swallowed by the cacophony of colliding timelines. Instead, I reached out and grasped her hand, anchoring us together in this sea of chaos. Dr. Thornton, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's showing us," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "The entity is sharing its memories." As if triggered by her words, the swirling chaos around us coalesced into more coherent visions. We found ourselves witnessing the entity's previous awakenings throughout history, each scene playing out before us with startling clarity. The first vision transported us to an ancient primordial forest. The trees were impossibly tall, their canopies lost in the mists above. Strange prehistoric creatures roamed the undergrowth, and the air was thick with the buzz of giant insects. "This must be millions of years ago," I breathed, taking in the alien landscape. As we watched, the ground began to tremble, and a familiar eye emerged from the earth. The entity, in its full, terrifying glory, rose from its slumber. But instead of the destruction we had feared, we saw something entirely different. The prehistoric creatures approached the entity without fear, seeming to welcome its presence. The entity's many limbs gently caressed the trees and the earth, and everywhere it touched, life flourished with renewed vigor. "It's not a destroyer," Sarah said, her voice filled with wonder. "It's a caretaker, a guardian of life itself." The scene shifted, and we found ourselves in ancient Egypt. The entity, now in a form resembling a massive chimeric bird, soared over the Nile Delta. Humans gazed up at it in reverence, arms raised in worship. A pharaoh, resplendent in gold and lapis lazuli, approached the entity. "Great Bennu," he intoned, "bringer of creation and renewal, we welcome your return and humbly ask for your blessing upon our lands." The entity, the Bennu bird of Egyptian mythology, lowered one of its heads to touch the pharaoh gently. In that moment, I felt a surge of connection between the creature and humanity, a bond of mutual respect and protection. "It was worshipped," Dr. Thornton murmured. "Not as a god of destruction, but as a force of creation and rebirth." The visions continued to cascade around us. We saw the entity in countless forms across cultures and ages. The thunderbird of Native American lore, the phoenix rising from the ashes, the Garuda of Hindu mythology. In each incarnation, it brought balance and renewal to the world. But as we progressed through time, something began to change. The scenes became darker, more violent. We witnessed wars fought in the entity's name, civilizations crumbling as they sought to harness its power. Humanity, I said, my heart heavy with the realization. We corrupted its purpose, twisted its nature to suit our own desires. Sarah nodded grimly. And each time it awoke, it found a world more damaged, more out of balance. No wonder it became the monster we saw today. As this understanding washed over us, I felt a shift in the energy surrounding us. The chaotic swirl of vision slowed, and I sensed that the entity was communicating directly with us now. A voice, ancient and multifaceted, resonated in our minds. You who have sung the song of remembrance, do you now understand? We do, I replied, surprised to find that I could speak clearly now. You never meant to harm us. You were trying to restore balance, but the world had changed too much, the entity continued. My purpose became distorted, my actions misguided. In my confusion and pain, I nearly destroyed that which I had sworn to protect. Dr. Thornton stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. I'm so sorry, she said, her voice choked with emotion. We thought we were serving you, but we were only making things worse. Can you ever forgive us? The entity's presence seemed to envelop us, a sensation of warmth and compassion washing over our small group. There is nothing to forgive, child. You acted out of ignorance, not malice. It is I who must atone for the harm I have caused in my misguided attempts to heal this world. As the entity spoke, a new understanding began to dawn on me. I turned to Sarah and Dr. Thornton, my eyes wide with the revelation. I think I know what we need to do, I said urgently. The counter melody wasn't just about stopping the awakening. It's about helping the entity remember its true purpose. Sarah's eyes lit up with comprehension. Of course. That's why it responded when we changed the song. We weren't fighting against it. We were reminding it of who it truly is. Dr. Thornton nodded slowly, the last vestiges of the entity's corrupting influence fading from her eyes. And now that it remembers, it needs our help to fulfill its purpose in a world that has changed so much. The entity's voice resonated with approval. You understand well, my children, but the task ahead is not an easy one. The world is out of balance, and my power alone is not enough to restore it. Will you help me? I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of this moment. This was why we were here, why we had been drawn into this impossible situation. It wasn't just about preventing a catastrophe, it was about healing the world itself. We'll help, I said firmly, looking at Sarah and Dr. Thornton for confirmation. They both nodded in agreement. But how? Sarah asked. What can we possibly do in the face of such a monumental task? The entity's presence seemed to pulse with renewed energy. The song you sang to awaken my memories. It holds more power than you know. It is a key to unlocking the ancient harmony that once existed between all living things. With it, we can begin to heal the rifts that have torn this world asunder. Then teach us, Dr. Thornton said, her scientific curiosity overcoming her lingering doubts. Show us how to use this song to its full potential. As if in response to her words, the swirling visions around us coalesced once more, this time forming intricate patterns of light and sound. I recognized elements of the counter melody we had sung, but now they were interwoven with new harmonies and rhythms of otherworldly beauty. This is the true song of creation, the entity explained. A melody as old as life itself, capable of restoring balance and awakening the dormant connections between all living things. Learn it, sing it, and let its power flow through you. We began to sing, our voices blending with the ethereal music surrounding us. As we did, I felt a profound shift in my perception. It was as if I could sense the living essence of everything around me, the trees, the soil, the animals, and even the rocks beneath our feet. All were connected in a vast, intricate web of life. The song flowed through us, growing in power and complexity. I could feel it spreading outward, touching everything in its path. Trees stood taller, their leaves greener and more vibrant. Animals emerged from hiding, their eyes clear and free from fear. Even the air itself seemed cleaner, charged with a renewed vitality. As we sang, I saw visions of the song's effect spreading beyond the forest. Rivers ran clearer, polluted skies began to clear, and in cities around the world people paused in their daily lives, touched by a sudden sense of connection to the world around them. "It's working," Sarah gasped between verses, her eyes shining with joy and wonder. Dr. Thornton nodded, tears streaming down her face as she sang. "We're healing the world, one note at a time." The entity's presence enveloped us, its many voices joining our song in perfect harmony. Together we wove a tapestry of sound that resonated with the very fabric of reality. As the song reached its crescendo, I felt a surge of energy unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was as if the entire world was singing with us, every living thing adding its voice to the chorus. In that moment of perfect unity, I understood the true nature of the entity and our role in its awakening. We were not saviors or destroyers, but participants in an ancient cycle of renewal and rebirth. Our task was not to control or suppress the entity, but to work in harmony with it, to restore balance to a world that had lost its way. As the final notes of the song faded away, I felt a profound sense of peace settle over me. The chaotic visions that had surrounded us dissipated, leaving us standing once more in the heart of Pisgah National Forest. But the forest was transformed, vibrant with new life and energy. The entity, now diminished in size but no less majestic, stood before us in a form that blended elements of all its past incarnations. It radiated an aura of ancient wisdom and renewed purpose. "The work has only just begun," it said, its voice now a gentle whisper on the wind. "But together we have taken the first step towards healing this world. Remember the song, for you may need to sing it again in times to come." With those words, the entity began to fade from view, its form dispersing into motes of golden light that spread throughout the forest. As it disappeared, I felt its essence merge with the land itself, becoming one with the web of life we had awakened. I turned to Sarah and Dr. Thornton, seeing my own mix of exhaustion and exhilaration mirrored in their faces. We had witnessed something profound, something that would change the course of our lives and the world forever. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of our newfound responsibility settling on my shoulders. "Now," I said, "we continue what we've started. We learn, we teach, and we sing. The world still needs healing, and we've been given the tools to help." Dr. Thornton nodded solemnly. "We have a lot of work ahead of us, but we're not alone. The entity is with us now, in everything around us, and we have each other." As we stood there, surrounded by the rejuvenated forest, I felt a glimmer of hope for the future. We had faced an ancient power, stared into the abyss of potential destruction, and emerged not as conquerors, but as partners in a grand cosmic dance of renewal. The sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the faintest echo of our world-changing song. And in that moment, I knew that our greatest adventure was only just beginning. The entity's massive form hovered before us, its multitude of eyes fixed intently on our small group. The cacophony of its awakening had subsided, replaced by an eerie stillness that seemed to stretch across the entire forest. In this moment of quiet, our new melody began to take shape. I locked eyes with Sarah and Dr. Thornton, silently communicating my plan. They nodded in understanding, a mix of determination and fear etched on their faces. Taking a deep breath, we began to weave a new song, one that told the entity's own story. As our voices rose in harmony, the air around us shimmered with an otherworldly energy, The entity paused, its writhing form becoming still as it was drawn in by our song of its long-forgotten past. In the dawn of time you were born of stardust and primordial fire, I sang, my voice carrying with it visions of cosmic creation. Sarah's clear soprano joined in, guardian of life, protector of balance, your wings spanned continents. Through eons you watched, nurturing the spark of consciousness, Dr. Thornton added, her voice steady despite the tears in her eyes. As we sang, the entity's form began to shift and ripple. Its myriad eyes blinked in rapid succession, and I could sense a growing awareness emanating from its massive form. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere spoke directly into our minds. These memories, they are mine, yet they feel so distant. How can this be? I didn't dare stop singing, but I projected my thoughts towards the entity. You've been asleep for so long, lost in dreams of chaos, but this is who you truly are. We continued our song, weaving tales of the entity's interactions with early humanity. We sang of ancient civilizations that revered it as a god of wisdom and renewal, of times when humans and nature existed in harmony under its watchful gaze. As we did so, the forest around us began to change. The twisted, nightmarish landscape that had formed during the entity's awakening started to revert. Trees straightened, their bark smoothing out, and leaves regaining their natural hue. The unnatural fungi and creeping vines receded, replaced by lush ferns and wildflowers. The cultists, who had been watching in silent awe, began to stir. Some fell to their knees, overcome by the power of the song and the memories it evoked. Others looked around in confusion, as if waking from a long dream. Dr. Thornton's voice faltered for a moment as she watched her former followers. I led them astray, she whispered. I thought we were working towards enlightenment, but we nearly destroyed everything. Keep singing, Sarah urged gently. This is our chance to make it right. We pressed on, our song now telling of the long years of the entity's slumber. We sang of a world changing rapidly, of humanity's progress and the growing disconnect from nature. Our melody carried notes of sorrow for the balance lost, for the entity's purpose forgotten. The entity's form continued to shift as it absorbed these memories. Its once terrifying visage began to soften, the excess of eyes and limbs melting away to reveal a more cohesive shape. It was still massive and alien, but no longer the stuff of nightmares. I remember. The entity's voice resonated in our minds, tinged with a profound sadness. I slept too long. The world moved on without me, and when I stirred, I no longer recognized it, or myself. The cultists who had regained their senses began to back away, fear and awe warring on their faces. One of them, a young man with wide eyes, called out, "What's happening? What is that thing?" Dr. Thornton broke from our song for a moment to address him. It's the being we sought to awaken, Thomas, but not as we imagined it. This is its true form, its true purpose. But the texts, Thomas protested weakly, all our research was incomplete. Dr. Thornton finished for him. We saw only a fraction of the truth, and in our ignorance we nearly brought about catastrophe. As this exchange took place, Sarah and I continued our song, our voices harmonizing to maintain the delicate connection we'd established with the entity. We sang of hope, of the possibility of renewal and reconnection. The entity's form continued to change, becoming more defined and less chaotic. It now resembled an impossibly large bird, its feathers shimmering with starlight, its wings spanning the clearing we stood in. I see now. The entity's voice came again, stronger and clearer than before. I am the world singer, the harmony weaver. My purpose is not destruction, but balance and renewal. As it spoke, the last vestiges of its monstrous form fell away. The world singer now stood before us, majestic and terrible in its beauty. It was still enormous, dwarfing the trees around us, but it no longer inspired the primal terror of before. Our song reached its crescendo, and as it did, a wave of energy pulsed out from the world singer. It washed over us, over the cultists, and spread out into the forest beyond. In its wake, I could feel a profound shift in the world around us. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling with newfound vitality. The air felt cleaner, charged with a vibrant energy, and most strikingly, I could sense a web of connections forming between all living things, a harmonious resonance that hummed just at the edge of perception. As our song came to an end, silence fell over the clearing. The world singer regarded us with eyes that now held infinite wisdom and compassion. "You have reminded me of who I am," it said, its voice no longer just in our minds but resonating in the air around us. "In doing so, you have saved not only yourselves, but the balance of this world. I thank you." I stepped forward, my heart pounding but my voice steady. "We sang your story, but it was your memories that changed you. We only helped you remember." Sarah joined me, adding, "What happens now? The world has changed so much since you last walked it." The world singer's form shimmered, and for a moment I saw overlapping images of all its past incarnations: the phoenix, the thunderbird, the Bennu, and countless others I couldn't name. "Now," it said, "the real work begins. This world has fallen far out of balance. It will take time and effort to restore harmony." Dr. Thornton stepped forward, her face etched with remorse and determination. "How can we help? We who were so misguided before." The world singer's gaze fell upon her, and I saw her stand straighter under its scrutiny. "Your misguided actions stemmed from a genuine desire for knowledge and connection. That desire, properly directed, can be a powerful force for healing." It turned its attention to the cultists, who were watching the exchange with a mix of fear and wonder. "All of you have a choice to make. Will you continue to seek power for its own sake, or will you join in the work of restoration?" Thomas, the young cultist who had spoken earlier, fell to his knees. "Great One, we didn't understand. Please, teach us the right way." The world singer's form seemed to soften, and I felt a wave of compassion emanate from it. "The right way is not something I can simply give you. It is a path you must walk yourselves, with open hearts and minds. But I can show you the first steps." As it spoke, the world singer began to sing. Its voice was unlike anything I had ever heard, a symphony of nature itself. In its song I heard the rustle of leaves, the babbling of brooks, the cry of eagles, and the deep resonance of the earth itself. Without conscious thought, we all began to join in. Our voices blended with the world singers, creating a harmony that seemed to touch the very fabric of reality. As we sang, I felt the web of connections I had sensed earlier grow stronger, extending far beyond our small clearing. In my mind's eye, I saw the song spreading out across the forest, the state, the country, and beyond. Everywhere it touched, I saw small but significant changes. People paused in their daily routines, looking around as if seeing their world anew. Animals emerged from hiding, no longer driven by fear. Plants seemed to reach towards the sky with renewed vigor. As the song faded, the world singer spoke once more. "This is but a taste of what is possible when humanity and nature work in harmony. The song of creation never truly ends. It is always there, waiting for those with the wisdom to hear it and join in." It turned its gaze to Sarah, Dr. Thornton, and me. "You three have shown great courage and insight. Will you continue to sing? Will you teach others to hear the song?" I felt the weight of the question, understanding that saying yes would irrevocably change the course of our lives. But as I looked at Sarah and Dr. Thornton, I saw my own decision reflected in their eyes. "We will," I said, my voice joined by theirs in perfect unison. The world singer's form began to shimmer and fade, its essence seeming to merge with the forest around us. "Then go forth and sing. Remind this world of the harmony it has forgotten. And know that though you may not always see me, I am there in every leaf, every stone, every breath of wind. The song of the world is my song, and now it is yours as well." With those final words, the world singer disappeared, leaving behind a world forever changed. The cultists began to disperse, their faces a mix of awe and newfound purpose. Dr. Thornton moved among them, already beginning the work of guiding them towards a new understanding. Sarah turned to me, her eyes bright with unshed tears and fierce determination. "So," she said, a smile tugging at her lips, "ready to change the world?" I looked out at the transformed forest, feeling the pulse of the world singer's song still resonating within me. The task ahead was enormous, the challenges daunting, but for the first time since this strange journey began, I felt a true sense of hope. "Ready as I'll ever be," I replied, taking her hand. "Let's go teach the world to sing." As we set off, the forest around us seemed to whisper in harmony, the first notes of a new song for a reawakened world. I awoke with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. The vibrant, otherworldly song that had filled my ears just moments ago faded into the mundane sounds of a forest morning. Birdsong filtered through the canopy, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. It all seemed so normal. Sitting up, I blinked in confusion. The clearing where we had confronted the entity, the world singer, was gone. Instead, I found myself in my original campsite, my tent still standing untouched by the chaos we had experienced. "Sarah?" I called out, my voice hoarse. "Dr. Thornton?" Silence answered me. Panic began to rise in my throat as I scrambled to my feet, spinning around to take in my surroundings. The forest looked pristine, undisturbed by the cosmic events we had witnessed. There was no sign of the massive chasm, no trace of the cultists, and no indication that anything out of the ordinary had occurred. "This can't be right," I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair. It couldn't have all been a dream, could it? I fumbled for my phone, nearly dropping it in my haste. The date on the screen made my breath catch. 2 weeks had passed since I had first arrived in Pisgah National Forest. 2 weeks since everything changed, I whispered, the weight of realization settling over me. With trembling fingers, I dialed Sarah's number. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Each unanswered ring sent a fresh wave of anxiety through me. "Come on, Sarah, pick up," I pleaded. Finally, on the 6th ring, there was a click. "Hello?" Sarah's voice came through, sounding groggy and confused. "Sarah!" I exclaimed, relief washing over me. "Thank God! Are you okay? Where are you?" There was a pause on the other end of the line, long enough to make my heart skip a beat. When Sarah spoke again, her voice was hesitant. I'm at home, in Chicago. Who is this?" The world seemed to tilt beneath my feet. "Sarah, it's me. We were just, don't you remember? The entity, the world singer, the song we sang together." Another long pause. When Sarah replied, her tone was a mixture of concern and confusion. "I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anyone named World Singer, and I certainly haven't sung any songs recently. Are you sure you have the right number?" My mind reeled. How could she not remember? We had faced the end of the world together, had touched the very fabric of reality. "Sarah, please," I said, my voice cracking. "Think hard. The forest, Dr. Thornton, the cultists. We saved the world, Sarah. Look," Sarah interrupted, her voice firmer now. "I don't know who you are or what kind of joke this is, but I'm not interested. Please don't call this number again." The line went dead before I could respond. I stared at the phone in disbelief, my hand shaking. This couldn't be happening. Sarah was my anchor, my partner through that impossible experience. If she didn't remember. With a growing sense of dread, I dialed Dr. Thornton's number. It went straight to voicemail. I left a message, trying to keep my voice steady. "Dr. Thornton, it's me. Something's wrong. Sarah doesn't remember anything, and I need to know if you do. Please call me back as soon as you can." Hanging up, I sat heavily on a nearby log, my mind racing. Had it all been a hallucination? Some sort of mass delusion? But no, it had felt too real, too profound to be a mere figment of my imagination. I spent the next hour meticulously searching the campsite and surrounding area for any evidence of what we had experienced. But there was nothing. No strange markings, no unexplained phenomena, not even a hint of the cosmic events that had transpired. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I made the difficult decision to pack up my camp. With each item I stowed away, I felt as if I was somehow betraying the memory of what had happened. But I knew I couldn't stay here, not when there were so many unanswered questions. The hike back to civilization was a blur. My mind kept replaying the events of the past 2 weeks, or what I thought had been the past 2 weeks. The birds' eerie melody, the cave paintings, the cultists, the emergence of the entity. Had I imagined it all? As I reached the ranger station at the edge of the forest, I was struck by how ordinary everything seemed. Tourists milled about, snapping photos and consulting maps. A pair of hikers argued good-naturedly about which trail to take. It was as if the world had never been on the brink of cosmic upheaval. I approached the front desk, where a ranger I didn't recognize was sorting through some paperwork. "Excuse me," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "I'm looking for Ranger Mike. Is he around?" The ranger looked up, a polite smile on his face. "I'm sorry, but there's no Ranger Mike stationed here. Maybe you're thinking of a different park?" I felt the blood drain from my face. Ranger Mike had been the one who had given me directions, who had fought against the cultists to protect us. How could he not exist? "Are you all right, sir?" the ranger asked, concern creeping into his voice. "You look a bit pale. Would you like some water?" I shook my head, mumbling a thanks as I stumbled away from the desk. Outside, I leaned against the wall of the station, trying to catch my breath. The world I had returned to was not the one I remembered leaving. Everything was the same, and yet profoundly different. Over the next few weeks, I tried desperately to find any corroboration of my experiences. I scoured news websites for reports of strange occurrences in Pisgah National Forest, but found nothing out of the ordinary. I reached out to universities, asking about Dr. Thornton, only to be told that no one by that name worked in their biology departments. I even tried contacting some of the fringe groups I remembered the cultists being associated with, but my inquiries were met with confusion or outright hostility. It was as if the entire event had been wiped from existence, leaving only my memories as testament to what had occurred. 1 month after my return from the forest, I sat in my apartment, surrounded by notes, maps, and printouts from my fruitless investigation. The TV droned in the background, a news anchor discussing the latest political scandal. I was about to turn it off when a phrase caught my attention. "Unprecedented global shift in environmental policies," the anchor was saying. "Scientists are baffled by the sudden surge in ecological awareness and conservation efforts worldwide." I turned up the volume, my heart racing. The report went on to detail a series of seemingly unconnected events. Corporations voluntarily implementing stringent environmental protections, a massive uptick in reforestation projects, and a global reduction in pollution levels. While experts are at a loss to explain the sudden change, the anchor continued, many are hailing it as a turning point in humanity's relationship with the natural world. I sat back, a mix of emotions washing over me. Could this be the result of what we had done? The world singer had spoken of restoring balance, of healing the rifts between humanity and nature. Was this the manifestation of that promise? As if in answer to my unspoken question, I felt a subtle shift in the air. For a brief moment, I could have sworn I heard a faint melody, the same otherworldly song we had sung in the forest. But as quickly as it came, it was gone, leaving me to wonder if I had imagined it. The next day, driven by a mixture of hope and desperation, I found myself booking a flight back to North Carolina. I knew it was probably futile, but I had to see the forest one more time, to stand in the place where everything had changed. As the plane took off, I gazed out the window at the patchwork of cities and wilderness below. The world looked the same, and yet I knew it wasn't. Something fundamental had shifted, even if I was the only one who remembered why. My phone buzzed with a text message. It was from an unknown number, but the contents made my heart skip a beat. The song never truly ends. Keep listening, E.T. I stared at the message, my mind racing. E.T. Eliza Thornton? Could it be? But before I could reply, the message disappeared, leaving no trace in my phone's history. As the plane soared towards North Carolina, I felt a glimmer of hope ignite in my chest. Maybe I wasn't alone after all. Maybe somewhere out there others remembered the song of the world singer. The forests below seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw a massive, bird-like shape soaring among the clouds. I blinked, and it was gone. But the feeling remained, a sense of connection, of harmony, of a world slowly but surely coming back into balance. I settled back in my seat, closing my eyes and letting the faint echoes of the world singer's song wash over me. The melody was still there, hidden in the hum of the airplane engines, in the whisper of wind outside the window, in the very beating of my own heart. As I drifted off to sleep, one thought crystallized in my mind. The story wasn't over. In fact, it was only just beginning, and somehow, some way, I would find a way to make the world hear the song again. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth filled my nostrils as I stepped off the trail and into the heart of Pisgah National Forest. It had been 3 months since my return to civilization, 3 months of questioning my sanity and searching for any shred of evidence to confirm what I had experienced. Now, standing amidst the towering trees, I felt a sense of homecoming that I couldn't quite explain. "I'm back," I whispered to the forest, half expecting a response. The woods remained silent, save for the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of a bird. I adjusted my backpack and set off deeper into the forest, retracing the steps that had led me to that fateful clearing months ago. As I walked, I couldn't help but notice subtle changes in the environment. The foliage seemed more vibrant, the air clearer, and there was a palpable sense of vitality that I didn't remember from my first visit. After several hours of hiking, I reached a familiar outcropping of rocks. My heart raced as I recognized the area where I had first heard the bird's eerie melody. I paused, holding my breath and straining my ears for any hint of that otherworldly song. Silence. Disappointment washed over me, but I pressed on. As the day wore on, I visited each location I remembered from my previous adventure: the cave with the ancient paintings, the abandoned mine shaft, the underground lake. Each site appeared untouched, showing no signs of the incredible events I had witnessed. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, I finally arrived at the clearing where we had confronted the world singer. I stood at the edge, my heart pounding in my chest, half expecting to see the massive, chimeric form of the entity rising from the earth. But the clearing was empty, peaceful in the fading light of day. "What did you expect?" I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair in frustration. "Some kind of cosmic welcome back party?" As if in response to my words, a gentle breeze rustled through the clearing, carrying with it the faintest hint of a melody. I froze, hardly daring to breathe as I strained to hear it more clearly. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Is anyone there?" The breeze died down, and with it, the whisper of music faded away. I was left standing alone in the growing twilight, questioning once again if I had imagined it all. With a heavy sigh, I set up my tent at the edge of the clearing. As I prepared a simple dinner over a small campfire, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every rustle in the underbrush, every snap of a twig made me whirl around, expecting to see something. But each time, I was met with only shadows and silence. As I settled into my sleeping bag that night, exhaustion finally overcame my racing thoughts. Just before I drifted off to sleep, I could have sworn I heard a faint, familiar voice carried on the night wind. The song never truly ends. I bolted upright, fully awake now. "Dr. Thornton," I called out into the darkness. "Is that you?" But only the normal sounds of the nighttime forest answered me. Shaking my head, I lay back down, wondering if I was finally losing my grip on reality. The next morning, I awoke to the sound of birdsong. For a moment, still caught in the haze between sleep and wakefulness, I thought I recognized the complex harmonies of the world singer's melody. But as I became fully alert, the song resolved into normal, if beautiful, bird calls. I emerged from my tent to find the clearing bathed in golden morning light. As I prepared breakfast, I tried to shake off the disappointment that had settled over me. What had I really expected to find here? The world had moved on, apparently oblivious to the cosmic events that had transpired. Maybe it was time for me to do the same. As I was packing up my campsite, a voice behind me nearly made me jump out of my skin. Beautiful morning, isn't it? I spun around to find an old man standing at the edge of the clearing. He was tall and thin, with a long white beard and piercing blue eyes that seemed to look right through me. Despite the warm weather, he wore a heavy flannel shirt and carried a gnarled walking stick. Yes, it is, I stammered, trying to regain my composure. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you approach. Are you a ranger? The old man chuckled, the sound reminding me oddly of rustling leaves. No. Just an old wanderer who knows these woods better than most. The name's Eli. He extended a weathered hand, which I shook hesitantly. Nice to meet you, Eli. I know who you are. Eli interrupted, his eyes twinkling. You're the one who came back, the one who remembers the song. I felt my breath catch in my throat. You know about that? About the world singer? Eli nodded slowly, his expression turning serious. I do, and I've been waiting for you to return. We have much to discuss, but not here. Come, walk with me. Without waiting for a response, Eli turned and began walking into the forest. For a moment, I hesitated, torn between following this mysterious stranger and the rational part of my brain screaming that this was how horror movies started. But the promise of answers was too tempting to resist. I quickly finished packing up my camp and jogged to catch up with Eli, who was moving with surprising speed for his apparent age. As we walked, Eli began to speak, his voice taking on a rhythmic, almost hypnotic quality. The world has changed, though few can see it. The song of creation echoes through every living thing, but most have forgotten how to listen. You, however, have not forgotten. You still hear the echoes, don't you? I nodded, a lump forming in my throat. Yes, but I thought I was going crazy. No one else remembers what happened. Sarah, Dr. Thornton, they're just gone. It's like it never happened. Eli stopped walking and turned to face me, his blue eyes blazing with an inner fire. But it did happen. The world singer awoke, and through your actions the balance began to be restored. But the work is far from over. What do you mean? I asked, a mixture of excitement and trepidation building in my chest. And how do you know all this? Who are you, really? The old man smiled enigmatically. I am many things. A keeper of old ways, a listener to the songs of the earth, a guide for those who seek to restore harmony. But right now, I am simply a messenger. The world singer has not abandoned this realm, nor has it forgotten you and your companions. My mind reeled with questions, but before I could voice any of them, Eli held up a hand. I know you have many questions, but now is not the time for answers. Now is the time for action. The balance is still fragile, and there are those who would seek to disrupt it for their own gain. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden flute. This is for you, he said, pressing it into my hand. Learn its song, and you will begin to understand your role in what is to come. I examined the flute, marveling at the detailed carvings that seemed to shift and change as I turned it in my hands. But I don't know how to play, I protested weakly. Eli's laugh rang out through the forest. The music is already within you. The flute is merely a tool to help you express it. Now come, there is something you need to see. We walked for what felt like hours, deeper into the forest than I had ever ventured before. The trees here were ancient, their massive trunks twisted into fantastic shapes. The very air seemed charged with a strange energy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Finally, we emerged into a small glade. In the center stood a circle of standing stones, each easily twice my height. They looked impossibly old, covered in moss and lichen, yet there was a sense of power about them that felt very much alive. "What is this place?" I asked in a hushed voice. "A nexus," Eli replied, "a place where the veils between worlds grow thin. It is here that you will begin your true work." He gestured for me to enter the circle. As I stepped between two of the massive stones, I felt a shift in the air, as if I had passed through an invisible barrier. The sounds of the forest faded away, replaced by a deep, resonant hum that seemed to come from the stones themselves. "Play," Eli commanded, pointing to the flute in my hand. Feeling slightly foolish, I raised the flute to my lips and blew gently. To my amazement, a clear, pure note rang out. Encouraged, I began to play, my fingers moving over the holes as if they had a will of their own. The melody that emerged was hauntingly familiar, echoes of the World Singer's song interwoven with something new, something that felt uniquely mine. As I played, the humming of the stones grew louder, harmonizing with the flute's song. Suddenly, the air within the circle shimmered and I saw everything. Past, present, and possible futures flashed before my eyes in a dizzying kaleidoscope of images. I saw Sarah and Dr. Thornton, alive and well, but changed by their experiences. I saw the World Singer, its vast consciousness spread throughout the natural world. And I saw others, scattered across the globe, who like me had been touched by the song, and were working in their own ways to restore balance. As the vision faded, I lowered the flute, gasping for breath. Eli stood just outside the circle, watching me with a mixture of pride and sadness. "Now you begin to understand," he said softly. "The awakening of the World Singer was just the beginning. The song of creation must be nurtured, protected, and spread, and you, my young friend, are one of its chosen voices." I stepped out of the stone circle on shaky legs, my mind reeling from what I had seen and experienced. But what does that mean? What am I supposed to do? Eli placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "You must learn to fully hear and understand the song. You must find others who can hear it and teach them. And you must be prepared to defend the growing harmony against those who would seek to silence it." He gestured back the way we had come. "Your old life awaits you, should you choose to return to it. But know that if you do, you will always feel the pull of the song, the call to something greater." I looked down at the flute in my hand, then back up at the ancient stones. In that moment, I knew there was really no choice at all. "I'm in," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "Tell me what I need to do." Eli's face broke into a wide grin. "Excellent. Your training begins now. But first, we must find your companions. They too have a part to play in what is to come." As we began the long walk back through the forest, Eli explained more about the nature of the World Singer and the delicate balance it sought to maintain. He spoke of ancient traditions and forgotten knowledge, of the interconnectedness of all living things, and of the power of harmony to heal and transform. By the time we reached the edge of the forest, night had fallen. The stars above seemed brighter somehow, and I fancied I could hear a faint melody in the twinkling of their light. "Rest now," Eli said as we parted ways. "Tomorrow we begin your real journey. The world is changing, and you must be ready to change with it." As I settled into my tent that night, I felt a profound sense of purpose that I had never known before. The doubts and fears that had plagued me since my return from the forest melted away, replaced by a quiet determination. Just before I drifted off to sleep, I heard it, the song of the World Singer, faint but unmistakable, woven into the nighttime sounds of the forest. But now, for the first time, I understood that it wasn't just the World Singer's song. It was the song of the earth itself, of every living thing, of the very fabric of reality. And somehow, impossibly, it was my song too. As I closed my eyes, I whispered a promise to the darkness. I will learn, I will remember, and I will sing. The journey ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, I knew. But with the memory of the world singer's song in my heart and the weight of the carved flute in my hand, I felt ready to face whatever might come. For the first time since that fateful day in the forest, I slept without dreams, lulled by the gentle, ever-present melody of a world slowly coming back into harmony.